Man, this whole internet, whole phone died. I forgot to charge it up. Oh, oops. Y'all come on back up, man. I let my phone die.
Yo,
I let my phone unalive. What's the deal?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, man. Someone's in the middle of talking too. That's the crazy part.
For real, you
Yeah.
was going in too.
I'm
But
over
no,
here playing this
I
UFC
get what
with.
you're saying because, like I say, everybody is not that intelligent to know what's good and bad.
Yeah.
So to promote something that's overall just more safer, I get
Right.
the point. That's why
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, I definitely understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I think that a lot of times we fall into that fear because a lot of people wouldn't try new things. A lot of people wouldn't go out and be like, "Oh, I can actually go to this bar," but instead of going to this one on 7 Mile or Joy Road in Wyoming, I can fuck around and go to a bar out on 14 Mile or something like that. Something so far away where it's a whole different crowd and you can enjoy your time. You can enjoy just your significant other being in that setting, letting her have that time to let her hair down, be herself with you and stuff like that. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I get both sides. But I think we just coming from a standpoint of being those type of people that know where to go and live life and understand and have that wisdom to be like, you know what, we can go do this and we can go do it here and have a great time and we can, be ourselves. That's something we both enjoy.
Mm-hmm. I feel it though. Some of them might want to be on the beach butt naked, it's your girl. You try to get that, you get that UFC. I just got that boy. It's like $14 on
What, the new UFC? Because I think I already got that one.
yeah, it's on the UFC 5, 6.
Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah.
I'm I ain't that good at fighting games now. I got that
Yeah,
undisputed.
Ryan
And
going
it's
to get together
like
right now.
like my record. I'm what 20, like 24-30 or something like that. It's like
Hey, on what?
on the new undisputed. Like it's
Oh shit.
different, man. It's real different. Like I'll be trying to really box. And I'll be thinking like, come on now, I'll just hit him with that. But they just go in there and get the throwing punches like hella pun. I'm like, this not boxing. Is just Street Fighter. And you know, Street Fighter and Tekken and all that. I ain't never been good at that stuff.
Boy, I done got even better on that Tekken, man.
God damn, that's a crazy spider. Let me keep that real quick. My girl will have a heart attack. She would have, man, my girl would have died if she would have seen. Oh, I can't say that. She would have unalived if she saw that.
So, anyways, it's the patriarchy fault
Oh dang! I
because
looked away. I'm like, who the heck voice is this? Oh, like what the? And I'm ain't no way you talk about it. I'm
Oh
like,
man.
what the heck? You been on the wrong side too long. You don't let them divestors take over you. I'm like, hold on, she talking patriarchy talk.
Man, I honestly feel like anybody that say anything else is they fault, they do not like to take accountability.
They don't.
I don't care what the hell it is because the way my mindset work is if it's out there, I can achieve it. If I think it, I can achieve it. If I want it, I'm gonna go get it. I don't give a damn who's in my way. I don't give a damn what I gotta do. I'm gonna make it happen. So I can't sit around blaming the R word that people love to use. Oh, they YT people did this to me. I can't get along. Okay, so how the hell did 2 million other black people get along? Shut up.
Oh,
Get out my way. Like, I don't want to talk to you. And that's just my mindset on everything.
facts, facts. My bad, cousin number 2 up there.
Just cut up. Just
I was in
cut
the middle.
all
I was
out.
man. I was in the middle of talking, and then my dang on phone, I forgot to plug it up. Then I guess I must have took too long to come back because the whole thing shut off. I'm like, dang.
Oh
I
yeah,
know
yeah,
y'all
yeah.
like this dude. I fell asleep in the middle of talking.
Narco.
I mean, but it is black men's fault because um, first of all, it's just y'all emotional, and
Oh
I
my!
think um,
I don't like this version of nerd. She let him get a hold of.
your
You know what?
whole
They do have a
topic.
point.
Your whole topic, I just posted a video about this.
Oh wow!
Like this whole everything that you have on here, pretty much, I just made a video about it. I like
Hey.
we're so busy. Okay, so you know how women say, "Oh, well, men be on the game too much," right? But then
Oh, you got me.
that same amount of time that men are on the game, women could be finding solutions, and that's why
Ooh.
I'm like, well, what are you doing your
Ooh.
time?
I heard him
I
like
ain't
that,
never think
nerd.
about it like that.
I'm about to start bringing some of them divestors over. You must ain't get enough of them. Talking that juicy up here.
Ma'am, how's
Hey, that's
everybody
it.
tonight?
Hey, what's up,
Happy
man?
holidays to everybody. Happy New Year in advance. And I think you guys are going to have the most beautiful New Year's. Why? Because the patriarchy exists and we created a world around you that you could actually enjoy New Year's. Anybody want to refute that point?
Absolutely.
Let me hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear your best. Let's hear your best counter against that.
Let me go to the messy side of TikTok and find an answer, and then I'll come back. Okay.
No, I'll give you the time. You can use Google and all that. I'm just using my brain, but go ahead.
They said we gonna go to the messy
Yeah,
side.
she gotta go to the reinforcements, man. I'm just off top right here.
Yeah, the day they recruit her, the boy, they gonna be in
It's
love. We
all
got one.
good. Fellas, y'all need to understand, y'all the ones closest to God, fellas. Y'all gotta understand, y'all the prize, fellas. Alright? The world wouldn't exist
What have
without you.
I
Without
done?
us. Hey, listen, the world wouldn't exist. And they try to fool you into thinking that they are like the goddesses and be put on the pedestal. No, sir. You are the God, sir. You're closer to God, right? Because when the serpent wanted to beguile somebody, who did he beguile? He did not beguile Adam. Who did he beguile, sir? Anybody could answer. Speak up.
Well,
Anyone?
yeah, he beguiled her, but then he
Thank you.
followed her. So
He did
regardless, it's
follow.
both of them. It don't
No,
matter.
it's not both of them. No, sir.
It
Stop with
is
that bitch ass
because
shit,
he should.
nigga. Stop
He
with that
knew
bitch
better.
ass shit, nigga. Stop.
Check this out, bro.
He beguiled her.
I will get you up out of here so quick, so
You
fast. We ain't got to
better,
be the
faggot ass
disrespect. It
nigga.
ain't
Go
got to
ahead.
be no. Okay.
He beguiled her. That's the biblical truth.
Fuck out of here.
I bet you he couldn't spell that word.
He can. He don't know who he talked to. I ain't got time tonight. Now, normally I would have. Now,
What's
normally
up?
I would have just talked about his bitch ass, but I'm not gonna do that tonight. I'm just gonna get rid of him. I ain't got time for that.
Don't let that do it. It's obvious he doing that on purpose. We should.
No, I
We
was
already knew
saying.
that
No,
one.
normally though,
Trigger.
I was about to get with him, but I said, you know what? Nah,
There's
not
no
tonight.
point. It was no point. That's the energy he looking for.
Not tonight.
That boy came to TikTok angry like he got all socks for Christmas.
Yeah, that's what happened. Somebody even gave him coal for Christmas.
Yeah, block him too, man. I don't do that.
Hey,
You
he
know, I'm
said
trying
socks
to
again.
socks again.
They beguiled me. This shit crazy.
Man, how do they got the time to do stuff like this?
Man, we know the deal. We used to be on the video game doing that stuff.
Hey, I kind of wanted to know where he was getting at though.
Right, he switched it all up. As soon as he went against it, he said, that was funny. That's low key. I ain't gonna laugh at that. That was funny. That nigga, he switched his everything as soon as his son disagreed with him. He done
How's
changed his whole
everybody?
lingo up.
Everybody's beautiful. Everybody's beautiful. How you doing? Everything's great. Hey, you bitch ass. Shut your ass up.
In a matter of
Corny ass.
seconds, I had to look at it like that's the same person.
Man,
You talk about emotional
people.
damage.
Hey, that goes to show you people can be smart but not emotionally intelligent.
Right.
Yeah, that's wild.
He's a super slow. I forgot that was a guy that started the energy off like that. That was crazy.
The whole
I'm
topic.
scared to let any more people up. Who was this in my queue? Oh, I think I seen DJ before. See what happened when I reset the live? It was all smooth earlier. I reset the live. Messed up. Who else was in there? Where'd Warlock and them go? That was a drive-by. No snow commercial.
I have a question for you. Because one of the questions says, "How can we defeat patriarchy?"
Man, I'm trying to talk in they way, man. On that side you be on. That's how they talk. It seemed like it.
I don't even think the issue is patriarchy. It's about people healing themselves. Heal
Facts.
yourself, because the problem isn't patriarchy, and we have this imaginary oppression. We women don't like to say, "Oh, well, we're oppressed," but then we'd be like, "So what are you oppressed from?" Men control everything. And then I said, okay, well, then go into position of power where you can control things instead of being lash techs and hairstylists and nurses. Won't you go for jobs where you can control or have a say in what goes on if you truly want change? But if you don't want to change, or if you're not doing the things in your community to actually create change, then you're just complaining.
Facts.
And I think more women, if they understood the words accountability and ownership, that they will look in the mirror and say, hey, you know what? All my problems is because of choices I've made, and I've told myself that I've made mistakes. No, you made choices.
Mm.
Mm. Mm.
Hey, save her. How old are you?
I'm 35.
Oh, yep, I knew it.
You older than me, nerd. What the freak?
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah,
What?
I just turned 34 this year. That's some love. I'm supposed to be
What
the
game you
old.
playing? It sounds like you losing.
You know it. I'm about to say you my fellow gamer. You know the deal. Ooh. I'm playing UFC.
Hey, how many
Okay.
kids you got?
I have two.
Yep, knew it. It's when women get that age, they actually understand it.
I've
But
been talking like this since I was a
men,
teenager, though.
but men been fuck. Are you married?
Yeah,
Okay, same person.
Dang!
yeah.
Okay,
For 17 years, almost 18.
okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
But a lot of women figure that out later, and a lot of men run into this problem. It's because men learn the game later. Women tend to just jig it, and then at the end of the game, women who tend to live longer, guys just kind of just fall into it. So most great guys, or maybe most good guys, always was dealing with bad problems. Every girl that when they was in high school that they would see there and they were like, oh yeah, she's dating somebody that's 24 years old and you 19 or 17. I'm sorry, not 17, 16. He got a car. And then when they get to their upper age, they'll look back and say, "Oh, why is the older guy dating the younger girl?" It's like you seen that and you had that advantage at that age, and then shit started to flip over. So
Well, I think for me, I've observed that more women are taught how to be promiscuous. They're not taught how to be wives. They think
mm,
a wife is things that you do manually and not who you are as a person.
mm,
So when we are raising women, we are teaching them that, hey, you can do what you got to do. Here's some birth control. You can do what you want to do. Here's some condoms. We're
mm,
not telling women, let's get you into culinary school. Let's get you uh, into some activities. These
mm,
girls are just literally becoming baby mamas. And we're telling them my body, my choice. So what do when you have a woman that's teaching her daughter that it's okay to be young and dumb?
mm,
It's like we're destroying our daughters and then blaming patriarchy.
mm. Well,
So,
that's what feminism did. Feminism did that, and then you notice the culture with black culture. That's why a lot of black men do not stay with black women is because it's that process of like how you guys or how they think or whatever, and then black men tend to go to Latin women because they still have that strict that strict situation of family value. They still have that, and then if you look at the system, if you look at black men with Latin women, there's no baby daddy situation. But if you look at black with black women, there's a baby daddy situation. And then it destroys itself because women of that was taught during the 60s of women being strong and independent, but not being a family. It's what kind of destroyed the African American community because everybody else has culture, but our culture has been destroyed. Well, that's my baby. That's not a proud thing to say. That's my no. You would be fucking saddened by the person that was in the 1930s that was African American that had a baby. They would never say that was their baby daddy. They would say that was their husband, even if they didn't like him or not. That was the status quo of their family. That's that guy, and that guy cheated on him. He did that. He did something else, but he still came home. But a woman, or a lady, or whatever you got going, if she steps out, it stains her. It's terrible. Scarlet letter. I threw a lot of stories, but yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, ma.
but can we, if we're going to talk about a serious thing about patriarchy,
Hmm?
I think The bottom line is that patriarchy is needed, but it also has flaws. I think there are certain things that need to be changed, but at the same time, it is what the system is built on.
Mm-hmm.
So all of the luxuries, all of the system that we enjoy, the same system that we enjoy is the same system that we hate, right? So there's a good and there's a bad with everything, you know. Feminism, you know, all of that, like it works hand in hand because there would be no feminism if there wasn't a patriarchy. There would be no patriarchy, you know what I'm saying? So it all goes together. It's just the bad part of whatever it is. So when we start talking about it, if we're really going to be honest, it's not feminism. It's not feminism's part why men aren't doing the same things that they did in the 50s, right? We know that the system has changed, inflation. It's no longer, you know, you just can't support the same as you did before with one job, right? That makes it harder. You know, you said about women are not being trained to be wives. That's true. But men are not trained to be husbands either. So we have a whole generation of fucked up ass backwards people, gay and goofy. And if we just gonna keep it a buck, it is no one or the other's fault. It is everybody.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
I agree with you, but I'm gonna disagree with you because
right. Go ahead.
all right, I agree with you on that part when you said that, but men are trained to. We always been trained on how to approach a woman. A woman's never been trained how to approach a man or how to accept anything from a man. A man is always trained like how to holler at a woman.
Okay, so we know that. Okay, so look at if we look at the how I guess all of the stats and everything that we want to talk about as it is now, right?
Hmm?
We have the highest number of men that's depressed. We have in history. We have the highest number of men
Absolutely
who
right.
the highest number of men
Absolutely
who
right.
right. We have the highest number of men who don't know how to approach women in history. We have the highest number of men who are, you know, abstinent not by their choice, right? Like they're not doing this on purpose, right? There's some that we say, you know, we have morals, we got standards, we got, you know what I mean? And men are starting to wake up and say, hey, you know what? I need to kind of look at my own value, right? And so you have that, but then you have the majority of men who are not adjusting to this change well. And we are depressed. Men are not being able to, you know, you hear it all day long on all of these podcasts. Every time you hear a man, it is what? They're being ignored. Women don't respect us. This, that, and the third. All of this stuff is coming from someone who is supposed to know women, right? So obviously, we must not know what we think we do, because if that was the case, we'd be more successful.
Right.
And the only reason I say that, and the only reason I'm saying that is because you're right. We have been trained, right? But as time has gone on, we have now been stuck in the same as, you know, the same, oh, well, you can just get a job. You know, what do we tell men now to level up? You gotta go to the gym, make six figures, get yourself, you know, make yourself nobody's telling the men how to build their character. Nobody's telling men how to, you get what I'm saying?
With you on that. Yeah.
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're trying to get money and think that is going to get us the women. But meanwhile, we're mad at the women for getting us for the money. And it's like, yo, you get what I'm saying? So it's like
I
mixed
got
signal.
100, brother, 100, bro. But my daddy, see, I had a dad in my life. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And women are raising these kids without dads. So
Can I say something?
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your input. And I had an amazing father and I have an amazing mother, and I was raised in a matriarch, okay? And I had amazing father figures as well, but a matriarch mostly because of the simple fact of I also had strong females. Okay, my grandmother was a widow twice, and she raised 5 kids by herself before she married her second husband. Okay. The gentlemen back in the day, I hate to inform you guys, aren't the gentlemen you think they are. Okay. They did have some class, they did have some charm, and there was some appeal to it. Don't get me wrong. But they also had the rule of thumb. Do you know what the rule of thumb was?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay.
Drop it.
So we have some things you've got to realize. Feminism gave us the right to choose. It's not whether we go in the workforce or don't. It was the right to choose whether we had the choice. It was rather a choice to stay home or go to work. It was giving us a choice. We were no longer your property, gentlemen.
Mm.
Okay? So please understand that, get that correct. It was no longer we didn't have a choice before. Okay? I hate
I
to
agree.
explain this stuff to you
No,
guys.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay? We couldn't own businesses without men being on the bank accounts.
Yep. That happened in the 30s. The last time it. Yeah, I know all that.
Well,
No, that's
actually,
as
it was
recent. That's
still
as recent as 78.
yeah.
It was in
Well,
78. I thought it was
78.
Yes,
the 80s.
actually, 89.
Yeah, I thought it was
Wait,
the 80s.
so
Yeah.
it sound to me, I hate to cut you off, but it sounds like to me we traded one person that oversaw us for another person, because you can't say that we're no longer under our man's control, but then we have a social security number. The government still controls us. It's still
No.
Yes.
hold on. For me, if you clock in and you have a social security number, you're still part of the patriarchal system. So
We're
I'm
still
not
under
sure.
control.
Okay. Ma, when you talking, you said okay. You everything you said makes sense. I do not mean to cut you off, but when the end of this love thing that you got going, if you decide to quit, why is everything taken away from that man? Everything's
Okay,
destroyed.
stop. Listen to what I'm going to say next. We no longer have autonomy over our bodies. Men do now. Roe
No,
versus
I was gonna
Wade.
say something, but you said let me speak, so I'm listening. Go ahead.
So Roe versus Wade got overturned by a bunch of men.
Right.
Don't you hold on? The country was founded by men, so what are you talking about?
Roe versus Wade overturned. We no
Okay, what
longer
is
have
Roe versus Wade?
the
Oh
autonomy
my
over
God,
our
No,
bodies,
no, no.
whether we
Hold
can.
on, DJ. Hold on, DJ. Hold on.
this is
What
the
is Roe
easiest
versus
thing.
Wade?
It's the right to choose whether we can pro-choice or not over children, over whether we have children or not, whether you can get child care, whether you can have birth
All
control,
right,
whether you
not
can
that
have.
part, not that part. That's not that part. But yeah,
Okay, so what the thing with that is I am I hear you, but
Mhm.
when we're talking about AB,
that didn't
when
exist at the time.
hold on, when you
Mhm.
have kids, that's not meant for people that are not in a union. You know what I'm saying? SMEX is not meant for people that's not in a union. So when you're having women doing all these acts, but then want to exclude men, be part of the matriarchal system, they want to get away from patriarchy, but you're still procreating. That's kind of
It's
like a
also for children that are being sexually assaulted and
hold
incest
on.
and
The
things like
numbers,
that.
the numbers for all of that are so low. Women are literally getting ABs 2, 3 times a year because they're mismanaging their bodies. But we only
But
speak on the low numbers of women that's actually suffering from things that they could not control. Even then, they still put themselves at parties and situations and clubs where they're not watching their surroundings. So at the end of the
Mm.
day, you're trying to say that we don't have autonomy over their body. I'm sorry, but SMEX is meant for people that's ready to have kids, not for women that's not ready to have kids.
So
is
Roe v.
so is that
Wade is so simple, and I don't even know why people argue about this. It's your choice. It's your body. Who the government? What really? If you don't want to do it, then that's your body. That's all it is. It's like, can I just sit here and just tell you, hey, I don't want to have a baby. Done.
Okay, but
That's it.
some of us
Why
have
is a
actually
Catholic
been.
and all this
Stop.
stuff?
I will say this, and I will say this because I've dealt with children that have been essayed, and they didn't have a choice.
Okay, and then they're living, and then what's going on with them? They want to know who their parents are and all this stuff. But listen, whoever
Some
you
of
are,
them,
but they're because my stepmother is, I'm not my stepmother, but whatever. But she didn't choose to be here. None of us chose to be here, right? So if you want to get whatever situation y'all say, get it done. So they shouldn't sell pills. They shouldn't do anything,
but
right?
they're trying to stop all
But
of that.
it's your business. It's your
Yes, they
business.
should have that right to say it's their body, their choice, but they're taking that away from us
All right.
and
So,
making
Well,
it so.
then
but
that's your problem. Then stop having STX. Stop doing it.
So
let me ask you this
y'all,
though, because
oh,
let's because we were talking about this patriarchy thing, and then
Right, but
it
that's
kind
what
of
I'm
went. So
saying
let's
is,
so let's let's go back. Okay, so here's the thing, right? What I originally said was there's good and there's bad in all of it. I don't think that at any point we can get rid, of the patriarchy, right? Now, technically, we don't really have a patriarchy system, but we're acting in a patriarchy way, right? That's how our government is set up. Now, if that is, but when you bring up like Roe versus Wade or Roe v. Wade, all this stuff, who gave that in the first place? Who put that together, right?
Roe versus Wade.
It's always been men running it, right? So every right that we have, the majority of the power has been put forth because there were good men who said, hey, you know what? We need to do this. There are going to always be bad men who are the ones who are trying to take it away, the ones who are doing all of these other things, the things that you need to be protected from. Who is doing the protecting? If we really want to break it down, right, and we want to be honest, yes, there are so many things that men have to get together. We got to get some shit together. We got to get some things straight, right? We can't lie about that. But at the same time, women have to now y'all have to stop the idea that it's all. If you didn't realize, the majority of men are on your side. The majority of men are the ones
Facts.
who
Facts.
give you the safety that the little safety that you have is
Facts.
because of the majority of men. So
Facts.
when we don't even want to acknowledge that, but then we want to hear all of the complaints, that is where the communication breaks down. I'm not saying that those complaints are not valid, because they are definitely valid. But when a man comes back and says, well, goddamn, we can't get no credit. Y'all fuck that. It's all men till it's no men type shit. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, that's cool, but yo, you have to, if we're gonna have a fair argument or a fair conversation at least, right? We gotta look at all of the variables. And a lot of the times when we have these conversations, there's a lot of women who refuse to look at those variables, right? Just
They
like
you are
say.
correct.
They
And that's
say.
there's a
why I
lot
Hey.
of
They
said
men that
say.
way on the other side. You know what I mean? Just to be
They
fair, but
say. They
it
say
is
go
that.
ahead.
to you fair.
They say that they can live in a world without men, and then they do a
Oh
documentary
no,
like, and they be like, oh, I can live without men, and then you ask a
there's
dude,
no
he be
way,
like, no,
because I have been
no.
raised with great men, and I do mean very great men, and this is why I'm saying this.
Well, how are you from Canada?
No, honey, I'm from Indiana, and I live in Florida now. But thank you. You're
You
very
sound like
sweet.
you like AI, and you really. I'm
You're
digging your
very
style. I
sweet.
like that.
But
Yes, you
gentlemen,
sound like
this is
AI.
well, thank you. But gentlemen, you guys are very sweet, and this is why I came on this panel, because of the simple fact of I wanted to give you a perspective, because again, I have been raised by very kind gentlemen, and that's why I said what I said with regards to some of these comments, because again, there is a lot of gentlemen that have fought for a lot of our rights. If we wouldn't have the feminism and we wouldn't have the rights and the freedoms we have because of the fact that a lot of us were not united in that. And a lot of the females were not united in enough of a stance that we still wanted segregation, and we still wanted, some of us didn't want to work and blah, blah, blah. So you are correct. And the females didn't want to stick together. So you are correct in all of the standings that you came out with. We did not stand together. We did not want to do that. We did not want the women's suffrage to work. We did not want to have Black females included. We didn't want to have all of that. And it was faulty from the get-go. Had we stood together as a united front, we would have had our rights a hell of a long sooner. But we didn't. And we were stupid and blinded by that.
And that's why my black ass got me a different racial woman who didn't have the same difference of whatever. She respects me and she ain't yelling at me about her degree or anything like that. And then she right here chilling. I love it.
So my
Hey, let me ask this before y'all get too far. I want to ask that because I hear somebody say it. I hear people say it a lot though. Why do women be saying they're gonna take our rights with our body? Why they say that a lot?
Okay, because here's the thing. What most people don't realize is our bodies were the first thing we lost or gained was the control of our own bodies. That was the first part we gained.
So hold up.
She's gonna go.
That don't make sense because we are humans. We get to do whatever we want with our bodies.
See, that's what I'm saying. They don't understand. She's saying something weird. She's saying about medical. That's all it is. It's medical.
That's government assistance, not right. But,
okay, here's where you don't understand.
She's talking medical. That's it.
Black
you can have a baby all you want.
Were the first ones to lose the right to their autonomy.
Wait, what
you don't understand?
She's saying
hold up, DJ.
medical.
DJ, I'm sorry, bro. Man, damn, let her cook.
No,
okay, the first females lost their autonomy and were the first subjects
what do that mean?
for hysterectomies and all of that. They lost their rights to have children and were genocide.
I don't know who you're talking to. So okay, let me ask this. You said, so what do autonomy mean? I'm trying to break this down.
Okay, autonomy means they lost their rights to have children, or they lost their rights to control whether they could or could not have children. Okay, that means they lost their rights to control what they could do in their own body.
Who can stop a woman from having children? That's what I'm trying to see.
Okay, so so let's say the woman's carrying a child, right?
Yeah.
And that child dies in her womb. Okay? Now listen. Medically speaking, if it is in her womb and they decide not to take it in time, which is to miscarry it out, okay, which is technically an abortion, right? If they do not do that and they leave it in, it can cause sepsis.
You're missing my point. You still sound like you count on the government for you to have a baby.
No.
Can you not have a baby inside of a bathtub or at home?
No, you cannot. You will be charged with murder.
What?
You will be charged with murder.
That don't make sense. My thing. So
She's talking about legal, Kev. Look, listen.
I'm not. We talking about. Legal don't have nothing to do with somebody saying have a right, because everybody have a right to do whatever. I'm trying to get her.
No, that's what rights are, though. That's the point. So I think we need to clarify that, because we ain't never gonna see eye to eye. Understand that a right means it's legal. Doing what we do as nature, like how we walk around, do whatever we want to, but in this country, if it's considered a right, that is something that is lawful. That is going to be something that we can write down and whatever. So what she's saying is, if you have if let's say, for instance, a woman has a baby on her kitchen floor, right? Like it just miscarriage or something like that. they could potentially charge her for unaliving that child, even though it was a natural act, because she didn't go through the proper channels. That's just an example, right? And that's what she's talking about, the legal aspect of it, where you don't have rights to your own body, meaning, you know what I mean? Somebody else has to come in and then they have judgment, quote unquote, over you. You see what I'm saying? They can make that judgment or not. Well, back in the day, there wasn't no judgment. Every judgment had to be the man of the house. You see what I'm saying? And so what she was saying is, like, as time has gone on, women have now had autonomy, meaning that they can control basically their own bodies. But now, with this last ruling, it has now put the onus back onto the states, back into men's hands to say, well, we don't feel like we want you to have a legal, abortion or this or that and the third. So now the decision making again is taken out of their hair. So I think that's what the whole point was. Am I wrong?
I'm trying to see if she knows what she's talking about.
Yes, I do know what I'm talking about.
You don't need no help. So, yeah, no, you don't, because you just seem like you were just stuck on, because
No,
I always hear, and now you got this, I guess, extra, right? So I always hear, because I see women doing whatever they want with their body nowadays, and they be saying that, well, the government is taking this or whatever, and I look at that like more of a government assistant than I guess you said right as a law thing, right? But overall, people can do whatever they want to do. Just like you haven't opened your legs to everybody, ain't no law behind that situation. So you still doing what you want to do with that. That's your choice if you want to have a kid, you want to bring in his life or not. But you still have that choice. No, ain't no government gonna stop you from doing whatever you want to do with your body. That's what you chose to do.
Honey, the first rights, what's coming next is, here's the thing that you don't understand. It's crazy. Yes, it is. But here's the thing that's coming next that most people don't fear is that they had to admit when they do these things that they've been doing, they've also taken human cells without, they've also done genocide. They've also taken and sterilized other women. So yeah, you can lose your rights to a lot of things in this moment.
Okay.
That part.
I'm a not touch that subject because it's kind of, I see women getting BBLs and Botox and tattoos and all type of stuff, harming their bodies, eating fatty foods and fast food. I mean, like we make
The
a lot
last
of
time
poor
this stuff
decisions.
happened,
We make a lot of poor decisions, and then we only highlight the one thing that I feel like it's like we're selective outrage. Like we're not overall caring about our health, because we'll cry about the AB laws, but then we're not going to cry about the stuff that they spray our food with. We're not gonna cry about the school lunches at school and how trash that is. We're selective outrage. It's more important things. I'm not saying it's not important, but there are more harmful things that's going on that we are not focused on. It's because it's not harming us directly, but the makeup women putting on their faces, I'm guilty of it. It's a lot of things. The weave in our head, it causes cancer, the perms and everything else. We're not saying, hey, ban red dye. We're not saying doing that, but we give our kids it. But then we say, oh, but our kids matter. So I really don't want to touch that subject, because that's like it.
The reason I bring it up, and most people should be concerned about this part, is it's your history. If you ever look at the reason why we have women's health care, look at the 3 slaves that were tarnished and harmed during it. And you might understand why I bring it up.
I think that, she made a good point, right? We do have selective outrage, right? And I think that goes across the board in
and
every
the reason
subject.
why we have the vaccines we have, because of the repeating cells that still grow. and the woman that got her family finally got the payouts from the companies that are making millions and finally had to pay the family for her cells that they took. They're finally paying that family that have gotten millions.
But I mean, again,
So yeah,
right,
I
we don't
think
even
the
know it.
selective.
Yeah, but I'm saying like they've been harvesting organs. Like if we really, like the Philippines and India, they have decimated their whole country with doing that, but nobody cares because it don't affect us, right? But until it hits home, is all of a sudden now it's a problem, and I think that that's a good conversation to have if we know that it is a selective outrage. We have all of these causes when it affects us, right? A lot of times these things have been going on forever. It ain't nothing new. It's nothing new under the sun. They didn't just start doing nothing. This has been going on. They used to give us syphilis,
But that's the patriarch
all in
of
the
the
military as
situation.
black. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, so they've been doing that. But here's the thing too, right? We know that all of these things, if it wasn't a big deal, the only pushback I would say to that is if the policies, the policymakers, they are running whole campaigns and focusing on certain issues. And if those issues weren't such a big deal, they wouldn't be focusing on it that much, right? So I think there is something to it. You know what I mean? I just don't believe, but at the same time, I do believe there is still selective outrage for us. You know what I mean? Most Americans, we don't feel we don't feel that pinch. It's just a headline. And so we get onto it because it's popular and we want to argue about it and we want to debate. But there is definitely something to that because, immigration and, healthcare and all of these things that these politicians run on, they're running on those issues for a reason because they know that it's a big deal. Right. So I can't say that it's a small, like it's like there's bigger fish to fry. No, I think it's a big deal. But I do, at the same time, it is selective outrage. So maybe those two things can be true at the same time. What do y'all think?
Absolutely. Just like history has a tendency to repeat itself.
I fully understand that. Like I said, I just don't want to go down that path because I want to address something on the panel because it says, "What would America be like in a matriarch society?" And I think most women that voted for Kamala thought that, hey, a woman in office is going to be a matriarchal society, which is laughable. But we had a woman literally lie nonstop and misuse funds, and we was gonna put this woman in office and say that she would have been a better president than the men and give her a chance. But she royally messed up long before it was her time to even, try to run for office. So that's why I'm like, even if we were to try to get a matriarchal society, it's like we're not the best with managing money, nor we are the best with handling things under pressure as women. Like, not saying we can't, but that was an epic fail. Watching Kamala get thrown left and right, that was humiliating. We can't even make the proper choices in women we want to represent us. Come on now, like I really want us to win, but we as a whole, we're not operating on we're not high vibrational women. I can't.
Okay, I would agree with you. I don't think she was the right choice. But the guy that won was four times worse. But yet we give her this slack as if she was just so deficient, but this dude wasn't. This man is worse than her. So to say that it's just a male or woman thing, I don't think is the right thing. You get me? I think it's just about competence. Like there's men who have been terrible. All men
Can I?
ain't good leaders. All
May
men
I?
ain't pressures. You get what I'm saying? So I think we
Can
No,
I
I
say
I
don't know.
something?
totally
Can I?
understand, but for her, like when we had other women president, women candidates that ran, those women weren't going to the polls voting for those women though. But all of a sudden, it's a woman with some melanin in her skin. It's all of a sudden, let's go vote for her. So like I said, it's a lot of selective outrage, a lot of misinformation, a lot of poor decisions being made because we're not actually taking time to understand what the hell is going on.
But you know what though, sis? Let me say something to that right quick. It's quite a shame because I agree with Cousins. The one that won is so much worse than the female. But then we have this statistic, and someone proved me wrong.
Skibbity toilet.
Okay, grow up, baby girl. And I feel like if we look at the statistic, right, and someone prove me wrong, right? There are more women in the world than there are men. Is that not true?
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, so if the women supported each other and stopped looking for the reasons on why this one isn't good enough or why this one isn't good enough, we can actually make some moves. Now, here's my take on shit. Men have been running this whole thing, this whole shit as long as I've been alive, my ancestors been alive, as long as I've been able to open my eyes and read, and shit's been hitting the fan. I went to go vote for Kamala because I feel like, you know what? Let's try something different. Let's try something different because men been running this shit. We've been in wars here and there. Bombs been dropped unjustly. This man is now talking about, oh, there's a fly in here. It wouldn't have been one in here 2 years ago. That ain't had shit to do with shampoo. You see what I'm saying? That's why I did it. Because sometimes change is necessary. But if our sisters don't support other sisters for minor reasons, we'll never know what sort of matriarchy or what would possibly work if women did take control. I have hope in other sisters.
I'm not going against that. What I'm saying is Kamala of all people, like if people actually did their research on this woman, extensive research, she would have not been the best choice because she is pro-war. And then we had a peaceful presidency when Trump was in office. I'm not saying he's a great man. I'm not saying he's not a great man. What I'm saying is business wise, economy wise, he's a better fit. If you can F up $1 billion in a couple months, then you can't run no country.
But honey, the
Sorry.
man has
Okay, hold
3,412
on,
bankruptcies.
hold on. But bankruptcy does not mean it's bad though.
But
And
you're
I
financially illiterate. There's
interrupt
multiple.
you, and you're interrupting me, and
I
this is why we can't
apologize.
run a
I
country.
apologize.
What I'm saying is also too. I have a long extensive knowledge of business. Filing for bankruptcy is not necessarily a bad thing. And for Trump, he used the system. He's doing what other politicians are doing, except we're shaming him for doing it because he's actually generating wealth off of it. He's not a politician because he's not a politician like the other people are. He's not. They wanted to gatekeep these secrets. Trump said, "No, I'm gonna write a book about it." That's why they mad because Trump putting out information that can make other people more rich.
Okay, so
Can I
real
can I
quick,
address the topic?
can I just say this real quick because I don't know if Kev wanted to get into a whole political back and forth. However, yeah, I think that Trump is a good businessman for himself. Okay, that does not translate to being good for the country. If we go back and you really look at his record, and I will let you do that yourself. I'm sure that if you are, astute in business, you will go back over and look at his 4 years. Look at how he decimated the farming agriculture. Look at how all of his things have actually added up. And you will see that he is not proficient at all.
Like you said,
when it came to this economy.
the same farms that killing us, unaliving us. You talking about that?
No. You can say that. You can say that. But what I'm saying is, if his job is to run the economy of the country, I'm not talking about what the country is doing. I'm not talking about the details of that. I'm talking about his actual job was to have the budget settled He was supposed to have the economy running great. He came in the same trends that Obama left. He just kept it going. He did not add it. And matter of fact, when those ran out in 2 years, it started to plummet. So by the time his presidency was over, then he wanted to blame it on COVID. Well, it was COVID's fault. No, it was because of your policies. But anyway, all I'm saying is this. He made $300 million himself from his presidency in 4 years, right? He did not make money for the country. He's a great businessman. He's a great marketer. I give Trump what he is due. You know what I mean? Trump is just Trump. He's always been that since the 80s. You know what I mean? He actually
Wait,
said he was.
you
used to
say
be a
he made
Democrat,
300 million his
and
presidency? You mean the
hold
money
on.
that he declined? You talking about that money?
What money? You
He
talking
He
about
didn't
didn't
take
his,
the
decline
money
money,
for
he made
his
presidency.
money.
salary? He declined his salary because he made upwards of $400 million. So of course he's gonna decline that little 400 grand that they give him for the presidency. Yeah, you can
Because
take
you
that.
know why?
He
How he made
charged
that
his own
money?
Secret Service absorbent rates just to protect him. He has his whole family nepotism in the thing. Every rule that he's not supposed to do as a president, he did to make money as a president. So all I'm saying, look, but again, he's a hustler. That's what he do. And I'm saying is that's what we know Trump is. But as far as if we're talking about running the country, no. But I digress. My point is that I don't know if Kamala was the right candidate. I didn't think that she was the right candidate. But she is not as bad as advertised, right? They did a lot of slander, just like they do a lot of slander for Trump. Okay. But the bottom line is we don't have good candidates, period. We didn't have a good candidate for the last 4 5 years. Okay, either way. So if it wasn't Trump and it wasn't Kamala, who would it have been? It would probably been somebody worse. So we got a problem. I mean, we just in a bad state, and we're gonna get through it. That's what it is. I don't know if Kev, do you want to continue going on a political thing, or do you want to get to the topics?
Yeah, I want to speak on the topic. That's why I came
Yeah,
up.
yeah. Let's get to the topics. You want to start off on the top? Who's that? All I see is a symbol. What is your name next to me?
It's a mirror.
Amira. Okay, cool. I don't want to mess it up. You want to start off, Amira, with the first topic, with the first prompt,
Yeah.
and then we'll
So
just go straight down, and then we'll come over across. We'll do it like that.
yeah. So I definitely think like um no one will ever defeat the patriarchy in our lifetime, but what we can tangibly do to counter its impact on people's lives is go within. You have to unpack these rigid perceptions that you have about how your life is supposed to be lived. You know, the patriarchy consists of rigid perceptions and beliefs about how women and men are supposed to live in society. You know, um, break down your inherent needs and wants to, you know, fit into a perceived normalcy. And I'll go into depth so no one gets lost in the sauce. But when you think about men are taught to dominate the physical reality in regard of careers. You know, that be the alpha male, be the man that achieves and attains the most success, that conquers the most spaces. But I challenge the men to look within and develop an identity outside of um success and accolades, because that's a journey that will lead you to nothing but detriment. And for the women, I challenge you to look at your life outside the lens of motherhood and being of service to others, and look at your life and decide if there's truly something you want out of life. You know, womanhood, motherhood, those are journeys that you embark on. And that does not have to look a certain way. And for the men, your masculinity does not have to look like the macho man that everybody tells you it's supposed to look like. So patriarchy creates, like I said, these rigid ideas of how we are supposed to live our lives, you know? So what you can do to counter it is just break down these ideas. Ask yourself, does it resonate with what you truly want out of life?
Well said. I ain't even gonna say nothing behind that. Lucky, that's on you.
Well, Perdamira, and you're an amazing speaker. And cousin,
Thank you.
you're very welcome, gorgeous. I think that, again, I don't think that we will see an end of it in any time soon. I do believe it's going to take a soft touch. I do agree with the mayor's concept on it, as it's going to take a soft touch. As opposed to a lot of great men, as you had said previously, it's going to take a lot of great men, and we're going to have to stop listening. As women, we're going to have to stop listening to all of the noise, both women and men. When I say that, because not all women are against men, and not all men are against women, and there's a lot of noise in that department.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if the world can stop seeing each other as against each other and start working together, we'll be in a lot better place moving forward. That's my spiel, so to speak. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call it a night because it's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Have a great morning.
All right, absolutely.
Morning.
Thank you
You
for
too.
coming in. Have a great one.
You too. Much love. Stay safe. Be blessed. And it was a nice discussion with all of you. You guys are all amazing and smart and wonderful people. And it was an absolute pleasure.
Oh, she seems so sweet. Let me give her a follow.
This sounds like a damn. I feel like I was on a plane. It was like just telling us all.
And then, like, for the second point, would America be better in a matriarchal society? Why or not? Hell no. It's America. Everybody will crash out, you know? I feel America was literally created on misogynistic principles and beliefs. So if you think that shifting to a, like, come on, man, we have to think about the depths of how society has went to war trying to hide the majesty of a woman. You really think we can be a matriarchal society? No. These men will crash out. It's the truest nature of woman, you know? I definitely think that I think each are extreme, man. Like, it's not a, we think, okay, patriarchy is extreme, it's causing destruction. You think matriarchy won't do the same thing? It's extreme. Both are extreme. So we have to look at nature. I reference my points from nature. When you look at nature, you see both men and women standing in authority, but in different positions, man. That's how society needs to be. When we go back to what is natural, we understand that there are positions that are naturally innate for women to lead, and there are natural positions that are innate for men to lead. So it creates this subjective matter of leadership. You know, leadership is not linear. When you see a leader, you don't think of man or woman. You think about a vigor. You think of a energy and essence behind that person's ability to lead others. That's not gender based. So, I think a matriarchal society will be just as extreme as patriarchy, because the same way that patriarchy typically oppresses women, it also oppresses the men, contrary to popular belief. The men are oppressed by their own weighted experience of manhood, you know? When you think about how robotic in nature that men are expected to be, their emotionality is often disregarded by their own women that say they love them. So when you think about it on that level, they are also disempowered by this system. So when you think about matriarchy, it will do the same thing, because women are not we are not ejected from the same ego. You know, women, we can be egomaniacs too. So when you think about matriarchy, men will possibly be oppressed in the same way that women are in a patriarchy.
You
Excellent
sound
point.
very educated. That was beautiful.
Yeah, excellent point. Excellent point.
Amira, sweetheart, please tell me that you are taking this gift and actually applying it like somewhere beyond TikTok where you can move these mountains, baby.
I wish I was, honestly.
The way that you speak is so captivating and it's so interesting. There's nothing boring about what you're saying. And when you say it, no matter what the education level is, it's totally understandable. And I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
It's a really rare thing to see among my young sisters. And I'm proud of you for that.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. I'm literally 22, and
Oh yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about.
I hear this so much, and it's literally just how I was raised. Though this is how my mom talks.
No, but you know, there's a difference between speaking to someone and speaking at someone, right?
Ooh, yes.
And you speak to someone, and that is what she's speaking about. That's a rare gift. You know, a lot of times you can have information, but then you're condescending because you're just spitting it at people, and you're not, you know what I
Right.
mean? But it is an authentic delivery of the message, and it is in, you know, it's intelligent, but it's not in. I want to say, let me say, for lack of better words, it's, you know, in layman's terms, right? It's just I'm gonna tell it to you how you can understand it, and that right
Mhm.
there is something that is, it sounds easy, but it's not easy to do. So absolutely, you get kudos.
Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate that. Cause like in my journey, I've been trying to like figure out like really just what I want to do, and that kind of just reinforced that. Cause I used to always think like maybe speaking is one of my gifts. Cause I guess people have always told me I have a way with words, but y'all just really affirmed that for me. So I definitely appreciate that.
This is what you should do. This is what you should do. There, if you go online and go on Google, they
Mhm.
have poetry, essay, and writing competitions. You see what I'm
That's
saying?
crazy because I love poetry.
So and sign up for one of them. Sign up for 5 of them. You will win every one. And you can either freestyle it. They'll give you topics. You know what I mean? Do something with this gift, baby. Even if you write a song, I don't care what it is, but whatever your thoughts are, put it on paper. Please put it on paper.
Okay. I'm listening. I'm listening. I love this. Because, man, that's so true. Like, I be feeling like I need to write. Because, like, my notes is full of stuff. And it's a phone, you know. I could drop it, break it, anything. And I lose my innermost thoughts in my notes, you know. So, you're right. I need to write this stuff down. Because I feel like even my poetry sounds like how I speak, you know. And it's not even an intentional thing. It kind of just unfolds out of me once I start thinking about something on a deeper level. Because, like, with patriarchy and just society, like, so many people are plagued by their own limited thoughts of themselves. So that's why I was referencing men and women the way that I did, because when you look at your elders, you know, and you ask them about their experiences, and you just take that listening ear, so many people sound like they were victimized by their own perceptions of what they thought they needed to do in life. So that's why I said that would be the first step, because honestly and truly, perhaps if my elders were able to view the world in such a revolutionary way, the world would be very different.
So what ended up happening, alhamdulillah, you know what I'm saying? I'm Gen X, and I grew up. We're considered the transitional generation. You know what I'm saying? What ended up happening is when the medication started coming in, it started taking out our grandparents. It started taking the history. It started taking the lessons. It started taking the patience. It started taking the religion, the spirit. You know what I'm saying? The togetherness. And if you find yourself around your elders and you can feel the spirit and you can feel exactly where your place is at, it's because you're longing for it. You know what I mean? So
Right.
over the years, the things that we all needed to stay in touch with ourselves has been erased over the years because of the prescriptions. You see, it's all a matrix.
And think about the disruption of the, because it's a natural, harmony to things. And I think that oftentimes humans, we exclude ourselves from nature, but man, that's a frivolous act because we are very much a part of nature and there is a natural essence to human evolution. And when you think about specifically African Americans, we have been so disrupted from our like natural way of being because when you think about um like the it's literally political to try to disrupt familiar dynamics in black households. Like it's put in the media how to disrupt our perceptions of our elders' perceptions of youth. You know, I was having a conversation with some older people on a panel, and I was challenging them. I was asking them the accountability questions. What light do you pour into the youth? How do you contribute to the next generation? And I got silent. And that was just like for me, I'm not even an elder yet, and I still reach back because I see my parents doing that. So it's been represented for me, so I have to project it out. When when I see the young people struggling with, self-esteem, um, hyper hypersexuality, come on, all of the different things that's plaguing us as a community. We have to tackle these things, and it starts by conversation and consideration, man. We so quick to demonize and isolate each other, and that type of isolation is what's contributing to the detriment we see before us.
And see, again, we have to look at how that became, right? So over the years, there used to be these things called bookmobiles, and there used to be boys and girls clubs. There used to be the brownies, the girls, the Boy Scouts, the candy stripers. There used to be all of these little things where the youth can come together and they can, spend time with each other doing productive things, right? So
Summer camp, come
that's
on.
right. So now, these days, all of these things have been unplugged, right?
Right.
We're gonna take that piece out. Like I'm pretty sure you know how to play chess. A chess board and a chess game is not the same if you're missing one pawn. One pawn
Come
is
on.
gone, the whole game is off. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And
Come
over
on.
the years, pawns have been taken off of our chessboard. Our grandparents, places for us to commune. We have strayed away from the church because a lot of us always commune through the church, the fish fries, you know what I'm saying? All of these things. And now we're out here rogue. You know what I mean? We can communicate with the young people. What do I do? Because I'm considered an auntie now because I'm 45. But I make sure that I talk power into my young girls that I'm around,
Come on.
strength into the young men that I'm around. I'm a mother of 4. You know what I mean? But
Ooh,
I've
come on,
raised over
mama.
10 plus children. You know what I mean? Besides my own feelings, I do not allow my personal life and my personal feelings to pour into them when I give them advice. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's not my world they're living in. My world was back then. This is their world now.
And guess what?
So,
And guess
my
what?
old school ways as it applies to the young ladies, keep your legs closed, cross your ankles, make sure that they can't see you know what I'm saying, your honey spots, and you're good to go. The young men, make sure you keep it in your pants. If you don't, take protection. Because if you can't afford to have sex, you can't afford kids. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. But now It has gotten to the point where your youth don't even want to listen to you because you're old.
And that's why I said it's literally media and different tangible ways of creating this type of separation, man. Like young people now, like I said, I'm 22. So I have like just a fresh understanding of how like different it is now because young people now like we speak through an energy and an essence. If you want to reach young people, be authentic, be real. And I know people be like, okay, well, a lot of young people, what y'all think is real, like really real. But let me tell you something. Being true to you is what speaks to us because that fake stuff, we can see through it. And I think that's why, like, the radical spirit of the youth can't be tamed because you have to speak practicality into, like, when you think about these YNs and these crash outs, what people call them, these are young men with rebel spirits. That's the spirit of the ancestors redistributed in the youth. And that energy is literally just sitting there being self destructive because it's not being led anywhere.
How about this,
I'll say
Amir?
this for the older generation because when we used to experience shame when when our grandparents raised us, our parents, it was from a place of love because it was like, oh, I am warning you about something.
Yes.
Now the shame is, I'm putting you down. And that's where there's the disconnect because we're not taught the whys and the hows and the whats and whatever. We're just saying, well, you're dressed like a 304. Not, okay, baby, you can't dress like that because there's people out here that are out to cause you harm. We're no longer shaming people for the intent of growth or concern or care or protection. It's shaming because we want to put people down. And that's all I see on this app from the older generation now is we've gotten away from shaming to elevate. We've gotten to the point where shaming to put each other down.
It's ego battling. And that's what our elders, that's a trial that if they if they don't do their work before they come back home to source, they're gonna have to come back and learn it again.
How about this
Because
spin? How
you're
about this spin? Okay, so I'm gonna ask a question to make sure that my thing is on point. How long ago, and it relates, okay? Because think about what we're talking about in regards to the behavior of the youth and how they're receiving or accepting the information from your elders, right?
Mhm,
Have any? It's been 400 years since slavery and all the rest of it. Everybody keeps saying 400 years it is, 400 years of that, right?
mhm.
If you read the Willie Lynch letter, the Willie Lynch speech, that time that he took to dismantle a people and put them back together, to have this mentality, at the 400th year it expired. So now here it is. That's why the youth they're not afraid of shit. They don't know consequence. You see what I'm saying? They're sped through. They have all of this energy that you're saying, and they don't know how to allocate it. You know what I
Right.
mean? When I
Because
read
it's
the
a
Willie Lynch speech and I applied it to the dates, it literally expired at the 400th damn year.
come on. And it's because everything everything happens in seasons. And that's why I tell people nothing. Man, if I was a miraculous creator, won't nothing in my reality that I created be happening just for kicks and giggles. The Most High literally created these circumstances to occur the way that it has for a purpose. There was and people think like that's like a facetious statement. Man, I'm telling you, in order for you to truly amount to the greatness that God has for you, do you know that you have to go through struggles in order to truly see your majesty? We had to go through colorism, racism, all of the different isms in order to truly understand the majesty of blackness. Come on. It's not just a color. It's an essence that we carry as a people, and that is to be honored. But like I said, struggle creates a deeper level of reverence. So when you look at us specifically African Americans, our experiences, we always yearning for somebody to understand us, understand our experiences. They're not meant to understand, ladies and gentlemen. because they can never step a foot in your experience. What your ancestors endured was horrendous. You know, they were not just SA'd and forced on breeding camps. These people were eating. You know, it's deplorable what occurred to our ancestors, and for us to be standing here in authority still, come on, that's powerful. And don't get me wrong, it's some of our brothers and sisters who are just floating through life lost, running from their spiritual rank. But I tell people all the time, that's not gonna be forever. You can't run from this. What what has been given to us, we man, if you look at African Americans and some of the things that we were able to do and the inventions we done made, the innovation that we have contributed to the world and society, we can't run from this, man.
But yeah, and you know what, Miss Amira, it's like I'm not afraid, because if we look at the other side of the spectrum, there are a lot of our youth that are graduating with honors. They're graduating younger. They're graduating with scruples. So I have hope out of the youth. You see what I'm saying? But what's unfortunate is the disconnect of the spirit. You see what I'm saying? The
Right,
disconnect of the spirit, because fear checks the angry spirit. Fear will always check the angry spirit, and that is something that came from the elders. You know what I mean? And everyone has to believe in something. And right now, because of the way that everything was dismantled, that the youth can touch and say, "I'm home." They don't have anything to believe in. You know what I mean? Then they get on TikTok and then they hear hate speech, whether the people that are saying it are considering it hate speech, and they roll with that because it feels good to the angry spirit.
right. Come on, and that's so true. Because a lot of our elders, we have to understand something as young people, and I explain this all the time. Don't, I be talking to my little young brothers and sisters, and I tell them, don't hate your elders. They just tried to survive, man. They just tried to get here. Come on, you gotta remember our ancestors. Come on, they had to think, how do we continue to live? They couldn't truly think about what it meant to truly enjoy, because you have to understand the youth, because of the survival and the presence that we carry, we seek to live life. We want to live life on a deeper level. We want to enjoy life. Our elders be looking at us like, man, you don't even get it, man. You here. That's all that matters. The living, creating the experiences, the wealth of life that'll come. But we needed to get you here first. So that's why the elders be looking at us and it be such a rift, because the young people be like, why you didn't travel? Why you didn't do nothing fulfilling in life? And the elders be looking like, baby, I was trying to stay in this bitch. So when you think about it on that survival level, I feel like that's what kind of releases the tether, because young people, they be like, okay, well, don't nobody, it ain't no representation for the life that I want to live. Young people be saying we want to be successful, we want to have generational wealth, all of these things that weren't modeled for us because our elders simply didn't have the access to information. You know, my generation, we one of the first generations to have Google accessible and not have to critically use our brain. You can Google something at the touch of a device. So utilizing your critical thinking skills, putting that head in a book, you didn't have to do that. So the elders, they looking at us like, baby, you don't even understand the life that you want. You can't even tangibly create it because you don't even have the survival skills. So that's why the two energies and auras supposed to go together. The young people bring the innovation, the hope, the promise, the for the future, while the elders bring the tangible ways to create that. So because all of this destruction and confusion and isolation that we see today is because we have separated. And that's bad, because the elders need the youth as much as the youth need the elders. Come on, when you get older, you transitioning back into spirit. You become childlike again.
Twice.
So can
What
I?
is that saying? Twice a man, once a child.
Right.
No, twice. Yeah, twice a
Once
child,
a
once a
Child
man.
child,
once a
once a
man.
man. Yeah.
Come on.
Can I actually? So I think what you're speaking to is very poignant because, and what I see, um, and it's, I think it's. I hate to say this word, but it's an entitlement. We have an entitlement
Yeah.
problem nowadays,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
and
I have to
from
agree.
from the OGs, we feel like, I'm 50, so I'm in that age where they call me unk now, right? And it's
Yeah.
like, but a lot of my peers feel like they are entitled to respect because they have made it or
Uh-huh.
they have an age. You got to respect me. No, I ain't got to respect shit. I respect what I see. These
Come on.
youngsters you need to be respectable to be
Come on.
respected. And so they have that entitlement. You have these old people because they came from the time of do as I say, not as I do, right? So you expected, like when we grew up, it wasn't about, oh, Uncle Randy is an alcoholic, but you still had to show him respect,
Come
right?
on.
You couldn't nowadays, and man, I ain't about to talk to you. Shut up, you alcoholic ass. Like they don't have that. You got to show and prove before you get that respect. So OG is having a hard time with that. Okay, they ain't taking that well. And then on the other side of that, the entitlement from the younger generation comes in the form of false wisdom. And I
Mm,
say false wisdom
mm.
because you have everything at your fingertips to where you can Google everything. You the smartest, dumbest motherfuckers I have ever seen. And I'm not
That's
saying you
and
personally,
that's
I'm just saying this
but
generation, right?
but
Because
let
you
me
have
break it down. That's
all the
not
information,
wisdom.
right?
That's
Right? You
not
got all
wisdom.
the
It's just
information,
knowledge.
but that's knowledge. See,
That's just
knowledge is not
knowledge.
wisdom. Knowledge
Knowledge is
is you learned, you studied, you got the information, you got knowledge, right?
exactly. Wisdom is applied knowledge.
Thank you.
But we're not
And
old enough to
usually,
be wise yet.
and what happens from wisdom is usually when you go through some failure. You got to go through failure to get wisdom. And you have to have successes to get confidence. So what happens is you have a lot of young people who aren't quite confident with themselves, but where we live in a society where you got to fake it till you make it. You can't look like you're not confident. So they got false confidence. So they go in walking around with Verato. They don't want to be told anything because I just Googled it. I have all the information in the
Mm,
world, but I sit up here information in the
mm.
world. But I sit up here tell you how to apply it. You don't want to hear that. Oh, shit is old, man. It's changed. Oh, you don't know. No, I do know. I trust me, right? So now you have that disconnect, and it only breaks down when you have like individuals like yourself, right, who are intelligent enough and emotionally mature enough to actually have a conversation without taking it personal, right? So now you have that, and then you have an OG who is like, I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I think one lady said that earlier. It's not about telling you anything. I'm gonna give you some suggestions. Hey, this worked for me. It might work for you. Why don't you try this? And then you say, okay, well maybe I'll try this and apply that different. Cool. I'm not gonna judge you. I'm just gonna give you this game. And now you start to have a synergy, like what you were saying. Now it becomes the give and take. Now it becomes that healthy conversation, right? Now it is the OG understanding that this is the future. Okay, we are closer to flying cars than we are to the 1950s that people want to always go back to. Back then, the marriage rate was 80%. Shut your ass up. Look, shit changes. It comes to a point where you have to adjust to the times, right? You
Exactly.
can fight the winds of change all you want to, but it's probably better if you, instead of fight the winds of change, just make a windmill and collect the power.
That's why I be telling people, like when it comes to like LGBTQ plus, like I feel like the world is different now for a reason. Like we see our elders and stuff, they be saying all of these different things about like society now, people worse. Man, ain't nothing new under the sun. And I feel like when you come from and or an era of kind of just where things were more calm, things were swept over, things weren't truly interrogated on a deeper level. Now that things are just out in the surface, and we have people that are unashamed of their baggage. They are authentic. They don't care about the opinions and thoughts of other people. Like, it's truly a different time we live in, and it's gonna be so funny thinking back in like 50 years. Like, this generation, we so crazy, but in such a good way though, because breaking the binaries of what people have always thought society was supposed to be like is what's gonna create the change. Like, think about it. When y'all was growing up, families just looked one way. Either they were broken or whole. Now it's so many different types of families. Like, it's people who got a whole bunch of adopted kids, which that was a thing then, but it wasn't as prevalent. It's people who literally have two dads, two moms. Like, families now, like, as things are evolving, like, you can't just say things are one way now.
You know what's crazy about that? When it comes down to the families, back then there were still a lot of orphanages. You see what I'm saying? If you look into if you Google, you can Google it and research it. You know what I mean? They shut down a whole bunch of orphanages. So then, you know, they had to be spread out somewhere. They couldn't just put them out. You know what I mean? So now all of a sudden, here comes the foster parents. Hurry up, let's get some foster parents. And that ended up taking a turn. You know what I mean? So again, that's another pawn taken off the chessboard. I just wanted to add that.
Mm. I
See,
guess I guess I never thought about that, because when you think about foster families and like adoption agencies and stuff like that, I never thought about that being like a pawn in the game, because I guess now, like, when you see runaway children and just young people that be in and out of the system, man, if you listen to their experiences, it'll break your heart. Because
it really does. And it's hurtful because should they have to experience stuff like that? Which is why I keep my doors open for my kids' friends. You know what I mean? Because a lot of these kids, the homeless, are the youth. They are the
come on.
absolute youth. Their parents are putting them out. You know what I mean? And that's why I can't really argue with the brothers when they say that there are some moms that aren't shit, because it's the moms putting them out for the new dudes, or the moms putting them out because they don't want to lose a voucher, or the moms doing this. They're not completing raising their children. So now they're out here doing just anything. You know what I mean?
And that's
So
why we have to stop demonizing this hypersexual behavior, because it's a reason for everything. When people minimize themselves to their bodies, it's a reason for that. And oftentimes it starts with SA. No shade. Like, every hypersexual individual I may have been violated in some way, and that's not a coincidence.
But see, here's the thing, too, right? It's not about what you went through; it's how you get back. It's how
mhm.
you come back from it, right? And I think a lot of people still don't know how to deal with trauma. They don't know how to deal with whatever they went through. They don't know how to process it, right? And so what they're doing is projecting it. And that projection looks like blame. And I think that is probably the biggest barrier that we have to start getting over. And that is the
The
blame game.
blame game is
That shit
so
is
annoying.
ridiculous because I don't give a damn about you and your baby mama. You and your baby daddy had all these problems, and now everybody is mad. And this, look, that was your decision. You fucked up. They fucked up. Whatever it was, and it didn't work out. Deal with it. But that does not mean that women, single mothers, are the problem.
Ex-
No, because single mothers were created by single daddies too. So that you got to have some of the blame too. Like, there is no blame game. This is
And
people's
it's
choices
so
and individual
juvenile.
choices and didn't do right. And now we have to figure out a way to fix it. That's it. Stop blaming.
And
Look in
it's
the
so
mirror.
juvenile.
Yeah, just look
Because
in the mirror, fix what you got to fix. And if everybody did that, I think by osmosis we would all be fixed,
But
right?
think
Or at
about
least
this
close.
though. Again, that goes back to Google University, because when these kids have no direction, and I'm not going to even just take this to just the kids, because now it's within it's within the elders as well. When we have a problem, we go to Google. So now we're self-diagnosing that we're bipolar. We have a mental instability. We go into the hospital, we go to the ER, and you say my bipolar is acting up. Now you're diagnosed, you get the medication, and now you're all the way screwed the hell up unnecessarily, when all you had to do is get a therapist and talk to somebody because you're incomplete. You know what I mean? This internet and the way that all this information is at your fingertips is what the problem is. Because if we needed information, we had to go to the Dewey Decimal System, look down the road, get the book, and da da da. All of our information seeking was intentional. Now this information, the information there is to do whatever. You can diagnose it. You can learn how to build a BOMB. You can do all the rest of this shit just from Google University. You know what I mean? So that if the blame game has to be had, let's make sure we also blame Google.
Right. And then also, we don't have boots on the ground like we used to. You remember back in the day, man, we had to go in person and
Mm-hmm.
and see about some shit. Like right now, I had this conversation the other day, and this dude was talking about he had beef, and he had this beef with this other creator online or whatever. And I was like, beef? Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? I was like, bro, you don't what? And so we start talking about it. I'm like, yo, beef is when I see you, it's on site. That's beef, right? That means that I'm putting hands on you. Beef is beef. Like that. How can you have beef digitally? And he started explaining to me all this other stuff, and then it's all the other relationships. And I was just like, yo, that's the problem. You're basing everything on dating apps. You're not going out in person, finding people, talking to them. That's the
Come
reason why you don't have
on.
no connections.
The
That's
age of
why,
convenience. The age of
yeah.
convenience, bro.
And so that's been a big detriment. Like you said, that's microwave society, that everything at your fingertips instead of actually having to go get it. I think that has played a big part.
When you wanted a job, you had to go there, fill out the application, wait to talk to a manager, maybe 30, 45 minutes, and then leave, come back, then get the job. Now you go on Indeed, hit apply now. People are calling you. You don't have to put much footwork into anything. You don't have to do
Wait,
too
wait,
much
wait, wait.
learning.
Wait, I have to discount that. On Indeed, they will not be calling your ass back. But
I got so
You're
many
gonna
calls
raise
back
your
from
hand.
Indeed. I have gotten so many calls back from Indeed.
But I
but
think
we're
all,
still
I,
no.
but like we also have to be honest. We can't blame the technology because the technology exists for a reason. Everything has a use, everything has a purpose. I think we need to blame the misuse of the technology available to
Agreed.
us. I don't think
Agreed.
the problem is that it's there. It's there to help. We're not helping it help us.
Yeah, we letting the technology run us because if you have an idle mind with no critical thinking, you're gonna scroll on social media and it's gonna skew so much of your reality. It's not even funny.
Hello.
Like your for you page is literally specifically curated to your psychology. Technology does have dark aspects. I need y'all to watch this documentary on Netflix. It's called, I think, The Social Experiment or something like that. It's literally people who worked at these media outlets like Twitter, and they talking about how strange and weird these algorithms are because they literally form intricate perceptions about your life, your experiences based upon your Google searches, based upon your algorithms, the things that you like. Have y'all ever? I know people bring this up all the time, but how is it that you get advertised for the same thing you was just thinking about that you wanted to order? Like it's very social media can be utilized to a dark capacity because it's overexposure. The internet should not have access to so much of your perceptions, your thoughts, and your just your inner self. Like it's dystopian.
I
You
Right.
think
know,
we still have to bring that back to the people using it, though. See, that's the thing. When you blame technology, you excuse the behavior of the human, and that I can't get behind.
but we
Because, hold
created
on
the
a second.
technology.
That's the thing.
Yes, it was created by us, but as long as there are people who are still interested in those dark things you're talking about, those things are going to exist. They don't exist because technology exists. It exists because humans exist. The problem is not the technology. The problem is not the devices. The problem is not the convenience. The problem is the intentions of the person inventing and or using it. We have to get humanity together. Taking away technology ain't going to do that, because if that was the case, the Spartans would have never existed. If that was the case, slavery would have never existed. If that was the case, we wouldn't have grape, we wouldn't have SA, we wouldn't have CA, we wouldn't have ABs, we wouldn't have any of that. The problem is not the process, the problem is the person and the intention of the person. And we keep forgetting that, and we keep wanting to blame things on anything else other than what the problem is.
We're not
People are the problem.
we're not going to change the world unless we change ourselves. You're
Thank you.
absolutely right.
I agree
Right.
with that. I absolutely agree with that. But do you know what? And I think, you know what, like I explained to my daughter, these days, the things that went on back in those days, it's hard for us to grasp the difference now. You know what I mean? Because things are so censored back then. You know what I mean? We had, instead of us having what was it, Netflix, we had to go to the tape place, and then they had the porn behind this section where someone manned it, and now you can just Google it and pull it up. I understand it's the people behind the technology and not
There's
the
certain,
availability of
but there's,
I understand that it's the people that are looking it up and not the availability of the information itself. I will concede to what Slimy said. You know what I mean? However, I also believe that some things just need to be censored.
okay, that bothers me. I don't think anything needs to be censored. I mean, yes, of course, CP does not need to be blasted out to the public. I'm not advocating for immoral principles to be blasted upon the world, but why can't people speak their mind even if you disagree? That's crazy. What are we doing? Why are we doing
I
this?
think that's a big point. There isn't a space for people to disagree and still be in their own space.
We need to learn how to do that as humanity.
My
And we
opinion
have
has to be
lost
the
that
only
lesson.
opinion. And you see it all across even this platform where people are going at each other because if I have an opinion, yours has to be wrong. If you live this lifestyle, and I
Right.
think it should be more of a thing, if a person is in a
Right.
healthy space, then leave them be. You don't have to force everything on
Exactly. It
everybody.
doesn't have to be hatred. We can just
Yeah.
agree to disagree.
I
But
think
here's the
another
thing, though,
thing,
guys. Do you believe though? Because here's a question, right? Because I tend to agree. Like I think we should be able to say whatever we want to, but I also think that whatever repercussions comes from that, it should be able to happen too, right? So
Of course,
if you
because
wanna
people
walk
have
around with
terrible,
KKK all on your stuff and you doing, then you also can get punched in the mouth, right? Like we
Yeah,
should have that. It should be free. You can say what you
correct.
want, and then whatever repercussion come from that, then you got to pay that penance. However, I have to think that the majority of the population aren't like free thinkers. There aren't like everything they got it
I agree with
together.
that.
So
I
what we're
agree with.
gonna have is a lot of hatred. We're gonna have a lot of and which we do with the limited censoring that we do have. People get
Right.
off the hinges on these online things, and y'all see it. So
Yeah.
see,
at
but that's
some
the thing. I
point
don't,
there
I
has
don't,
to
I
be
don't think,
some type of censoring, right? What do you
I
think?
don't think, I don't think the access is the problem. I think it exposes who people really are. I think a big point that you said is people do things now because they know they don't have consequence. I can get on here and say what I want. I can send this message and that, and people, at least, like I said, I'm a little older. There was a consequence when you did something. There was a consequence when you said something. Now everything is, hey, I'm just speaking my mind without the consequence of how it reflects on you first. And then what are you doing to other people? Everybody thinks, well, I should be able to do whatever I want. And then when somebody says, well, there's a consequence, then you're censoring me or you're stopping me from my freedom. Cool, you can be free. You can say what you want, but you also have to understand there's a space. Some things people say, and I see it all the time, like, why? Other than just to upset somebody else. You're not trying to connect.
Right.
And I think people
You
are
can't
missing
just have an
connections.
opinion. You can't
Yeah,
just
we
have
have
an
so many
opinion
ways to
to hurt.
disconnect or offend everybody instead of saying, yo, you know what? If you that's how you feel, that's cool. I can
Yeah,
understand because it does not harm my space. But
but don't do
people
it
are
to
so
hurt.
Yeah, a lot of people just say things, even on these platforms. They come into the space just to be in conflict.
Yep.
I don't understand why toxic is so popular now. It's
Right.
like, even if you disagree, the gender war, the port arguments, people sometimes argue about stuff that has actually nothing to do with their lives. They're just mad for the sake of this is popular now. And I understand where there should be more of a connection, where we should be using information connect to heal instead of connect to look for differences so I can argue.
That's
Right.
because
Hey,
it's
real
trendy
quick.
to be
Hey,
obsessed, but I think it goes back to what I said earlier with like with censorship, right? It's like
hey,
when
hey,
the show
hey,
Big Go ahead.
Slimmy, hold on 1 second, real quick, real quick. I want to make sure that. Hey, Kev, are you still there? Because
Yeah, I'm still here.
oh, okay, I was just checking because I was like, you might be talking, and then the live just might go off because
It
he
might
be,
go.
I know
and
I
I just
got
wanted to let
y'all
everybody know
paranoid
before.
after I done did y'all so many times like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I didn't want to let everybody know. Look, if the live go off, it probably because he fell asleep or something, and then it just timed out. It ain't me. I'm just letting y'all know. just
But
I didn't want. So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to let that.
Hey
it's
y'all.
okay. Hold on.
By
This
Hey,
the
is
way, we
hey,
got some
this
Sky.
new.
is a
Hold on
this
a
is lit.
second. Let me finish my point.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just like when the show Big Mouth came out. Now, to any functioning person who owns a Netflix account and saw Big Mouth flash across their screen, they understood that it was an adult cartoon. They understood that it was not actually an educational program about puberty for kids. It was a bunch of crude jokes, inappropriate behavior, given very much an X rated version of Family Guy or The Simpsons or any of the other adult cartoons we watch. And parents got upset about that. They were livid about it. And they were like, I don't want my kid watching this. Why does your child have access to it? That's what I talk about with accountability. There are parental controls that exist for a reason. That's what I mean by we don't utilize technology. It was more convenient for them to try and sue Netflix and sign petitions to take that down instead of locking their Netflix account.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that.
I agree.
And that's solely on
I hate
parents.
to see it.
I literally came to TikTok because I wanted to see what my daughters were doing. And people, and especially with the access, and again, I'm gonna put this on parents. You give your child access so you don't have to be more responsible. Oh, just give them the phone, and I'm not watching what they're doing. And then you wonder why your kid has access to so much stuff because you haven't instilled a level of discernment for you in your parenting, but then you want to blame Netflix or whatever else they search when you as a parent can say, you know what, you're not mature enough for this content, or I don't want that for you right now, and you take your censor in your home first. Stop trying to censor the world. Do it in your house first.
I 1000% agree with that. I don't want my kids to be ignorant. First of all, I will make that a point. I also don't think that they need to be exposed to the entire world all at once. Even the bad people, the bad actors that are out there, especially on this app, which is just a thing. Unfortunately, I've got two children, 7 and a 4-year-old, and I would never want them to be on this app at this point. They're not mature enough for it. Their brain isn't there, and I just can see that it would be a disaster.
Like I used the example when my son got his first phone, and I said, I need to check your phone. And he was like, why? And I said, when you leave the house, what do you do? He said, Dad, I tell you when you go, where I'm going, when I get there, so on and so forth. I said, it's the same thing with that phone. I'm not going to let you roam the world and not know what you're doing because I'm responsible for the level of maturity or the level of access that you're responsible for.
I don't want to be an iron thumb. I just want to make them safe.
Also, I just want to put a point in too. A lot of people, like I see a lot of people talk about the younger generation and how they're bad they are. I don't think a lot of people realize they didn't raise their children the way they think they did. A lot of
At
people
all.
really didn't raise their children at all. They sent them to school. They said a couple things at home. They whooped them when they felt like they got in trouble. But when it came to actually raising their children with life lessons, with things that went past school, and they didn't really do those things. They didn't really spend extra time with their
I agree with
kids.
you. I agree
A
with
lot of
you.
people
I can't.
didn't.
I grew up in a really conservative household, and there's a lot of ideals I don't really care for that come along with that. I will
Mm-hmm.
say, I will say, on the flip side of that, a lot of ideals that do come along with it are going to help my children be safer.
I
So,
agree. But what to finish my point,
sure,
so
sorry.
no problem. When it comes to like how a lot of children are acting, even us growing up, me growing up in a technology age, and people are like, "Oh, these children are so disrespectful," this and that, and it's like, well, you didn't spend time with your children, right? When they went to school, you were too tired. You went home. You went to sleep. You had bills to pay. If it wasn't
Yeah,
about the grades, if it wasn't about something that had to do with your household, you weren't trying to hear it. A lot of children are acting out because their parents didn't listen to them, and so being a parent is a lot more than paying bills and putting a roof over somebody's head and
it
putting
should
food,
be. It
Yeah,
and
should be,
I
food in
but
think
their stomach.
it
Like
I
should
it's
be.
think
a
a
lot.
lot
I'm,
of
I'm gonna finish.
parents.
I'm gonna land. I'm gonna land real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No problem. And I would just say that being a parent is a lot more than putting a roof over somebody's head and food in their stomach.
Right.
Actually, raising a child, a human being from baby to person takes care, love, grace, conversation. It takes actual getting to know and understanding the person that that child is becoming and meeting them where they are. I think a lot of parents take the high ground and take the high horse route when they need to kind of really understand who their children are.
Right.
I would totally agree with that. I think, and I had to learn this. I credit myself with raising my kids, but I had to make a change and be interested in my kids and having conversations about what they were going on in their lives, what they were going to access. I have a better relationship, especially with my daughters, because I gave them the space to have a conversation with me. And that it wasn't just what dad said and what to do. I first started with an apology because I said, I need to listen more about what your life is going through, what's going on around you, and took an interest in their life instead of just being responsible and saying, I'm raising them.
Right, because I have my godmother with her children. She rarely whipped her kids, probably whipped her kids a couple times, but she had such a great relationship, and they trusted her so much they didn't want to disappoint her. So they didn't want to disappoint their father, and so that disappointment meant more than a whipping. That was like, oh, if I disappoint my parents, then that was just the worst thing in the world. And so they were
Clock
able to
it.
continue to have that relationship over time to where even when they grew up, as they get older, they were allowed to kind of like a level of responsibility and trust. But whereas you are just making demands and expecting outcomes, there's no trust. There's nothing in that dictatorship. There's just, oh, if I don't do this, I'm gonna get this consequence. Whether it's just, oh, I don't want to disappoint my parent. My parent loves me. They care about me. They want me to do well. I can't do this, and so she didn't get children didn't get a lot of whoopings, with the rod, as people say. But they definitely took that time and that space, and they're doing great. They're in college, and I noticed that a lot of kids who don't get quote unquote whoopings in our community per se, but they had those parents that actually took the time to develop them. They grew up a lot better and they had better relationships versus kids who got whoopings all the time. And now a lot of those kids don't even talk to their parents anymore.
Yep. And it's because young people, because of the access of information, you're able to unpack some of the unhealthier perceptions and ways of being treated by elders. You know, it's not normal to be yelled at every day for no reason. Just
Yeah, it's not
because
normal to be
you're
woken
expressing.
up to somebody screaming every morning, instead of somebody saying, "Hey, good morning." Like how you start your day, that's gonna determine your day. And like screaming at your kids to get out of bed, and a lot of people, had to work really hard, especially when I was growing up, and like you had to work for everything you got, so you didn't really have that extra time and care to think about how you were actually talking to and treating your children. It was kind of like,
That's why
you
I tell
know,
people all the time the elders had a mentality of survival. Man,
yeah.
I got you here. So, does that not count for something? Of course. They count for a lot. But I feel like the accountability comes in when you're able to acknowledge, hey, you're right. I could have shown up some more, you know? Maybe it was more I could have done. And then you can progress from there. But when you
Yeah,
so
I think a lot of parents parent from a place of omnipotence. That what I say goes and there's no other alternative. I also think there should be a space of more patience, and especially in our
but
community,
think about
is
how
is
people
is, is
please.
becoming more popular now, but having a space where kids get therapy.
And you make kids a good child and a terrible adult. Because how many good kids go into the world and they people please? They don't know how to stand up for themselves because they don't always took a back seat and not spoken up for themselves at home. You
You know
know,
what? You
the
know what
quite
the
right. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
How many people never fully arrive in adulthood because they still in the mentality of childlike behavior, which is subservience, not self advocating. Like, you know, I really do think the way that we teach and uplift our youth is very disempowering to how they will become as adults, you know? And it takes a lot of unpacking and self accountability to realize that, hey, I made my child weak as shit. My child can't go through nothing in life without crashing out. Like,
That's a great point. And even more important, if you don't build your child's confidence and understanding, they don't get it from you. That's when they go get it online. You don't like me, so I'm gonna find somebody that likes me online.
And you know what? There's a new challenge, and again, I thank God that I was able to raise my kids during the era in which I was able to raise my kids. But now there's a challenge because the parent has to be in competition with Google Parent. You see what I'm saying? Because or internet parent, because a lot of these youth are going online and seeing how these other parents are, what the other kids are talking about is going on with their life, and they're identifying with their little problems and thinking that they're going through the exact same thing. They go on Google, they ask their little questions, and they come back and they say, "Hey, well, you said it was like this, and it's really like that." You know what I mean? And then you can't do anything but pray over them and and let them go into the world and make their decisions, and you just be support when they come back home. You know, there's a challenge in that. You know what I mean? Especially when you're raising impressionable young people. And I will also say that when we as parents, like I said, I'm 45. I have made my mistakes by thinking that the world is not going to change beyond the world that I lived in. You know what I mean? So I tried to keep my kids in 1999. And it took for them to get the balls and say to me, "Mom, the world has changed." So what I want to say to other parents is the kids are going to teach you too. Be teachable. The kids have things to say. That's what I had to learn. And thank God my eldest is 25 and my youngest is 20. But I had to learn from them because I did not live mentally in the world that they're living in now.
I think
Question for the panel. Do you think in parenting you would be empowered more if you was honest with your kids where you failed at so they can learn from that? Because a lot of times parents won't tell their kids when they messed up, but the kids see it. And
Oh
you don't
yeah.
have a conversation where saying, "Hey, I could have been better here, so I'm trying to give you my experience and you don't have to go through this."
Yes, I have taken a whole bunch of accountability with my kids. You know what I mean? And it started off with me telling them, "Hey, I was human before I was a mother." You see what I'm saying? So I'm still gonna make mistakes, and unfortunately, you're riding with me through my mistakes, and I'm gonna try my best. You know what I mean? When they ask me questions, I'm not gonna lie and make myself seem like I'm 100, like I'm an X-Man or a mutant, and I have all the important powers. No, I am human, and I will crack. I will make mistakes. I do have a bending and breaking point, but this is how I'm going to handle it. You know what I mean? And it took a very long time to be able to implement that and make it a habit in your life because, again, you're still human and every human does not grow at the same time.
And you know what? If I would have heard that from my mom, we probably would have a much more greater relationship right now. Because it's so important to take accountability for your actions. Me, I don't have any children. I'm the oldest sister, right? I'm the oldest girl. I'm the oldest child. So I grew up with my mom in that sense that literally, like, she was still a child having a child, right? She's 18 years old. And so in that process of growing up with her and watching her fail and cry and make all of the things, and you can't hide those things. Like I would tell like parents that as a child, I mean as a I still consider myself a child. At 22 years old, is you can't hide no matter how much you want to your mistakes. We can hear when you're lying. We can hear it when you are not feeling good. Just like children are a lot smarter and pick up on things a lot more than you think they do.
Usually that's who spends the most time with you. So they learn you like you're supposed to be learning
We
them.
watch you like a hawk. I mean, we
And
watch you
and
every
two
little thing. And I just want
two
to finish
big
this little point.
things.
Sorry, I just want to finish this little point.
I'm sorry.
On the when it comes to the cues and how a lot of parents can be more abusive with their cues and the way that they do certain things. How Amira, I think it was, or Kay was saying, you develop a sense of insecurity going into the world because like when a person does certain things, like, are you mad at me? Are you upset? Did I do something wrong? Because my mom was always doing certain things and I didn't want to make her upset. I didn't want to step on her toes. I didn't want, because I didn't know how she was going to react in those spaces. So it's so important in just knowing that you cannot lie to us because if we don't get it, the older we get, the more we pick up on it.
Oh yes, and then another thing is stop making these kids feel guilty for their decisions. You know what I
Oof.
mean? If they are ready to grow and leave the nest at 18, 19, hell even 17, don't damn them for it and make them feel guilty for the choices they want to make. They feel like they're healthy enough to do it. Just be a support. You know what I mean? Just be a support. And making
And
these
I
kids feel guilty causes resentment. You know what I mean?
I think on the other side of that, and something in our culture, this whole thing with 18, you got to go.
Right.
Mm.
It has to stop. I went through that at an early age, and like with Sky said, I don't know if she went through this, making the oldest kids seem like they have to now be a parent.
Oh my goodness.
Their siblings after them, so that I had a lot of resentment because I'm like, I don't get to do anything because I got to look after my brothers and sisters.
Even to that point of the expectation that parents put on their children and try to live through their kids and want the kids to do everything that they didn't do. Like live your life. Like whatever it is, the dreams, like you're not dead. You're 40. You have a chance to do whatever it is that you want to do still at this day. Don't try to live through me. This is my literal life. Like no, like you don't get to dictate the life that I want for myself. You don't get to dictate the job that I choose, the man that I choose. Like that's for me. You can add and say, "Hey, I think you should do this," but you can live your own life. Like
You know what's crazy, Sky? You are literally talking about my life, right? So, like, it's so hard because I only have one girl and all the rest of them are boys. But that part right there, I think only affects the girls. You see what I'm saying? Because it's hard to let the girls go. So when my daughter at 20 is, I'm going to Virginia, I'm about to go to Florida to go to
yes,
this museum, and I met this guy and we've been talking, and I want to go do this. I want to get this piercing. I want to be like, girl, no, you have to protect your aura, but then I still have to let her live. I still have to let her fly, and I can't live vicariously through her. So I just go and find some shit to do or
yes,
work overtime so that I can allow her to grow the way that she wants to grow. You know what I mean? Because it's not fair for me to steal her youth. I already had mine.
yeah.
You know
And
what I
it's like
mean?
you did the same stuff. Like you wouldn't be the person that you are today if you didn't make the mistakes that you made when you were our age. And those things taught you those things, and they growed you and they matured you to where you could be the woman that you are today. And it don't matter how much you tell a person something. Even when you were a child, your mom was trying to tell you a million things. Some things you have to experience, and you have to touch the grass, and you have to go to the movies, and you have to realize that boy wasn't crap. You just have to just open. Life has to like open
Yes.
your
I be
eyes.
looking from afar like, girl, he ain't shit. Girl, he ain't
But
shit. But you gotta
your
let him
eyes
go
have
through
to
it.
open, right? Like life has to, like my mom, as much as you want to, you can't open my eyes for me. Like life has to like scar me a little bit to teach me things, and I have to become a woman. I have to become an adult. I have to see it for myself, and to where I can actually come to you and be like, "Ma, you was right. Like you really was right. He really was nothing." And we can laugh about it, and we can talk about it, and we can grow, and I could grow from it and learn something, and then I could be that. You can be that person I can come to. But that whole mindset of I ain't your friend, it just stops the mother and daughter a lot of the times, from my experience, from having that relationship.
You know,
And I
that's
agree
all
with that.
true.
I had to
It's
learn that, and I'm a father of five daughters. That I may disagree with some of your decisions, but it's my job to love you through them.
Mm,
I had to really, because I don't want you messing with him. Because I'm speaking from my experience, and I'm trying not to get them. But like you said, they have to live to a certain extent, or if you don't, if you shelter your child so much, when they actually get in the world, they're gonna be lost because you
yes.
never gave them a chance to make a choice. Now, again, you may disagree with it, and you hope they don't go too far left. but you still have to be access to love them through because you want them to come to you for
As somebody
information.
that was sheltered, you never lied. Well, I'm lost as hell.
And you know, like
And
it seems
somebody
like
who had to
we
get out
have
and learn that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, cousin. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
it seemed like too, you know, we have that paradox of where we grew up with the do as I say and not as I do. I'm not your friend, I'm your parent,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then we have a generation that grew up like I ain't about to do that shit to my kids. So now it went too far. Now your friends your child's best friend, but you're not the parent, right? So you have that paradox now where you have people being too soft. You can't be buddy buddy with your child because now the respect of what you say has been lost, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now you have abandoned the old school ways because that was too hard. And there was something in the middle. And then I think what y'all said before is the bridge, and that is that accountability, right? When you say, hey, listen, I'm not perfect. You know, I'm trying to listen to you. I'm trying to be the best I can, but I'm gonna make mistakes. And I was where you were. Now you become accessible. You
Mm-hmm.
become relatable. You
Mm-hmm.
become like you're not the friend, but you're still somebody that I can relate to and I can trust with I can talk to my pal. You know what I'm saying? Like my
Mm-hmm.
dad was like that. I can still talk to him, you know, about whatever, but he still had that reverence because he was still unapproachable, but approachable, if that makes sense. And I think
Mm-hmm.
we kind of lost that art. A lot of times I think that's where it goes wrong because when it works, it's perfect. You know, you have your child is cool when they want to talk to you, they open up, and then sometimes they might get a little bit too comfortable. You got to check them. You know what I mean? Hey, watch your mouth now.
Mm-hmm.
Are you right? My bad. And then they, you know, and they get back in line. But that's where that perfect balance is. And I think sometimes, at least nowadays, maybe that balance has been, you know, it's either one way or the other. It's either too strict or there's no respect at all. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like that too balanced. I don't know. What do y'all think?
I'm not
It's
gonna lie,
hard.
he
It's
kind of ate
hard.
me
It's
up with
hard.
that.
It's hard to get it, but it's work. But I also think is unique also to every parent. You can't go and see by other parents. You can't say, well, that's what you have to work and see what your own unique child is. And either within the child you have, you may have a different balance with each child. But the work has to be put in to find what it is. You may have a child that tells you everything. You may have a child that tells you nothing, but you still have to be a space where they feel safe.
Also, children have different learning styles. Like some children learn hands-on. Some children, you might have to, take them on a walk or take them, to play a game, and they'll finally open up. Like there's just so many different. There's different ways that children learn and communicate, and like allow you to feel seen. Like some kids, they might not just go ahead and talk to you. Some kids will talk to you all day and night and tell you all their business. Like Lex said, like children are different and spending that extra time. I think the difference between a lot of parents back in the day or in certain spaces, or the difference between the two, is some parents was at home with their kids, right? Always at home with their kids. If they weren't at work, they're with their kids, and some parents were just out doing whatever. And I think that was a big difference in like how you viewed your parents and if you had that access to your parents, because sometimes they were always at work or you were
One,
always
one
at the
thing,
mama house.
one thing that I respected about my parents' dynamic is, it was times where my mom would work, and then it was times where she'd be like, my household in crisis. I have to, I have to take a step back. My pops had to work two jobs because, like, your children will go through things in life, and if you can't, because we can talk about things like on a surface level, but we can also talk about spirituality. Like, if you are trying to, and this goes a little deep, and I'm gonna try to, stay on point, but I really feel like when you see your children going through things, like it's spiritual undertones to why those things are occurring, and it's why it's so important to be attentive to your children. Because for me, growing up, like when I tell you, my mom was so attentive to every little thing that was occurring in our lives, like, and that's such a privilege to have because when you in that rat race of trying to work and provide. Like you don't even really have the time to be that attentive to your children. But I had the luxury of having a mom that would, take that time to be indulged in our school and going to every meeting. Man, y'all, people, my teachers knew my mama on a first name basis. My God, that was shit was so embarrassing. But everybody don't have that. So I think with having that experience of a parent that was just willing to go above and beyond at any moment's notice, it really made me realize that if they wanted to, they would. If anyone wanted to show up, they definitely would. Because it was times when my mama was working still and she would still show up. And it's just because that's how much she cared. So I think when it comes to parents, like if you wanted to be a healthy, figure in your child's life and show up in a way that matters, like you could. And that's why like young people don't make excuses for their parents anymore because it's quite literally no excuses anymore.
We got
Young
phones.
people are
We
making
got
excuses for their parents because they haven't gone through the parent. They're not
Like
the parent
daddy,
yet.
like daddy, you can
By
send me a
saying that
video.
somebody couldn't do that, they could do it. I mean, you don't even believe that. Your voice changes every time you say it. But I can't tell
my
you how many
life to
jobs I
invalidate what
lost.
she said.
How many jobs I lost behind the school calling my job behind my daughter, who was quite a few hands full. I can't tell you how many jobs I lost raising three kids on my own with a full time job that paid for daycare only, a part time job, and in school full time, trying to make sure they're clothed, they're fed, they have a roof on it. I mean, and like you do what you can with the circumstances that you have. And I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna start because I didn't mean to come in hot like that. But I mean, yeah, that ain't true. That's not true for everybody. I'm glad your mother was capable of doing that and that she was able to just put you first like that, but that's not true for everybody. Majority of us out here have jobs that have high turnover rates for a reason. They don't give a damn about you or the fact that you got kids or the fact that your kids gonna be hungry or need clothes. They will let your ass go real quick and be on to the next one real quick. But my mama, Lord, I love my mama though. I'm not saying in any way that I don't love my mom, but my mother was not a good mother. She killed me three times, twice for sure. Almost, I know it was intentional. The last two times, in either event, horrible mother with my kids. I felt some type of way whenever I was talking with my peers and my friends or whatnot about my mama, so I wouldn't bring her up. I just leave her out the conversation because I didn't have very much good to say, other than she told me to always take care of my teeth, and I didn't have my first cavity until last year, 44 years old. So I took damn good care of my teeth. I wish she had taught me more. Absolutely. But my kids, when I say I sacrificed, I did everything I could do. Everything that I could do, it was done. And I mean, I'm not saying that I'm the world's best parent because I made a lot of mistakes going into the fact of making kids and having kids from the beginning before they were even here. I made a lot of mistakes. But once they were here, I knew I was going to fight for them. I knew I was going to love them. I knew I was going to support them despite myself and despite them because they belonged to me. And I have been there. My kids are grown now. And I mean, I was such a good parent to them to where they would find broken kids at school and bring them home to me. I wound up adopting 8 more kids that didn't have nothing to do with me and raising them with my kids. My kids brought those kids home. So I couldn't have been that bad of a parent by myself. In either event, they get grown, and as good as that oldest boy feel, he come, you used to whoop me. You were abusive, blah, blah. I say, if you don't get out of my face, you 21-year-old basketball scholarship, AAU basketball playing that. If you ain't dead, you ain't in jail, you out here successfully living a life, and you want to complain about getting a motherfucking whooping, I'll beat your ass again. On my mama, we can take it to the front yard. Ungrateful. And I sat my kids down at that point because I understood, My experience wasn't their experience. They don't understand how good they had it. So I sat all their ass down, even the ones I didn't give birth to. And I say, look here, I'm human. If I did something along y'all life way that y'all didn't appreciate, or that you thought or that you thought was wrong, keep a living. You know, if you feel like I did wrong by you, I apologize blanketly. I'm not going to take time and individually apologize for nothing because in the moments I did what I felt was necessary to do. Period. No, that's
I
it.
respect what
Me
you
do
say,
with that.
love, and you know what? I had a mom, just like you. You sound just like her. Everything you said. I promise you, I could probably heard her say it a million times. And we don't talk right now. And the reason that we don't talk is because she doesn't want to unpack those things and those times where she did beat me and she would black out and she would say things and she wouldn't remember and she was super emotional and she was tired from work and I was trying to come to her with something that maybe I had going on and it wasn't just important enough because she had to pay the bills and she had to do all of these things and I honestly didn't ask to be here, right? You didn't have to make me, right? So I think it's so important and you say like, you don't want to go apologize for each different situation, and so we have to go talk to the therapist and tell the therapist these things, and a lot of kids don't have access to therapy, and they don't have access to a lot of the things that, like me and my mother, I told my mom, I said, "Ma, you need therapy. Like, seriously, you went through a lot of things in your life. You had a lot of experiences in your life that were with ways that people did you wrong. You need therapy because I can't even have a conversation with you truly and get to the root of anything because everything is like a defense of how you had to pay the bills and take care of the family. And I don't even I never will call my mother a bad mother because she is the reason, right, that I am who I am today. But when it comes to the type of person that she is, and the way that she talks to me and treats me, it's just like I had to make do with what I had. I had a mom, right? She did the stuff that she did do. My dad wasn't there, which also wasn't my fault. So I it wasn't my fault that my dad wasn't there and you had to do it by yourself. That wasn't my fault. Even if you did, even if that was a situation I was born into, I had to be born into a mother with a mother without a father. I had to not it had to live without a father. I had to grow up with a mother who had to work all the time. I had to, had to not talk to my mom about certain things because I knew she was tired from work. I wouldn't even come to her with those things. I had to figure out stuff in my own head because I knew that you were preoccupied with figuring out how how we were going to survive the next day. So that relationship, yes, I respect you. You got my respect. You my mama. I'm your daughter. But that relationship, I think that's the important thing as you get older, especially as your parent gets older. You're going to want that relationship. You're going to want your child to not only respect you, but want to talk to you, want to have conversation with you, and want to, invite you into their lives. Like, I have a choice now. I pay my own bills. I live in my own house. I don't got to ask you for nothing. I don't got to come to you. I don't need you, right? So I have to want to talk to you and want to have a conversation with you. And I respect you by carrying myself well, by respecting adults, by doing the things that you taught me. That's how I respect you. But past that, do I want to talk to you?
I understand where you're coming from. As I said, I had a horrible mother. I love my mother to death. I do. Do I call her and check on her once a week, once a month? I don't. In fact, not too long ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, I let her know because she was being very disrespectful to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to walk off. I let her know, look, I'm here with my grandmother. My grandmother raised me. Both of my grandmothers raised me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know who you think you are at this point, but you keep disrespecting me, I'm gonna put hands on you. She took off running. But in either event, I get where you're coming from on both sides. Absolutely. But and it took me forever to learn it, and I really wish I had a recipe book to give you. What I had to learn was that I can't make her change. I can't force her to be what I want her to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried my whole life up until this last time she tried to kill me. This is when I had to go to therapy and get
You
the
gotta say
realization.
unalive
I'm
because
alive. I'm
they'll
sorry.
ban
I
it. Mm-hmm.
apologize.
No
I'm,
problem.
I'm passionate about the subject, so I apologize.
I love it. Go ahead.
But I had to go to therapy, and talk to my therapist and really work out the fact that I have to accept who she is.
Can I
I survived regardless of her. I'm still here.
can
I
I
have to
say
be.
something on that, love?
Um,
You were in my live earlier, and you listened to it. Remember when we were talking about Fathers Matter, and it
yep.
was talking about Mothers Matter? I've seen more problems coming from mothers than I do fathers. And because we were trying to give fathers that platform, is like, man, there's a lot of mothers out here that aren't loving their daughters or aren't loving their sons the way that they should be loving them, or giving that guidance or that advice. So is it matriarchy or is it patriarchy?
Well, what I was getting to is, with talking to my therapist, she recommended I talk to my mama. I refused. I talked to my grandmother about my mother, and I learned some things that she went through it as a child. And the stuff that I was learning really brought me to an understanding of why she is the way she is. Like I didn't know because we never talked. We don't have that type of relationship where we sit up and talk about our lives with each other. She didn't and never told me anything she's been through. Only thing I can speak on in regards to her is what I've seen with my own eyes, and that's it.
Also,
So
there is no checks and balances either, right? Because when you're the only parent, there's nobody checking you and saying, hey, that's bogus. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. So you can just do whatever it is you want to do to these kids. Nobody's there checking you. Nobody's there saying you wrong. Nobody there holding you accountable. And you just get to just do whatever you want to do. And you think you know everything.
I think
There's no
cousin
book to parenting, but you just know the
No, and
basics.
I think cousin B made a great point. And to see, love. I heard you seeing you in the comments. It is hard, and you go through a thing of trying to have a balance with your child versus survival. And
Yeah, because
and you're like, it's
once
like,
you're an
oh,
adult, what do you do though? Lex, once
well,
you're an adult, we've been told as children, you have to be this way, do it this way, go this way, and love me this way, don't love me this way. And then once you become an adult, they're like, okay, you figure it out.
I had to learn. I too had a
Right.
very, very, very hard childhood. Lost my father really early. My mom was just mama. And I've gotten to a place now, and I agree with you, love. She's never going to change. I just reach out and love her to her spiders. But I think introducing and is getting more with the generation now, therapy. A lot of things if you probably would have and especially in our culture and the BLK, like we just don't do it. You looked at as weird coming up to say I go to therapy, but now it's more mainstream, and I've learned it from my kids. I've learned it from some of my peers that I've worked out some of my parenting issues and become a better parent because I went and talked to somebody. And I understood, like Love said, that person is not going to change, but I can change and not allow that to taint my life or make me feel frustrated how I'm treated. So now, instead of giving the kids all the things I thought I didn't get, I'm teaching the things that I wish somebody would have taught me when I got it.
and
Exactly,
also,
and love. Remember when we
also,
were on my live earlier and we talked about that, where if you've ever been unloved as a child, you actually are trying to seek love. You have to give yourself something that nobody gave you. You
Yeah,
yeah,
but
almost have to create it.
hey,
And
real quick,
you
real quick,
also
real
have
quick, real
to
quick, real quick,
understand.
people. Let me do a quick little mob break, and because I'm about to get, I gotta drop. And Lovely, you're gonna have to take it over.
I
You
got you,
already
my
you
brother,
already know
and
how
I'll
Kev
be
get in.
quiet. I'll be quiet. I got
You
my
gotta you
word,
gotta
man.
you gotta put the mirror under Kev's nose
I
occasionally.
got
Gotta
you,
make
and
sure
I
he.
know Kev's probably gonna fall asleep on us tonight, but it's okay.
But the conversation has been great, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate y'all. Um,
Where
People
do you want
listening,
me to leave the order at, cousin?
please tap the screen. Keep this live alive because Kev might not. All right. So I'm just saying, so let's keep some
Hmm.
action going in here. All those comments are appreciated. Um, I guess you know what you can start because we were just freestyling. We were just kind of talking and wasn't on the prompts. But
Yeah, I
um,
haven't heard Fuge talk, and I know Amira, and then we can go back to Skyline and back up to DST, and then go back around me,
yep,
and
yep,
back to Lex.
that sounds
But
great. But
okay, all right, my brother.
so y'all have a enjoy the rest of your weekend and be
We
safe
love
out
you, my
there.
brother. We love
You
you
know,
as always.
If I don't see y'all before the new year, happy new year, but I think I should though. But anyway,
Yeah.
yeah.
We got you, my brother. We got
All
you.
right. Y'all have a good one now.
Okay. Hey, you, do you want to talk, my sister?
Yes, thank you so much, lovely. You know,
You're welcome.
we talk about a lot of these things, but we don't.
Fuji, I can't hear you anymore. You went off of
Yep.
Am I back? Am I
Oh,
back?
you back.
you're
Okay.
back. You're back.
So
You're back, Fuji.
so I'm like, okay, I'm a single mom. I've been a single mom my entire tenure as a parent, and that's 25 years. And my daughter came to me the other day and told me that I needed therapy. And I kind of cringed at it, and I was just like, why? And it was because I lived my life, every waking moment of my life, to make sure that my children did not fall by the wayside. I worked all day and I went to school, worked all day, went to school, took them to daycare. And then when that cycle was over, I didn't know my children. Right, I didn't know what their likes were and their dislikes. So then I had to start learning them all over again. And then when I learned them all over again, it was like, damn, I missed so much. But then the structure that I had in that house with them in education made it more promising. So then I became more addicted to being a parent, right? So now that they're flying out of the nest, I have one that's a welder, married with a child, and I have another one that's engaged, getting ready to move into their own home with a child, and then I have another one that's getting ready to go into the Navy. And I need therapy because of the separation anxiety that I'm having because
Mm-hmm.
of the world that they're going into, and I don't have the first-hand look in it. There's so much bad news when they hear single mother, and it hurts my feelings because the kind of work and the kind of sacrifice and the things that you had to lose to make sure that your sons are not criminals, to make sure that your daughter is not a 304, to make sure that they know that there's hope and that you're not oppressed, and that you have to take accountability, and that everything that you have is because you worked for it. Now that you don't have children to care for all the time, there's a
Mm-hmm.
there's a void.
Nest.
That's what they call it, the
Empty nest
empty
syndrome.
nest. And to go
Just
back to,
feedback.
Amira, because I know Amira wanted to speak, and I know she might have some things to say on that. But I think what you're speaking on too is like when it's like a grief. It's like a there was a saying that somebody said, you will lose people to death. I'll say that on Kev's, like, because I'll get shut down, Kev. And or you lose people who are still living because they're going away. They're going into something, something that, but you created that though. Look
Girl,
at
it
you,
hurts my
Fuji.
feelings so bad.
You
I'm
helped
crying. I
create
am
that.
crying.
You
I
helped create that.
I
I'm like,
know that they're not transitioning, but it's just the fact that I have reached the goal. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was so hard. 25 strong years. And now they're productive, wonderful members of society. And I'm gonna sit in the house like, well, what else is there to do? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So when your child comes to you and tells you, hey, you need to seek therapy, I think you should seek therapy.
yeah, you need help.
May I
You're
be
gonna need
careful with
somebody
that
when
too? Go
I'm
ahead and
gone.
get the
What do you
therapist.
got, Amira, on that, Amira? And then we'll go back down to you, love. What do you got
Well,
on that, Amira?
well, my challenge with that would be for you would be find yourself again, mama. You know,
Oh,
get back in tune with
I'm
the
sorry. I
version.
never want Amira to go, lovely, but Amira hasn't raised kids up out the house yet. I actually have experience on this subject. And like you can go after me. I did that. At first I was it was a sadness. They're leaving, they're gone. Oh my God, what am I gonna do? I don't have anybody to take care of. I don't have anybody to make sure it's good on like they're in college, they're doing this now. Okay. So I was like, okay, I need somebody. I jumped out, started dating. I mean, there should have been I'm sure there were red flags, but I was so excited to have some time to myself to date somebody that I missed all the red flags. Next thing you know, I was head over heels in love, and he was coming out the bandwagon with he used drugs, he did this, he's married, and I'm like, where the fuck have I been for these last 7 months in our relationship, where I
I'll
missed
bet you
all of this?
anything your kids called out
Crazy.
the red flags before you did.
Yeah, they was like something is wrong, something is off. They didn't like him from the beginning. They were like, "Mommy,
I
what are you
went and got
doing?"
a cat. I went and got
And
cat.
Hey,
I
I
had to
have two
sit down
people,
year
so
3 in that
welcome to my
relationship
world.
and go to therapy and realize that I did that to
Mm,
myself because I was lost. I felt alone.
yeah.
I didn't want to die alone. I didn't want to be alone. I had given so much of myself into these kids where I didn't do anything for myself.
Hmm.
I didn't
Right.
do anything of
Same,
my own.
same. And I was a stepmom my whole life. A stepmom for 17 years, and then got into a new relationship. I have a 20 and a 22-year-old living in my home right now with my husband. You know, those are his boys. But it's like, what do I do for me? What do I do for me? I've raised kids. I've changed diapers. I fed kids. I had to wake up in the middle of the night. You
But
know,
how do
like,
you just like the question is to you, Miss Love? How do you just jump back out into the dating pool? Like I didn't focus on dating and relationships. I focused on education, parenting, making sure my daughter knew the difference between being a lady, a woman, and a girl. And
This is the point in which all of my kids are now grown and no longer in my home.
yep.
They're gone. I don't have to make sure they up and on time and got this done or that turned in. I ain't got to make sure they out in the world in college, married with 2 kids. They doing they living. It's just me. For I'm sitting in this house and I am eating myself alive because I don't have anybody to care for. And so yeah, I jumped back out in the dating pool. That was me in my mind. That was my solution. Let me find somebody else to care for. Find
That
somebody else to take care
codependency is
of.
powerful, my
Let me
friend.
find somebody else to cater to.
That codependency is powerful.
Yeah.
People don't even know what codependency is. It's like we're out here trying to take care of everybody else, and we don't even know. Like, what do I do for me? What do I do for
right,
me? When you're so
I
busy.
Ladies,
was good at the time.
Okay,
I,
go
I
go
had a,
ahead. Go
I
ahead,
had a,
Lex. I'm
I
sorry,
had a,
my brother.
I had a certain thing because I was a single parent for a long time, and
Okay,
I have
see,
adult
you should
kids
have been
now.
on my live earlier.
So you get a separation anxiety because that's your life. And then when
Yep.
they get their life, it's shocking because even though you want it for them, you're never actually prepared when they leave the nest. I would
Hmm.
say, first of all, let me salute all of y'all, period, for the work you put in. I'm not this person because I see too many. First of all, I see way too many bashing single mothers. You ladies do an incredible job with what you have to deal with. So let me salute y'all first and foremost. The other thing I would say to all of you is give yourself grace. You did something that most men will never be able to do and shy away from the responsibility of it. Trust me, it's hard. I was a single dad and I had to learn to braid hair. That was stressing me out. So I definitely give you grace that you raised one or multiple kids. Give yourself grace. You did something incredible. After that, learn now to be the person that, because they still watching. That's one thing my daughter said. She grown now, her own kids. She said, Dad, I still look to see what you're doing to model my life. So now you model your life on what you want them to see. You're living well. You're enjoying your life. You're making good choices. Because even though they're not in the house, trust me, they're still watching. So you
Hmm.
still have a parent role, but now it's more of an observation instead of being directly involved all the time. If they see
right.
you're happy, they're going to learn how to continue to be happy.
Okay.
Well, and that was the live that Love was in earlier, where we were talking about fathers matter, but so do moms. So do moms. We all matter. Look, and I will tell, and Kevin, I know you don't like when I go vulgar. Look, we both laid down and we made a whole human being. The children matter too. We are their first models. We are their first advice. We are their first advisement. We are their first model of what we give our kids. But we got to be better ourselves so that we can do that for them.
Man, listen, I got remarried a year ago and I married an incredible single mother just because I knew how
Congrats.
great she was.
Congrats.
I'm so glad. I'm happy for you.
I am no closer to marriage at 45 than I was at 10. It's so I got a cat. Like it's I'm a plant and cat lady. You know what I mean? And I mean it's not that it's hard to date. It's just, honey, I don't have anything left of my heart but shards, and I need the rest of that shit just in case I get a grandbaby. Well, another grandbaby, because
Right.
I don't have time. I think I have been so indulged in my own education as well, and I'm it's a habitual thing to educate myself or to find different avenues to make myself more interesting to myself. You know what I mean?
I love that you brought up the cat part, because that's what welcomes you in. That's what kind of comforts you. Or I have my pit bull. Like when I met my now husband, and I had just gotten out of a long term, like 17, 18 year marriage. And like a couple years later, why is that dog like his baby now? And I already had her. I'm like, what? How did this
And,
happen? How
and
did this
Fuji and
happen?
Fuji and Love, please let me be the first to forewarn you. Don't be so fast to jump out here and date. It is weird out here. It is. I am so glad. It is weird out here.
So let me tell you something about how weird it is, okay? Because I tried once and I was so done after this, right? Because listening to my dad and listening to men, they said you have to make your intentions clear, and then you have
Yes.
to be a lady, and you have to all these things I knew, but the only thing that I never did was make myself completely clear, right? So I said, fuck it, I'm gonna make myself clear. Talking to this man, everything's going copacetic. We have all these things that are interesting. And he asked me what I wanted in the next year or two. And I said, for me and whoever that I'm with, to invest in land and put a farm on it. And that was the last time I talked to the man. He never called me back.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Do not shy away from your standards. You saved yourself a headache.
Yeah, I was like, damn, did I?
That's me on the re-up. That's me on this next round, tightening up. Like, yeah,
Right,
I will no
love.
longer be accepting just anything. Like, no, like, and we're verifying everything. Like, yeah, that was a
Right.
major, major
Dude, he
mess up.
ghosted the hell out of me. I was like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
And nothing speaks more about a man, his intentions, is consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Consistency, Lee, I cannot stress that long enough. That's the one thing. My current wife, when we first started dating, every time I would get in, because I worked late, I would call to let her know I got in okay. And then I wasn't wrong, I just was tired. And she made it crystal clear. She said, hey, I need you to be consistent. If you can't do that, then leave me alone. I knew that was the woman I wanted. I knew it was crystal clear, and I met the standard. If a man gives you an excuse about why he can't meet a consistent standard, do not waste your time.
And be
Heard.
careful with consistency, because consistency don't necessarily mean that he's
Exactly.
that interested in you. Sometimes it can mean he needs you in ways
Mm.
that will come off or feel to you as if getting used.
Yeah, because you can be consistent in being used, or you can be consistent in being loved. There's
Absolutely.
consistency goes
Absolutely.
both ways. So you know you have to recognize that, and I think that's what like me and Kev always talk about too. It always boils back down to you. Those boundaries, like you were talking about Fuji and Lex talking about the boundaries. Is like look, the boundaries are for me. If you break them, that's on me. That's on me.
Did she drop really low?
Yeah, she did.
Oh, oh, is that better?
Yeah, like it's hard out here for a pimp. You know what I mean? So I've stayed for real. I've stayed single for like the last 5 6 years simply because of it. Like I feel like putting out a lot of energy and putting out a lot of my out a lot of myself to possibilities, and it's just fucking tiring. You know, it's tiring. And I don't have time. Like, what did Muhammad Ali say about the snakes and people? You know, I'm pretty sure there's some good people out there, but if there's snakes, how am I gonna go through all these snakes trying to figure out which ones ain't gonna bite me? When all of them trying to murder me.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
just
just
I don't want
it's
to
the
sit
same thing that
throughout that.
DMX said when he said, "Trust a snake to bite you."
You feel me? I just
And
can't.
guess
I
what?
don't
He
have.
had pit bulls.
Yeah, man. I'm not that durable anymore. Like I'm just not with it. I prefer canvas, cats, movies. and good food. That's it. I don't want the headache.
Meow.
But that's what it's coming to for me too. Give me my Fortnite, some good sleep, and some fruit and vegetables, and we
Or you
Did you
can
gravy.
say
just give me my
Fortnite?
Yep.
money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are
Right.
you on the 5 or are you on the Xbox?
I'm on a
Bro,
PlayStation, and I am a YouTuber. I've been YouTubing for years.
Baby,
Okay.
add me because I be Fortnite and Call of Duty
Whoa,
in,
whoa. Do you
okay?
play build or do you play no builds?
I play no bills.
Oh, see, we got a problem.
Stop acting like y'all know what y'all doing
Ooh,
on
like
there.
I've been on from day one, and like I'm used to it. So
Y'all just
now,
heard that from y'all from the kids. Quit it.
No, no,
no,
no, no.
I'm not
And you
hating
should
on you.
see all
I'm
my
kind of
different
dedicated
skills.
to my dubs. You might go learn something if you play.
I'm trying to
Mm-hmm.
tell you, come get some
Mm.
because I'm the bubblegum man all day. I don't
I
care how
don't
many
play
new
that. I
ones
don't
come
play
out.
that
I'm
old
still the
kid
bubblegum
game.
man.
Build a
I
bear.
have no
I
idea
agree.
what y'all ladies talking about, but it is interesting to know that this is a version of all. Y'all need to go and get y'all some nerdy gamers that can cook.
Don't
Here I
don't, don't
am.
ever tell me
Look,
that you never play
Cooking with
regular Nintendo,
Kaya.
Lex. Don't tell me you
Yo,
did not play regular Nintendo.
of course we did. Love, girl, I
Exactly.
put in
like
over
Indiana Jones.
250 hours on Hogwarts. Over 250 hours on Hogwarts.
I strictly play. I strictly play builds, so I'm battle royale. Period. Like I don't
I'll
do
see
any of
you.
the
I'll come see
competitive. I
about
don't do.
you.
But you know
See,
what? I used to play that 50-50. And look, my epic name is DSC for One Love, just like it is here. Anywhere you look for me on social media, that's how you find me.
Ten
You're
four.
not
I'm
gonna
gonna be
miss.
looking for you. You're
let
gonna
me
see
let
me
me tell
come
you
up as RX Daymare, RX Nightmare.
All right.
let me tell you something, love, and I love that women are actually talking about gaming. Because you know how you have all these conversations about my man games too much. Hey, have you ever got into a game? Look,
You
I've
know
got a
what?
20 and a
Again,
22-year
when they
old.
tell me that, get you a new one. Pass that one on.
Yeah,
It's not for you. Just get you a
yeah.
new one.
You know what's enraging when you see the videos of the girls that get mad because their man is playing the game and the
And they
man's
break
made a
the
whole bunch of,
controller or TV or something dumb right in the middle of a match.
or they'll take away their character. They like erase their career. Oh my god. Oh my
Mm.
god. Okay.
I
Oh,
couldn't do
that
it.
breaks my heart.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it.
I'd be sick if he deleted my
I'd be in
Sims save
prison.
file.
I
If
would be
if
so
someone
mad.
deleted my Sims save file, I think I literally would fight
I
them.
think you know
Girl,
what.
like
You
my
know what.
Sims.
I have 5,000 hours on The Sims. I've had that game since seventh
But you know
grade.
what? That do sound crazy. But you know what's
Let's
worse than that is
continue.
that I think people put 5,000 hours on 2K and they spend money on there. That's what makes it the worst.
I
You
spent
spend
money on The
money on
Sims and then I
Fortnite
hacked
too.
it,
Cause
Money
that
don't
and
start that
stop.
I
VC
put a
costs
broken
money.
one.
Yeah, it does, but you also make the money depending on how far you went into your
Yeah, you
career.
can make it though, but I'm just saying, like, just the fact of deleting that account and then if somebody
Yeah.
spent, if somebody put their build on there, it was like, I'm gonna put $100 on this or something like that, or
But
whatever.
not just that, Kev. Think about those epic moments you get that shot that you'll never get again. You see what I'm
Yep, and then you
saying?
got to remake a person all over. That junk horrible. Yeah,
Well,
that's
let
what
me
it is.
let me ask this
Funny
question,
part is
Kev,
coming.
because Kev can answer this question, and we got a lot of gamers on this
Hey,
live.
you know what? That might
So,
be a topic though. I'm gonna say, would you
so
leave your girlfriend off
That's
this
yeah.
the
phone?
funny
So
part of the
do you?
conversation. I knew as soon as we started talking about gaming, Kevin was gonna reappear like
You knew I
I
was
Jesus.
knew
gonna
I knew
reappear.
he would. I knew he would.
I
And that's why I was
imagine.
like, wait, Kev, I got a question for you. So, and when it comes to gaming, because I work with a lot of gamers, are some of them just trying to game just because it's pleasure, or are some of them trying to game because they're going to make money off of it?
Cool. Wait. You talking about in general people or
Yeah,
women?
like
Well,
gamers, like because if
oh,
you look
that's.
at a
I would
game,
say it's most definitely pleasure.
okay, see,
It's
that's what I
pleasure.
think of. It's
Yeah.
like that's your
Pleasure,
hobby.
pride, all that. I don't
I
think
think
not many people
when
play for money for real.
Fuji
when
and Love, I have a question. Why don't you guys make it a priority to date gamers?
what I don't
That's a
know.
fact.
It's hard to
No,
meet
I had
gamers.
actually
Because they want
dated
to change men.
one. Not
Shut
so,
your
not
ass
this is
up.
my case. You know, I'm not trying to be
If
funny.
I put that whip smacker on him,
Ugliest
he's gonna
one
start
of my
playing the
gaming
game. That's how
friends
they be
to go
thinking.
on a date with, and he like acted like I don't know, like he was better than me or something. I'm not sure because he has this government contracted job and all these benefits and so forth. Like I look very humble on purpose because I make my money work for me. I ain't got no reason to be walking around with it on me or sitting in the bank collecting dust. Like yeah, so I don't look like
Where
what
receipts?
I'm worth on purpose. Because if you miss me, you miss me. You don't even understand how badly you done miss me. I'm that girl. I'm Herbie. For sure.
I've dated gamers and then like low key gamers. Like my
Shit,
boyfriend
then
right now is like
I dated
a
this.
low
I'm
key
like, what
gamer
is
who's
going on
still
here? But them
who's
youngsters be after
What's a
me.
low key gamer? I never
like
heard
Sounds
of that.
great act because I'm
like
lost. What's a low key
Okay,
gamer?
first let me answer
wait.
your first question, Lex. Why is it bad to delete someone's career? Because if someone has a career and they've been putting in this game time, because on the PS they'll clock it. Well, not just the PS, a lot of systems they clock as much time as you put into the game, right? And some people invest money and then they can get money in return. But see, when you're playing things like RPGs, which are role playing games, which means you can roam the a certain sort of world, you find things and you run into things that you just might not find and run into again when you reboot. So it's a loss, and it's somewhat a loss in equity, if you will.
Yeah, I'm gonna
So
make
you
that a
reinstall
topic
Oh
it,
tomorrow.
wait,
it's not so you can't get it back. You got to go through the whole process
Yes,
again.
you cannot
yeah,
get it back.
it's
So
gone.
if
You
you
can't
was
get
to
it back.
build a
Yeah, it's a wrap on
character
that.
on
You
your
done put
PS5 that looked like you,
$5,000.
all of your stats, all of your trophies, and everything perfect, right? And someone come in and they delete it, you cannot make that exact character back again. You can get as
You
close
know
to
what
it
it
as you
I
reminds
possibly
me
think
could.
I'll
of?
break up with somebody with that one
This
though.
this
I'm
this
like,
this
nah.
is
Can I answer the
this
Is
is
question?
blowing my mind.
strategy.
Don't
It's
jump on me, y'all.
strategy.
But I have like no experience. Like the last video game I played was Atari. My dad was very militant.
No.
Atari, my gosh.
I'm serious. He was very
You
militant. We had
don't say
encyclopedias in
your
the house,
age without
and he
saying your
was
age.
and he was Muslim. So he was like, "Nah, go outside, or either you read this book."
Wait, can I answer the question
My
he asked?
boy said Atari, my gosh.
I'm dead
Yeah, that's
serious.
old.
I say low key gamer, like, okay, we still go outside, we still go do things. He's not like overly consumed with the game. He has a good balance. It's kind of just like his leisure. I've been working for 12 hours. I'm gonna get on the game,
Wait,
but he
who
won't
makes
talk to
that
me.
judgment if he's overly, or is that you making that judgment?
It's me making the judgment. But like
Oh, I was wondering.
there's
Yeah, so it's
but there's
both of
some men that are like they have to play the game. They have to like all day, all night kind of thing, and like they don't go
you.
outside and touch grass.
So what about when
And
women play the game?
It's the same thing. If you're in a
what if you don't
relationship
want to
and you
touch
don't
grass?
no, then you don't need to be in a relationship. But I
That
feel
doesn't
like
make sense. So
it
that's
makes
like telling
perfect
you to stop
sense.
watching TV.
Not at all.
No, it makes perfect sense. If you can only
Stop
play
watching
the
TV and touch grass. What?
no, if
I
you're
just
in
got
a
in from work and stuff. I gotta start. I gotta touch grass because of you.
no, but if you're in a relationship, then at some point there is a hey, spend time with me. Let's
Of
have a
course, I don't think. I
relationship.
think. I think. I think women be exaggerating that. I don't think
I
no
kid you
men
not.
sit there
Wait,
and play
wait,
the
wait.
game more than the woman. I
I
think women be
beg to
wanting men to be their
differ.
hobbies. That's what it be.
No,
Hold
no.
on,
At what point do
let
you?
Kev
At
Wait.
finish.
what point? At
Let
what
Kev.
point is gaming considered an addiction?
When you're clocking 10 hours every single day and you're getting 2 hours of sleep, waking up, going to work, coming back, getting on the game, only drinking Red Bulls, getting back on the game. Like, I don't know. Gaming's cool and all. I have no problem with that.
It depend on the type of game.
Well, sis, let me give you
Sure.
some pointers. When you want attention from
Thank
the
you, love.
game, go take a fresh bath, get to smelling like something yummy, and put on some lace and just walk
Absolutely
around.
not. The only time I get
Yes,
attention
you
is
don't
not
want
going
no
to be when he
attention
wants me in
then.
the
You
bedroom.
good?
No. If I want
That's what
attention,
it
I'm
is.
going to
Because
get
women
attention
don't
and
have
we're going
no
to go
hobby, and they
somewhere.
want men to sit there and be their
Wait,
hobby. That's what it is.
wait, no, I have hobbies. I do a lot of stuff and I have friends. So whatever, like when he wants to play the game, he can play the game. I don't care. But
Sure.
if I'm in a committed relationship with you and the only time I'm ever getting attention is like she just said is when I'm putting on some lace, I find a problem with that. If you can remove yourself from the game by your own means and say, "Hey babe, let's go da 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 da," or "Hey, let's watch a movie," or and we play the game together sometimes. We play It Takes Two. I
Then he don't
cannot
want to play
we
the
have not
game with
finished
you.
it. Huh?
Maybe he don't want to play the game with you. Why
That's
everything has to be
fine.
you?
But
Kev,
if
let
we are
me
in a
say this.
relationship, I
Ayana.
expect
That's
you to
like
be
saying you
committed
got
Ayana.
to
to
the
read a
game.
book with each other and do everything with each other. Like
We don't do everything
it's a
together
time
because we
y'all gonna
live
have to do
together.
your own thing. Y'all ain't got to be on each
I
other
just
all the
said
time.
that. What are you
But
talking
that's the
about?
thing, Ayana. So while he's playing the game, what are you doing?
Right, sitting there
I
watching them just play the game.
no. If he's playing the game,
I
then
wish he
I'm
was playing
out.
it.
I'm out with friends. I'm doing my own thing. I'm painting. I'm whatever.
Exactly.
That's
Maybe he
fine.
chooses gaming and you choose to be out with your friends
And
and do
that's
your
what
own
I
thing.
just
I was
said.
about to
There's a
say that to stop
difference.
myself.
If I'm
You
not,
know, in a relationship, there are two individuals. If you
what
want
are
to
y'all
go
missing?
out
Yes,
with your
love.
partner and do
Interdependent.
something, make the plans. And then, hey, we're doing
I'm
this
talking
on
about if
Friday.
it's consistent every single day, you're on something for 10 to 12 hours a day. I don't care if someone plays the game whatsoever. That's not whatever. You're going to have your own life. I don't care. But if it becomes to a point where it's like, dang, am I
Right.
competing with the device? That's an issue. No, I'm not competing with the game system. So I like people that have a
Oh
balance.
yeah, that's a red flag to me.
So
Who's
Right.
talking?
So
It's a
what are
red
you giving
flag.
yourself that he's not
why
giving
are you
you?
still
I
there
always swear
if
they
you don't want to
competing with
be
the
there?
game.
What? I don't
Man,
compete with the game.
So
He's
think
not.
about it. Think about it. If there's
I would.
something that you're missing from him, if he's not giving it to you, why
He
aren't you
does.
recognizing that? Why
He
don't you
does
go
give it to
somewhere
me
else?
because I did. That's why I'm with the person I'm with now. Because there was someone who I felt like only prioritized the game versus now. And then I'm like, you know what? I don't like that. I'm not interested. You have your
Okay.
own hobby, and I don't like how I feel like I don't have time. I found someone else that plays and has a balance, and we do stuff, and I do stuff when he's on the game, whatever. I'm not on top of him all the time. We have our own things that we like to do. But that's just kind of the balance.
You said you.
I'm,
So you sound like you. It sound like you clingy.
No, I'm not. I'm chilling. I
You
mean,
said I'm
I'm
on top of him all the time. He's playing the game and all
no,
that.
I said I'm not on top of him all the
Oh,
time.
okay. I was about to say, boy. I'm
I'm
about to
back
say
to
you
love.
purely clingy. No
I'm not
wonder.
a gamer,
No, if he
but if the
wants to
lace,
go,
but if the lace come out, the game stops.
but that's a problem. If you only want to stop or pause something when I'm half naked, that I don't like that. You don't just want to hang out with me.
Make the suggestions.
The only time you want to get half
You
naked is when I play the game. That's a
gotta
problem
let him know
too.
in advance.
I agree, but when I'm at his house, when I'm at his house, he does not play the game. That's kind of like the rule. Like if you're over here, I'm not gonna play the game. Or if he already was planning to do something and I'm over here, he's like, okay, I'm gonna go get on the game. All right, cool. I'm gonna go watch a movie
Yeah,
and
y'all
whatever.
just get y'all gave me a topic for tomorrow. It's over now.
I knew it was. I
Here,
knew
I'll be here with Dale.
I get annoyed when people talk about the video game. Like,
So,
dang, find
so
you a
with,
dang
I
on
just
hobby.
might want me a gamer.
with
Gamers
your,
are
I think I
cool
just
until
might
they're
want me a
not.
gamer because I really do value my free time. Like
They be
I
saying all
sincerely
that.
value my free
I
time,
want
and I
one
get a lot
I
of
bad
think
it.
the
because
ones
it's
that have problems
silver
with it is
screen.
because they don't
and
have hobbies
and
themselves.
I want to ask this question,
Oh,
Diana.
good.
Have you
Don't
ever
go,
sit
Tommy.
because my husband will listen to music that is like the same music that I've listened to for a long time, and he'll just play the music over and over, whether it's the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, R&B, whatever he plays, whether it's hip hop. And sometimes I just sit there and I listen. Do you ever just sit there and just watch your man play the game? Do you ever
Yeah.
learn the game? Do you
No.
learn the game? Do you
No,
know
I'm
how?
not a gamer for real. If he wants to play, then
But
that's
have you ever learned it so that you can actually
no.
have a conversation with him? Hey, how do you throw these shots?
You
How do
said that like
you
we got
you know?
Yeah, I'd
cooties.
rather not.
No, I didn't say anyone had cooties. If no, in his old game
I don't
room,
think every man want their woman to play the game with them though.
well, in his old game
No,
room, he had a
I think y'all
beanbag
need to
chair.
find your own
they don't
thing.
want to play
He
the
had a
game with you,
beanbag
but
chair,
they
I'm
want
and
you to
interested in this
appreciate
whole,
the fact that they
this
play.
game and
wait,
the
I was
Don't
trying to
start
answer.
turn
so
into
I
an
was trying to answer the
obligation. Then
question.
y'all get
I was
y'all
trying to
feelings in
answer the
them.
question
I ain't
she
gonna lie, I'm
just
Okay,
projecting a
asked.
little
okay,
bit
hold
too.
on, hold on. Go ahead, Kev. Go ahead,
I
Kev.
did that before.
Wait, in his old game room, he had a beanbag chair for me, and I go in there with my iPad in color, and he'd play the game, and then I'd be like, "Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that gun?" And then we just kind of get
You asked too
quiet.
many
He's doing his
questions.
thing. So, what do you want me to do?
I'm interested
You asked too
in
many
the,
questions.
in
care,
You
or
try
do
to
you want
find
me
you
to
some life.
care?
the
I
lady gamers
do.
and Kev. If the person that you like, y'all connect, y'all
I'm a
connect,
lot. I'm a lot
y'all
more
connect on the
social than him.
game.
I'm
It
a lot more
would,
social than him. So I'm
ladies.
outside a
Hey,
lot
hey,
more than he
Lex,
is.
those are the questions that you ask while you're in bed, not in front of the game.
No,
What was the question?
I'm
I
asking
can.
this question. Would you ladies that you if you have dated a gamer, does it mess it up if you're better at the game than he is?
Oh, I ain't done all that.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not. I'm
That'll
not speaking
motivate
of
me.
video games, but I could put you on the basketball court.
What?
you know.
It wasn't in the
Uh,
way that you think it is either.
It
'Cause like
does.
this, he
It
started to
does,
act like
depending on
he
how
was my
competitive
pimp
he
and he
is.
was sicking me on people, and he be calling himself Charlie, and I'm the angel. Crazy shit.
And
Crazy shit.
this is where competition comes in. Because what if your girl starts to like
You said
Kev or Lex? What if your girl starts to say, you know what, I kind of like this. Let me play with you. And then they're like, okay, let me show you. And then they start to become better than you. Then what?
I rage quit too much.
She's starting to do things you ain't even thought you could do in the game.
Right.
I rage quit too much, and then
do
it's
know
like,
that girls
yeah.
win. Y'all do know that girls
Right,
win in
Rude.
video games as much as men win in child support settlements.
Oh, why weren't you in my live earlier? Why were you not in my live earlier? I'm so mad at you.
I
You said
played the
why
Okay.
hell
would
out
you?
of games.
But I play The Sims.
I ain't been in
Y'all
hardly
hear
no
me?
lives all this week for real. I
No,
just like
I went live yesterday and today, but I have multiple topics, so
what you do, what you do, what you do.
it was good. It was good. It was good.
You
It was
steal
low
it.
key.
Don't talk out loud so I can steal it. So I'm talking about.
Yeah, you can go look at my recordings. You know that.
For sure, for sure.
But that's the thing is that we talk about gamers, but look at the adults. Like we're all adults on this panel. Look, I'm not a gamer. Like I play
So
Nintendo.
what that
I
supposed to
did what I
mean
had
then?
to
Why you
do.
tie those two together? You hey, I'm triggered now.
No,
You said
but
we're
then you look
adults.
at
You right.
I think
Next
some
minute,
people use
next
the
minute, y'all
game
gonna have
as an
problem with
excuse.
animators.
Philo came up and got quiet.
I think his stuff was real loud, so I muted him. Well, he got 2 bars. You gotta find you a signal of Philo.
Am I good now? Can y'all hear me?
I hear you, Fuji.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be the topic tomorrow, man. I'm about to make it. Yeah.
Girl
Hey, how
gamer.
y'all doing?
What's good, fam?
What's the deal, man?
How would you?
Hey, man, I'm just seeing y'all live, man.
Hey, you got them 2 bars. I'm trying to. Y'all just kind of stacking up. Stacking up.
A Kevin,
Dang, she got 2 bars. What is a
can y'all
2 bar
drop me? I'm
combination?
driving.
All right, for sure.
A drop
Request
me.
back
I'm
up.
driving.
I got you. Request back up when you're done driving. And Philo, we gotta find your signal though. You got 2 bars, so I don't know where you at. Is Amira asleep? I ain't heard. She go to sleep,
Yeah, man.
Amira?
Yeah, man. I got poor connection. You feel me?
You said what connection?
Going in and out.
yeah you well you have 2 bars, Philo.
I can
Am I
hear
pronouncing
him.
that right, Philo?
I can hear him clearly.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, you got 2 bars, but
You can hear me?
Yeah,
yeah,
I
we
can
can
hear him
hear you.
clearly.
You got 2 bars, but we can hear you.
Yeah,
What?
man. I'm just bumping into you live, man. So what's good? What are you talking about? What's the topic, right?
At the moment, we talking about they was talking about we need women to find some hobbies.
You took it from gamers, because I swear, Kev.
For real.
Well, we were talking about Kev took it to women need to find hobbies, but
That's gonna
we
be the
took it
second
from the
part of that topic.
Kev,
we took it from the gamers world, the gamers world.
I
You
Kev,
swear, I
know,
think the only women that got problem with gamers is because they don't have hobbies.
what's the
exactly.
equivalent? Like, what's a bad hobby for a woman to have?
What the heck? Why is that even considered a bad hobby?
No, I'm asking. That's
The
not
heck?
a bad hobby, but you say people
Why
complain
would you
about it.
say
So
what's a bad hobby?
because you
That's
said
It's
people
exactly what
complain about
Fuji
it.
was saying and Love was saying.
copy.
Look,
I said
let
only.
Ain't
I
no
Love
said
bad
talk
hobbies,
women.
man.
I ain't say
first.
people. I said women complain about gamers because they don't
Correct.
have
So I'm
hobbies.
asking you what would be the equivalent for women as far as a hobby goes? If not gaming,
I
what?
don't think men don't be crying like women. That's the problem. They don't cry about hey, you
Well,
watching too much show and not spending
Man,
time
that's a
with me.
tough one.
well,
Too much
that's my
reality
thing.
show and y'all watch toxic stuff. That's the problem.
Well, and that's what I want to ask Ayana. Why are you asking a man what women need to do for their hobbies when you're a woman?
I'm not. I was
Right,
just
what is
asking
your
a
hobby?
question. I don't know. I have hobbies. I'm
That's a
chill.
good one.
No,
I
because
play
Hey,
devil's advocate.
and
This isn't
talk a
personal.
whole bunch of shit
Got
about me
I
playing.
got two.
hey,
Well, I got one.
What was
Amazon.
this? Okay,
oh, they
shopping.
hobbies is spending
I'll give you
money.
that.
Shopping and Amazon.
Ah,
I like
okay,
yeah, I
now
like spending
I
money.
can see men complaining about that. I can see that though, but that makes sense to complain about.
That,
We
Fair.
that
sitting there spending all our money on
broke up
Amazon.
the whole relationship for me. She was hiding boxes all over the house.
Guilty.
Like
Underneath,
why we can't pay our
underneath the
light bill?
rug, in the closet, huh, Lex?
When I met
Guilty.
my ex, he was playing Call of Duty daily. Playing Fortnite, so I'm thinking we a match made in heaven. I'll play a little Call of Duty with him. He'll play a little Fortnite with me. We're gonna fast forward to 3 years and two better paying jobs later. Now all of a sudden, because you have to go out of the house to work and pay your 50%, which I don't understand, but whatever. I was trying to put him up on game, but men don't like to be told nothing about women. I'm gonna respect it. You don't want to hear it, do you? And then be good. So, but I mean, all of a sudden now you want to complain about me being on the game, trying to tell me that I need to get up and go get a job. What I gotta go take some orders from somebody else for when I'm handling my 50 and I'm good over here? What you talking about? Yeah, no, what the hell? Well, that's what I mean. You were gaming when I met you. Now I gotta get off the game.
I think he was mad because you got better at the game.
Right? And that's what I'm thinking. So,
Say, get a job.
do you think between the patriarchy and the matriarchy, it's a competition?
No.
The world pits us against each other in order for everything to be a competition in one way or another, and
I'm
we
not
allow it
from this
because
point. I ain't blaming the world no more. I think people just like being competitive.
I think people
Women
compete.
trying to be men now, and
I see the
I don't want to
program.
say the other inside. That's just 2024.
It's gotten to the point of where people compete against themselves.
Lovely your voice low again.
I'm gonna switch phones and come back up.
Now you keep trying to do that, slick that phone in here, and act like it's gonna work. You already know that. She keep trying that phone, that keep going up.
Earlier with my
Look, they got even worse. I don't even hear
Man,
it.
that's how it is, man. It's a competitive world, you feel me?
I think she talking. We don't even hear her talking. That's her junk so dang on low.
I think the issue between the two is people choose the one that thinks they're going to put them in control.
Mm.
Who got babies crying at
No, I don't
2:55?
work out the same person. Is somebody getting whooped in the background?
This time of night is crazy.
Boy, let me give you a late night spanking.
It's the early morning hours now.
Ain't nobody should be, boy. They should be asleep. They really about to sleep good. Lovely, you back with your phone that don't make them. Let's see. I don't even know. Every time they don't be showing people in the queue.
I got my good phone now
There you
because
go.
I
We
told
hear you
you.
loud and clear.
Yeah, I know. I told you I was on live earlier and I had to use like the charging of the phones. Man, I don't even know how you keep up with this shit, Kev.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Hello, my brother. How you doing, Slick?
I'm gonna give y'all that light work for now.
Doing pretty good myself.
All right, y'all. Lovely.
I
Give
just
me a
got a
second. Go
question.
ahead and run it for a quick second.
I got you, my brother. I got you, my brother. Go ahead, Slick. What you got on? We were talking about matriarchy and patriarchy, and I know Philo and Lex and Love. We were, and even Amira and Ayana. We were all talking about just the different dynamics of the dimensions of the, I guess, the hierarchy, like what a mom does, what a dad does, what matriarchy does, what patriarchy does, and how we kind of bring it
I
all into the
think
mix.
I think all of that is kind of illogical in the sense of the world we live in doesn't really
Hold on,
depend on
before you
hmm
go, I want to do a commercial break. Hold on, everybody, tap the live, share the screen, share and do whatever you do. But we were also talking about gamers and how how some people need to find hobbies and how the hobbies affect the other partner. I think that's the way that I want to like summarize it, because we can go deep into what me and Love and Amir and everybody was talking about.
All right.
Go ahead, my brother.
So
Sorry.
I think, and I don't know. I think everybody on this live is above a certain age. You feel me? I would say above at least what 25 to 30.
I'm
So I think what you talk about is illogical, mostly because we don't live in a world that solely depends on what the man does or what the woman does. Because yeah, in a before time, we lived in a world where it was like, all right, a woman has to do this certain thing because a man has to work. Now, a man doesn't have to work because a woman can have the same job or even a better job that provides in a certain way, right? So you don't have to have the same things or the same values. But I feel as if, you go back farther in history, right? You have to understand that we are at a certain place in our life where this could actually be the changing point for us people in our community as African Americans, and our older elders are fighting over what a woman should be doing or what a man should be doing. And I just think it's illogical. You're worried about the wrong things, and that's the problem. The patriarchy doesn't matter. Creating a matriarchy doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter in general. Y'all are supposed to be the elders for our community. And I just really want to know, like, what the elders are supposed to be teaching if y'all aren't teaching what the younger generation needs.
Wait, can I comment to that? I think that there's nuance to that, and gender roles are important in some aspect. Like, there are some things that I do not want to do, and there are some things that I'm sure my man does not want to do. So, when you completely get rid of gender roles and you lose what a household should look like, you create chaos. And, like, yeah, in some sense, there
How
are,
does that create chaos?
because when we talk about like the head of the household or what a woman's role is, yeah, women can do some things that men can do, but I don't want to.
So if you
And
don't want to, why should you be the wife of a man who does want you to do those things? If a
no,
man
no,
wants you to
I don't.
cook, why should you be the wife of a man, right, who wants you to cook if you don't want to cook? If you don't want to work,
No,
why
that's not
should
what
you
I
be the
said.
wife of a man who doesn't want you to work? It's simply about your options, your opinion, and what you want to do. That's selfish because there are more people in the world than just you.
Absolutely. But we also see where our current state of households and stuff look like, and that's because structure has been lost. And a lot of it is because
But
everyone
why
thinks
has
that
structure
there
been
is
lost? You're
everything.
not thinking about the bigger plan. You're just thinking about what you see,
No,
right?
I'm not
What's
thinking
going
about
on in
what
your
I see.
life.
I think that we say that gender roles are crappy and no one should take, or like no one should adhere to them because people have abused their
Who
power.
says that though? Let me know, because all I see is people saying that women should take the cooking and cleaning, right, and taking care of the children.
You
And
just
if
said
that's
that.
what
You
you want to
literally just
do,
said that there
then
should
there
be
is
no
no
role.
problem.
You just said that
But
there should be no role. But wait, I also let you
if
talk,
you
but I
want to
didn't interrupt
work,
you. I
right?
didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. Okay.
Hold on. Okay. Go ahead, Ayana, because I think there's everybody speaking on very similar topics, but we have to understand that, just like what me and Kev were talking about. Look, there's a matriarchy and there's a patriarchy, and just like the live that I just came from, my own live that talked about how fathers matter. So I know that there are going to be a lot of women that come in here and talk about the matriarch and how mothers matter. So we have to agree to disagree, but we want to have this a cordial conversation.
But what point is she making though?
Well, I
Because
can't
it
make the
seems
point if
like
you're
she's
talking
really
over me,
just
though.
trying to disagree. I never
No,
said anybody had to do anything.
I
So
didn't.
you're
I
not
didn't.
forced to work. You're not forced to cook and clean. So what point are you making? What are you trying to say?
I don't believe that there is matriarchy. There's simply just patriarchy. But I feel like people say that gender roles should not be a thing because people have abused gender roles. So now
So
that is taken out of context, and
hold on, Ayana. Do you think that women don't matter?
What? No.
Do you think matriarchy doesn't matter?
I don't think that we live in a matriarchy. That's what I said.
So what are we
But why
lacking
does
to
it matter
be?
though?
We live in a patriarchal society.
Well, why does it matter? If a woman works, if a woman can work, right? That gives you more options than you had in the future, where you weren't able to work, you weren't able to vote, you weren't able to do all these things, right?
I agree. Yeah, I don't think
So
we should take those things away. Yeah.
so now you're able to work or you're able to take care of your husband at home. So it just seems like you have a problem with literally anything, right? Because you want to have a problem, because you don't have, and I'm not trying to insult you, but it seems like you don't have anything going on in your personal life, right?
How did we
So
get
you,
there? I was.
no, because it seems like you don't have anything going on, right?
Let him
So
finish.
you
You're
want to
not being attacked,
argue,
Ayana. You're not
He
being attacked.
interrupted me 4 times. I didn't even get to finish. What are we talking about
and
right
I'm
now?
sorry about that, but the
But
points you're making are
people
just
have to let
illogical.
everybody finish their statement and their
Everybody finish
understanding
except
because
for me. Okay, I got you. Right.
You want to argue,
I
you're
did.
not making a point. You're
Because
just
you
simply
kept
trying to find a
interrupting me, and then
problem.
I forgot
It
what I
would
was
be
saying.
it would be illogical to say that we don't say gender roles are an important thing when most men say they want women who follow their role of gender, right? So if you're a woman who doesn't follow your role of gender, then you just simply won't find a man that's for you because you want a man who's up to your point. But in reality, if we look at the roles of gender, there were men who were at home taking care of the children, right? So you want a man who's taking care of the children, or you want a man who's taking care of you and the children.
I'm not even
So,
gonna lie, man. I don't even know what I was saying because you cut me off 10 minutes ago. So I'm just letting you talk at this point. I
but is
didn't.
it illogical to say that you just want to find a reason to argue?
No, because I don't remember what I was saying because you cut me off.
So no,
Is
it's
that
not
illogical?
illogical to say that you don't want to find a reason to argue. So you do want to find a reason to argue because the
I just
things
said I
I
don't even
said
know what
make
you're arguing
sense.
because you cut me off, so I didn't get to say what I was trying to say.
So
That's
may
it.
I ask how old you are?
I'm 22.
So you're 22 years old, right? What type of man do you want in your life?
The man I have.
So you already have a man. Does he take care of you in the household?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, does he pay the rent?
Mm-hmm.
He pays all of the rent, right?
Yep.
So what's the problem? What are you trying to say?
I was.
So there is no problem because you have a
I
man
didn't
who
say if
takes
there was a
care of you
problem.
in the
I was
household,
simply
correct?
playing devil's advocate as I do, and I also was talking 10 minutes ago, and I just said for the fourth and final time, I don't even remember what my argument was because you cut me off,
Well, no,
and
I
then
remember what your argument
no,
was,
hold
and
on,
it
okay,
was
hold on.
well, I'm
illogical.
done with the conversation. So whoever wants to talk can now talk because I feel like you're just trying to, you're just
No,
trying
no,
to
no. I'm not
get
trying to get on you, but your argument was illogical because you were
Hold
stating
on,
that gender
Slick,
roles.
Slick, and Iran
to
and
talk
Ayana.
through it.
Actually, you guys were having a conversation together. I don't think neither one of you are cut off, but
I
there are
definitely
other people
was.
on this platform
When
that
you're making illogical points, I'm gonna point them out, mostly because people on TikTok like to go past the things that they're saying, right, and keep going and going and going
I
until
just
it
said
makes
I'm
such
leaving.
an illogical
hold
point
on.
that the person who they're talking to
Kev,
does not
hold
remember
on.
the point that they're making
Kev,
before.
hold on. I need to pause. Slick and Ayana, because I know we're going back and forth, because I know June just
Going
came
back
up
and
with.
forth with me. I said I was done with it.
There are other people here that actually have knowledge and wisdom.
And I
Dang,
told him to
And
move on.
hey, Jamie,
Kev, what the hell
Lex has
going on
been
up in
here.
here? You
Nah, I
sleep?
don't
Kevin's
know.
been here. You
How
know,
you
we've
doing?
all been trying to like filter this. We got to filter it. Look, we can't get into our emotions. Whenever we get into our emotions and we start saying, "Well, you did this and you did that," you know what? That's when we're playing offense and defense. You know, everybody has their own idea, their own understanding, their own opinion, and we're gonna bring it up.
Say to my sister Yana, on behalf of the panel, you may be new here. I'm not sure if you've ever been on the panels before.
Yep, I have.
Um, you are? You knew? Okay.
No, I'm
Well,
not new. I've been here a minute. I,
okay. Well, I mean, between Lovely and me, we have a almost like a habit, we can't really control it either, not much, because it's more who we are than how we are. But we have a habit of allowing the men to finish their thoughts, and they're used to that. So, I mean, there's not really.
But when
I
you
hate,
are
I
in a
hate that you didn't
debate,
get to hear
Well,
your
y'all
entire
let
point.
him
You have
finish,
so
and
much.
then y'all said that I didn't.
well,
Like
no,
I didn't get to
It,
finish,
it
and then
wasn't
he's
on
saying
you.
that I didn't make a point, but I
Okay,
didn't get to make a point because he interrupted
I
me, and then
get
I
it.
forgot my point.
So
I'm
let me.
just saying when you're
That
in a
was my whole
debate
point.
and you make a lot.
Do you do that to your? Do you do that to the man that you're with?
What does
If
that have
you,
to do with anything? Y'all let
uh,
him finish, and I got cut off, and then y'all said that he like that. That's not fair.
you first of all, I'm going to tell you this, Kev. I don't know if I'm hugging lions tonight, right now. First of all, you have to understand that how you talk to people on social media is that the same way that you treat people?
No, I was being very nice, but I feel like I kept getting cut
No,
off
you
all
you
tonight.
no, you kept interrupting him.
I promise I did it. I literally did not.
And while we're interrupting, go ahead,
You're
everybody,
being
and
very
tap the
respectful
screen.
to
You're
me.
going to let me do my daggone mod break. Let's go ahead and tap the screen and share the live, you guys. Thank you so much for gifting the panel. I don't know how long Kev's been up here, but I'm pretty sure it's been quite some time, and
No,
he's almost
no.
checked out of the
You're
live.
being very respectful
So we're
to
gonna
me.
go ahead and we're gonna tap the screen. Slick, you're gonna stay on mute as I'm doing the mod break. You're also gonna go to the front of Kev's page and you're gonna subscribe to the YouTube channel just in case something happens to YouTube or TikTok, or just in case you just want to catch up on videos. Kev usually uploads over there. So how about you go over there and subscribe? It's absolutely for free. Thank you so much for being here. And let's try not to interrupt each other so much up here.
All right, y'all.
Hey
I'm gonna
Jay,
get
do you
off.
mind if I get a
I have
conversation
a
in with you?
very handsome man
I'd like
in
to
the
see your
comments who's trying
standpoints
to get
on
my
what you were
attention. So
saying.
I'll
Dude,
catch
she's
you all
literally
later.
talking to
Love you.
Hold on. Jane just gave a very beautiful commercial break and everybody just wanted to butt in. Can we let Love go and let Lex go and let Ayana go and then back to Slick, and Amira has disappeared. But Philo's been but he's on one bar. But can we please keep it structured, because a lot of us are bringing up a lot of what we've heard on other lives into this live, and now we're bringing it in from our lives too. So please be easy on that. Breathe. Everybody breathe. And if you go on Coffee Cup for more than 30 seconds, I'll drop you. I will. So go ahead. Go ahead, Slick. What you got? I'm gonna go to Slick and then go back up to Lex and then go back up to Ayana, because I think we need to hear what men are speaking on too.
Well, I was just simply saying that um I don't get what you're saying, Guyana. And I'm sorry. I know you were being very respectful, right? And I know I interrupted you, but I don't want you to keep going on and rampaging across and making illogical standpoints because they don't make sense. You're saying that gender points are needed. I'm not saying they're not needed. If you're a woman, right, and you follow what men should say you should do, that's cool. If you're a woman and you follow what you say you should do, that's cool. There's nothing stopping you from doing either one. But either way, we as adults, right? I'm 19. So it's crazy that I have to go and tell older people how to do this. But you are adults. You should not be arguing about what other people should be doing, because you should know that you can't control other people. I figured that out at a very young age and I kept that going. And yes, I've messed up, but you also have to know when you've messed up. You were trying to call out and say that I was saying gender points aren't needed when I was simply saying that it shouldn't be an argument. There are millions, actually billions and billions, trillions, in fact, of people in the world who will follow what you want them to do. A man will work if he wants to take care of you. A woman
Before,
will work if she wants to take care of you. There's
Okay.
no such thing as gender
Can we stop
roles.
riding
yeah.
on Spirit Airlines and kind
So
of wrap it
before,
up? We don't even know what's going on at this point.
Well,
no,
Jane,
we
I
do.
know you want to say that, but I've been
I
listening this whole time.
Slick.
And I would,
I just really feel like we've been on this plane ride
Yeah,
for quite,
Kev,
and the host
see,
doesn't know the topic, and that's the host.
well,
If
Jane,
you
the
Kev,
look,
host is gone
if
right now.
you
hold
look
on,
in the
hold on.
comment section, he's not gone. He's left the live mentally, and it's his live.
Well,
He
I just
greeted me
actually
when I
joined
he
us,
greeted me when
so
I got up here, but he's officially left. Ayana is officially left. So whatever point you wanted to make,
so do
you're
you want to make
right.
a point?
No, absolutely not, because I don't even know. The host doesn't even know what the topic is,
No,
so
no,
it's
no.
no point
Start a
to be
new point
made.
is what I'm
I
saying.
wanted to I knew how to transition this too, Jane, because I really wanted to bring Lex into this because what Slick was talking and Ayana was talking on.
Well,
Hold on,
well,
Ayana.
Jane obviously wants to say something.
I just
So,
wanted to say that the host doesn't know what the topic is. We should
Right,
make sure that we
right.
understand that this is not our panel.
Yeah,
well,
No matter how insightful or whatever the case may be that you feel like you
but
are, this is
um,
not our panel, and the host doesn't know what the topic is, and it's his topics.
but we
well,
were taking it
insightful would
off
mean that
here.
I'm trying to
Hold on,
incite something.
Slick. Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. Okay? Because one thing that Kev posted on his panel, he doesn't even know where the topic is going because he asked to step away and we were trying to, engage this. And the topic went from one conversation and it's always gone back down to matriarchy and patriarchy. I've always been trying to pull it down. I've even pulled in the live that I was on earlier, live that I had. So, like, can we just breathe? And I want to give other people on this panel a chance to talk. Like Lex, based upon what you heard and what you seek when it comes to matriarchy and patriarchy, and even what the two other panelists were talking about, what do you see?
I see in either choice, people are choosing either option because it gives them dominance or control. Because in men choosing patriarchy, they feeling if you have to follow what I say, then I have control of the relationship. And sometimes when women choose that because they've either been in a position where they've made decisions. For me, I don't choose either. I'm a married man and I choose partnership. Roles do play in the house that I live in, but that's because of my service and my responsibility. But I wouldn't ask my wife to do anything I wouldn't do. I don't expect her just to cook just because she's my wife. I don't expect to clean just because my wife. It's a partnership. We do things for the growth of the relationship. And I think that happens because times have changed. You can't have those hard lines anymore because people have options to give you a better access to healthy relationships if you see what works for you. You can't make these blanket statements, all people, all men. I do what works best for me in partnership with my wife.
Exactly. I agree with Luther. He makes complete sense. If you don't have, right, companionship in your relationship to where you are either doing one thing and the other person fully agrees on it, or you are doing another thing or half of that thing and the person fully agrees on it, then you just shouldn't be in a relationship. And that's where a lot of these women get twisted at. You shouldn't be in a relationship if you can't figure out how to get to a companionship role. These women want the men to be either doing this or that. And these women aren't doing anything. Ayana, I'm sorry to say, but I can assume, right,
You're not
that
going to
you are
assume
either,
anything.
Lord.
I can
Philo, what do
assume.
you think about this? You're on two bars. How do you feel?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we aren't going to go back into an argument.
You're not going to
Philo
assume
got scared
anything.
and now he's gone. He doesn't
But
care.
I was
that's my thing, Ayana. We're not going to have an argument between you and Slick.
I
If you
wasn't
guys want to have the
arguing.
argument on the back burner, go ahead and do
I
it.
wasn't
But
arguing with him. What are we? What are? Whoa, hold on. That wasn't an argument. He addressed me, and I said that he wasn't going to address me. That was the end of it. Like,
Oh, you don't want me to address
I
you.
don't
That's
want to
fine.
talk to you, dude. And then y'all were
okay,
saying, do I
but
talk to
hold on.
people like
But
this in my
so,
personal life?
Okay.
hold
This
on.
sounds like a very unhealthy marriage.
Yeah,
And we're playing semantics based on words and feeling like you're being
Wait,
verbally attacked.
no, I
I
don't.
enjoyed your insight, Lex, about what you stated. It was very concise. It
Yeah,
needed
I did
not
that.
any type of secondary commentary that's personal to you. That's also how many people run their household. And like you said, that's how you run yours. Um, Kev, would you like to go to any of your questions? Which question are we on at this point?
I thought I was
actually,
answering next. I'm
well,
sorry.
we went into
We were on the
matriarchy and
matriarch.
patriarchy. Yes, we were on the
Okay.
matriarch.
which is why I
Yep.
was which is why I was saying that it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. A woman will do what she's gonna do. A man will do what he is gonna
Slick,
do because they are both human
slick,
beings.
res,
You cannot
slick,
hold on, Lex.
respectfully.
Hold on, Lex. You
No,
cannot
no,
force
no, no.
these
Please, you
people.
hold on, brother.
You cannot
Respectfully, can you
force
allow
these
the other,
people.
let the mods and the
Hold
other
on,
people
I'm gonna let
speak?
Ayana
Hold
talk.
on.
I'm gonna let Ayana talk.
Slick. No,
But
no, slick. Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. Can we let Lex talk? Because has been very patient and very vibrant in this
yes,
live. And
ma'am, I can let Lex
Right,
talk.
right.
before
And
everything,
let's be
so let's
mindful
be
that
respectful.
none
Yeah,
one of us can let each other talk. This is Kev's panel.
exactly.
So respectfully, he's letting all of us talk. He could end the live at any point.
At any point, exactly. And that's what we're trying to do is just keep it cordial so we can move it along and still ask for likes, ask for shares, whatever. There's a lot of good conversations and we go deep. We go very deep. Kevin and I are in the boxing ring together and we've been in the boxing ring probably for like 5 years. So, just please respect the panel and respect Kev. That's what we're here for. We're not here for ourselves. We're here to spread a message. So please, Lex, go ahead and go, my brother.
No, I was just asking because I wanted to hear yours, Jane's, and Ayana's perspective. That's why I said I'm asking respectfully to the host and to the mods. Slick, can you? I want to hear the ladies' perspective on this.
Which one? The patriarchy?
Yeah, when you said patriarchy versus matriarchy, what is your thought? Same thing with Jane, same thing with Ayana. I just want to hear the ladies at this point.
Well, when I said something about matriarchy, I was then asked if I hated women. So I agree with you with there being duality in a relationship and both people playing their parts. But yeah, I don't know. When I was trying to answer the prompt earlier, I got attacked, so I was kind of confused.
that contradicts your point because you
Dude, I
just
wasn't
said
talking
gender
about
roles are needed.
Okay.
But it contradicts your
Okay.
point.
All right, Jane, I think you're next
Hold
then.
on, hold on,
Thank you,
Ayana.
Ayana.
When
This is
somebody
crazy.
responds, we do want to
Does
mute
it
ourselves.
not contradict her
We have to
point? She said
listen.
gender points are needed. She said gender roles are needed, right? So what do you mean by that? Then now you agree.
Thank you. Thank God. Jesus.
Hey, I forgot my joke was what you call it.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. They've been arguing the whole time.
No, I'm
Sorry.
about to say you could. Yeah, cause I ain't get that. I dropped though, but yeah, I don't get why Ayana got like she got to address him too though. I don't
I
get why.
wasn't arguing.
Yeah, I was listening to y'all. You don't have to argue because you could have said anything without having to say, "Well, I got attacked." We know what you were doing, but overall, it's y'all could have let that junk go. We can talk about the topic, and we still stuck at the first one, ain't we?
We tried to change it back. Me and Lex and even Jane, we were trying to change it back, and that's why I was like, no. Anna, you told me your age. I am double your age. Sometimes you have to sit back and listen, and you have to shut the fuck up.
Whoa. You said you
No,
asked me
and
if I
I
started
will tell you that
agreeing.
because look, we've been in these lives. Kev has always been respectful. Jane was trying to tell you, can we respect Kev's live? Can we respect Kev's live? You
I
didn't
wasn't
respect that. Hold
I
on.
didn't disrespect
You're
him
disrespecting me now as I'm talking.
because that's not honest. I didn't
Okay. Well,
yell over
I'm gonna mute.
anything. I didn't yell. I didn't do anything. I was talking. I don't understand what the problem is. I didn't mean to disrespect anyone, but
Maybe that's your
whatever.
problem.
I
That
don't
you
have
don't
a
understand the
problem.
problem.
I think you don't understand what happened, but I was being very respectful. That's it.
I just want to do a brief reminder
I'm
that
just
as as
I'm gonna breathe.
adults,
I'm gonna breathe.
as adults, we can all learn something from one another, no matter the age, right? I think that's the thing. We shouldn't be up here having a pissing contest about who's right and who's wrong. I do feel like for the past few minutes that I've been listening, it has been semantics and then listening to respond to a great deal of things, and it's just not getting us anywhere. I mean, we can all be disagreeing up here. As a matter of fact, I don't believe any of us are in Congress to be able to speak on any type of patriarchy to begin with, to know anything to be absolute. I think we're learning from each other and a little bit of information that we do know. So I just don't want it to be like back and forth. Nobody can get attacked on TikTok for the most part because
And
this is
I
just an
want,
app.
and let me speak on that, Jane, because Ayana, nobody is trying to attack you. Look, Kev knows me, Jane knows me. Look, there's just a different respect that comes in. Like we all can have conversations. We can agree to disagree. We're gonna like some things. We're gonna dislike some things. We're gonna talk about different divisions. This is what Kev does. He actually creates unity through division. So that's what I call it.
Listen, may I say one
So,
thing and then I'm going to
but
drop the whole situation?
but I want to appreciate you because you do bring a lot of wisdom in the room because you're coming from a younger generation and a different understanding. It's just that there's a different, I guess, aspect that you have to bring that, bring that aspect into it, and the respect that we have for the other people, whether it's on a panel on TikTok or whether it's the stranger at the gas station.
But may I say something to that really fast, and then I'm gonna be quiet because I'm not even, I don't care to talk. But when I said something about the matriarchy, you then asked me if I hated women. Then you said, "Is that how I treat people in my real life?"
You say that you
Then
hate women.
you said, "Do
I
you
can replay
decide?"
Kev's live if you want me to.
Okay, well, then you said, "Is that how I treat my man in my real life?" And I said, "What does that have to do with anything?" So I just got very confused how all of that turned into all of that. And then you said he wasn't interrupting you. Then he came up unmuted and said, "I'm sorry that I kept interrupting you, but I'm not going to let you keep talking if you're not being honest." So those were three things that I felt like I was being attacked on because I was incorrect. That felt like an attack. So then I'm quiet, and then I try to actually speak on the prompt, and then I'm still getting told to be quiet. But you told me the order. You told me I was after the guy that just dropped.
Hey, we still talking about this? That's crazy.
And then I said, I'm done. That's it.
What
That's all I
what
want to say. I'm
happened?
done
I
talking.
You
What
just
know.
said what
happened
you
to
had to get your
Lex?
feelings
Kev, help
validated or
me,
something.
Kev.
Lex, can you come back
I'm
up?
done.
What happened?
I forgot she young though, so she got to get her feelings validated first. And
No, I
I
just
keep it
got
up.
Right, right.
So
it's not me
yeah.
being
So let's
young.
get on because we're going to talk about her feelings all the rest of the live. So let's go ahead and get Lunar in. What's up, my Lunar and Love? What's up, Love? Welcome to the live.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Hey,
What's
love.
going on? You know me, I don't really come up here a lot because of reasons, but yeah, I'm here,
Hey, my brother. How you doing?
hanging in there, trying to come up to help the topic and clarify some things.
Thank you. What you got to clarify?
Um, well, I don't need to point names, and I'm not trying to drag it on, but I will say this. We have to slow down, and we have to remember that it's easy to sound intelligent when in fact you're not holding a proper conversation. And I will say one other thing. It does no good to interrupt and not let people get their point off and assume you know what they're going to say before they actually say it. And the reason I say that is because I believe that Ayana was actually leading up to something that I wanted to hear properly. And she never even got to make that point. It was assumed she was saying something else. And you can't justify or clarify somebody actually said something and assume that you know what they're saying without actually hearing what they have to say first. At that point, you're putting words in somebody else's mouth, and that's not a decent conversation. So we can't come up here and grill people and being conversational without actually practicing what we preach. At that point, you're being a hypocrite. So
Mm-hmm.
take a step back and practice what you preach.
Well, and that's why, Prof, and that's why I gave Ayana like kind of her flowers because it was between her and another person on the panel,
I know.
that was
I
here.
was
They
here.
they were kind of arguing with each other. Nobody could get their thoughts in. Nobody could get their ideas in, and even Ayana inclusive.
Yo,
So that's why I told her. I said I
what
appreciate
the
where
heck?
you're coming from and
I
coming
left and
from.
came back, and we still talking about Ayana. What is going on?
Oh
No,
no, I was making some
Hold on,
general. I was making some overall
but
general
the
I'm
thing
about to.
points.
Hey,
was,
y'all know what? I'm
the
just gonna
thing
change
was
my
though.
topic in the
Here's the
background
thing,
and call it
Prof.
Ayana.
Kev, Kev, here's the thing though, Prof. is that you have to understand when Jane and myself were trying to shut everybody down and shut her up and shut the other person that they were arguing with up, neither one of them listened. And be this because this is Kev's live. It's not our live.
Oh,
We were
I
trying
understand.
to
Yeah, I
bring it
understand.
down.
I heard the whole thing. I
You
understand.
did. I'm done. I'm done talking. I'm over it because I don't even know what we're talking about at this point.
Do you even care?
I mean, he said everything that I said, and then you agreed with him. That's it. I'm done. But you are going to say I'm validating my feelings when we were just talking about what happened. Anyways, I'm done.
I'm new here. May I ask what's the next question?
Yeah.
Exactly that part.
Next.
Thank you. And Prof, you got to
That was the
understand.
best question I ever got asked up here, boy.
Oh my goodness.
No,
I can't.
I just think we need to remind each other to have proper, decent conversations. That's my overall. So, but yeah, next question.
What is this? This must be a teaching session or something. Why we not on the topic or something? What's going on?
No
Why we?
teaching, but
What is this? What
we all need reminders.
reminder? What's a reminder? Is let's get on the topic. Why we still talking about a
I
school
came up
session or
here.
something?
I came up here before Love and Professor. Can I answer the question? Which one we on, Kev? Damn, which one? Which one we on, brother?
That's what I
Let's
want to know.
let's get because I didn't hear like nothing. So let's just start the whole thing off with the why
Okay.
is the patriarchy at fault?
That's where it started. You don't want to repeat this,
No,
Kev.
we gonna just stay on topic. We just gonna stay. Gonna start us off, lovely. Come on now, somebody. Kev gonna end it on us and drop us on our heads, and we
Oh
don't want
my
that,
goodness.
cause you know we ain't got nowhere to go.
Why is it always the patriarchy's fault? Because the matriarchy comes in and actually displays default sometimes. Not every woman. We had this conversation. Oh my God, this is what led into this commotion and this miscommunication because it turned in from matriarchy or for patriarchy to matriarchy. Can we please go to the first question? Because I've been in here on that whole question. That's what it turned into, Kev. I'm just letting you know. Patriarchy turned into matriarchy.
Ayana,
Now nobody want to say nothing.
Yeah,
come
it's
on,
your turn,
Ayana. We
Jane.
gonna go down. No, we're Ayana, then Lex, then me,
It's
then
your turn,
Professor,
Jane.
then Love.
Okay,
We
I'm
gon'
sorry. I was
yeah.
scared to unmute. Are we on the second one?
Nope, the very, very first one.
And
Why
why is
why
it
is
always
it always
patriarchy's
the
fault?
patriarchy's fault?
Um, because the patriarchy built the world. So I feel like whenever we have to try to re-divert back to what the OG issue is, once you kind of boil it down and start peeling things away, it kind of falls back to who built the systems and how it was founded and all of the above. And that kind of all goes back to the patriarchy in some contexts. So yeah.
Okay. Oh, Jane, go
Come
ahead
on.
because Lex
Okay.
answered. Lex
All right.
brought this up.
So, because it's societal norm, right? The patriarchy is governance, family structure, religion, how the workplace is, historical context, power imbalances, social conditioning. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing that Ayana said. It's the foundation of the world, pretty much, minus those cracks and corners that a lot of people don't know about. So, when it comes down to it, even when it comes to personal ideas, right? Most people want to blame something on someone else or another entity, instead of having some type of integrity and having accountability. So everything is the patriarchy's fault, quote unquote. I'm using air
Mm.
quotes.
And I'm glad you brought that up, and what you and Ayana brought up. It made me think of something where, if you look at the patriarchy, well, the patriarchy when they give birth, when they spread their seeds and they give birth, guess what they give birth to? Women. Where are the women coming in? What are you doing for the community? What are you doing to help build the patriarchy? Nobody wants to talk. Everybody thinks that it's all on the man. It's all on the man's shoulders. It's all on the men's back or the spine of all that. But we matter too. We matter too. So what are we doing to actually help build that patriarchy? Because a patriarchy is it's like a kingdom. It's like like if we want our men to lead, we need to let them lead, but we also have to be a vessel to or allow them to lead. I hate that word allow. I'm not going to use that anymore. I promise. It drives me crazy when I hear a woman say, "I'm going to allow a man to do this." But if we want, do we want a patriarchy? Do we want a patriarchy? Do we want men to run and lead our life? That's what I want to say on patriarchy.
Right. What about you, Professor, and then Love's Night?
I think it's pretty obvious. The answer is right in the question. Um, and it's just like most of you have already said. Um, you damn well can't blame the matriarchy because the matriarchy doesn't run it. So at that point, you have to look at it from two sides, right? Um, the matriarchy that does come behind the patriarchy doesn't agree with the things that the patriarchy does. And, I'm a guy, I don't agree with everything, but I think the overall grand idea has kept us going for, centuries at this point. Yes, there are things we can improve, um, but there are some things that could still be kept the way they are. And, I would question this. I would question what if we had a matriarchy? And what if we were to question, what if we were to reverse that question? And if we were to ask the general population of the ladies, why is it always the matriarchy's fault? What would your response
Mhm.
be? How would you feel? Because, and the reason I say that is because most of the time we know most men can handle when things are thrown our way, such as this.
I appreciate that, Prof, because you just spoke some gems on that. Love's King, what do you got on that? Because there is an alternate question, is because even if you talk about matriarchy, there's a lot of single moms out there. Like the live that I did earlier, there's single fathers out there. Like we have patriarchy, we have matriarchy. So what are we balancing it out, or what is your thoughts on this, Love?
Um, I do not believe in nor have love for the patriarchy. I also feel saying it's the patriarchy's fault kind of implies that the system is the root cause of most inequalities. And I think you don't consider other contributing factors, such as like individual
Biology.
situations or nuances. Yeah, it kind of suggests that blaming the patriarchy, it's like it becomes like a catch-all explanation, and it can oversimplify a lot of complex problems.
Well, so are we thinking of patriarchy and matriarchy based upon
Hold on,
gender,
Lovely.
like men or
We
women?
not on open yet. We gotta go to Moses.
I
Then we could
know.
go to open.
So basically, I don't like the patriarchy, but I don't think it's always the patriarchy's fault.
What are you all defining as patriarchy?
What are you,
Just so
James?
I'm clear on the usage of this
I
word.
gotta.
Patriarchy, the conditioning, the social conditioning, the those that are in charge. Yeah.
The
Talking about
patriarchy is a socially
the
constructed
governance, the
system.
family structures, religious sectors, workplace hierarchies,
But
patriarchy.
what
Yeah,
about
so
them though?
So we're on the first question. Why is always the patriarchy's fault?
Right. No, I'm just trying to understand what you all are defining as patriarchy. I mean, there's a definition and there are multiple usages of it, but it sounds the way you all are having this conversation. You're not having a conversation about patriarchy. Or that's why I'm trying to figure out how you all are defining it, so I can have a context in the. I mean, so I can have some conversation in the breadth of how you all are using the term.
can I explain it real quick? The
That's
patriarchy
what I
is a
was trying to
socially.
say,
Can I
James.
explain it, or are you going to talk over me? Um, it's a socially constructed system where men have primary power over women. and
Is
has a lot
that
of modern consequences.
in
I
that?
think I think Moses, it was so broad that everybody brought up a standpoint of how they
No,
felt
Jane.
based on what they see.
Oh yeah, no, Jane, I got you. The reason I was
Yeah.
asking is because if that's the system of patriarchy, in that very system that you just described, I think it's Love's or Night.
Yeah,
Um,
right.
are women? Do women have the most privilege in that society?
In a patriarchy?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, because that's the one we live in now. Do you claim that we live in a patriarchy in the United States now?
I think we live in one in general.
Okay, so you're saying that if we live in one in general, then the patriarchy we exist in right now means that women have all of the privilege.
What the, can you explain what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying I think what you're doing is you're conflating or you're making synonymous men having power with women being subjugated. And in terms of the society we live in, that's not how that functions. Let's say men do have the power. Let's say we agree there. Even with the power, men are still putting at the forefront women. You all are the only population in the society that are allowed to take a life without being held legally liable. You're the only population in that as an adult still can and do require you are taken care of by somebody else. You are the only population that likes to opt out of their gender roles in society or in family structures. You are the only population of people like there. The amount of privileges is vast when it comes to women. So if you're describing patriarchy as a system there in which women have that privilege as a balance of men having that power, I'm not necessarily seeing the issue. That's why I was asking you guys how you define it.
It's hard to define right now, Moses, because right now we live in a kerfuffle.
You know what?
I
we
think
But
for the
we're
most part
we're
they're
trying
saying
to
but like
I'm gonna
Moses,
take that
a
what
one.
you're
male
saying,
dominant society, a
Jane,
male
we're
dominant
Jane, you gonna
society,
have to,
and
Jane, you're
we're
gonna have to let
living.
me hold that one, Mama. You got a
like
kerfuffle.
Moses,
Yeah,
I
we kind
agree
of
with
live
what
where
Moses is
wait a minute
saying.
though. Can I finish right quick though, Lovely?
Okay,
I'm sorry,
man.
sis.
No,
We're getting to the point of where we're trying to create this all-inclusive opportunities and freedoms, and it's a mess right now, and that's why we have a slew of genders that we know nothing about, instead of it just being male and female, woman and man, as far as sex is concerned as well. So right now we're a mess, and because we're trying to have all equal ground. So no, right now we're not in a patriarchy. We're in a hot ass mess.
well, and I think like
Mess.
I think like what Moses was saying, and this is where I love what Moses was saying because of coming from the Fathers Matter Live, where there are women using the patriarchal system to gain their matriarchal rights. So there's that privilege that comes in. It's like, wait a minute, you're using a system that you don't agree with, the patriarchal system that is saying that, but then you're going against it at the same time. Oh, men this, and I don't want to be this woman, and I don't want to be that woman. How do we blend together? How do we
No,
blend together? I love what Moses was just saying
but when
because
it comes
it's
to
like, wait a
when
minute,
it,
the patriarchal system is saying that it's ran by mostly men.
right,
It's
well,
ran by mostly men, which is the same system that most of us women work in.
you benefit from it. It's not just that you work in it. You all retain
Right.
80% of custody. You retain 80% of child support, 99.5% of alimony. You're literally the most privileged people walking the earth, more so than children in the United States, anyway. Literally. So if you're talking about patriarchy, it has two usages. The first one has to do with lineage being established through the male line. That's literally the only meaning of the word in terms of that usage of it. So it has nothing to do with power. The second usage of the word means that men hold most of the power and women are largely excluded from it. But if we're going to use the second usage, women often like to conflate that with meaning that women are now somehow oppressed because men have the power. Power just means you have the ability to make decisions in the society and not have them challenged by somebody else. But at the same time, if you're making decisions that overall and overwhelmingly benefit the population of people that you are in charge of, then I think that that's little less than a system or a power structure of oppression.
Can
If
I?
we were truly in a patriarchy, then men would be only expected to suppress their emotions, right, and be the breadwinners. Women would only be expected to focus on caregiving and domestic roles. You would not see anybody in Congress that is a woman that would be considered nonconforming, and a nonconforming individual will be excluded or stigmatized. So when it comes down to it, if we lived in a patriarchy, we would not be seeing same-sex marriages, as an example. We would not be seeing women working in Congress or having chairs within Congress. We would not be able to see Kamala even run for president.
You wouldn't
You
see
know,
you wouldn't see a host of
the
things. You wouldn't see them being considered for military conscription.
right,
You wouldn't see a host of things that wouldn't exist in this system that we live in right now. It's that's
right.
why the reason
Right.
that you know, when I came up, that's the only reason I was just trying to get a handle, you know, get a thumb down on what exactly the patriarchy means to the individual speaking about it, because patriarchy has nothing to do with oppressing somebody. That's not what the definition means. It just
Right.
means that men hold the power. And if you're talking about a matriarchy, it would just mean that one of two things: either lineage would be established to the female line, which I don't even know how that's possible because women don't have a line. They gestate; they don't have the seed. The seed is the line, or it would mean that those women hold power and men are largely excluded from it. But if women were in power and making the decision to lead men in such a way that benefits them, in other words, giving them the opportunity to stay at home, not having to work, and being taken care of by a system of government that gives them that right, then I wouldn't consider that a tyrannical or an oppressive matriarchy.
Can I add to that?
Right. And we're definitely not in North Korea. Sorry.
Well,
I'm
and
just a
that's
mute.
all what that's all archy means. So you could look at patriarchy and you could look at matriarchy. All it means is governing. Who's governing?
Can I add to
And
that?
what are we governing?
It's
I think some of the you made great points, Mutaban. That I
It's
think
just
what the ladies
just
say again. I'm sorry, did I pronounce how you pronounce your name?
just Moses. It's,
Okay, Moses. That in certain spaces, women are pointing out in those areas the conflict that comes up is because they're pointing to blanket statements. In these areas, all men do this, or in these areas, all women. And I kind of push back when people make blanket statements because, as you stated, there are points or references where there isn't a consequence for each gender for things. My thing is, and going back to Lovely's point, is what space can we be in where we're more unified? What space, instead of using the terms patriarch, matriarch, where there should be more partnership, which in my opinion helps the overall gain of people in relationships, people in communities,
you said
instead of using these two dividing lines to say, well, I can't do this because of this group, or I can't do that because of that group.
you said partnerships. You saying
Par- yeah, partnerships.
so you're saying that men and women should be partners? Is that what you mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that, but I hear you. Okay, I mean,
Now, the structure of the partnership should be defined by those two people within the partnership.
well, the reason I'm saying I don't believe in a partnership when it comes to men and women, but rather so a hierarchy, is because in order to have a partnership, you all have to be responsible for the same tasks.
Yes,
And
and I think
men and
that's
women
where
are not.
you
Hold on, real quick, lovely. Hold on,
oh,
real quick,
go
lovely.
ahead, my brother.
So when it comes to a partnership, men and women are never tasked, nor do they have the same burden in relationships. Men's burden of sacrifice is always and always will be higher than a woman's because we have to risk our safety in life. That's a portion of our role of protection. And then provision, which is also high, because we live in a system of society or government there in which its government itself attacks its citizens. So we could never, even if you're talking about like a law firm, so to speak, a partnership is always separated by a junior and senior partner. In other words, somebody still has the final say so. There is no such thing as an equal partnership. Otherwise, you would have no one to break the tie.
And I never said equal. I just said partnership.
Right,
There's
but that's what I'm
roles in
saying.
partnership.
But
And
that's what
here's
a
my here
partnership is. A partnership
and here
is equally.
no, it isn't. Not all partnerships are equal.
There's no.
Not all partnerships.
I'm saying the usage of the term phrase partnership means that you all have equal power inside of this relationship.
You just explained in your own explanation that even in law partnerships, there's a junior and senior
Right, and
partner.
that's why I'm saying that's even in those situations, that's not a partnership. That's a hierarchy.
Right.
does it matter?
Even
I
in
would
those
push back by your own definition. You just said it's a partnership. You just
there's
said
no
the word.
right. And then I made a distinction between junior level and senior level. We can attach partnership to the end of it, but the fact still remains that there is a person that has a final say so. That's no longer a partnership, that's a hierarchy.
No,
Somebody
that's
outranks
that's a
somebody else.
that's
And
a
I
response.
do believe that those positions are already having to be filled. But if we're talking about relationship statuses and things of that nature, we also need a matriarchy, and we lack that. So in order for us to be able to conjoin hands and understand that just as much as there's a patriarchy within a household, there's a matriarchy, well, we have to get back to that. We're not at that point right now. So how can we conjoin hands when most of the women don't believe they're women anymore?
What do you mean there's a matriarchy? I'm not.
Well, I think we was talking about relationship wise. I'm getting confused because at the end of the day, if we're talking about junior and senior partner, I mean those positions have to be filled within a law firm. I mean they're already set in stone, which makes it a hierarchy. But if we're talking about relationship wise, most women don't even know that they're women at this point. So if we're going to conjoin hands concerning that, we have to get back on stride with us being women and having a matriarchy to begin with.
Well, and I think that is a good point. And like what Moses is saying is like when we look at you look at the hierarchy, and that's the highest, right? The hierarchy. And then you've got the patriarchy, then you got the matriarchy, then you got the children. Then you got the children. Now,
But
so
are
a
we,
lot
but
of
are we
people
speaking on? Are we speaking on? I'm getting confused. Okay,
yeah,
excuse
so
me, y'all. I'm
like,
I'm I'm a little slow. So are we speaking on abroad when it comes down to systems? Systemic issues. Are we talking about things of that nature? Are we talking about within a household and
well,
combining within a household?
but
Well, for me, the
I'm
reason
thinking where Moses is coming from though too is it like within a household, somebody typically has a higher rule. Look, I have a higher rule in how I like to keep my house.
Okay,
My
I'm
husband,
okay. So
my
so
husband
so
has a higher
lovely.
rule
The
in how we
patriarchy I'm
handle
talking
or manage
about.
like the biggest things. It's like the
o-
bigger things because
Okay.
then we can get back into like protection and provision,
Okay, so
and then we can
this
get into
this is
nurturing and
this is where I'm
nurturing.
getting lost because I'm talking about the governance of the patriarchy, the social structures, historically, and it's prioritizing male authority, right? That's what I'm talking about. So
So, well, are we taking it from a governmental system, or are we taking it from a family dynamic system, or both?
that's where I'm getting lost.
Can
for
I can
me,
I
for
can
me,
I
I
intervene?
See,
speak. I speak for,
go ahead, Lex. Go ahead,
for
Lex, and
me.
then
I'm
we'll go.
speaking.
Warlock just came in here, and then we'll go back up to Moses.
For me,
I think Luna. I
Jane, I'm
think
speaking
Luna.
from
I
a
think Luna was
relationship because
after that.
that's the building block of any community. Before you get into governance, you have to have some type of community. And I think in those roles, I think you're definitely right. People don't know who they are anymore. People are assuming spaces. But I
Mm-hmm.
think in those relationships, if the goal is the growing of the relationship, then somehow you have to come into a partnership. Yes, at some point somebody has to be responsible for certain things, but just to say because I'm a man, I get to do all this, or because I'm a woman, I don't think that works today. I think because of the way the world has changed, you have to find a partnership with somebody that you grow together.
But that's not typical of male and female behavior, though. Women, first of all, don't like men that they have to grow with. They would rather a finished product when it comes to provision and protection. They don't seek out men that are on the struggle getting to their purpose. They seek men that are already in their purpose. And and men have a tendency not to look for those characteristics in a woman. We typically value youth and beauty and fertility. So it would sound good, in an idealistic world, but when we look at the nature of male and female, it's not practical.
At that point, I would disagree because I'm actually living, and that's the thing. I think those statutes, I do think they exist, but I think because of the examples we see, we should know that they are not working.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that the reason they're not working is because anything outside of that would be against our nature as people.
Right.
That's why our
Right.
families have been failing. Yeah, we're saying that we need to graduate. The reason that we can't graduate to anything else outside of our traditional roles is because everything else outside of traditional roles is chaos. We can't we haven't we've been talking about this for the better portion of maybe 60, 70, 80 years, and we still have not put in place a system outside of traditional roles inside of a household that work. We still have yet to do it. Sure, you're
And
going to
let's
have your
talk about
outliers. You might have one person or one couple over here, one couple over there. But as a system of family ordinance, we haven't been able to figure that out. And the reason we haven't been is because nothing else does work outside of traditional roles.
But how did that work
And
though?
hold on,
Traditional roles
before you
worked
go,
in
Ayana, Warlock just came up here, and I just want to, and we'll go to Warlock and back to Ayana because she's been so patient.
Well,
Warlock, go
also,
ahead and speak,
I
and
think
then
Luna was after Warlock, though. I think Luna
Go
did
ahead,
go.
go. No, listen, I just got up here. I'm
Oh, okay,
reading
okay,
the
okay.
room,
okay,
so
we
I
got you,
gotta
my
just
brother.
roll
Go
out
ahead,
the
Ayana,
next
and
one.
then back to Prof.
if traditional roles did work the way that people keep saying that they do, then we wouldn't be in this predicament. Then there wouldn't have been a women's suffrage movement or anything else to counteract because it would have worked. But because the patriarchy existed and men took the patriarchy,
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you slow down and kind of back up? You said if the roles worked, we wouldn't be in this predicament. And
no,
what
not even if
predicament?
the roles worked, but if people didn't, can I say that word? Is that TikTok friendly?
It's what?
Smabuse. How do you how do you TikTok friendlyify that word? If they didn't
You're
if they
good. You're
didn't
good.
take
Just say a
advantage,
boost.
thank you. If they didn't take advantage of that power that they knew that they had, then there would be no need for a different type of
I'm not sure what power.
setup.
I'm not
Well,
sure
you
what
just proved
power
a
you're
good
referring to.
point, Ayana. Look
Hold
at
on. Wait.
when women use the patriarchal
Wait. Hold on. Hold
system
on. Hold
to
on. Real
go
quick. Hold on. Real
after
quick, lovely.
child support,
Hold
right,
on. Real quick.
Moses?
Wait. Well, hold on
Like,
real quick. I'm trying to. Let me.
because
Hold on.
Wait,
So you said if men didn't use this power, which power are you referring to?
so okay, so way earlier, right? I said something small about the matriarchy and how I feel like it doesn't exist, and I think that kind of tied into if we were talking about it on a grand scheme as far as like legislation and rules and laws and stuff versus household. I'm talking very much the worldview and legislation and rules and laws and all of the above, right? So I'm then saying that
Okay,
if
well, let me ask you
if
this. What
you
rules
said
and laws are you specifically referring to? Because it sounds like you're making the argument that women are excluded from having certain rights and privileges according
I
to law.
don't I don't think in the United States, no. I'm speaking more broadly, but if you want to boil it down to different countries, yes, patriarchy is used to take advantage of women,
How
and there
so?
is a patriarchal system.
How do women get taken advantage of then as
How
well?
so? Women in where is it Afghanistan were just banned from speaking in public?
Okay, wait, hold on. So you're attempting to. The reason that this is another reason why I don't like having a patriarchy conversation is because we you have to consider location. So if you're talking about in another country, I'm not necessarily sure how we square with that being as how I don't live there. I live in the United States. So
Right.
being
But
that
I was just responding to something that you had said as far as you saying that we have not found anything else that works.
right,
But
okay,
I'm
so
saying that how
let's
can we
go
say that it
let's go with
works
your example of
when we're
women not being
here?
able to speak in other countries. Right.
Right.
The opposite of that is them being able to speak in other in for example in this country. Now, women speaking in this country and their suggestions on how things should be run, has that made them happier or more miserable? As a collective, would you argue?
I would argue that it has made them happier, but I would also argue that social media has given a microphone to people to be loud about things that they don't know what they're talking about. So
I
I
don't
see it
see the connection
50-50.
between those two
hey,
things.
Moses, let me ask her a question. Do you think that women use the patriarchal system to get their way?
Way less than what people think it is, maybe, but not in real, not really. Sure, some of
So,
them.
so when it comes to child support or AB or all these rights that women have, you don't think they use the patriarchal system to actually create their own identity or their own like to create their
I
path?
think that those laws were put
Or
in place
do
to
we shut
When
our
it
men
comes,
out of it?
when it
those laws
comes,
were put in place to protect women initially, and people are going to take advantage of anything that is used to help people.
You
I think
said
that's the answer.
people, you said people, but we're talking about patriarchy and women. So, do women use the
when it
patriarchal
comes to
system to go against their men?
Some of them, I guess, people break the law. Yeah,
Break the law or use the law?
people use the law. Yeah, I mean, I'm not against calling women out. I don't know. I'm not really
when it
around
comes to
that.
class,
Are we still on the family structure thing? Because
That's what I was
um,
trying to
Go
figure
ahead, Prof. I know Prophet got to
Somebody has a
go,
lot
and
of
I'm gonna go
background
back to
noise.
Moses and Warlock. Go
yeah,
ahead,
Okay.
Prof, my
It's
brother.
Lex.
Jimmy.
I'm just trying to
Right.
find out if we are, because
No, we're good.
improving
We're good. We're good.
communication
Mm-hmm.
and delegating responsibilities is two things we just can't do. So we got to
Mm-hmm.
kind of start at the root before we can get to the branches.
Exactly. And who is the root? Go ahead, Prof. What you got, my brother?
That's exactly what I'm about to do, the root. So, if we're going to ask the question, why is it the patriarchy's fault? What we have to understand is we have to take a look at history about how it's come down to. So, the same hierarchy system, the same patriarchy everyone refers to, there is another term for it, a proper term. That term is social stratification. I did a study on this in college for one of my writings. It's simply the system where a society categorizes people into hierarchical layers based on different factors, things like wealth, income,
Mm-hmm.
education,
The isms.
occupation, social status. It results in an unequal distribution of power, privileges, etc. And at this point in time, when we take a look at history, a lot of it was like kings and queens versus peasants. That was one of the first, pharaohs versus servants, stuff like that. Now what we're seeing is it's we've kind of evolved it from that, but we're still at a point to where humanity has not found a way to unite completely at this point. And what we're looking at is the argument for today: patriarchy versus matriarchy, manhood versus womanhood, right? So when we look at things like that, let's use the family dynamic for example. How in the hell are we supposed to come to an even or unified patriarchy and matriarchy system that works hand in hand if we can't even get our simple household under wraps with as close to 50-50 as possible? You get my point? So if we can't
Well, when it
have
comes to as close to 50-50 as possible, no, I don't.
exactly, but that's my point. So if we can't get our relationship dynamics to work, how do we expect matriarchy and patriarchy
No,
to
I
coexist?
think what I'm saying is that I wouldn't see that as possible to begin with. It's a
That
futile mission, is what I'm saying.
that's what I'm saying as well. So that's what I'm saying. So when we start to see the family dynamic as not being possible, then is it
No, I didn't say
really?
the family dynamic is impossible. I'm saying that the 50-50 dynamic is not possible.
That's what I'm trying to say about the patriarchy and the matriarchy system, because some people would say, well, we want equal rights, this, that, and third. Some want to be more in power than the others. Like I had questioned earlier, I reverted it. I'd said, what would the ladies feel like if the men were sitting here saying, why is it always the matriarchy's fault? Right? What if the dynamic was flipped? Well, what if the dynamic
Well,
was equal?
here's the thing. We all agree that men should be more powerful in relationships, even in terms of or marriages. That's what women seek typically. They want a
I
man that's
know,
stronger than them. They want a man that's smarter than them, that has more money, that's faster, that has a business potentially. You want a man that's pretty much stronger than you in every aspect. And men understand this as a family
I
structure.
I know. So what I'm getting at here is what we have to understand is, why was the patriarchy founded in the first place? What's its overall root?
Right.
And this is whether anyone believes in religion, whether you agree with the patriarchy or not, whether you're not religious, the patriarchy system was founded based on the way the hierarchy of religion goes. And we all know what that is.
I wouldn't
It's
agree with
not
that.
even
I
religion.
wouldn't even agree. I
It's
wouldn't agree with that.
no, it's not religion because religion goes back into the isms that you were talking about.
No, I didn't
Religion,
say I didn't say it was religion. I said it was
it's
religion based
it's the
in the hierarchy
idea of
scale,
Then we
God
would, I
and
like a
wouldn't
the
pyramid.
I wouldn't say
God
Right.
being
Well,
the hierarchy, God
right.
being the hierarchy, and he puts man next, he puts the woman next, and he puts a child next.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking
Right.
about. It's like the
I
pyramid,
think okay.
right?
I think Lunar. I think where we're getting hung up is that you're referring to it as religion. God's laws, statutes, and commandments to a select group of people known as the Israelites is not a religion,
I
unless
didn't
it's.
say it
Right.
was. I
No,
said it
I
was.
understand. I understand you didn't. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that that's where we're getting hung up at right now. So we're just making
Yeah.
a distinction between it being a religion and simply something that God put in place in order for our families to remain intact.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying what I'm saying, that's why I said whether you agree with the patriarchy or not, whether you're religious or not, what everyone has to understand is the patriarchy has existed for thousands of years based on the foundation of the hierarchy of the way the religion has worked.
But does it?
Well,
But my question is, does it still exist now? Because at the end of the day, if it did, we wouldn't even be able to talk about some of the things that we're talking about. To be honest with you, I feel
It
like we're so.
exists.
I feel like we're so privileged to the fact that we can have these conversations. I believe Ayana had brought up Afghanistan, and that being a completely a patriarchy in itself entirely, where these
It
conversations would not
does.
exist, right?
This is
and
why
It
and
I
we
does
asked
have
the
and
exist
we
question.
for
have a way of identifying the purpose of our family, setting core values for our family concerning what we talked about religion, and that's included with
Yeah,
religion and spirituality, and also being able to communicate properly, being able to delegate responsibilities, instill values,
that
resolve conflicts. Those things we can do on our own, but we have so much freedom to be able to do them that we neglect those purposes. And I think
right.
that's what our issue is. And I'm not saying that we in total, I'm definitely going to say us as women, we have a great deal of pushback when it comes down to those delegated responsibilities, because we want to do the same thing. And we're not supposed to be doing the same thing. We're not comfortable with the idea that we've been placed here to have a certain type of protection, and that protection comes from being feminine. And that pushback is causing, like I said, a kerfuffle before. You know what I'm saying? It's a mess
right.
now. So I think we just have so much, and now we have it all on our plate, and we're like, well, what part do we want to eat? And you have the women saying, well, I just want to eat broccoli, and I feel like everybody should eat broccoli. I feel like everybody should feel like we're
Right.
50-50. Would I want to be in a 50-50 marriage? Absolutely not. I am not getting up to kill the spider. I am not getting up to go and check the door. I am not taking out the trash. I am not cleaning out the car. It's a lot of things I am not going to do because I am accustomed to not doing those things, because I have been told that is what men do. And I'm not cutting the grass either. You see what I'm saying? And when it comes
So,
down to making the babies and cleaning up and being in my kitchen, I'm going to stand 10 toes down in that. And that's just how that is.
mhm.
Everybody's family structure is going to be totally different. But it being a 50-50 split down the middle, unless I can grow a pee overnight and stand and pee, unless he can go and have that baby, we are not going to be 50-50.
Exactly.
Well,
And
here's
Jimmy,
the
you know
thing.
we just spoke on. Hold on. I want to give you this because Prof, you brought this up, and I think Moses was speaking on this too. If you look at the military, it's like we talk about all these women's rights, and well, I want to be able to do what a man does. I want to wear combat boots. I want to go out in the field, but I need my own space. But I don't want to undress in front of men. But I don't want to do this. It's like that you're going into a totally different environment. So you're asking for men to give you the give you a space to be with men, but you want to make you create expectations on that. That doesn't. It's not 50-50. It's not
No,
50
it
because
no, it's
you're
not. And
asking for
I wanted
expectations.
to add something very important that no one even touched on about this yet. Um, so I'll add one factor that no one mentioned, and then I'll talk about misplacement. We have to remember that the power dynamics shift for a reason. Power dynamics shift because of resources. And the most important valued resource is monetary value.
Wait, what power dynamic are you referring to? The power
Any,
between who?
a-
The power between
any,
who?
any power dynamic, any relationship.
I'm not sure what this means. Okay, go ahead. I'm just.
Well, power dynamic, who has more say over the other, whether it's in a relationship, whether it's a country, whether it's, a
And what did it shift
business.
from, and what did it shift to?
Exactly. So we have to remember that the system that we're talking about, it it places people in hierarchy layers based on factors, and that most important factor is among the resources. The most important resource in that is the monetary value. Monetary meaning gold, silver, bronze, money, the value of what we place on things, right? So when we talk about that, that's where the misplacement heavily comes because the power, the power regime switches, and whatever role it is, whoever's in power.
So who runs?
I'm
Who
not. I'm not
runs?
sure what you're saying right now. Like, are you
Yeah,
referring to a family
I'm trying
structure? Or are
to
you
get it
referring
through,
to
Moses.
a caste
Um,
system, like a government? Or what? Like, I'm not. I'm not exactly sure
I'm
what you're talking
talking
about.
about all of them, the
Right.
caste
But what I'm saying
system,
is this:
the
it's the
family
reason we're
structure.
all. What I'm saying is the reason I'm confused right now is it's kind of inefficient conversation to talk about those things all at the same time. So, which one are
It's
you referring to in particular?
But it's really not because they all relate in their own way. They all relate. It's I don't have to specify when they're all at the root of the
No,
same
I'm saying
thing.
they don't relate. I'm saying in a family, money does not dictate who has more power. In a family
You sh-
structure, that's not who dictates who has more power. That's not
are
how we
you sure?
dictate.
Are you sure about that?
yeah,
Yes,
we're sure because I know homeless
yes.
people
By wait, hold on, real
who
quick. Hold on, real
I
quick,
know
Miss
Are
Miss
homeless
you
Lovely.
sure
people
Hold on.
who
about
have
that?
Yes,
Are you sure about that?
I'm totally sure about that.
because I know where
The
Moses is
wait,
going with
hold
this.
on, real
Because
quick.
if you
Hold
look
on.
at,
Excuse me. Hold on, real quick.
go ahead, my brother.
The yeah, I'm most certainly sure about that. Biology dictates that. That has to do with physical prowess. The reason men hold that amount of power in a relationship is because we also hold that amount of responsibility for those individuals that are beneath us. And by beneath, I mean those people that we stand above in the hierarchy of the family. It has nothing to do with money. A man could be poor. He
That's
would
why I
still be
said.
the leader in his family, but that's not the
But
same
that.
thing as if you were talking about a government system there in
But
which
that's why I
we're
said
gauging.
resources. That's why
Okay,
I said
even yeah,
resources.
but biology is not a resource.
No, it's not. But based on biology, one versus the other seeks to be looked for, to be cared for because of the resources they provide.
No, they look
It
to be
has
cared. No,
shifted
women
now.
women don't look to be cared for because of resources. If everything were to revert back to us not having an exchange, a monetary exchange system, women would go for the man that is most capable of defending. It would have nothing to do with his resources.
Right. Like I believe that the
Zero.
historical roots concerning the patriarchal structures dealt with physical strength. Like it was the early human history. It gave men the advantage. Like
Yeah.
that was the start of it. Then it was social conditioning, which was like it was based on gender roles and things of that nature, and education, and then it got to the laws. After it reached social conditioning, it got to laws. So I think historical roots it derived from physical strength.
It's biology. It's just biology. We
Right.
Right.
have the ability
I
to
I
not only
didn't dis
sire, we have the ability not only to sire seed, which is a portion of the definition of patriarchy being established through the male lineage, but also we're the physical brawn of the earth. We're the ones that manipulate the earth. We're the ones that have the strength to control or subdue it in such a fashion as to make it comfortable and livable for everybody else around us. That's a responsibility. Has nothing to do with resources. Has everything to do with just biology.
And, but
I
before anybody else goes, I want to welcome Warlock in here because Warlock had his hand up and
Go
he's
ahead,
been in
Warlock.
here a while.
Hey,
And I know
Warlock.
he heard what Moses had to speak on and what me and Jane and Prof and Ayana what we're speaking about. We haven't even got past the first topic, Warlock. You know how that
And I
goes.
left several hours ago. Listen,
Warlock, I didn't get my hello.
uh,
Hi.
can I say hello first? Shit.
Thank you.
What's going on, everybody? How y'all
Hey,
doing?
Warlock, how are you, my brother?
I want a
I'm
special
tired as
hello,
hell. I'm
Warlock.
going back to sleep. I'm going to go back to sleep in a minute. What's up, Moses? How you doing, man? I ain't seen you around in a minute.
What's going on, boy? Yeah,
Yeah, shit. Same shit, different toilet, as I always
you
said.
ain't lying. You ain't never lie.
Listen, look.
I washed all my
If
toilets today, Warlock.
Yeah, I still got to wash shit. Anyway, I agree with Moses in reference to how he's attacking it. Right. Here's the thing. Even though we understand that it is biological, we have nowadays we have women fighting against biology, and it's you've heard a lot of women talk about if I make the money, I call the shots. That's the way that they're trying to move the needle. And in reference to the way things have changed, the problem is, and I always ask people, you wanna bitch and complain about the patriarchy, right?
You want to bitch and complain about a whole lot of other shit. Say tomorrow we say, fuck it. You know what? We're done with the patriarchy. What the hell are you going to replace it with? Chaos. That's what it's going to be replaced with. So if you have this stance against it so bad, come up with something else that works. Because everything else that we've been going through in the past, say 5 to 10, maybe even more, right? I haven't paid attention to it because I was married before 10 years ago, right? Everything else is not even proven. The shit that we're going through right now was not proven, but it's now proven not to freaking work. There's a lot of things within the patriarchy that the ladies have an advantage on. We understand there are double standards for shit. However, we live with those double standards. Now y'all trying to displace the man in the home. And that, from Moses, biologically, the structure cannot be changed. That's why we're going through a whole bunch of shit. That's why a lot of women are trying to do the work of men, trying to be men, trying to step in the footsteps of men. And how has that worked out for most of you ladies? It doesn't, because you're not structured to take on those responsibilities. That's our job. And those men that are actually living in their manhood understand this, but y'all just want to give pushback because you want to be equal. You don't want equity.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Warlock, because you came in my live earlier. And Moses, I wish you were here in my live when I talk about fathers matter and how do fathers influence their children. And it doesn't even matter if you're a father or you're a mentor or you're a coach or you're just a component of the community. And how do men build our... A lot of people say, well, women are supposed to build the community. No, men actually are very involved. They know how to make it all work. I can go to work and I can be at all my kids' games. You know, I can be at work and I can still be involved in my children's life. I can be at work and separate from the person that I created this child with, and I can do that. So that's his deal. It's when we have women trying to tell them that, no, you shouldn't do it that way. Well, then now you're out of order. You're out of, like what Moses was saying, you're out of hierarchy. You're out of the archy. You're out of the arcanism that actually, you've got a hierarchy. That, like, when the man is in charge, sometimes us women, we need to sit back and be like, okay, I know what my husband is saying. I need to listen. Because he's allowing me to take care of the things that I need to take care of, but I have to allow him to take care of the things, and I hate using that word allow. It drives me crazy. Because I don't give him authority. He has authority. So that's what I want to say.
I was done, by the way. Just FYI.
Yeah, I know. We can lose a lot of people in this process, like Moses, like me and you, we're on the same page on this, and Warlock too. And when you came in and professed that, and I love the video that you put on about the children, because a lot of people want to argue about what they're, the matriarchy, the patriarchy, the men, the women, but you know what? When you create a whole human being, that's different. Now you got some different decisions to make when you create children.
Yeah, one of ours is consisted of putting it down a tube, huh? See how it's all messed up?
Why is it that well, Moses is on teacup, but why is it that every time I come somewhere, it's quiet?
It's what, Warlock? Your phone
I know
breaking up.
Cause you're cursed.
Me too, Warlock. Every time I get
It's,
up
be,
here, people just start
it's
dropping.
because he's old.
You know what? I'm gonna tell it to you like I always told it to you. Kiss my ass, kid.
I'm gonna be 44 in 2 weeks. Stop saying old, Gav. Stop saying old.
Girl, I still got a decade on your ass.
I forgot to put the fart on there.
It's okay,
So Mo,
lovely.
oh damn, he left. Shit.
Fucking Moses. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to curse.
What's up,
Warlock,
Shadow?
You say, hey, Shadow, you see your lovely Dakota? She over there. Look at
Oh,
her mouth on. Look at her
Shadow.
mouth on my
Oh,
side of TikTok, man. Look at her
look
mouth.
at her. See? I told you, man, I be bringing the good people around. I be bringing good people around. The ones who can talk some shit and the real shit and then also be about the shit, you know? Kev, before you woke back up, I swear I was gonna go lioness tonight. Even Jane knows. Jane's like, okay, let's calm down. Jane had to
I
tell me
don't
to
see you
calm down.
crunk like that. I don't never see you crunk like that. So I was like, oh, let me
I
just try to calm
know
this
it's
down.
rare. It's rare. Only Kev was the first person that ever saw me do that, and then you're the second person. So, but I just came from my own live, and it was very good. But it had a lot to
Thank
do with
you.
what Kev is talking about. It had a lot to do with what Kev was talking about. We were talking about fathers, and then the patriarch, and that's what led to the patriarchy. So that's why I was like, Kev, why didn't you show up? So,
You know what? Y'all better enjoy these last couple days in reference
You
to it.
keep saying that.
No, I'm saying y'all better enjoy these last couple days of me talking about this shit. Because
hey, you
come
better be up till the
2025,
19th when
that
they
shit is
cut
a
us
done
all
deal.
off.
Well, what we gonna talk about next then, Warlock? I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna talk because I was over on, I forgot who panel it was, and you was like, just be honest. I was being honest.
What are you talking about now?
It was the other night, and you was like, just be honest when you come over. I don't even think you realized it was me.
Was you talking about classic line?
Yep,
Oh no, that's all we ask is you to be honest. Cause
I was. I was.
with
I was
him,
drunk.
yeah, with him and his vibe, right? When he asks questions, people always try to figure out where he's going, right?
Oh
That's why a lot of
yeah.
times when he asks questions, you can't get a straight answer out of motherfucker. And I'm like, if you're just gonna be honest, then you don't have to worry about getting tripped up later.
Right. Yeah. I don't try to figure nobody out because I just go along with the flow. But I was drunk. I had the flu, so
Don't be coming up that motherfucker drunk.
I had like 4 shots. You couldn't tell though. 35 looking good. You couldn't tell. Don Julio was good to me that night.
Did you say Don?
Don, Don,
Boy,
Don,
Don.
that
Don.
motherfucker Don Julio got more relatives than I even suspected. He got a big family.
Don
Ooh,
Julio.
the best 1942.
Lord have
So how
mercy.
far y'all
Hello.
end up getting, man?
We got to the first one,
I was trying
and
to.
that's
Yeah,
it.
we were working our way down, Kev, but me and Jane was trying
Y'all
to,
were just on the first one.
Yeah, it
We just
yes,
left
was.
like almost two and a
Dang.
half hours ago.
it was so,
You know
because
how I
people
get.
got so stuck on patriarchy and then it turned into matriarchy and then it turned
So,
into,
so answer. Somebody please answer the question that I asked at the end. If in fact the patriarchy is such a bad thing, right? And everybody wants to get rid of the patriarchy.
Or
If tomorrow we woke up and said, okay, we're no longer doing that shit, what are we gonna replace it
God.
That's the same thing I was saying about taking the relationship dynamic and not being able to use 50-50. That's the same thing I was getting at.
yeah, I got a bar.
We
Like,
can't get to the
with?
relationship though.
Everybody's talking about we don't like the patriarchy this, the patriarchy that, that. Ladies, I'm gonna tell y'all, for the motherfuckers that's listening, if it wasn't for the patriarchy, you wouldn't be able to say shit.
Yeah.
I don't even see us having one. And I know people gonna be like, "Oh yeah, well there's this law and that law." It's not Afghanistan. It's
But
listen,
not.
But
listen,
that's what
until
I think about.
until
Like what Moses was saying. Moses was talking about a hierarchy. A hierarchy.
Right.
there's
That's what I
always
was
gonna
talking
be
And
about
one.
but
with
we're
Kev.
not
Is like,
but
what
that's what
about the
I'm
hierarchy?
saying
Like,
though.
why are we relying so many people on people around us, and nobody wants to turn to God?
I'm
What they
saying though,
want to
from
complain about?
if you travel outside and see the a real patriarchy, we're nowhere near that. People are walking around saying they're spiritual. You think you can say that in the patriarchy? No, you're going to practice whatever religion they say you gonna practice.
Back.
Like we got so many freedoms and then we stomp our feet and say, "Well, I don't like this because this is the way this is." You know how you fix your kid a plate and you put something to the side, and instead of them just ignoring that to the side and say, you know what, I'm just not going to go over there and eat that, they complain about it and complain about it. We have so many freedoms, and we complain about the freedoms we have.
But that's
Yeah,
the
but
thing, though.
like you
That's what.
said,
No,
Jane, they conform to it. They conform to
You know what the
whatever
problem
that
let
means.
me
is?
say this. I'm not about to keep on
Oh,
trying to take
sorry, go
turns on
ahead.
my own host on my own thing. I just want to say this real quick, 'cause I don't be talking that long. All I was gonna say is that even with that situation, the ones that we claim that's not free, they not taking as many pills as we is. They can keep a family. They not stressed like we is, but I think a lot of time we project ourselves on them like, oh, they must be going through a lot because they can't talk that much, or that they always forced to marriages and all this other stuff. I think what I realize is that with some of these patriarchy things, or go back to what my man was saying, that it might be religion type, and that's cool, right? But at least it's something that, because it was a time in life where things people was forced. Of course, they was probably forced to righteousness. That's just what it is. But now we're free to do whatever and choose whatever and all that other stuff, and I get it. But overall, I think, the stuff that we project ourselves on other people on, we more freer, but we more stressed too at the same time.
Let me give
Let
you.
me say this. The
Let
problem
me.
with the
Let me.
patriarchy is this. This is why it's brought up so fucking much. Because when you say patriarchy, you automatically think of men ruling shit. And a lot of women don't like that shit. If it had
Another.
nothing to do with men, it wouldn't be a fucking problem. But a lot of women, whether they want to admit to it or not, just don't fucking like men. They like the things that they can get from a man or what a man can do for them, but they really don't like men. Just like a lot of men don't like y'all ass. Ladies, I mean. Right? If this became a nation without law for a week, for 3 days, 4 days, ladies, you would see exactly how many men don't fucking like you. Men, we would understand. Well, we understand that most women don't like us any fucking way. But ladies, you will be in a world of motherfucking terror. Because there are men out here that are just licking at the chops to do fucked up shit to you. I can't sit here and deny that. But the laws that have been established through governors over the years have put you in a position where a lot of those men are, I'm not going to say afraid, but they don't like the consequences that's going to come behind their actions. And some of the guys that you consider good guys are the only things keeping their asses in check. And if you dismiss those two things, you are going to be fucked up. It's just that simple.
Hey, Warlock, got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
If the U.S. dollar failed tomorrow, what would you replace it with?
The goal that I have.
Exactly. And so this is why we see and understand that people are coming out with like Bitcoin and other shit, because it challenges the current monetary system that runs the patriarchy. It's tied in together. And most people don't realize that. So, in a sense, if matriarchy needs to rise, what are they going to do to back their value? What are they going to create?
See,
You
that's the
understand?
thing, Luna. The whole thing is that I think we've given, and I say this the way that I say it for a reason. I think that we have given the women so many fucking rights that they think that they can stand on their own. But there is not one. Somebody name me one thing, one right, one thing that's legal that you can do or get away with it that has not been backed and upheld by men.
That's exactly my point. So, until women, as long as they complain about it, I'm not saying all women, but those that do complain about the patriarchy, until they come up with their own value system to back their claim to power, which is exactly why I brought up social stratification. Until they back their claim to power, complaints do nothing because the money that runs it, that they get paid for, is ran by patriarchy.
So do you
But
Facts.
think
how?
that
But I have a
hold on,
question though.
hold up. Can I
Wait,
ask a
I
question
have a
real quick?
question as to. Hold on, lovely,
Go
because
ahead.
that's not. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, sis.
Go
That's not
ahead.
making any sense to me because at the end of the day, if this was really a patriarchy society, that women couldn't even own property, women couldn't inherit wealth. Like if your family passed and they left you $10 million, the woman would not be able to accumulate those funds. It would go to a man, and if she's not married, oh well. And that is the reason why people are forced into marriages within the patriarchy that are real without or out here. What we're talking about is
Well,
governance and laws. We're
I
not talking
Exactly.
about it. We're not
I
talking
love.
about and at the end of the day, when we're talking about the money, it's a part of it because it's intertwined with structures and systems, but it's not necessarily the exact inheritance of patriarchy. It's just not,
Hey
especially
James.
not here
James,
because
I
But
left
hold
the
on,
patriarchy
hold
alone.
on. But
I left the
what
hold on
governs?
one second, Luna. I left the patriarchy alone. If you notice, I went to laws
my bad.
and things of that nature.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
left the
that's what I was
patriarchy
getting
alone.
at. That's what I was getting
Yeah, but
at.
we're talking about money though, and women can definitely own property and we can inherit funds and wealth. I
You
mean, so
can,
that's
you can. But
see, but
here's the
that's
thing.
and
You
we're
can
even
inherit.
throwing that and saying we don't need men now because we have this money. So how is that argument even made? Just how can we justify that with that argument that
Because
Because
now?
even
if you're talking
because
about how
even
you
though
have money, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Luna. Go ahead and do your thing, man.
because even though you own properties, somebody behind that owns that, and somebody behind that owns that. Laws, regulations, they're not free. It costs. There's always a cost to something. And a lot of it is comes down to what the bank is involved in. The banks run everything. Money is like water. It's a currency. It flows in everything you do.
Right. That has us arguing that really doesn't exist because at any given moment the currency can change or it could not exist. So
That's why I said
that's why this
until
government is built
until
on credit, not necessarily funds. It's built on credit.
but see that's why I brought up the point that Bitcoin has started to come up. You're starting to see other things come up to challenge the current monetary system, which is ran by patriarchy.
Hold on. I want to say something. What you and Jane are actually speaking on right now, because Jane just said something very powerful. She said, like the current, and how you're talking about the mortgages and all that stuff that we have with crypto. But current is how we like you can pull your credit agency score and everything. It's how you move your credit. At the end of the day, it goes back onto how you're doing it. Do you know the system? Do you infiltrate the system? Do you understand the system? We,
Yeah,
we don't
right.
only have to deal with the system. We got to deal with the people that are in the system, like
Right.
our cousins, our aunts, our uncles. There's a there's a hierarchy to a hierarchy. There's levels to this shit, basically.
Right, that's what I was
Right.
saying. There's somebody always behind it.
Right, because this is a country of debt. Like most
Hmm.
people think cash is king. No, it's not. It's credit. If you want
Right.
cash to be king, leave because this country is based on the fact that we're in debt. And if you're not in debt, you ain't shit. So nobody that has billions or millions of dollars is even worrying about how much money they're making
Hmm.
because they're only living off credit. They're not living off the funds that they're making. Their funds that they're making is paying the credit. They live off the credit.
Do you know where we
So,
started our our debt, Jane? Was with our birth certificate.
yeah.
When our parents basically said, "You're in the same system I'm in."
Right. And then we don't even understand that system as to how we
Right,
even purchase houses. Like we as the middle
mhm,
class and poor people purchase houses. They flip them. Like
right,
But
they're
right,
but
not
even
purchasing
right.
shit.
but
Or they
even
burn it
credit but
down
even
so that they
credit
can rebuild.
even credit is built on a monetary system. It's backed by money. Money is backed by gold. That's where money gets its
The
value.
AU. Oh, were you in that live when we were talking about with Mike's live when we were talking about AU, backed by gold?
I don't think I was.
I don't know where it was in somebody's live. We were talking about being backed, and because I brought up the word back and what it is spine. We were talking about photosynthesis and DNA, and actually going. Why did they call it the back of your hand? the back of your spine.
Credit isn't backed on money. Credit is backed on trust.
Exactly, Jane. Thank you. And that is exactly what I
But we
freaking.
use our money in order to believe that we're paying off our credit. So we're always going to have a poor person's mentality when really credit is backed on trust. That's why
Yeah,
most people that have sense don't use their socials to get any credit. If you knew how to work the system, which I'm sure you do, Professor, you
I
wouldn't
do.
even
I
be
work with it
using your
every day.
social. Right.
I
Ain't
issue
nothing
So,
credit
to
every
and
day.
that's
me.
one thing that we can be teaching people is the fact that, I mean, like I
That
said,
part.
money and currency will change. I mean, they're
And
changing with chips on a consistent basis. They're already doing it overseas.
you know
It's
what,
based on
Jane?
social structure, social value. You're going to have social points. And let me just shut up before I get clipped again
No,
for speaking on what's happening in other
girl,
countries.
girl, but believe me, because I'm getting ready to go in deep. Dr. T, whatever you want to call him, whatever the prez of whatever he's governing or whatever, I live an hour and a half from a casino that was actually in his name. It was T29. It was the whole. He knew the business. He filed bankruptcy on that. It's no longer called T29. Well, and it's the full word, and then 29, because it didn't affect him. And this was years ago, before he ever even became president. An hour and a half away from me. So you best believe you better know the system and the way it works, because you can file like what Jane was talking about, that trust that you have, that trust is backed by what?
Yeah, but I have to
The
trust that you're
agreement,
going to pay me
Mm-hmm.
what we
right,
agreed on. So it's trust
right.
is issued the credit, but money or whatever the monetary value is backs the credit decision. Because let me say, I sell phones every day, and I have to issue a financial installment based on the trust that the customer is going to pay for the
Mm-hmm.
device.
But
Mm-hmm.
sometimes they don't even have the money. Y'all remember that one time where that one person said they won the lottery and they just went to banks and started getting loans out the blue
Right.
because
So
of
that's
who they were. So a lot of people are using their name, and that is a part of the trust factor when it comes down to it.
Right.
It doesn't mean that they have to have the money, just who you
right.
are. The
No,
same
but
way
they,
of how us as the middle class people, we actually purchase our home and we get so excited. And people that have billions never purchase their homes. They
yeah, but
never
see that
purchase them.
that's exactly where finance comes into play. You
Right.
finance with the understanding that there can be an APR to pay more money because you are giving extra trust with whatever property you have to pay for.
Right.
Exactly. So,
Mm-hmm. It's kind of, well, that property that you have to pay for, and sometimes, and this is where a lot of people don't realize that we're just property right
Y'all
now.
about to get yourselves clipped. I'm telling you.
Oh,
Oh, talking
okay,
about
okay.
credit? Let me
No,
not go into business
I
then.
know
Let me
what
not go into the other three
Warlock.
bureaus.
Yeah.
all right,
I
come
know
on,
what
old
Warlock
man.
is talking about. I believe me. I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be nice. I promise. I
I mean,
promise.
if people really tapped into that, that business credit where you don't have any money, you just, your trust is, yeah, my business gonna pop off because here's my proposition.
Listen,
Mm-hmm.
I,
But we
I, I
talking about
was
something
told a
totally
while
different.
ago, own nothing but control everything.
Oh, there you go. The
Yep.
Yeah,
control.
yep.
That's why I told people they can dox me all the fuck they want. All they're gonna get is like 3 bills and some other shit. But you have no idea who I am or what I'm worth. None. Because
Right.
nothing of value is in my name.
Mm,
Nothing.
exactly.
Yeah,
But
no, more.
who is it left to? Who is, because it may be of not value to the government or whoever we leave it to, but who do we leave it to? We leave it to our kids. It goes back to that children, like, hey, it might not mean nothing to the government because I knew how to school the government, but I'm leaving this
That's why I've
property
been training my daughter
to
since she was fucking
my
7 and 8
children.
years old.
Exactly. I'm gonna leave whatever I knew how to work the government, and I'm gonna leave whether it's my car, my house, my life insurance, whatever I've got going. If I'm gone, guess what? My kids got it.
That part. And
But
I'm teaching my daughter about credit and money and things of that nature. And one thing that I told her is no, technically, it's not based on physical or reserve money. It's based on the trust and expectation of future economic activity. So most of the time, because I used to be an underwriter for a bank, most of the time, if you have inconsistency within your bank account and you can't hold on to money in the future, you can't pay me. So you could have been a millionaire last week and spent it all in 1 week. That means that you're not getting a loan based on the fact that you can't hold on to it. Your credit score can be excellent. However, when it comes down to, or not excellent, but could be fair. However, if I see inconsistencies within whatever it is that you're doing, I can't trust you. So that's why I said it's built on trust, because you could be a billionaire and have very poor credit. You could be a millionaire and spend all your millions up. You can be just like, what's his name out here? Hammer. You can sit there and give it all to your friends and ain't invest nothing. And if you can't promise me that what I'm giving you on this 25,000, even though you're worth about 2 million, but you was worth 2 million last week, you're not worth 2 million right now. I don't see anything in the future. I don't see any investments or anything. Then I'm not going to give you that. So therefore, at the end of the day, being that underwriter, if you don't have collateral like a mortgage, property, a government guarantee, which most people don't know anything about government guarantees,
right.
which is no physical money at all. It's a government guarantee. So that means, hey, the government said they're going to do something. Don't mean that they really going to do it, because the government, everything could crash, but they said they're going to do something. At the end of the day, if you don't have future endeavors, if you can't show me bank statements that are back to 5 years of you being consistent, any type of inconsistency, and I do mean $5 inconsistency, that may be a possibility where you're not going to get $100,000 loan, even though you got millions sitting in there. That's how underwriting works. So
And
it's based
you
on
know,
trust in the relationship with you and money. How are you with
yep,
keeping money, and how are you with promising me that you're going to be paying whatever it is I'm going to give you
exactly,
back?
Jane. How are
So
you
they're willing
able?
to loan 2 mil. They're willing to loan 25,000, 250,000 to a person with a lottery ticket, because guess what? You got money in the future. Now, am
Yeah,
I going to give you another loan? No, I'm not. Not because I don't believe that you're going to take that $20 million and you're going to pay that back. You may spend that $20 million or give it to somebody else. So you may get this one. Best believe you may not get another one, because you have to show me that you're worthy to be trusted. So you
you
could come
just
in there and
put
say you
two,
got money, but if you're inconsistent, you ain't got money.
James. You
Well,
just put two components together. Hold on one sec, Warlock, because he just spoke a million gems right there.
yeah, I got
You
a
just
question
spoke two
too based on
components
that.
at one time, because I used to work in mortgage and lending, and you have to know, you as an underwriter, you were signing off on some shit that if it went wrong, that trust was within you too. That trust was within you as that job that you kept. But this is where, but after I left mortgage lending, because I worked in lending for a long time after the market crashed with Bush, guess what I went into? Mental health. Mental health. Well, who go and show me how this industry and how this finances and how we have to juggle this money and pay the IRS and pay this insurance and pay this gas bill, pay this like how we're juggling everything, and this is why people got mental health issues. So now I know the best of both worlds, and you just helped me break that down. So thank you, Jane.
I got a question for you, Jane, and anyone else
Sure.
who wants to answer. So we've pretty much jumped ship from one system to another, right? At this point, which is it's completely fine. But my question will kind of tie in both in its own comparison. So based on what we understand from, the hierarchy system versus the financial structure system that we were just talking about, what would you guys say out of three options would be the best choice in your opinion? Would you say it's better to live within the system? Would you say it's better to manipulate the system? Or would you say it's better to live off grid?
I would say, first of all, I would love to live off grid. However, if you're not manipulating the system, you're not doing it right, because it's supposed to be manipulated. You're not supposed to be doing it the way everybody else thinks you're supposed to be doing it. Just being honest.
Honesty's the best policy.
What is it that's oh man, I can never
You
get
want
this saying right. They said
you want me to repeat it?
if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Uh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I think the same.
Can you
I
repeat
think
it, Prof?
yeah, I can repeat it. So
Okay.
I said based on the two systems we were talking about, and this can relate to any system, whatever system comes to mind. Based on what we understand about what we were discussing, would you say it's better to live within the system, manipulate the system, or live off grid?
Off grid.
Facts, love.
Here's
I,
Let me tell
hold
you
on,
this.
Warlock. Are you ready to go? Because I can go right now,
No,
real quick.
a lot. First and foremost, even to live off grid, you're gonna have to manipulate the freaking system.
yeah.
Exactly. I was just Warlock.
Yep.
Get out of my head.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead, lovely. I'm gonna let you finish that off. But
No,
go.
no, I want you to finish because I know now I know. Now I know.
No, you. Truth be told, you cannot avoid the fucking system. You really can't. That's why manipulating it as it was meant to be will be the best alternative. Because if you don't manipulate the system, most people will never gain the uh,
Mm-hmm.
amount of I want to say of status to be able to do the off grid shit. So why are you going to spend all your time in the system to get out of the system, which you're eventually going to have to come back to the system any fucking way?
And if not, you're going to have to
Exactly.
work with the system as a partner with your own system. Exactly.
Right. So
Well,
you might as well just manipulate the fuck out of it.
yep, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I love that you asked this question. I'm gonna steal it, but I promise you're gonna be on the live that I steal it from, and I'm gonna quote you on it because
Sounds
those are
good.
the best three questions that I've had. Because I've always asked this: do you change the system or the people that are running it? But I want to answer your question. So, and it's geared on what Warlock is saying. Look, I have to live within the system so that I can infiltrate the system. You use the word manipulation. I use the word infiltrate.
Yeah, same
Um,
thing
yeah,
in its own
yeah.
way.
So I have to live in the system in order to infiltrate it. I have to know how the system works so that I can, at the end of the day, be where I need to be.
Yeah.
Off the grid, off the grid.
And see,
So,
that's what a lot of people do. They don't like the system, and they try
right.
to go outside of the system and wonder why they're so fucked up. The system is everywhere.
And then, but
Right.
what about the people who are so blinded by the system they don't understand it's overtaken them?
Oh,
Right, there you go. That was my next question.
Those are people that don't want to do research. So
Yep.
one little trick that I want to tell you guys, because I sued the bank that I was working for. Um, if you want to get a loan, stop spending 43%. You have to have 43% of income. Debt to income
disposable.
ratio.
That right there.
43%. That's like the main thing. And then keep your same job
Hmm.
and never apply for what you can't give back over whatever
And
extended period of time. If you're looking for personal loans, that's the main thing that banks look for, 43%. Most
Hmm.
people,
and
they will be high risk if you're spending much more than what you're coming in with. So debt to income ratio. Like if you
and
just sit on that and be broke and eat noodles, you'll be good.
yeah, live within your means realistically. Exactly. Most
Pretty
people don't do
much.
that.
No, they don't. They want to keep up with the Joneses, you know.
Yep.
And
But
if you
she's
want to
right on
boost your
that
credit,
43%.
one more
And
thing. If you want to
you know, it's
boost your
funny,
credit,
James, that you brought this up because I
yeah,
literally had a conversation with somebody today about it was a younger person, a younger woman who I was talking to her. She's in her early 20s. And you know me, I'm 44 or gonna be 44. And I said, you need to, they're like, well, I check Credit Karma and well, I'm keeping up. I was like, no, you need to pull all your credit reports, pull everything,
right.
pull what's up
And
on there on that.
and
Know
get
how to
those
read one.
get finger hut. and
Oh
get
yeah,
things for $2
yeah. Remember
at a
back in the
time or
day, what
50
was
cent.
the
They're still a
what,
thing.
what was the
Finger.
CD? What was the CD? Soundhouse, not Soundhouse,
Yeah.
but
I know what
um,
you're talking about.
I
Here
know you
and
do.
now
I
in the
know.
middle of the night.
Hey, one off, Jane. Now I need you to do me a favor.
Hmm.
It is going to require you to leave the live for a minute.
Okay.
But I DM'd you a link.
Okay.
Go look at it and then come back and tell me
All right.
how accurate it is.
Okay.
Ooh, Warlock, you always got stuff in your little magician box.
No, because when we started talking about the system, I thought about something that it kind of wowed me when I listened to it, and it's
Yeah.
somewhat entertaining as well.
I talk a lot about the system because because I've worked in it, you know, and like I talked about infiltrating, like what Prof was talking about you know, manipulating it, you know, working the system. But I also have to live in it. Look, I come home from the system, and well, now I work in the system, but I still got to pay bills. I still got to pay taxes. I still have a car payment. Like, you know, I still have to be in that system. So I have
That,
to work within the
that's what that
system.
translates to, lovely.
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay.
Independent.
Yeah.
You know that
Yeah.
word?
Hmm.
I'm independent. No, the
Yep.
fuck you died.
Uh,
You are not. Because
no,
you
you
only
are
depend
not
on
that independent. You
something.
know what we are? We're interdependent. Because if I
Right.
stopped paying all my bills right now, well, first of all, it would piss my husband off. Because I have a couple set of things that I take care of. He has a set that he takes care of,
But
and then
see, in order for
we
you to pay your
maintain
bills, what do you rely on?
each other.
Now,
So
what do you rely on to pay your bills?
what I do for my business to run my business, I
Okay.
rely on
So you
myself. I
rely on your
rely.
customers.
Yeah, yeah, exactly,
Right.
exactly. My clients, I'll call them that.
Constituents, clients, customers, however you want to put it.
Strangers.
You rely
Hey,
on them to pay your bills. So you are not independent. People try to change the meaning of words, and
I know
it's
I can't stand the word independent because I think we're all interdependent. We have to rely on something from somebody, and even from the time we came out of our mother's womb, guess what we relied on? Food, a
mm-hmm.
diaper change, you know, to be coddled, to be held, to be nurtured. Like we relied on things from the time we were conceived.
Now,
Like people don't even realize that we are not independent from the time that we were conceived. God wasn't even independent. God had his soldiers. God has his. He even welcomes them. Even if you look biblically, he talks about it. I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's just it's wild the way
yeah,
that
2025.
hey,
Woohoo!
have you
I'm
guys
so
heard of the
excited. I'm Warlock. This is my year. I can feel it. I can feel
have
it.
you guys heard of the Chime app?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you experienced the credit builder part of it?
no.
Ah,
Mm.
well, we're on the lines of talking about credit and building credit. Check it out. Basically, what it does is it'll take what you already make and it will add it as a monthly billing statement, and it'll treat it like a credit card, but you don't get credit. It's what you already spend, and they report it as credit.
Mm.
Oh,
That's kind of like going to the crypto world, huh?
Almost. And I say this
Yeah.
because I use it, and it has absolutely raised my score when I took some hits last year. So
Mm.
it definitely works.
I'll look into that then.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a
No,
digital
I've
app,
I've heard of
and
the Time app. Yeah, it's very popular.
yeah, it's a digital app. You set up a checking and a savings account, and then there's the credit builder side where you can
Hmm.
transfer your funds directly into it, and it'll use that allowance that you have already sent into it. Basically, you're prepaying for your credit, and it's
Well,
building it.
yeah, and it's almost reminds me of like you know how and we had this conversation earlier in this other life where you can actually set up your 8 or 9 year old with a credit card. You don't give them access to it, that's fine, but you put because they're tied to a number, right? They're tied to a number, but it builds up their credit score. So by the time they're 18, guess what? They've
Already got
already built
positive
up.
credit.
Exactly. Because how many times, well, Warlock may know this. I don't know. How old are you, Prof?
I just turned 40 2 weeks ago.
Okay, and I'm gonna be 44. So remember back in the day when it's like when we wanted to try and buy a car, our first time car, what interest rate did they want to charge us?
Oh, that shit was through the roof.
Ridiculous. Yeah,
Yeah,
ridiculous. It's
at
like
least
because
10% or more.
my parents didn't set me up, and this is where Warlock, where I love what he brings in children. It's like we have to set our children up for a legacy because when we're gone, they're all they got, whether
Yeah,
it's our
but see,
siblings or whatever.
it was difficult for our parents to set us up because the credit system was still brand new
Right.
and they were
I
still learning
agree.
it, so they can't teach what they don't know. So, but now that credit's been around for a while, we have learned it as we grew up and we understand it better than our elders did, so we can pass it on better.
Hey, Warlock, do you remember home economics?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when they tried to teach you, well, they taught us how to cook, or they taught us how to
And I
write
still
and
can't
check.
bake worth a fuck.
I can't bake worth shit. I can't bake worth shit. But I can cook. I can cook, but I can't bake. But remember when they taught us how to write in checkbooks and balance out the checkbook? But like what Prof is saying is like nobody printed out my credit report. Nobody showed me how to use my credit report. Nobody taught me about the system.
Most
Why
people
didn't
still
that
don't
come
have a
in here
I'm
fucking
gonna
initially?
watch Addiction next. Oh, whoo, whoo, whoo. What you just sent me was a whole word. I almost had to watch it again. I was like, let me go up there and tell him
I
what.
like. I know
Goodness
she done watched this shit like
gracious.
twice or three times already. Where the hell she at?
Whoo.
I'm
We were
sorry.
Oh
we were
my
talking.
God. I'm gonna watch Addiction next. Now I'm addicted. I'm
You
sorry.
got you got to
That
send
was
it to me.
everything.
Uh-huh.
That
So,
was
so I take it that she liked it, huh?
everything. Absolutely.
You got to send it to
Breathe,
me now,
monster.
work luck.
That
What you say,
spoken word
Lena?
made me think, honey. I mean, it made me think hard. I love spoken word, but goodness gracious,
That was the shit right there.
the system, baby, the
Mm-hmm.
system. Mm-mm-mm. Made me want to go outside and just look at the flowers. You know what I'm saying? Get out of the system. Because I feel caught up. It made me want to go outside and just look at the
Ah,
moon and look at the flowers and be out of the system.
you remind me of a good question I was asked when I was young, Jane.
What's that?
And that question was, what do the flowers say when you water them?
You're going to tell me?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I mean, unless you want to guess.
Mm-mm. Go ahead. I'm not good at guessing.
So it's a Japanese saying, right?
Hmm.
Flowers don't say anything when you water them. And the reason for that is because they don't want to show off how pretty they are. They just want to be pretty. They just want to be natural.
Facts.
And that's something that a lot of people could do well to remember. Just be in their natural state instead of
Yeah.
just trying to show off.
Yeah. That was one of the reasons why I became a nurse. I wanted to work in the ICU department. I wanted to help people that didn't know who I was when they got up. I just wanted to be able to help people because one thing that got on my nerves was hearing thank you as if I didn't sign up to do it. That was after the military because all I kept hearing is thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. You don't have to thank me for something I signed up for. So when I became a nurse, I was like, I want to be in the ICU department. And everybody was telling me how hard it was, and I was like, I don't care. I want to be able to see that, that person made it out without them knowing who I was.
Right.
You're the person behind the curtains.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny you say that, Jane, because me being a therapist and I only do telehealth, it's really hard for me to hear when clients tell me, I appreciate what you've done for me. I'm thankful for, the conversations that we have and you allowing me to process. Just like what you did, Jane, being in the ICU.
Oh, baby,
Those
I didn't make
patients.
it. I didn't make it, baby. I didn't make it. I wanted to, but I didn't make it.
But that's okay. But your heart was there. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean that your heart is just in a different place. It may not be taking care of them in a hospital. Maybe it's taking care of us on this panel. You
Yeah, I
know.
worked in geriatrics. I was pregnant at the time, so when I had to do, my walkthrough, and I realized that when people get up from being unconscious and they pull out everything and they start attacking because they don't know where they are, I couldn't do that because I had to look out for my baby. So I just went over into geriatrics and I did work at a children's hospice, which I couldn't do that either because my emotions were all over the place. But just hearing thank you after dealing with anyone, I consider them family. I never said they were my patients, they were my family members. Just hearing them say thank you was like, you don't have to tell me thank you. This is what, for one, this is what I signed up for, but I love to do it. You know what I'm saying? And it's sad that some of their family members would come by and they would tell them thank you too, as if, these aren't the same people you took care of. And now you in here waiting for me to do something for you that somebody else should be doing for you, gladly be doing for you.
I think
Able-bodied people that,
Exactly.
I think
seeing their kids or their some of them had sugar babies. They won't young sugar babies, but you could tell at one point, her sitting there in her 40s and him sitting there in his 70s or 80s, with her fur coat on. You should be taking care of your husband, but you put him over in here, and now he's my family member. You know what I'm saying? Or she's my family member. But
Lunar and
just,
Lovely.
huh?
Both of y'all can leave the live now and go look at it and let me and one off talk for a second. I see y'all in a few
I'll
minutes.
go in a sec. I was gonna
No, you go
add.
now, damn it.
Yeah,
Give me a
that thing
second.
is beautiful.
I'll
That
look
thing
in a
is
second.
beautiful. I didn't want it to
Oh,
end. When he
oh, this
ended
is
and I heard everybody clap, I was like, it's over. I had to look at the time like, wait a minute. It's not that long, but it felt, yeah, I didn't want it to end.
oh, yeah. I'll go in a sec. I just while you had the topic up
That's what
about
she said.
That part, I don't never want that to end.
I'm
But
gonna drop Lunar ass because he just want to be fucking difficult.
no,
yeah,
no. I
go
just
listen to it. It's really good, and it makes you feel kind of, we do all fall under that umbrella of just following the system. You
yeah.
know,
Well,
we
I just
stuck in
wanted
it.
I just wanted to add. I think too. It's even more sad when you do have your heart into something and you sort of fall off with your interest and your heart displaces itself, but you have a support system totally behind you, building you up to get back into it, and then you accomplish it, and then you just kind of stray away and depart from your support system. I think that too is very sad.
You know
You know
what's
what I
so
mean?
funny, Lunar? Here, and I've said this before and I will not. Y'all know my fucking talking wisdom.
Mm.
But the gratification I get from coaching is a long term gratification.
Hmm.
And the reason that I say that is because my total gratification from when I start coaching kids at 6 and 7 is hopefully at least 15 years to 20 years in the future. Because I am teaching them and mentoring them to become better people, better future husbands, fathers, and overall a good citizen. So to accomplish all of that, I'm hoping that it's at least 15, somewhere between 15 and 20 years in the making. I'm only 10 years in right now in reference to my football thing. So my total for gratification isn't going to come for another 10, maybe 10 years or so. And even after I'm done with them, then I got another group. So I'm not one of those that's into that instant gratification shit. Don't get me wrong. I celebrate the little wins that I have in reference to seeing them getting better in school, seeing them progress on the field, seeing them become more respectful, watching them grow up, watching them come back and talk to the other little kids that I'm now dealing with. Those are the little battles. I celebrate those. Yes, I celebrate those in private. I'm not one that's always out there. Yeah, that was my boy, and he's doing this. No, little things that I celebrate in private. But my total
Facts.
gratification is when they become that father or husband and another citizen. So I still have a ways to go to get to that point, but I'm enjoying the ride.
Facts.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great ride to be on. I know I agree with that kind of circumstance. I kind of said mine in polite terms, but basically what I meant was more on the lines of people who use and abuse things and ghost and just take things for granted. Um, that can be painful. And it teaches some of us that we've got to really take a step back and really analyze who we decide to back and put our support behind. You know what I mean? It really does.
No, I
It's
get you.
Well,
definitely a life lesson.
I think that's what most people assume. That's what most people would assume is that you've got to, put on a front or, you know, um, express your trauma or be mad at people, be angry at people. But why can't we be on the other end where we say, look, I've been through some stuff. Let me give myself some love and some kindness and some compassion so that I know how to give it and I also know how to embrace it.
Right.
Exactly.
Why do we always look at the negative before we look at the positive? I just don't get it because without one is not the other. So I understand we need both, but what
I
overrides?
have a
Does
question for
one override
Lovely
the
and
other?
I have a question for those y'all two. Do y'all want to piss me off right now?
No, no one wants to
Uh-uh.
piss you
Well,
off.
disappear.
Get off of here to go look at.
Yeah.
It's literally
Be right back.
it's a short
He
spoken word, but
pissing
it's
his
really
own
good, and
self
you're gonna be
off.
mad that it's short.
Stop being grumpy, Warlock.
I'm being the old grump. Oh shit! I didn't send it to you, Cam. I need to send that shit to you too.
Yeah, it's good. It's
I'm
good.
surprised Kevin or he
Right,
woke back up.
what
He
Jane
took a
over there
nap.
moaning about? I heard something
It's
about
good. It's that spoken word is good, and I feel like it aligns with mostly what I want to do, but I feel like I can't necessarily do that based on the fact that I gotta live on planet Earth, and
I
Earth is
didn't send the link to
ghetto.
you, Cam.
I thought old girl was in here again with that one that was singing that poem and stuff.
Oh, Kev,
Oh,
please stop. Please
Kev.
stop.
Right. I was
Please
like, what
stop.
the
No, I'm just now
No,
getting
we
my
had
voice
another.
fully back.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the other one that we had earlier with the argument on how
I'm
and
I'm gonna say this.
about the lioness out.
I'm gonna say this though. When it come down to like, I like Lovely said, people are expecting so much. People are expecting people to be elated about something that they want to do. As we evolve, we find, that our goals and our mission statements they change. You know what I'm saying? It's based on situations and circumstances. Like I wanted to be down there in that ICU, but I also need to be a mom. If I'm not here for my kids, then what are they going to do as far as having a mother? They had a father, but he would have to also explain that. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm carrying one. So I had to change and shift what I thought I might have wanted at that time and think about the reason as to why I came there. There's always a purpose and a reason behind everything. I've had three careers in my life, and all of them have led me to this point of now I'm back in school to help with mental health, based on the fact that my husband couldn't handle PTSD and anxiety and decided to end it all. And even with my faith being tested at certain times, was just having to question myself as to why these things are happening. And why did I think that something could be a turmoil or something could be so negative when now I have to rewire my mind to understand that, sometimes that is God's mission is to say, you've had enough. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's that conversation that some people have with God. You know what I'm saying? So I had to rethink about certain things and how I looked at certain things. But when it comes down to people's passions or what their goals and their purpose is, we can't dictate whether they're moving in their purpose or not. I think that you should be supportive no matter what. Just like I know that my daughter wants to be a physician. I know she's going to be one because she's not so elated about it. She's like, oh, when I'm learning this is tough. But I really want to do it because that's what I want to do. That's my purpose. You know what I'm saying? It's not for me to tell her what her purpose is. It's not for me to say, because you're not focusing on those acronyms. You don't want to be a doctor. You have to do this, because then that's me creating her purpose. And
And
if
then
one day she says, I don't want to do this, I want to be a lawyer, then
exactly,
that's
Jane.
perfectly fine. This is your life and how you're going to shift and move. I'm just here for the ride. If the only thing I have to do is support, which is for absolutely free, I don't know why you're moving the way that you're moving, but as long as it's not detrimental to you, your health, or anybody else, do it. All I have to do is support you. And those small wins, you're not going to love what you do all the time, but the purpose, the reason as to why you're doing it, understanding your purpose as to why you're here, that is what you need to be moving in, not for financial gain, because the finances come as long as you're moving in your purpose, because that shit is fake.
hmm And Jane, oh my goodness, girl, I love you. You better share your number before January 19th, before the.
Period, girl. I'm about to give you my number tonight. Period.
But no, what you're saying is so true. It's like that purpose that you have within your life, and I always ask that question. It's like, well, remember when we were asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? Okay, maybe your daughter wants to go into biology, wants to become a medical doctor, but if she doesn't, that's not for you to decide.
Right.
But because you raised her to say, you get to make your decisions, you get to create your own understanding, your choices. But I'm gonna be here to support you even when you fall off.
Right.
A lot of people don't. A lot of people just shun people away. It's like, I don't know. And then when you talk about purpose, it kind of reminds me of God. It's like, look, God never shunned me away. I ran away from God.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Or
Um,
didn't want to face the integrity part about it, the accountability part
Oh,
about it.
you
So
best believe
so
when
I
I
ran
came when I
away.
came back to God and I talked to him, I said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Girl.
Like and after I said, a lot of people go to God through desperation. They don't thank Him for the blessings, the
Mm-hmm.
thankfulness, the joy, the compassion, the same things that we need to be giving the flesh, because they're all we got right now. Because when we die, we die.
Mm-hmm.
We die in the flesh, but our spirit moves on. And that's
Right.
what we have to do, is live in that spirit. I don't know why I'm stuck on Ephesians 1. Oh my gosh. Ephesians, well, actually, all of Ephesians. I read 1 and 6 in my life earlier. And there's something where everybody has a gift. We all, like you said, Jane, we have a purpose. We have a purpose. We have to
Yeah.
seek it. We don't just sit there and just wait for God to give it to us. Okay, you need to do this. No, He's going to put us to work, and He's gonna throw some weapons at us that says, "Can you dodge it, or are you going to move with it?"
Right.
People question God more than they question people, and
That
I
part.
had to learn that because I used to question people. Like, wait, well, hold on. What about God?
Right.
You know?
I be telling people all the time, if people was to hear my testimony, and that's why when I don't share too much about how I feel about God and my connection to God, there was no one else. You see what I'm saying? I've been placed in a room of solitude many, many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say many times, it wasn't my mama to call on, my daddy to call home, my grandma, my uncles, my brothers, no one. I had no one but God. You see what I'm saying? I got out here to Texas. I literally was left with a 3-week old by someone I thought was close to me. If God didn't do it and keep those kids, because I didn't have enough strength to do anything, I just kept going because God told me to wake up and keep going. Keep going. If I give you another day, keep going. Keep going. Did I know the direction I was going in? I was led blindly. And now me and my children are great. The relationship I have with my oldest is spectacular. Her being 16 years old, I never seen the next 16 years. You see what I'm saying? Based on how and the way I used to think before, I have been placed in many situations where I couldn't call on anybody. Literally, pick up the phone and got hung up on a payphone. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if I was to tell people my testimony, it wouldn't either be believed. I don't need any applause. I don't need any thank yous. God did it. That's it. I don't have another, I literally do not have another answer for what God has done for me. I literally prayed for my husband, description of my husband. I prayed on a pull-out bed with my daughter, with my oldest daughter, to bring me someone, and I described what I needed. And God gave me everything I needed. And then as I kept going, God provided everything we needed. You see what I'm saying? And nothing is just happenstance or coincidence. Absolutely nothing. Everything I asked for. And I was very specific. I said, give me a man that is going to love my child because she needs it and be a father. The first thing that my husband said is, that's my daughter. And never treated her indifferently. And I came with 2 kids at that point. All I had to do was wait on God. You see what I'm saying? So when people, when I do hear people and they talk about, oh, well, this is what I'm doing, and that's what I'm doing, and God is still saving me because I'm just of the world as everybody else is. I made just as many mistakes. But one
Yep.
thing I'm never going to deny is the fact that every single time I fell down, I stumbled over rocks, I hit molehills, I fell down mountains, I landed on my back every time so I can look up at God, and God picked me right back up. And when I say I had times where I know I shouldn't have been here, Lovely, I know I literally missed fractions of bullets.
Yep.
I know I shouldn't have been here, but I'm here because there's a greater purpose for me. And I'm going to always walk in that purpose. You know what I'm saying? So people judge all the time. They say whatever they want. It is what it is. I know my connection. What I do is worldly to make those dollars. I definitely do that. And I
Well,
definitely have to repent based on the things that I do, because slowly but surely God is pulling me out of that.
hmm
My where I stay at, Lovely, I'm gonna tell you how the connection I have with God and the connection I had with my husband. My husband died 11/6/2023. That's when he took his life. I didn't find out until January the 1st, 2024. My apartment that I moved into, I moved out of a house and moved into this apartment because I couldn't do it there no more. My apartment number is 1106.
oh my goodness.
I didn't even see view. I didn't even know where I was moving to. They told me go around the corner. It's the first building. As soon as you look at that door, just open up that door. I didn't even know there was my apartment number. I got on the phone with the VA and she told me, do you know that your husband's, his date is also the date for your address? I'm like, what are you talking about? And me and my
Wow.
husband had dark humor. We had the darkest humor. We can laugh and joke about some
hmm
of the darkest things. And I was like, that's my connection, because I asked God, just let me know he okay. Just let me know that this is not something that he did on purpose and that he did just based on having a free, clear mind. And I got 1106. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? So when people, they question or whatever they want to question, I've been placed in way too many situations where the only person I can call on, the only entity I can call on, the only higher source I can call on was God. That was it.
hmm
And I'm still here.
Well, and like you talked about earlier, when you laid down on your knees on that daybed and you prayed for that husband, guess what? Asking you shall receive if you ask it in the right spirit. I've been stuck on Ephesians all week, Jane. I don't know what it is. I don't know what God is trying to tell me,
I
but
can
I'm
feel that.
questioning. But it's coming up in every conversation. Our spiritual gifts. There is a gift that we have. We lose a lot of people in this process because we're only in flesh right now, flesh and blood. But our spirits move in different wonders.
I can feel that number. 'Cause when you
Go
said
ahead,
it,
my
it
brother.
makes me thought about 9/11. Because six upside down is nine, and it's also in the Bible. All those numbers is also in the Bible,
Right, right.
and it's also aligned with all kinds of stuff. Because some people say 666 is a number of spirits, while they talk about Book of Revelations, and 11 is also a spiritual number. And so it all makes sense if you
Well,
see how people see it.
you know what? You're right, Eric. Because if you think about it, if you call 411, it's for information. 611, like you just said, is it's biblical. 911. So you got 36. You got 311. I know as a you can call that too. But that 11 that you just spoke on, Jane. My birthday is in 2 weeks. It's 111. 11. It's like I think Terrence Howard, and I know a lot of people didn't see the video, but Terrence Howard, and I forgot who it was. They were trying to break down the like physicist of like the earth and like how it all broke down. But he said, does 1 + 1 equal 2? But what about the plus in the middle?
Yeah,
What
and
about
then
that plus in the middle?
Right.
zero is the spiritual number because it represents aliens and it also represents technology and it also
Mm-hmm.
represents the unknown because when you put like an unsolved thing on something, you can't solve a math problem. Put X in the zero, and it means unexplained. So it means
Mm-hmm.
different stuff because a lot of people think zero is not a number, but if you go to a real mathematician, it'll teach you that zero actually means something too,
Well,
especially when it comes to
if you put
communicating
two
with the spirit
zeros,
realm,
if you
because the
put
spirit
two
realm is
zeros
zeros and
together,
ones.
if you put two zeros together, Eric, guess what it makes? The infinity sign.
Yeah. And
Yep.
also on a
Mm-hmm.
spiritual way of looking at outer space and unknown stuff, zero also zeros and ones like data on a computer or outer space. So a lot of people, I learned all these tricks in school because when I was taking math, I remember my teacher said even zeros means something. Then he reminded me of something that I forgot. That technology and aliens go by zeros and ones. So that means when scientists try to study space, they use zeros and ones. When using a computer, that's zeros and ones.
Mm-hmm. Like coding, like coding.
So
That's
it's a
really
language
interesting
within the
you guys are
language.
talking about this. And it relates to that video that Warlock sent us, actually.
Mm-hmm. I
I
love
mean,
that video.
Warlock is a genius.
I
I
Ooh,
watched
still,
it.
I,
you
I,
watched, ain't it? Oh Lord,
Yeah,
that spoken word.
I
and
haven't
something
got
that,
to watch it yet, but I want you guys to speak because I was like, why didn't you send me
It's
the video?
ironic you said that zero and zero is that, but when you add up nine, six, and one, that comes out to eight,
Well, nine
and
is
Yeah.
a
it's a
significant number
frequency upside
because
down.
you lay in the number nine in the fetal position. There's 9 months to a birth. The number
Yes.
nine is literally in your ear.
And why do they
The number
call it
nine
the
has a connection to a great
trimester?
deal of things.
the
Yeah.
number three is a root of that. And I think,
Hmm.
Like the
in
first
connection to what,
trimester, the
yeah,
second trimester, the 3, 3, 6, 9. That goes back
I,
into the three. See, a lot of people don't believe in that. Some people call it a conspiracy. I think there's a lot of things that tie into it.
See, the
no,
reason they
numbers
call it
are heavy.
conspiracy, the reason they call it conspiracy, because science talk about it, and a lot of religion people talking about science don't exist. They don't realize they one of the same, because
Right.
because
Right. Thank
if you
you.
don't go back in time far enough, you realize that before they all called Jesus Jesus, they called people witchcrafts and stuff like that, voodoos and stuff like that, and scientists and witch doctors, and yet all those indicate that that came before doctors. So now they think doctors are evil, which some of them, entertainment purposes only. Some of them may have a lot of
Educational.
disagreements, but it all go back to nature and scientists been fighting against each other because scientists wish they can do what nature do because nature more connected to God when it comes to voodoos and all that than them,
You
and
mean
that's where the
nature?
confusion be at.
Nature? When you talk about nature, are you talking about NASA?
I'm talking about like when the last time you heard of an Indian doctor? When the last time you heard of witch doctors?
Say,
Those are actual doctors that came before the actual doctors you see, and now
or
they
like
can't.
Dr.
And
Sabi. Yeah.
they say, oh, that don't count in our hospital. In reality, that came before doctors. So why they don't make no sense that we say we can eat a plant and yet they was eating plants before doctors came. So I'm not different doctors, but it always been a battle between those two, and because of that, they kicked them out of hospitals just like they kick stuff out the Bible because most of the people that's in the Bible is helping the doctors because they are all religion people that believe in their own culture. And unfortunately, they are all running out of time because they find out that half of that stuff don't work. And that's entertainment purposes only. I can't prove it all because doctors did do a good job on some things, but they mess up in others.
Yeah,
And I
exactly. That's
think,
what me working in mental health, and I think about that. I'm like, why are we putting labels and then when we're popping everybody with pills, but we're not healing them with love. We're not healing them with God's,
Because they
you
Because when
know.
they mess up for entertainment person, when they mess up, that's when the Rockefellers came and put oil in everything. Then when they also current clones, they took a black woman's cell called Henrietta Lacks, and
Yep.
they started messing with her DNA, and they started mixing stuff up. And as they kept doing it, it got more and more contaminated. When all God said is just take the apple off the tree, take the watermelon out the thing, eat it fresh. Instead, we always putting chemicals in our food, and also, entertainment purposes only, mixing stuff up that should not be mixed up. When He already told us, eat by nature, not by anything else.
Hmm.
I think another thing too that's interesting to relate to this is how we've gone from, old alchemy to new science to modern day understanding of how computer programming works. I think what this our current generation now is starting to understand is the algorithm of life, because we've figured out how algorithms work with computer programming, right? I think this is where it's going to make the next difference, and Jane will understand what I'm talking about.
The problem is they're using a cheat code, meaning that they're not tapping into their intercept. They tap into the shortcuts of someone else's invention when really we further do that to ourselves. That way we'll be outlive it. Instead, we only got it through the mindset and not the body. And because of that, we're getting dumber and dumber, not using our own bodies so we can outlive. Because why you think we're getting dumber and dumber? We're going by other people's information instead of our own, meaning that we're not one with ourselves. We taking someone else's cells and becoming them instead of becoming ourselves. So we helping that one person energize their energy while they suck up our energy like vampires.
Well, see, but I'm noticing a paradigm shift too, with
That plays
the
a part in
current,
it too.
but with the current generation, they're challenging the existing systems. And what they're doing is they're challenging it by wanting to not be within the system. What I'm talking about is I think the next generation is going to be able to figure out the algorithm of life.
Of
And if you
course.
want more,
Yes.
but if you want more information on that, let me put you onto something that a lot of people have not understood. Jane, you should understand this. That guy was talking about the error of programming and reprogramming a system in that video.
Yes.
And among that, look into this. The algorithm of life is also known as Python philosophy or Zen of Python. It's basically programming.
Yeah,
And did you know that
I
one of the
agree.
biggest new programming options that are going around in colleges is called Python?
Right, that's exactly what it's based off of.
But
The
this the
programming of life.
problem that if they don't mix the old with the new, then they're gonna be lost because everybody's not going to make it because they don't have the mind and the heart at the same time. Because some people don't get lost in the technology and forgot the spirit. Some people gonna have the spirit and
Right.
not have the knowledge. But only a few people are gonna have the knowledge and the confidence of fear. Meaning that if you don't conquer all your forms, which Jesus is trying to say when he said Father, Son, Holy Ghost, if we break that down to our citizen, it means mind, heart, and soul. That means if your brain is not fully developed and your heart is not fully developed and your soul all at once align at the same time, you're in trouble. And unfortunately, some people got the mind aligned, but they don't have the heart and soul. That's why when you take technology from some of these people, they go crazy because yes, they got all the knowledge, but what they doing with it for the heart and soul portion means that
Right.
you can learn a lot of stuff, but if you don't have common sense to go with it and nature to go with it, you're in trouble.
Well, I
Hmm.
think it's
Right.
like those intentions and kind of like what Prof and Eric you remind me of, and even going back into what Miss Jane was saying. If you look at like we can understand or know the history because maybe it's what we're interested in. We have to know where we came from, what we've been through. If you look at the pyramids, look at the consciousness, look at the third eye, that's coming up from the pyramid. Look at why it's on the money bill or all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like we get to hear it. It's like we like you were saying, Eric, is you've got the mind, body, soul. You've got Father, Son, Holy Ghost. You've got the three pyramids or the triangle, of your life. It's like I don't know why they. Now that I think about
They
it, why do
did
they
it.
The
call it a
kids,
circle of life?
I
It's
They
like a
did it
pyramid of
I
life.
because
feel like what Luna said was absolutely correct. The kids are doing this, and that's why I put so much emphasis on the younger folks, because it's like if you sit back and you really listen to them, they're breaking a lot of fucking rules that we should have broke a long time ago.
yeah, it's
Like
a
he talked
generation
about the Zen
curse.
of Python, like beautiful is
Hmm.
better than ugly, right? So they use that
Yep.
term beautiful all the time. Like what we used to believe was like, oh, why your lip look like that? Or even like sit in a classroom and you know how like all the kids would stare at someone that is disabled, and now they're like, nah, don't you be ableist, that person is beautiful. Or
Yeah. Well, do you
explicit
think
is
they
better
over?
Well,
than
I,
Do you think so, Jane?
implicit.
you know,
Simple is better than complex. So they use a great deal of simplistic terms when they talk to each other. They're sitting around using acronyms while we was sitting around trying to
I
figure out
know.
big words. Flat is better than nested. Sparse is better than dense. You
Right.
know, there's so many different things that they are breaking, and we're sitting back like, no, don't you sit there and say that. You should tell them the truth. And they're like, no, I'd rather call that person beautiful because that's gonna break a lot of shit that y'all sat around
see,
and y'all did. Or I'll put this person
Exactly.
on a pedestal like the boy Shamar or the man Shamar. He's famous because these kids made him famous. And it wasn't
Right.
because they was joking him. They sitting out there like, I want to listen to his music. Is he special needs? Absolutely. Does he feel beautiful about himself or handsome about himself? Absolutely, because these kids are making that to be that. You know what I'm
you
saying?
know,
So
Right.
it's a lot of things that the children are understanding that we're pushing and saying, no, this shouldn't be this way because, you know, we're stuck in this bubble. We're stuck in this box. And they're like, let's break out of this box because evidently something is wrong. They're moving in a way that they don't even know why they're moving that way.
okay,
And like
this is
you
I
my
said, James,
theory.
like we talked about earlier, is that we're all vessels. We're all vessels in
Well,
life, but our children are vessels too. They're vessels too. They are not to be forgotten.
this is my theory about that. You ever heard the thing when they say evolvement? There's years they always say things evolve, right? So of course they evolve. They generate curve, but problem is everyone don't evolve they, to a different level. Meaning that some is taught through a system that want to evolve on their way of thinking versus their own. So they challenge. Some of them are actually challenged to the system that want them to be enslaved, while the some of them is not. Now you might have and that's what creates the avatar, an avatar where they balance all those opinions out versus being one sided. That's what we mess up at. We mess up because we allow them to make us one sided or so complex to that. Because all of us ain't one sided. Like I can, like where I think anyway. So so when people do that, they entrap themselves. Unfortunately, some kids gonna be one sided again with technology, while others gonna learn how to go barbecue. Even though they love a computer, they're gonna learn from old school and barbecue. So when that computer go down, they got common sense to survive and don't be stuck in one land because you got to think like a bird. A bird don't stay in one place. He flat, right? You want your
Mm-hmm.
wings. That means you cannot be one sided. In order to grow, you got to think all levels and all realms. That
But
creates
that's
the
what they
avatar.
doing though.
Well,
That's
Like
that's
exactly
what we're
what they're
Yeah,
talking
doing.
about is
yeah. Some
you
of
know,
them
we
is,
were
but not
stuck
all of
on the
them is.
Zen of Python. We were stuck on what is and what isn't. And this is a line. This is how you just should be. You see what I'm
but
saying? And
that's a
they're
double zero,
practical,
though, Jane. That's a
huh?
double zero. That's a double zero.
Right.
Yeah. So basically,
But this is what I'm saying though. These children out here, I enjoy listening to them. They're full of knowledge. Some of them they do come up there a little too
Me
mouthy. It
too.
gets on my nerves. Like the guy
I
yeah.
know.
earlier,
But
he got on my nerves.
we gotta make sure they're on the right track because it's people trying to feed them wrong information too to be one sided and trap them like they trap us.
They question everything.
Right.
Have you not heard these kids? They question everything. They have enough knowledge to understand that we did it wrong. That the
They
generation before
question
us did it wrong in a
they
lot of
question more
things.
than we did, and we should have questioned it. And I think it's definitely evident too that it's being challenged. And here's why I say this: the Zen of Python represents this. Can also be known as speaking in snake tongue,
Mm-hmm.
while everyone else is in a snake pit waiting for a bite,
Mm-hmm.
not
Yeah.
appreciating the differences to gain benefit or catering to false feelings without the truth. That's snake language. And here are some great examples. Everybody knows Harry Potter. Voldemort was the snake tongue in that, right?
Yeah.
Let's take the greatest example everyone knows in Christianity. The the snake bite, or the snake influence on the bite of the fruit
Yeah.
in the Garden of Eden. That too. That too. Uh, Python philosophy, because we have to remember a python is a serpent. It's a snake.
Yeah.
Well, and don't
So
snakes are technically blind, but they speak with their tongue.
You know another snake that a
right.
lot of people don't think about?
Right.
The
That's why we
snake.
say blind lead the blind.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One
You got.
one 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 principle is now is better than never.
But the thing about it with technology, this is where it get tricky.
Although never is often
This,
better than right now. That
see,
means
this,
do not rush into those poor decisions. Think
and
about
that,
them
and
first,
that,
but
Exactly.
and
do it
that's
right
why I think.
now because never, if you say never, you ain't never going to do it, but don't rush. Think.
And that's why I think if it get tricky because all the rules about to change with technology, and no one prepare for that, can no one taught the kids that, and that right there can be a whole
Baby, they doing
meltdown.
box math. They doing box
No,
math,
I'm talking about
honey.
with computers and AI. I'm talking about AI and you know AI was in the Bible, and yet no one thinks about that.
Everybody thinks about that. They talk about that all the time.
It's true. It's
So what I'm
true.
saying is,
There's a whole group about that. There's plenty of groups about that
so
concerning the AI that was just created.
yeah. So what I'm saying is that we can. This pretend. Okay, pretend like you are. You the world knows the gate about to close, and people running towards the gate. Other people is not. When that gate closed, the window of opportunity of learning from everyone is going to close with it. That means after that's gonna be a one-track man because anybody that have kids after that don't teach them how to balance out the two realms, one of those realms gonna close. Meaning that if all the people that know how to barbecue is no longer here, and these kids going buy
Do
foods
you
or
do
buying
you know that
farms,
these
they're gonna
kids know
forget.
that that sky up there ain't no sky but water?
No, I'm talking about the
Do you
farm.
know
I'm talking
that
about
the
the
majority of
conversation
the
part.
kids know what we were taught was wrong? That the sky is not the sky, but it is water. That's the reason why
You
can't
know
nobody
why I say,
break it. That
but
those spacecrafts that go up
and
there
I
are trying to break it. They
no,
know that. They know that they're rippling across water.
I get that, but what I'm saying, all kids don't know. Like for example, I was at the train one time. One kid put a dark gun in my face. The other kid hit me in the head. So you got a few kids that still renegades to a point where they ain't listen to grown-ups. And I'm talking about those people who have kids and people. I'm saying that that's why I'm saying that some kids is still learning or rebel against their own parents, and that right there is a trick too because that getting rid of the knowledge. It's like saying, "Oh, I know
I
this."
don't mean no harm, but some of these parents need to be rebelled against.
I get that, but sometimes kids rebel against everybody that's grown. Say, "Oh, we all done," and they don't want to. So I'm saying because of that, all women ain't gonna make it. Some of them gonna be in the form of slavery.
The problem is that we probably ain't gonna make it because most of us still have slave mentality. These kids ain't talking about when my ancestors was on the slave plantations. These
But the
kids are
fact,
talking about the now. These kids ain't sitting back blaming the patriarchy on nothing. These kids are calling in and getting these Congress members credit cards and racking it up. That's what they doing. When they don't like somebody in Congress, it was a 10-year-old that sat there and got the credit card numbers of everybody in Congress and ordered pizza and all different types of stuff. They ordered every Trump ticket they could when he was running, and that stadium was empty. These kids are not dumb. The problem is that we fell into a societal norm that we couldn't even uphold because we wanted to break it because we stomp our feet
but
and complain about what we
okay, this
have.
okay, this the part where I mean that's crazy. People are trying to erase Black history, and some of the kids are falling for that, saying slavery don't exist, and that's breaking apart. Do you know
What
that?
kids do? Wait a minute.
No,
I'm
I ain't saying all
confused.
kids. I
I'm
ain't saying
I'm
all kids. I'm
confused.
saying
Do
some.
you know? Do you know that within high schools and middle schools that during Black History Month, do you know what the kids do during Black History Month? They're so aware of slavery that they have an app on their phone. All the black kids and children of color, all the people of color, right? They have an app on their phone that sounds like a whip. You know that these YT kids is carrying the black children and the children of color with chairs Do you know that they're buying their lunches and buying their snacks?
I
Do
didn't
you
know
know that
that.
they're making the situation lighthearted for each other? Do you know that they represent Black history before we do? They represent that within the schools.
Well, I didn't know that. I
They
just
they are
know.
fully aware of what history is, but they're not blaming each other for it.
I
They're
think.
taking that and they're making it may be dark humor to us, but that's what they do in the majority of high schools here and middle schools.
I
My
just
daughter's
know
been
when
going through
I
that
used to.
since the sixth grade.
I just know when since I've been on TikTok, some of these kids that so some grown up they don't know nothing and stuff like
Yeah,
that. So
they
I'm
they
saying
sharp they out here sharpening the kids
why
of color and the black kids pencils.
why some of them say Harry Truman don't exist and all
You,
the other stuff don't exist. So I'm
you
just
know,
saying.
you know who they're
Kids
blaming.
Yeah.
kids aren't saying that. You know who's saying
No,
that? These
you know
slow ass
who.
adults are saying that. But
No,
what
I
kids are
heard
saying
some
is that
kids say
there's
that.
more than what kids are saying that there's more than one Rosa Parks and they're figuring out who those women are. They're saying that there's more than one Harriet Tubman and they're figuring out who those women
Then
are.
then
They're
I
getting
ever
more
heard
knowledge. They were fully aware that before Rosa Parks decided that she wasn't going to get up, there was a pregnant
like
young lady that decided that she wasn't going to get up before Rosa
like
Parks did. Rosa Parks was just an
yeah,
AKA and she aligned with Martin Luther King.
yeah.
And
I
you
agree
know
with
what,
that.
Jane? And you,
But
you
I give you
mentioned
another good example.
a good component.
I
You
give you another
said
good example of
this is
black
what they're
history.
out here blaming.
Now I'm gonna
You
give you
know who
another good
they're
example
who these
of
children are out here blaming is their parents.
Mm-hmm.
Because out here, our kids they're rolling with everybody. My kids come from. I live in Southern California. They're with all races. They got. I got one like I have black kids. I have white kids. He's got a white girlfriend, and I've got a black kid
this
with a
ain't
Mexican
confusion like
girlfriend. I've
this.
got all the like. They don't care. You know what they're doing? They're blaming their parents because their parents are judging them for who they choose.
But you
Mm-hmm.
can't also blame the parents because of what they okay. But I'm gonna give you a good example of what I mean by they getting rid of the black thing. Do you know the money where it come from? Now get this. Even my sister Googled it.
Cotton and
You know how my sister
polyester.
is. Do you know whatever happened to all that cotton that they ever did through slavery? They put it in the money. What do you think money made from? It made from the same cotton that we work for, and yet they getting rid of the dollar bill into digital money. That means once they get rid of that, they get rid of all evidence of black money or black history, showing that that part of what
Have
they
a good
own.
night, Professor.
So I'm just saying, if you look that up yourself, 'cause my sister looked it up. She
The
said,
dollar ain't even worth $1. It's made
"No,
out
what
of
I'm
high
saying is made
quality
from
cotton and
cotton.
polyester.
What I'm saying is made from cotton. It's made from the same
Yeah.
cotton, yeah, that they was doing in former slavery. And I'm saying once they get rid of that dollar bill, they get rid of the evidence of cotton that ever made that proved slavery ever existed. That's what I was trying to say.
You can't erase the history
If
of slavery.
Bitcoin, I'm saying if
That's not a
everything go,
thing.
I'm saying if everything go digitally, where the dollar bill don't be
But that
made
won't
from.
erase slavery though. Slavery is still that won't erase the history of slavery.
So you saying 1,000 years
If the
from now, the
history of
dollar bill?
Jesus can't be erased,
So
slavery's
okay.
not going to be
Okay, I'm
erased.
gonna ask you one last question. You don't think 1,000 years from now, when technology is so high advanced, where we don't go to no libraries no more, that they can't just change it anytime they want, because the next generation won't remember. One thing about
We know about
people,
the Bible and we know about Jesus, but we're not living
but they
like Jesus did.
but they change the Bible every couple of years too. They rewrote the Bible. I don't know how many times. So that's why okay.
And they've taken books out of the Bible, and those have been recovered as well.
Yeah,
So you can't erase history.
I'm just saying.
You can try, but I
And I
mean,
say, you know why I say this? Because I had aunt that was 89 years old. You know what I learned? I learned my family got more history of facts than the actual Bible itself. So because I learned that from my auntie, and she told me to read outside the Bible, and she told me her history of her form of slavery, I got more knowledge from that than the actual book.
of course,
The
that's how
point,
you learn. You learn from your elders as far as details,
exactly.
right?
So I'm saying that this is an opportunity for us to learn from every realm, the past, the present, and the future. The kids,
Right.
the people my age,
But
that's in
the
the
kids
80s
aren't
and the
using it as a
80s.
crutch. We get on panels all the time as adults and we like to blame each other, which is a part of the problem.
I
I
didn't
was not a
blame you.
slave. My ancestors were enslaved. The man down the street from me is not a slave owner because he's YT. He is a man down the street. His ancestors may not have been slave owners. They might have been enslaved. He doesn't know who his ancestors are probably. He probably not even from this country. That doesn't matter to me at all. Me
Well,
knowing my history, and especially knowing where my family came from in Washington, Louisiana, I don't use that as a crutch and say everybody that
well,
surrounds Washington, Louisiana that's YT is my problem. I use
okay.
that and I say I know a part of my history that a lot of people may not be privy to know, but it does not hold back my current, and it definitely won't hold back my future, because as of today, whatever decisions and choices that I make, because I'm free to live here or live in the next country or live in the next town or city or wherever I want to live at, it's based upon my decisions. I don't use my ancestors as a crutch. They wouldn't want that. They
And
didn't
I
fight
think
as hard as they did for me to sit back and get on panels and say how
I
I feel
think
like I have an injustice, or how I feel like the white man is holding me down, or how
I think
nobody's holding me down.
I think they're getting more mad at us now than they did because back then we could
Dang, you sounding like a
relate.
real coon over there.
I am sounding like a coon. I know I am.
I think they'll be
Because
reversed.
I
If our
refuse.
ancestors
You
look at
always
us
I
more
know,
refuse.
human.
These
uh,
kids, they not saying I'm the child, I'm the heron
So
of a slave owner.
do you
These
believe
kids out
slavery
here
still
are not
exists?
saying that they're the herons of slaves. They're not saying that. And I think that that's a beautiful thing. I think that knowing history and not being tainted, taunted, or feeling as if you have to sit in your history, a history that you really don't have, because I was born 1989, not 1889. So I have no, it will be very
I was born in
disrespectful for me
1981.
to, it would be very disrespectful for me to sit there and speak on my ancestors, something I know nothing about. Because I would have, me being who I am, Jane, I could not endure what my ancestors endured. And I only heard about it, let alone had to live it. So I'm not going to sit here and act like I need to put on a cape like I was born in the 18s,
Well,
17s, or
so you
1600s, because
so
I
you
was
understand
not.
so you understand what I might go through.
I
I was
was
born in
born and it was
1981.
Rugrats on the TV and we
I
had
was born in
cable.
1981, and most people in my generation that
We was
might
born
say,
in the same generation. You
yeah,
are 18,
yeah,
1981. I'm
yeah.
1989. You ain't that
Yeah,
much
and
older than
yeah,
me.
and my grandma always told me, sit down, be quiet, don't worry about nothing. Because I was born with a disability. They call that the Generation X, with kids with the disability, telling them to sit down, be quiet, take these pills, and all that other crap because you have a disability and all the other stupid stuff. Point is, what I'm trying to make is, yes, our generation did hold back because the government put us like that. While at the same time, slavery still exists because what do you think taxes is? What do you think?
So
So
we all enslaved to the government.
yeah. So if we just say that it's our, we got to blame ourselves and not we
Instead of
just
complaining,
realize
we can all leave
no
too.
no no
Go
no
join another government.
no
And for the
what
comments saying you tripping, he talking, they erase our history to not revisit our identity. How could somebody
because
erase
if they
your identity? You
well,
know
because
what
well,
that's
can
what
well,
the
erase your
land
identity?
they want
Dementia. Are we going to
well,
no
stand up against
no
dementia?
Jane, can I ask you
they
this
trying to get the
question? And
land
I
they
want to
trying to
ask
make us
Jane.
not
And
claim the
can you hear
land.
me, Eric? Can you hear me?
If they owed us reparations for the land,
Checkmate.
they don't have enough land within the U.S. to give us per
That's why
person.
they
They
changing
don't
the
own
money.
enough.
That's why they
So
changing the money. The money
there was a
for the
question
land.
that was asked on my live earlier, and he said, "Do you live within the system? Do you manipulate the system, or do you stay off the grid?" And it was like, what do you do in that order, or do you pick one, or do you choose one? And it was like, sometimes you have to know the system in order to manipulate it so that you can stay off the grid. You know,
Exactly.
it's you have to know all sides. Like I think that's where Eric is coming from, and
Yeah.
like where you're coming from, Jane, and even Kev. We talk about this like on that spiritual side, on that flesh side. You kind of got to know all sides. There's a
Exactly. Can't
discernment
be
that
one
has to
sided.
come
Don't you
within it.
one sided,
Right.
you lose.
But I don't think that anybody's gonna lose that. And for the most part, when it come down to us as people, let's just be honest. If we spend more time listening to our elders to know where we came from, that is rich within itself. That's wealth within itself. How
Well,
many of us can say that? So at the end of the day, when I go down to
I
Washington,
learned.
Louisiana, I don't feel bad. I don't feel pissed. I feel like
Right.
I'm enriched
Okay.
with information.
Okay, I got a question for you. I'm gonna end this question. So you think that we should listen to the kids, but they go to the same school system that basic program. So do you believe in homeschooling your kids? Yes or no?
Who asking me that question? Who are we talking to?
Do you believe in homeschooling your kids?
Do I believe in homeschooling? Yes, I homeschool my kids every day. They don't just learn what they learn in
No, I'm
school.
saying that half of these kids that believe what they do, they're not homeschooled, but yet the school system is trying to put all these kids in the army, and it's a setup because we all being we learned that hypocritical people exist now. That increasing more and more because they don't have logical sense to go with it. So we have to be careful because this is the beginning of that whole book of Revelation. We ain't careful and misread it, we can end up putting ourselves in a deeper hole because at the end right now we in a land of confusion. So the next couple of generations either going to be remade or we're going to beat the whole system. But it all depends on how we work together between all the realms of the old and the new and the young. Because if we take all that knowledge and teach them the basic things of nature, they have a better chance than thinking, oh, we're going to depend on this computer. See what happened with cell phones? Kids get dumb and go crazy, right? So imagine an AI machine and all these kids think they know everything, and then the system outsmart them because the smartest people of the world is still in the government was trying to control the kids. So this is our opportunity to take the old school people that want to fight, the young people, the us who knows how to feel to be victimized, and the young of courage and put them together. You got a perfect fit of all realms while we got opportunity before the clothes come down where it's so much technology that they're going to be confused with what they read on social media instead of listen to their parents because that's how they fought. So they know that they use that to outsmart, say, okay, we're gonna think outside the box. Now the box is gonna be fully closed in every realm where you have to learn everything before they program you to learn with
Who
technology
controls
bad
social
stuff.
media within the household?
I'm just saying a lot of people don't do that with their kids. So I'm
Who
just
is a
saying,
lot of people? I don't know the people that you know. So who controls
no,
social media within the
I'm
household?
saying we on TikTok. I'm saying that this is an
A
opportunity to
lot of
build
people
our
don't
land.
know that. That's not putting the blame where it's supposed to be. Who controls
No, ain't
social media usage within the household? Who controls buying cell
the
phones? Who
government. The
controls buying
government.
iPads?
Okay,
The
okay, okay.
government ain't buy my daughter no iPhone. I did.
Okay, but who
The
built the
daughter that my
iPhone? Okay, I'm gonna play a limbo
the
with you.
person that controls how long she's on her
iPhone is
phone is
created by
me.
Rockefellers like BlackRock and Vento. They own everything right now. What better chance our kids gonna
No,
fight anything? We don't
I
have
understand,
that power
Eric.
to go with it.
Eric, I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the day, I ask you a question: who
Yeah.
controls social media within the household? Who controls the usage of social media
Okay,
within
so
the
you think they're
kids?
ready for this AI girlfriend and AI boyfriend and,
They've been
and
having an
robots in
AI
home?
for many years. They had an AI conducted when we were
You didn't
young.
hear what I just said. They're about to have it
You
where
didn't
you have.
answer what I just asked. Who controls it?
I'm saying that we're gonna lose that control pretty soon if we ain't careful. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not saying what we're going to do in the future because none of us know what we're going to do in the future. So
It's
I'm
all
asking
about
you
to
as of
happen
right
next year. It's
now,
all about to
what
happen
I'm
next year.
asking as of right now, because yeah, guess what's supposed to happen back in 1999? The world's supposed to end and all the computers supposed to
I didn't
blew up.
say in it. I
So I'm
said
asking
technology
as of
about to
right
be more
now,
advanced.
Hey,
who
Gina.
controls social media
You know who controls social
for the
media?
kids,
Disney. Disney
for
controls social
children,
media.
for
I
children
Google
within
it.
the household?
One company controls social media. One company
Who
control
controls
everything.
the usage? Is my question clear? Who controls the usage of social media within the household?
The
The kids
parents.
or the
The
parents?
parents.
Kids and them are losing control. That's all we're saying.
They don't
Look,
have it to begin with. We do.
okay, then that's why all these kids going crazy when they move their phone away. Put it
All
like
the
that.
kids ain't going crazy. Maybe the kids you
Do
met.
you hear that? Do you hear that thing about when they say these kids, when you take the phone from them, they go crazy a little bit when they don't have the phone with them, when they have no technology at all? So how many of them can
And
survive without technology?
I think Eric, that's what like Jane is saying. Who gave them the phone in the first place?
Yeah.
You know, who sets that expectation to say, "Hey, look, you have this device, but you can only use it to this style."
Okay. I
It's
put
like
it like
food.
this: in
It's like
school, in school, right?
I just
Hold
go ahead, my
I'm
brother.
gonna get,
hold
Can I
on,
say
Hold
something
on,
real quick?
Robert White or Wright. You're lost. You're controlled by them, not me.
okay. I'm gonna give you a good example. In
I don't
school,
know
we were
who.
not allowed to have a cell phone. Now
Robert,
they're allowing kids to have
you
cell
could
phones
definitely
stuff in
own
schools.
you could definitely get a dual citizenship anywhere that you want to go, hopefully. So I don't know who they are that control, but they don't control me. I don't know who the hell
Can
they
I
are.
ask a question?
I'm sorry. I'm
I'm talking about
sorry.
I'm talking about
No, you
worldwide.
good. You good. I wanted to. Well, I wanted to talk to you, but I don't have my glasses, so I'm asking, what is the conversation? What is the topic?
So let me kind of try, and I know Jane can speak back on this because we're trying to be mods in here, and I know Kev B's sneaking in and out of his naps. He's probably gaming actually. His gaming naps. That's what I call it, gaming naps.
Right.
Um, so we were talking about patriarchy earlier, which led into a conversation about family dynamics and how it actually goes into the constructure of the system. We talked about spiritual, we
Right.
went biblical, we went godly, we went how we construct ourselves, and then also how we construct our children. And now we're led into this idea of technology and how social media affects our children based upon, because I'm 44, Jane is around my age, and I know Eric is up there too with,
43.
with us. With us. So I just want to give you a quick recap. Jane, if you want to add some stuff on that, my sister.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Lovely.
And I was just saying that even though kids got smarter, they if they depend too much on technology or logical sense, even though she just kind of for herself, but I'm saying worldwide because after all, your kid's gonna end up mating out with somebody who's gonna think the opposite, and that's gonna change the whole realm. And there's our opportunity to learn from the past, the present, and the future, because the world about to switch over with a whole new technology no one prepared for. We don't learn from our mistakes with the cell phone and the computer of all the mistakes we made. They are not ready for this whole AI stuff.
Well, I see your argument on that, and it makes sense. And I heard her argument. She was pretty much like, "Hey, I asked you a question. Where does it come from? Who controls the household?" And it is the grown-ups, the parents. But when I first came in, I was wondering. I was like, "What is her ethnicity?" Because when you guys were talking, she said, what did she say? It struck a nerve in me. She said, "How are we?" And I'm not throwing jabs at you.
Oh,
This
you
is what,
good. You good,
yeah,
Vicky.
You
yeah,
good
love.
too.
I'm not.
I'm not mad at
But it
nobody.
struck a
Oh, yeah,
nerve
we're
in
not
me.
mad. We just up here talking. I like
No,
hearing
Yeah.
it.
hey,
Eric,
me and Jane, we take it on the chin.
So
Believe me.
yeah, y'all cool. I'm watching.
Yeah.
When I came in, she said, she said, what? Damn. She said, how did we get, how did we lose our identity? We didn't lose our identity. That's what kind of struck a nerve with me because when you say that, it's not true. Every other race has their identity and they can go back to
Exactly.
wherever they come from. But when it comes to us, we say we're Hebrew Israelites. We say we're indigenous. We say we're African. Our history, uh, it teaches us that we came over here from Africa. It's his story. But when you look at paper, it's like we don't know who we are. We are a lost people. We did get paper genocide.
Yeah, I test somebody on that too. I told them we are the lost tribe, literally, because we the
Right.
third tribe no one once talks about. But at the same time, I'm trying to say it's our opportunity not to be the lost tribe no more. If we learn from our mistakes and break this curse, this generation curse, if
But
we
see,
know
that's where
everything,
you
that's when we
go
mess
into
up the
religion,
most.
though.
And the
okay, so
lost
you so
tribes and
wait.
the
I think there was
lost
a
tribes
question
were
in
not
there. I
the
think
lost tribes were not color coded. They weren't
it
But
was a
color
question
but
coded.
in
that
there.
that's biblical. That's like religion. But when you really get down to it, a lot of so-called Negroes are from indigenous to America.
Right,
And when you
indigenous,
look at
just like with America. And
yeah, and
before
when you
you
look
got
at
here,
Africa, when you look
bottom.
at Oh,
But
sorry.
before you got here, we actually
I thought it
broke
was a
down.
question in there. I thought he was
I
asking me a
think
question
that was
concerning
that has
my
Well,
ethnicity.
Jay,
Go
yeah,
ahead, my
I want to
I
brother.
speak on his man first, because I think he still got a lot to say.
well look, check this out. When you think of Africa, the continent, right?
Mhm.
There's a whole bunch of different dialects, and there's a whole bunch of different countries in that continent. And when you look at the people, you have people that look like Nipsey Hussle. You have on in East Africa, West Africa, you got people that look like us. Middle Africa, you got people to where the smallest person is 6 foot and real dark skinned. You have a lot of different looking melanated people. Just like if you go to Australia, you have
Right.
melanated people, but just because they're melanated and dark like us don't mean that we're the same people. So when people say, "Oh, you're African, you're not indigenous," well, there's a whole bunch of different people over there, you
And I
know.
was, yeah, I get it.
It's the same
Because
thing with America. Because if you look at the indigenous, if you look at America, and I've already pulled this up with all the Europeans that came over here and who they met with. I have the journals of the Wagoners that came over here
let me
in
tell
the
you my
early.
theory.
Yeah, I've got it all. I've got it all.
Let me
I'm
tell
like,
you
yeah.
my
Okay,
theory.
so this is why I said what I said. For one, I had a big mama.
Uh
My
huh.
family comes from Washington, Louisiana. The slaves of Washington, Louisiana, right? It's an Allen plantation. That's where my peoples came from.
Well, what is
But
your
they came
ethnicity?
from the Gold Coast. I'm black.
Okay, okay,
So
got it.
my peoples came from Washington, Louisiana as slaves. They were enslaved.
Right.
My other side of my family, they're Haitians. On my mom's side, the entire side of my mom's side of my family is Haitians.
Wow.
We're
Zoe.
Creole. On
Well,
my
my
dad's side, we're Creole. So
Uh
when
huh.
I go out there, there's Bakers to Allens. I listen to my now short distant or distant ancestors, which is your grandparents, right? And your great grandparents. You sit back and you listen to them, which a lot of us didn't do. We sat there and we act like we didn't have enough time for grandma and big mama to sit down and talk to us. That's
Right.
all I had to do was listen. Then I took a trip out to Washington, Louisiana to see what they were talking about when I got old enough to go. The reason why I say that I won't lose my personal identity is because where I am from 1989 to 2024 is where I am. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? It's the people
Right.
that I know, the people that I know that are close to me. Now, any other information can be gave to me and could be lies. I know that my history is not a lie, right? Because I sat
Right.
down and listened
Right.
and I went to go find it, right?
well,
So at the end of the day, when I say that you can't find something, you can't proclaim something you don't know. A lot of us did not sit back and listen. A lot of us thought that our grandparents were crazy. And the things that
well,
we sit around and we blame our children for is the same thing that we was doing, but we was doing it a whole lot worse. Because when grandma talked, didn't nobody want to hear him. When grandpa said something, didn't nobody want to hear him. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
When it come
Right.
down
Check
to
this
it,
out.
now
and we
me,
got lost within that
Hold on,
factor.
Eric. Let
But
me
when it come
respond.
now,
down to it, how do we, from me being born 1989 to 2024, if this is my very last day, last year, last 10 years, or whatever the case may have you, what is my history to my children? How am I going to pass down the history that I need to pass down to my children? How am I going to get them to sit back and listen? It damn sure ain't on social media, so I control that.
Right.
well, my,
Now, hold
well,
on,
my
Eric. Let
history
me let
is a
me
little
respond.
different.
Let me respond because I asked her a question.
Yeah, my history a little
Well,
different.
hold on, Eric. Let
Okay,
me
I'm
let
sorry.
me
I'm sorry.
respond to her real quick. Let me respond. She is talking about like I can say a lot of people from Louisiana. They're mixed with French. They have their celebrations. They have carnival. A lot of people in Louisiana, they know that they're indigenous to America. They wear feathers. They know the tribes they're from. But in her case, she knows her history, right? So can't nobody tell her about who she is. Vice versa. She can't tell nobody who they are. So when she's talking about that, okay, that's her history. That's cool. But when it comes down to American history, it's like before YT came over here, there was a lot of different races. A lot of so-called Native Americans. They say, "Oh, this is their land. They're indigenous
Yeah.
to their land." But when you look at the history, they migrated here a long time ago. But they were doing trades over here in America, Mansa Musa, Africa, so-called Hebrews, because
Yep.
you don't have to believe in the Bible, but for those people, that was that was their culture, that was their God. Just like everybody else has different gods.
Well,
So
if you look at the maps too,
And
bottom, if you
that's
look at the maps too that were before it was the United States of America, if you
uh-huh,
look at Mexico, Texas was tied to like you look at New York, it was tied to Italy. You look at the Midwest was tied to everybody settled here from a lot of the European
right,
nations
right.
yeah.
before it was even the 50 states of the United States of America. I could pull up that map if you want me
And
No,
to.
no,
and
you're
the other
right.
thing, my
I
grandma.
won't.
And on my side of the family, my grandma lived in the South. That means my father's father was a different last name than I have, which is Boyd, which is a Plump. While at the same time, my great auntie told me I got Native American blood. Even my grandma said, and I found out it was Blackfoot, and I looked up Blackfoot. They was the ones riding the horses fighting against the cowboys and stuff like that. While at the same time, most of them got lost. My grandma came here to Chicago. I don't know why she left, but she didn't introduce my father to his father. So my generation, cause I didn't know my father, he didn't know his father. By the time he realized he had a son, he was unalive. So I don't know that much about my father and that much about that tribe, other than what they told me. And I
Well, and a
also
lot of
know that my
times the
auntie, I
older
also know
people
my
don't want
auntie,
to talk about their past. Also, like her parents, her grandparents would tell her about her past, but a lot of people that were enslaved, they don't like to talk about their past
That's
because
true.
back
That's true,
then,
bottom. That's true,
yeah,
bottom.
back then it was like don't be you can be seen but
yeah, secrets. My
you know
grandma was definitely like
Seen
that.
but not heard. Seen but not heard.
right.
Hey,
And
Sean.
And because of that, that's why we messed up. While at the same time, I got the Morse code out of it because I looked up myself. And get this, Blackfoots also believed in giants. They had a few giants. And do you know that science proved that South America used to be part of America, and that come back together, trees would get bigger. Scientists, I look. This is how I found myself. While at the same time, I'm using the information from the past, the present, and the future to get this knowledge, not just one sided. And because of that, I found out that the mountains that they have where people go and look at the mountains. Even on TikTok, they say that they found as caves there prove that giants was here. So I think this was the land of giants at one time. I
Well,
believe
they were all over it
That
because
kind of
so.
sounds
that was
reminds me of like Tower of
So this
Babylon, and if you
is
look at
so when they so
Revelation
when everybody
17.
so when not get this is the other killer part about it. When I look up Chicago, guess what I found out what came before Chicago? Even people in Chicago say it, and I never call on to it. They say Chicago is really Enoch. In the Bible, Enoch.
yeah.
Yeah, and just
I
like they
actually
say,
got the map.
yep,
I
I
actually
have
got
the
the
map
map.
too.
So
I
the
have the
problem
map
is the
too.
young generation don't want to go farther than that. They only want to go to where they fight the most, but no one go 200 years past that. Me, I go wherever. I
Well, just
already
like look, just
Hey,
like
hold
an
on, hold on,
old
hold on,
map
hold
of
on.
West Africa, they say you can look in West Africa and you can see tribe of Judah.
and guess what Illinois is? Do you know how to spell Illinois? Do you know that Illinois really had three eyes instead of two? So
Hey, Eric,
again,
Eric, hold on, Eric, hold on. Okay, if you saying that Chicago is Enoch, right? And then
yeah, I can prove it. You want me to show you the map?
no, no, wait, hold on, brother, hold on. I know you'll go fast. Hold on. Now, I also heard you say that we are part of the lost tribe, right?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. So, how can you believe in those two that one Chicago is Enoch and then we are the lost tribe?
For
When
one,
wait,
for
wait,
No,
one,
hold
I
on,
didn't
let him
go ahead. I
land.
didn't get a
Let
chance
him
to finish.
land.
Hold on. Now, the book itself tells you how the so-called the Southern Kingdom got here in what we call Americas, right? So how
They
can you
were
say
the
this was
last.
say it again?
They were the last tribes. Judah, Levi, and Benjamin. They was the
Hmm.
last to go in slavery.
Okay,
Exactly.
okay, cool. So
Mhm.
what I'm saying is the book teaches us that since they wasn't keeping the laws and statutes and commandments in their own land, he would take them to a land that no person have ever gone before, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so
Yep.
for my interpretation of that, when you got the whole movie with Christopher Columbus, I think it was 19, no, 18 or 17 something, one of them damn movies where he said,
14,
yeah,
1492.
14, yeah. When he said, how do you know about something over there? He said, Edris. Edris is in a apocrypha, which they took out. So I wouldn't believe that Chicago is Enoch because according to the
I
biblical
actually got a
scriptures,
map.
no one was here.
I got a map.
I
I'm
know,
gonna
but
see.
I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying, according to the biblical scripture, it says that no one was here. So it cannot be Enoch based upon
I
the
got the
biblical
map.
text.
It wasn't what you
That's
think.
what
It
it
was
does
it
say.
was an Indian tribe that called Enoch. So another word, and I got the map. When I look up Indians, right, the Native American, they show Illinois with three eyes at one point, and people forget this. It's not only a war before when he got, it was wars here before he got here, meaning that we had wars within ourselves. Each time you win a war, they control the land, right? So that means you forget before you take your DNA test. Even someone else even shows this that when you
But it says
don't
a
realize that
land
it was
where
war
no
within
man
wars.
dwelled. That's what
So
it says. It says a land where no man dwelled. When the northern tribe got exiled,
yeah,
that's what he's pretty much saying. He's
yeah.
saying if you going off of Enoch and you going off the Bible, in the Bible it
No,
says
I'm saying coincidence that I found a map that says it.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It
right.
doesn't
And I'm
align with
saying
each other.
And I'm saying that I found a map that go back and it's talk about the year the map was made. People forget that before it was called Chicago, it was called before it was called United States, it was called something else. You got to go backwards. So how many battles
Little
it had in this
islands.
country before it came to be, meaning that when they came over here, not just one tribe, many other people came and had battles and controlled land. That means if you go back, even in the United States, it was war within wars within wars. In each
Right.
level of the wars, whoever won the war won the name or what they
Hey,
won the
but
name.
Eric, but hold on, Eric, hold on. But I think the part that you're not understanding is you can't. I'm just saying if you don't believe in the Bible, that's okay. I'm okay with that. But if you're gonna
No,
say
I'm
that
saying
this
how I
is
map it out. I'm saying how I map out the
wait,
coincidence.
wait,
Even people in Chicago tell me
brother,
that it
I
was a good night.
okay. What I'm telling you is there's as far as the biblical text, you cannot say Chicago was Enoch when the biblical text say he would take them into a land that no one have been before. So it
Yeah.
cannot be Enoch.
And what land did Columbus discover that he never been before?
It wasn't talking, you're not
I'm
understanding what
saying
he's
read the
saying. Because this
metaphors.
was, look, the northern tribe, those tribes were spread out at first because they were under slavery with the Sumerians or
Yeah.
whatever. They got exiled last. The last tribes got Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. They was the last to go into slavery on slave ships to a new land. But when they talked about the other tribes, they said you will be dispersed to where no man dwelled before. That's what he's saying. If
Okay.
you're going on biblical terms,
Exactly.
Now I'm saying if you look at it as so, I don't know if I can say the word on here, the WAR, right?
right?
What's the best way to get rid of your enemy? Then your enemy, my enemy is my ally, and then so they had war, and then he found a way to use that to get rid of people. While the same, he basically said, "Oh, I'm gonna work both sides." What do you think the pow is? An enemy
But
that
you're
destroys
adding
his
to
enemy.
what you believe in. You're adding your
No, what
thought
I'm
to it.
saying is the
But when you
logical
go
sense.
into the scriptures, that's what it says, and that's what you have to go by if you believe in that
Yes,
doctrine.
and I'm saying that don't matter if it's a Bible or reality. They talk about WAR.
Right.
And I'm saying people ain't thinking like that. They ain't thinking that it's a WAR on every level, and that's how they've been manipulating people. When they win it, they claim it.
They wasn't in power that long because in the or in the Dark Ages, so-called blacks ran Europe and was kings and
Yeah,
queens.
yeah.
But
Then they lost
when
it somewhere.
when they lost it, that was called the Renaissance, the rebirth.
Yeah,
That's when they came down
yeah,
and took over,
yeah,
and so it.
yeah. So
So I
every
mean,
century we having battles where every level is coming. Now the people on top about to fall and the people on bottom about to go on top if they have common sense to see it. If they don't, they're going to enslave themselves again. That's why I say the gates are closing.
Okay, let me ask you this, because okay, when we talk about Chicago was Enoch, and you got maps and all of these things,
Yeah.
right? And I
Yeah,
also
I discovered that back. Yeah,
hold
and
on,
then
hold on, hold on,
Illinois
hold
had three eyes
on,
instead of two.
hold on. And I also heard you talk about the oppressors and all this stuff and the system, and I heard you say all of those things, right? So I'm going to ask you. I think me and you had a conversation similar to this last time. If we talking about the oppressor and all of those things, could you show me where black people, the maps of what black people came up with and said that
It's
Chicago
not.
was
It's
not?
the black people. They the Native
hold on, let him finish.
Americans.
Let him
Hold on.
finish. I'm trying to hear his thought.
Because I want you, because if we gonna talk about the oppressors and all this stuff, we can't then in return use the oppressors map, what they say is something that's so-called Chicago or Enoch, whatever the case may be. We need to use something that our people say it is what it is, right? So I need you to see, can you find something that black people said that this is Enoch or this is
I
black
told you I
people
got
map
a
where we
map.
all agree.
I told you I got a Native American map. I Googled American. I Googled Native American maps, and I got Illinois on there. They got Michigan on there. They got other, and they show on there. They also show. It's not, don't say Chicago, say Iganock on there, and they also got Illinois with three eyes on them. So that
It
means that
also
it was a war at that time period, and someone lost, and then they renamed it when they won the war. I didn't want to say the word war, but that's the problem. We don't realize that wars claim land too, even though they were miles away, and that also created a new form of slavery. That means that if you was Iganaki, you wasn't Iganaki because that was your land. The land
I'm
was
with
named
you.
Iganaki.
Hold on, wait. I'm with you. I'm with you on certain things,
So
but then
because of that, some
damn
people
man,
had to use that name because they
Look,
lived there.
Eric,
Like we call
Eric,
ourselves
Eric,
Chicago.
you
Eric,
gotta hold
Eric,
on, bro. You gotta hold on.
Eric,
Yeah,
real
It's
I'm
quick.
easier
with.
for me to show you than tell you. My
Hey,
bad.
real quick, Eric, real
It's
quick.
like what she's showing right there,
Eric,
something like that.
hold
I
on.
have a question, Eric.
yeah,
Hold on. I
but
have a
there's
question. Oh,
and
go
there's
ahead.
I just wanted to explain the map. I'm sorry I can't pull it down anymore. But
You good?
if you look at how people transported over, you got Spain, which is kind of in the Texas area. You got France, which is like in Florida. But you can't see the map. But you look. But when we look at Chicago, we look at the Midwest. A lot of it was Morocco, and a lot of people utilize that with America. But I can see where Eric is coming from with
And
like
I got one older than that.
yeah, older than that, exactly. The tribes. So,
Okay, so
but hold on. I think what Bottom and Sean is saying is that look, there were already people here. There were
Yeah,
already people here.
Right.
and
see, I
as
know,
we
no,
get
I
deep,
no, that's where we disagree. I
But
don't
look,
believe.
hold on, Eric. I have a question for you. I have a question. Before the YT man or whatever came over here, right? Before he came over here, was there so-called Negroes in this land? Eric, Eric, I have that question. Was there so-called Negroes in this land before so-called Christopher Columbus or whatever came over here? Okay, well, I guess
I'll
he,
answer for him. Yes.
huh?
There,
I said
there
I'll
was.
answer. I'll answer for him. Yes. So keep on with the thought.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Sean
With
I
that,
would
and
I
Bottom.
would say no. I would say no because I don't believe that none of us have, like, I think at this point it comes to a point where, and I hear this all the time, where all we could do is assume, and we
Mm-hmm.
don't have no hardcore evidence that it
I
was
got old
so-called.
maps.
Hold on,
Hold on,
Okay,
time out.
hold
hold
on.
on.
With
Listen,
that
wait a
being
second.
said, Sean,
Listen.
with that being said, he has a valid point because of what was history was told to us, right?
Right.
But as far as my people, right? As far
Oh,
as
I
my
can't do it on here.
hold on, real
Okay.
quick. As far as my people, we come from Mexico, and I'm saying
Yeah, I
so-called.
got a map that show that. I got a
Check,
map that
check,
show that Native
check this out.
Americans got land from here all the way to Mexico before
Well,
all the
well,
wars.
well, check this out. I have pictures of my ancestors, all the way to where it goes back to a painting. But as far as Negroes being here, our tribe migrated from Mexico to Trinidad to South Carolina. And I have records. I have to where in paper records when they go, because they started the census, I want to say in 17
Yeah.
something, right? And when it comes to my people, it would say Indian, and it would slash out with a serial number, and then they would say mulatto, but it would say the tribe. And when I do the
And
background on my family, we come from Mexico to Trinidad to South Carolina to Florida. Half of Florida was taken over by the Spanish.
yup, yup.
The other half of Florida was Seminoles. Uh, a little bit on the side of that was Geechee, which were African. The Seminoles were black and mixed in.
You're right, runaway slaves.
Now I'm
But
gonna show you.
Hold on, Eric. Hold on. I was going after him. Hold on.
Sorry,
I'm
Uh,
asking you,
the,
Bill.
the, the reason why, the reason why I disagree, right? Because if the moment that someone brings up the biblical
look at
text,
that.
hold on, the moment that you bring up a biblical text, right, and then you start talking outside of that, then I'm gonna have to question everything that you're saying. Like, so I'm going straight off biblical text only.
gotcha.
I can't add what I believe or what I think, but what I could say is there's another map, and I don't know if he heard of this, right? Because you say so-called Negroes.
See,
The map that has in Africa, it says Negro land, right? And then
Yeah,
in
west
that,
coast of Africa.
yes,
It
in
says
that Negro land, it has Judah. The
Judah.
word
That's
Judah
what
is
I
in
said.
that. So
yeah, this.
that map aligns with the biblical text.
What do
So
you think I just put
Okay,
up,
but
Look
Sean?
at this.
when we
Look what
talk
I
about
just
the
put up,
biblical
Sean.
text, because he said, look, check this out. He said, I can't go with that because you speak on the biblical text, but then you go against it. One thing about the biblical text, I study it. I love it. But
Yeah,
I don't go with that religion, but I do know the Bible. When it comes to me and my people and my history, I know as far back as
it's a
the
code.
1700s, but I do know the Bible, so I won't disagree with you when we're bringing out scriptures and we're talking about it. But as far as me, I don't go with the Bible because my people's traditions is not lined up with that.
But I
That's
look at it
just
like
off
a
my
code. It's a
history.
piece of a puzzle. They took parts of it and created the Bible, but it all
Exactly.
indicates every part of history. But this the map I'm showing you. See Illinois with three eyes, but we spell it with two. And look
Right.
at Chicago, Michigan the same, everything the same. You don't see nowhere in Chicago, but you see a word close to Igonak. Spell it backwards, you get Iganaki. Either way it go, this is what in the 1700s. We don't think about going back to the 17 or 1600s. We always go back to what we programmed. Now I can show you what you said that you go to back to Mexico, right?
Right.
This same map history show your culture too, right? Look
Right.
at that. All this land was Native American land from here all the way to Mexico.
But hold
Native
on. When
American
you say
land.
Native
Can
American,
I?
you got to remember they migrated
This is
from
a
the
map that's
Siberia.
showing. No, this is a map showing you can walk all the way to Texas.
Listen,
Right.
can I say
Right.
something? This what I'm about to say will end the argument. Okay. All right. See, the problem is we're using the information that they gave us, and that information is skewed in their favor. All right. So let's just look at the science of it all. and this is their information, so they can't deny it. So they don't like listening to what we say. So just
Right.
look at the line. All right. Where was the oldest human?
1750.
Listen,
That's the
bro.
year.
Hold on, hold on.
Hold on,
Where
Eric.
was the
Hold on. Let him go.
oldest
Let him
what?
finish.
Sorry.
It's all good. Where was the oldest human remains found?
South America.
All right. And what was her name? Lucy, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, this is what the white T man says, that everybody comes from the black man, correct?
That's what they say.
I didn't know they
Now
said that.
listen, yeah, they did. They say that.
Yeah. Go
They'll tell
ahead.
you like
Go ahead.
they'll tell you
Yeah.
in this phrase. Everybody comes from Africa, but anyway, all
Yeah.
right. First, if
Right.
the oldest human remains, listen. If the
My
oldest
ancestry.
human remains, let me
Go
finish.
ahead. Go ahead.
If the oldest human remains come from the America, then that
Hmm.
means, according to their science, that there was humans developing in the Americas. And according to
Right.
their science, they were not developed yet because they come from the people from Africa. So with their own admission that there were people over here. And since they came to us, that means there was only black people on the planet
Yes.
first. So the entire planet. See, the thing is, they got us confused by we're nitpicking these little land pieces. Like, no, we're
Hold
from here.
on. Tell him about the pyramids being
I am.
older
Hold on.
than
Let me
Giza.
finish. Let me
Tell him
finish.
Yeah, I
about that.
believe you.
Let me
I'm
finish.
gonna show you
Let
the
me finish.
map to show that
Let me
the
finish.
United
Let me
States is
finish.
part of
Let
Africa
him
too.
rock. Let him
But
rock.
look,
Gentlemen, please let me finish.
Yeah,
Please
well,
let me
the
finish.
United States,
sorry.
if you look at the Mississippi River, it's
It,
actually
Leave that.
it
tied to the
doesn't
Nile River.
matter.
Well,
It
hold on.
doesn't
If
matter.
Let
if
him
you
rock
look at
real quick. Let him
if
Sorry
rock.
you
about
look
that.
at
Let
the
them talk. Let them talk. Sorry. Let them
Listen,
talk.
hold on. Let me
no,
say
please,
something
ma'am.
because
No,
I
please,
want to
ma'am.
talk
You
down
hold
real
on. You're
quick,
cutting me off.
Hold on. Let
because
her say something real quick. She been patient.
I've been very, very patient because I'm on side. Like, if you look at the Americas, the land of America is different than the United States of a corporation of America. Let's get that. Let's divide that. But there are pyramids that announce that actually exist in the Americas before it existed in some other countries, some
Giza.
other states,
Giza.
some other continents. So you've got
Blackfoot.
pyramids in Atlanta. You've got the Grand Canyon in Arizona that used to be filled with water. You got the Mississippi River, which is tied to the Nile River. It's all connected. It's
Yeah.
just, that's exactly how the 12 tribes of Israel separated.
Exactly.
Why do you think there's
Ooh,
12
wow.
So
tribes?
listen, this is
He
what
And
I'm
look
saying.
at
dropped it.
this.
But listen,
This say
it
He
doesn't
dropped
matter.
Blackfoot.
it.
I'm sorry,
It says,
I went on a
No,
vent. My
you
bad.
did that.
But
No, I
this
like
is my
that.
point.
and
This is
this
my
say
point.
Blackfoot.
This is
And
my
this is a
point.
war.
It kills the argument altogether because when they found the oldest human remains, and by their admission that everybody comes from us, that means that there were black people all over the planet. Each landmass is ours because the planet belongs to us.
Right.
They drew these lines and these little borders in order to confuse us and separate us from the land. All right,
Right.
just like they
Right.
did in
Fake
Africa.
borders. Yep.
You're right. If you go over to Africa today, there's 54 countries, or 52 or 50, something like that. But my point
Right.
being is, before it was colonized, there were no lines. You feel me? It was
This
just
how
a
it
land.
look.
Right
All
now, now listen, Chachma, if you look at the history of Africa, you will find in their monuments, and I'm talking about their monuments of antiquity. You know what I'm saying? Cornstalk sculpted into the building. But cornstalk is a plant that's only raised in the Americas, meaning there was trade before before the Europeans even knew about it. These
That's
are
what I said. Yep.
these
now
are
I'm a
ancient buildings of antiquity. So this is if we follow the process and we look at what I'm saying, the indigenous food line and the people, then you can understand that there were black people over the Americas before the Europeans even got here.
Now, this
Yes.
how the land so called for the little before all the floods. America and Africa all connected. And scientists even said that we connect the lands together, the trees get bigger because in South America is a link. Only thing missing is Atlantis, so called city of Babylon, so called
Well, if they was
mermaids.
connected, which I
Listen,
believe you, I believe you.
I'm
If
gonna
they
show you the
was
camouflage.
connected, that means to show because when you look at so-called melanated people, they're the ones with two genes that the rest of people don't have. But when you talk
Exactly.
about Pangea and being
Now the Bible
connected,
say something interesting, just for entertainment purposes only. It said when Moses divided the water, he put his hand in fire and his hand turned white as snow, like leprosy.
leprous.
So when you if
Yep.
you look at it, another form of the Bible throwing out clue that might be where the white man so-called came from, leprosy. But that's just a theory. But I can't prove it. But that's where if you read the Bible and pay attention to the clues, because the Bible ain't nothing but clues.
Okay, let me say this. This is, I guess, I'm gonna always be confused when
I
I
mean,
talk to. Hold on,
I
I'm going.
understand. I'm just throwing out clues. It's what you
No, no,
think.
no.
It's what you think
I'm,
about it.
I'm I'm just saying that I'm gonna always give pushback on
I feel you.
whenever we talking about a system of oppression and all of these things, and then the first thing we do is run to the YT man science or his maps and all the things that
No,
he say. That's when you lose me at that point, because you're
And
not showing me nothing. Hold on, you're not showing me nothing that we have discovered on our own. That majority of black people that is spread out the
I
diaspora.
discovered this on my own.
Wait,
Nobody
wait,
told me
no, no,
this.
you're not. Wait, hold on,
You
Eric, you
researched
missing
it
the
on
point.
your own.
You showing me stuff that is from white scholars. You're not showing me nothing from black scholars. Show me something from our own people that I could believe in. Don't show me.
Yeah.
Don't talk about the system of oppression and what they done, and then use their stuff
Well,
to
look,
prove
look,
our
hold
stuff.
on.
I
When
just
you
showed
say
you
that,
black. I
hold
just
on,
showed you
real
black
quick, Sean.
warfare.
I
Black.
got your back on this part, Sean. Look, when you say that, there is our people. We're not out there digging stuff up. We're not out there doing what the so-called white tea people are doing. Some of their stuff, you can't say all of their stuff is wrong. But our people, when you say that, our people cannot say, hey, show me something black scholar, because black people ain't out there digging stuff up doing what they doing,
Well,
and they're
I'll
not
tell you.
always
Some
lying.
of no
Tell you what
in
you can do.
Africa.
When I looked up black culture, look at this war. It says Blackfoot War.
You
They
showing me
took the
something.
horses.
I mean, out of
Blackfoot.
all the stuff that you have shown,
And
Eric,
that's in my
you have.
bloodline. That's in my bloodline.
Listen, all I'm saying is everything that you have shown us have I haven't seen not one black scholar. That is my whole point when we having these conversations is I
Okay.
have to see something of like when I want to think about, like, I think somebody came up, we talking about the I think when Bottoms came up, he was talking about how identity and stuff, right? We have something in Africa right now,
I'm
which
a
is the Ethiopian Bible, right? Which is the
Right,
oldest book. We have people who practice how things used to be, right? In certain tribes in Africa, right? We
right.
have things that we could go to, but we choosing not to go to those things.
okay.
So if you're gonna go to, no, I'm okay with you. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, leave the Bible out of it. You want to go with scholarship? Leave. Okay, I'm cool with that. But everything that you saying, as far as it was, the bones was found in the South America, that goes against the Bible. So I don't think you know that, but that's going
I heard
totally
about
against the
that.
Bible.
I heard about
and
that. I
So
ain't
can I
denying that. But
so
I'm
so
saying that the landscape was
I
different
got
back then. That was connected to here. So at one time, they all one was the same.
that's what you saying, and
Hold
you
on.
showing me.
Let Lovely say something. She keep being
Okay,
very
let her
patient.
talk.
Let her say something.
She got you on the knowledge.
I know, and I just want to say this because you know, growing up Christian, well, supposedly Christian, and then a lot of us are actually discounting God in this conversation. You know, we can read the Book of Muslim, we can read the Book of Mormon. There were a lot of men walking this earth, and then a lot of women. If you look at Ruth, you look at even Lilith, before the Bible was even written, and they don't even put Lilith in the Bible. The Book of
Nope.
Enoch, the Apocrypha,
Nope.
the book of the Jehovah's Witness, all these different religions that came in here, and what it's done is actually has divided, like what I think you were speaking on
Yeah.
bottom earlier, is our identity. It's
Yes.
separated us from the source. It separated us from God because we're going off what the flesh thinks and what the flesh wants to say, and how the flesh tells you, oh no, you should live this way, you should do it this way, you should go this way,
Hey,
not
and
knowing
Lovely.
And
that
this
you have
before
your
Columbus.
source.
Hey, Lovely.
And
What
this
you
before
said.
Columbus discovered
Look, check
America.
this
The
out.
Native
Hold on,
American
real
called this
quick.
the land of
Real
the
quick.
turtle.
Hold on. Hold on, real quick. What she's saying is true. For one, when you look at the Bible and you look at Kemet, the stories are the same but remixed. Now, when you look at Kemet and you look at ancient Samaria, it's the same thing but remixed. So when you look
Yeah.
at hold on, when you look at the Quran, you can see it matches up with the Bible, but they twist it. That's
Yep.
why when you talk about the Bible, it has so many different scriptures. It has the Apocrypha that was taken out with Constantine, 1611 King
Yep.
James. It has the 12 disciples when they're talking about Jesus and his life, where he went to go study with the Dalai Lama, when he went to study healing people. He went to study this, he went to study that, and was called back. There's so many different versions. So
And
go
I
ahead.
learned I learned coincidence too. You know, Moses. Guess who Moses' uncle was? The person that wrote the book of Enoch. The guy that wrote the book of Enoch is related to Cain, to Noah.
See, this shit
They
get
are
out of hand,
they
man.
are relatives.
Hey, hold on. Hey, hold on, bro. Hold on. You see, this what I'm saying. Hold on.
No, I'm just
Yeah,
telling you, that's what I
hold on.
discovered.
Wait, hold on. And I'm sticking strictly to this. I think people get confused with what the Bible it says and what religion says. And Bible and religion is two different things.
It's a
Religion don't
culture.
practice nothing that's in religion don't give a damn about the Bible. I've known it just by going into different things. And
Okay.
also, if you want to debunk certain books, okay, I could easily debunk the Quran, right? The
Right.
Quran makes the Quran talks about the Bible, but the
Right.
Bible
They
doesn't talk.
connected.
Hold on, no, it's
But
not.
hold
No,
on.
it's
Go
not, bro. You
ahead.
got
Go
to
ahead.
hold
Go
on.
ahead,
You
sir.
can't hold on. You can't say that when the Bible doesn't talk about the Quran. The Quran talks about the Bible. That let me
Right.
know that the Bible was around before the Quran. So what you saying? Don't. That's what I'm saying. Like,
No, I said
Okay.
the Quran
I
is a
was on another platform.
plagiarism
Let me
of the
explain what I
Bible.
mean by
Hold
that.
on, Eric.
I was on another
He was talking to
platform.
me. Hold on, he was
Okay.
talking to me.
I'm
Let me
sorry.
respond to him. When I said it's a plagiarism. I said when the Quran, I said the Quran is like the Bible, but it's a plagiarism. The Bible doesn't talk about the Quran, but the Quran talks about the Bible. I said I put it in steps. It's a plagiarism from the Quran to the Bible to Kemet to Samaria, ancient Samaria. It has same stories, but when you go to the Quran, it remixes off the Bible.
Listen,
but
the
what? Hold on. I want to answer what you said earlier,
And I
right? This
want to
one,
explain how they
and I'm gonna
connect.
tie it into. Hold on. I'm gonna tie it into what you said earlier about them.
Okay.
Let's go like going with our history, right? This is what I'm saying. No, our identity, right? This is what I'm saying. This is what it all boils down to, and it's still gonna relate back to the Bible. The
Okay.
oldest, we could say all day long that the YT man indoctrinated us with the Bible. I'm okay. I could rock with that. If that's what people want to say, let's roll with that.
I
So
don't like that. It's an African
I,
spiritual book.
I
Okay.
get it. I get it, but I'm still gonna lead back to the African Bibles. You know what I'm saying? So even if they go off of that, okay, that's cool. So if we have something that we can tie our roots to as far as a faith base, it would be the Ethiopian Bible, right? And those people consider themselves Jews. Those people still consider themselves like the chosen people, right? But we don't practice none of that stuff. So we have a group of people in Africa for thousands of years practicing that same so-called
Right.
faith, and
Right.
we choose not to even follow that.
And that's why I said we the lost tribe because we
That's
ain't.
not a lost tribe. That's not a lost. You choosing to be lost at this point when you
No,
have the
but when you
foundation.
say no, we don't
I want
choose
to say
to.
something on what Sean is saying right now. Is like with all the knowledge that we have, whether we read the Quran, the Bible, because a lot of us, like our root is the Bible, whether it's the
Right.
Quran, book of Buddhism, or
Right.
whatever you want to read. But at the end of the day, with everything that we know, how do we behave now? How
Each
do we
one of
behave now?
each
because
one
We're
of
not
them took out
behaving
different
the
that's
paths.
way
Like
because hold
I,
on,
I,
hold on.
I talk to
Exactly,
God
lovely.
through my dreams,
Listen,
and I
they
don't tell
they
everybody that. But me and
listen.
God talk through my dreams.
I'm
We
gonna tell you.
all tap in differently.
It
Listen,
say worry about your own
listen.
salvation
The
at the end
problem
of the
is
day.
we look at the Bible as
Go
a
ahead, Sire. Go ahead, my brother.
we look at the Bible as a historical map on where everybody's supposed to be with sex.
Exactly.
You can't do
Right.
that. The Bible is a book, is a code of conduct on how
Yes.
people should live so they can thrive. You
Yes.
cannot put the Bible with true history because once you start matching up shit in the Bible and then you go back and look at, some of the things they've written on the wall, they don't match up. It's a code of conduct. All right. Now this is what we have to have an understanding of. even if the Bible is supposed to be the book of iniquity. All right. And the gentleman who was saying the three books is correct. There is an order that comes for it. It's the Torah, and then it comes the Bible, and the Bible is the Old Testament is the Torah. The New Testament is the Bible and the Old Testament together,
And
and
in
then
Greek. And in Greek.
right then and then they came out with the Quran. All right, so one was derived from the other. The very first one was the Torah. All right, so now look, we have to understand, and we'll go with the first book, the Hebrew book, the Torah. All those were black people. Okay, because from
Yeah,
this
and I
book,
gotta
you know,
agree
so
though,
listen,
books.
listen, from the book, from the Old Testament and the Torah, all it says is, you know, saying description of how people look. And I think there was only one of them that was born an albino, and I think that was Noah. But my
No,
point,
yeah.
my point being is, so you know, what I'm saying we were the only people in that Bible. So like the Old Testament and the New Testament is like thousands of years apart. You feel me?
Yes.
So you can't use the Bible as a roadmap to history because it's a book of conduct. You feel me? And that it was written by people who didn't have the intellectual or technological understanding of what we have now. So there's a
And when
lot of
they was
questions.
talking about Christ, it was years
Listen,
after Christ
listen.
died. So how can
Facts.
they
Stop,
remember
bro,
it?
bro. Listen. So this is what we need to do. We need to remove the New Testament. All right, and we need to focus on the Old Testament. All right. Now, when you're talking about people, indigenous, and things of that nature, you will be looking at the Old Testament if you want to use the Bible as a historical
And
landmark,
that's why
which I tell you not to do. All right, because
Right.
it has been written so many times that it has been agendified, meaning it has been set for a different group of people to take control. So I wouldn't put all my eggs in that basket. But what we do have, but we do have physical attributes that has not and cannot be destroyed, or all the monuments of antiquity that have been left behind. So we have the Incas, the Mayans, you know what I'm saying? We have the Kemet pyramids, even over in Tibet and all the way across the Far East. If you look at all their ancient ruins, they all got big lips and curly, kinky hair. All right. If you look at the Inca and the Mayans, their hieroglyphs are very similar to the hieroglyphs in Kemet. You feel me? Just like if you flew from New York to, you know, say any city across the world, the city structures will be relatively the same because the same group of people designed them and built them and lived in them. Now, if you want to look at that, all those people on the walls, all those statues all have big lips and curly
yeah.
kinky hair. They're big.
Even Buddha,
And that
even
is and to
Buddha said
relate to
this
that, I
too.
live in
Right. Listen.
Chicago
You
and
do not see it. You do not see any statues of them until, you know what I'm saying, recently. Rome. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? That Greeks. You start seeing
Hold
those
on,
statues in the
hold
Greek.
on,
Let me finish.
Sorry,
Let me finish.
I just need to like just identify this. What you said, if you get rid of the New Testament, because a lot of times what I think of, if you tear out that white page in between the Old Testament and the New Testament,
exactly
it all works
makes
out
sense.
because
Right.
it makes sense. It brings, even if you look at the New Testament, it brings Moses into it.
Yeah.
Paul talks about Moses.
Right.
But
And
You
when
it
you
know,
also
talk
brings
about
But
the
what's
New
going on
see, this
now
is
with
the
Testament,
the
point,
though,
though. But hold on,
AI.
time
hold
out.
on. When it comes to the
go
New
ahead, my
Hold
brother.
on.
Testament,
Let me
I
say this. Let
knew
me
it.
say
Hold
this
on,
real
I
quick.
knew it. Hold on, wait, I knew it. I
Wait a
knew it.
second.
I'm happy y'all finally said it. It sounds like it's a bunch of antichrists on this goddamn panel
All right, stop.
because if you
Yeah,
want to
it's in the
remove,
middle
hold
of
on, wait. If you want to remove anything from the Bible, then I don't see the point of even bringing up the Bible in the first place to talk about the lost tribe. If you don't believe everything in it, I don't feel like
that's in
people
the
should be
Old
having.
Testimony.
hold
The
on.
lost tribe
How
is the
can
Old
you?
Hold
Testament.
on. This
You're
is
missing
this
the
is really
point,
for.
though.
I heard Eric talking about it because he the one who brought up that stuff. If
Yeah,
it's
it's
no
in the
point of
Old Testimony.
no
Like
no
for
Hold on.
example, the
Let
city
him
of
let him rock.
hold on, you call it Old Testimony. I don't call it no damn Old Testimony. It's hey, whatever you want to, whatever the Bible says, I roll with that, right? And if you are a believer of the Bible, you should roll with that also, right? So I think at this point, what y'all don't realize what you're
okay.
saying is when you
Nah,
talking about something was a
he
thousand
doesn't
years.
understand.
Hold on, if you talking about something is a thousand years, at
I
this
just
point, when you say something is a thousand years, you don't know that to be 100% facts. Also,
black
The
people
who-
even told me
wait,
that.
wait, 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 hold on. No one could tell you what happened 100% a thousand years ago. At this point,
Right.
what we're all doing, we're all just talking shit at this point because none of us have 100% proof of nothing.
Hey, not me, because
Okay,
Well,
what
and
let me
what
what
let
what
me
was
say
what
this
said
real
back
quick though.
then.
I'm gonna prove
Hey,
you
hold on.
wrong. I'm
What
gonna
was
prove you
said
wrong.
back then, like
I'm gonna prove.
I said it from the beginning. I said,
Let me say something real quick though. I already let y'all talk long enough. But y'all got me with that part talking about taking out half the Bible though. That don't make no sense at all.
That's not what we're saying.
And my thing is, if y'all don't read the Bible, just go ahead and say that because it make no sense. Like if you read both halves, I don't even. It's not even really a half. It's a whole full book. It's a continuance. They just call it New Testament and Old Testament. If you read the whole thing, it's not like that. Both the stories are. And I be hearing this a lot. That's how I be knowing people don't read themselves. Well, the first section is just the new section in a different form. No, it's a continuous. And if you look at the old section, it tell you about the new section. It's telling you that someone is coming to save us. You know, it said at the beginning before that, which is
We're not. We're
speaking
not
of
talking
dang.
about the word.
Y'all so in the rush to trying to hurry to get to
We're not
y'all.
saying that. We're looking
Yo,
at time. All right. So this is what we're
can I
saying.
finish, man? I ain't. What the heck? It's gonna break in the middle. What I'm saying, and this
go ahead,
dang.
brother. Go
I mean,
ahead.
that's why I said if y'all not reading, don't. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Y'all got y'all points. Seem like y'all got y'all minds made
Go
up.
ahead. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is, if you don't read it and you come up with these things talking about this is take out the half and all that stuff. No, read the whole entire book. Like I could tell that y'all don't read for yourselves. This is a whole full story or a whole full uh say history. I'm gonna say history. That's like saying take out half of Martin Luther King book and let's say the other half or what. That don't make no sense. That's how
Right.
I can tell y'all don't read.
Can I
All right.
respond to you? Can I respond to you? Uh, you can't assume. Like for me, I don't. I don't believe in it. The thing that catches me is the prophecies in Deuteronomy. That makes me kind of puzzled. But I do read it. I studied it for 7 years. That's why I can say this point. I can say that point. You can't say that we don't read it because we're bringing up valid points. So, I
What
mean,
part of
I'm not.
Deuteronomy?
and I'm
What
focused on
Because
Revelation.
hold
I
on,
can
time
bring
out.
up Deuteronomy.
I want to clarify something. I am
I
not.
can bring up a Deuteronomy verse that actually comes up in the Old Testament. So can you
Like
tell
I
me
said,
what
at the end of the
Deuteronomy
day, it
is?
sounds like everybody got their mom. We already got
No,
one person
no,
that's okay. He just got done saying that he don't even believe. So that he done
that's
for
him.
from that point, right?
well,
I'm
So
not.
hold
I'm
on,
not
hold
doing
the
on,
that.
thing
hold
is,
on.
what I noticed, this even happened with people that do believe with it. We a lot of us do
Okay,
go back and forth or whatever the situation is because the way we interpret it and stuff,
right,
or how we view it, right? But at
right.
the
Listen.
end of the day, it's like it's a lost cause. It's like either you're gonna try to come with a reason why I shouldn't believe in it, and then I'm gonna come with a reason why you should believe. But if you got your
Okay.
mind made up, just like I got my mind made up, or anybody else that believe in the Bible got their mind made up, this is a pointless conversation
Well,
because
hold on.
Yeah,
ain't
listen.
nobody trying to stop you from what you believe in, ain't nobody trying
Right.
to stop none of y'all from what y'all believe in. But
Hey,
my
you
thing is,
got
if
a
you're gonna
good
talk
point.
about the Bible from what we do believe in, you
No,
it's
you
no
have a
point.
good
It's like
point.
you're not part of this conversation then because you
No,
already dang on wrote it off.
you
So there's a
got a
difference
good
between
point. You got a good point. And what I was saying, I believed in it, but I got detoured from it when I studied the history in
that's
the
you.
other religions. No, hold on. Check this out. Check this out. But I still study it because I'm on the fence. So I can say what I feel, but I'm not going to press that on somebody because I'm here to learn, not to teach. I'm here to say how I feel about what I believe in. But if someone can teach me different, I'm here for that. So you can't say that.
And me,
All right.
I believe in the Bible to a point. I think we in the Book of Revelation with the chip thing, while at the same time the Old Testament talk about the city of AI. And I said we cannot level up to all this technology. We're not ready for it because even history got
Exactly.
outside the Bible show technology was made before the Bible got here. So we repeating the same mistakes. That's
That's what
why I
I'm saying.
believe in the Bible when it's talk about the WOR3. Because
Now
we are
listen.
in a spiritual battle right now and everybody's not seeing it. And it says it in the book of Revelation. But like he said, no one reads the end of the Bible to
Right.
see
But see,
that.
listen.
We
I
live
wasn't
in the
saying.
end of the Bible right now. The
I want
book of
this to be
life.
clear. I want this to be clear for everybody. I am not saying do not believe in your religion, and I'm not saying that throw out this and that doesn't mean anything. I'm not saying that at all. What I was saying was the New Testament is 2,000 years old, 2,224 and 12 months and
Right.
29 days old. All right. The Old Testament tells you about the beginning of our time. So that's what I was saying. If we focus on the Old Testament, which is the Torah, because the Torah is the Old Testament. All
Right.
right. And the Quran
Who
came
told you
after.
that?
This is
But
the
but
truth of the matter. Uh,
can I say something
let
on
me
No,
that?
finish.
who
Let me
told? No,
finish.
hold up. No, who told you that?
This is the truth, man. Look it up. The Torah is the Old
So you had to
Testament.
look something up to say that this tell you. So what in the Torah
All right. So
says anything?
the Torah,
The
let me
Torah
explain to
says
you. The Torah goes all the way up to Moses. That's their Messiah. That's who they believe it
And
was
let
the
me read
last
this for
prophet.
you. Let
All
me
right, hold
read
on,
this
time
for
out. Let me
you.
finish. And that's where our Old Testament ends with Moses. The New Testament is Jesus. He is the last son of God, such and such. The Jews don't believe in the New Testament.
It
They
So,
only
but
also
you
ends
have
with the
let me
to.
book of
stop.
Revelation.
Now the
Let
Quran,
me
the
say something.
Quran is the Old Testament, the New Testament, and whatever extra. Their last prophet is Muhammad. This is how the books are set up.
Right.
And
So
But
the
people
Muslims
read
you
the
have
book
to
believe.
of
look.
Revelation. So we had the book of Revelation in real time.
I'm not.
Well,
not
But
hold
if
on.
you
Let
trying to read
Lovely say
this. I'm
something.
just telling
Let
you
so
how
Lovely
it
hold
say
works.
on,
something.
hold on. So if you look at what Peter says, because you talked about discounting the New Testament in Peter or in Acts 3:22, it says, "For Moses truly said unto the fathers, a prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you your brethren like unto me. Him shall ye bring and hear all things whatsoever he shall say unto you." So you can't tell me that what was not talked about in Deuteronomy was not talked about in the New Testament. It's a book. They rely, even it doesn't matter if it was 100 years, 1,000 years. It's still talked about the same thing.
so.
Look, this is my
So my
understanding.
thing is this what happens, and this is the reason why I don't be trying to get into all these thousands of books and stuff. If you read the one Bible, I mean, if you read the one book, right, which is the Bible, right, and try to read it to the best way you can understand it, it tells you enough. You really don't have to even freaking read 1,000 books, and then that's why y'all. It sound like that's why I sound like y'all just all over the place. Well, this
Right.
came from that part, and that part was that part, and this part, and that. If you just read the Bible for yourself, it says enough. I don't get what people really kind of searching for in this life. All we got is this little bit of time on earth. We're gonna hit the grave. I don't know what that stuff gonna mean. My thing is like make whatever you done did your research on and make what's best out of your life with that situation. That's the whole point of the book.
Okay. I'm gonna
You know what I'm
answer
saying?
your
But
question.
we do so much to try to debunk things,
Okay.
which while
I'm
your
gonna answer
life is
your question.
debunked and all this.
I'm
You
gonna
got a
answer
question?
your question.
I made a question. I didn't
Hello.
even know I made a question though.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Look, what you said. I get what you're saying, and I understand it. Right. But when it comes to research and trying to, everybody wants to find a purpose to move on. It makes them want to carry on. So if it's a God, if it's a couple of gods, whatever, right? So when we go to the Bible and there's one person that understands the Bible and they love it and it interacts with them, their spirit, everything it does. Should hold on. Should I, if I feel like that about the Bible, should I just stay right there, believe it, or should I research that and be like, man, this is good, but let me research other stuff so I can line it up for me. You know,
That's the point right there. That's what I'm saying. What are we
no, that's my
searching for?
point.
What's the search for? Because all I'm seeing is like,
The
because like I
search
said, the
for it
Bible,
is
and I'm telling you from this for personal experience, the Bible says enough that you really don't have to search for anything
it
else. It
really
tell you what
does.
it basically tell you what you
It
need to do
does.
with your life, and that's just that simple. I don't get why we got to read 1,000 books to see
Okay.
what else I can do with my life.
Now
Okay.
me,
What you
From
said
my
is true.
look, let me just finish.
Okay.
From my experience, right, from what I noticed,
Right.
when people do all this dang on research, they still ain't even find themselves.
Right.
It's like all they do, and all I hear them say is, "Well, you don't know about this," and then the bones was dug up. Right? They always got some type of either attitude behind a situation. It's like, what the freak is you reading the Bible for, anyways? You ain't trying to
Okay.
change anything about yourself. All you doing is doing more and more research to be a bitter person. And that's for like people in general. I don't know if
But
y'all
this
ain't
is
taking
what
this
you just
serious.
said. You just contradicted yourself. You said people will
See,
read
that's all
this,
you
read
listening
other
for.
stuff,
That's
and
why
then
I'm saying
have
that's
an
how you do the
attitude
Bible.
about
That's
it.
exactly how you do the Bible. You that's how you. I know that's why the reason why you keep cutting in the middle of me talking, because you listen to these
I'm
little bitty
sorry.
pieces of
I'm
parts,
sorry. My bad.
and then you try to find something to debate
My
about. And
bad.
that's what.
My
Oh my
bad.
gosh! But
But
all right, it's
no,
cool, man.
no.
I
I'm
said
sorry.
enough.
My bad. You
No, you
right.
good, brother. You good. But
No, you
I
right.
said my part.
Well,
Now
look.
me,
This is what I'm gonna say to you. You read this book and you're good with it because it lines up with you. But what is the problem? Because it lined up with me too. I studied it and I read it. I read it for 7 years, right? But something in me said, look beyond that. Look, try to line up history with it. So, what is wrong with me doing that? Because you found your niche, I found my niche too. It matched up perfect, especially when it comes to the Deuteronomy curses. It lines up with our people. But I wanted to study a little bit outside of the box. So, since I did that, something's wrong with me. No, I want to know. I'm a researcher. I want to know. So I
I think
don't
you
want
said it.
to. I don't want to say nothing bad about you because you
No,
found
it's
your
cool.
truth in your soul, but
I
it wasn't enough for me.
I think
So
you
I'm
you
wrong.
just said you just got
Hey,
to. Now I get why you doing what you're
hold
doing.
on, bottom. Hold
I,
on, bottom. I
me,
can take. Let me
Trying
talk
let me
real quick.
finish this up real quick, man. I'm gonna say this real quick. Let me done. I'm just saying you just I think I listened to you and now I see why you do what you do because
Okay.
it's like you still trying to align with you. I hear you doing this my people thing and all this stuff. And if you really,
Right.
that's why I said the Bible tell you everything. The
Right.
Bible flat out say, and that's why I be wondering why people keep talking about my people. I mean, I'm not trying to be like that, but if you look in
No,
the
I
Bible
got
and
you.
find the scripture, it literally say we're not fighting against flesh and blood. It's against
Right.
spirituality, principles, and principalities, and
Right.
I gotta say the
I
rest of it.
got you. I
But I
got you.
think we can only look as far as just our skin color, and that's the problem. And that's just to me, right? But if you
Right.
feel like that is it's about my people is skin color and all this other stuff or whatever, and it's not really based off of people being righteous and moving a certain way and following ways of Christ,
Right.
because that's my people, right? And it don't matter if they got slanted eyes. It don't matter if they lanky or they chunky or whatever. If they
Right.
following righteousness, them my people. You know what I'm saying? But I think we
Right.
stuck at color, and I realize that's why you're trying to align it from what I'm listening to, right? You're trying to align it like, okay, why is it not? It don't seem like it's supporting my people from what I got taught. What my people is, and
I
that's what it
get what
sounds
you're
like.
saying. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? You're right. Because when I read it, when I was studying it, it really dawned on me my people. So you're right about that. You're right about that. But I wanted to see further because I was so in love with it. It made me cry. I was upset, but I was happy because I felt like I was the chosen people. So I felt like I had to do this and I had to do that. But as far as my spirit went, I had to study around it. I had to make sure. So I had to go beyond that. And that's
Hold
not
on.
a problem.
But bottom. That's. I mean,
that's why I
I feel
did.
like you.
Let
You.
me
Oh,
explain.
hold on, Eric. I don't know. Just talking. Hold on. Now, when I first came on, I questioned you and Eric, and I said, "Man, y'all are going against the Bible. Like the stuff that y'all saying is going against the Bible." I
Well,
called it
I
out from the
told
rip.
you.
I called it out from the beginning, right? And
I told
I
you
feel like
about you though.
I know, but I feel like you guys are proving a point. And my point is to you guys is we talking about black people lost their identity. This was the main topic was as far as us losing our identity. My
Right.
question to you guys would be is if you are about black people getting their identity and black people coming together, what do you get out of telling people that believe in something that's not doing no harm to you, that is bringing positivity in their life? What do people who don't believe in the Bible in its totality, what do you guys get out of if you care about bringing us together and
Right.
about our identity? What do
Right.
you get out of telling other black people that the book is not real, you are only all of you doing is causing more division amongst us,
Confusion,
if
I
right?
anything.
never said the book
Okay,
wasn't real.
I'm
I
gonna
said it was
answer
a
that.
map.
I'm gonna answer that.
I said it was a map.
When we talked about the Bible, I said, as far as you're concerned, when it comes down to biblical, you wrong. Sean is right. This is what it says in the Bible. That's what I said. And then afterwards, I said, as far as me, as far as I go, this is what I believe. But if you're going to go by the Bible and you're going to talk about the Bible and this and that, I know about the Bible a little bit. So I will say my two piece about that. But I have never said, don't believe in the Bible. I said, this
Me
is my
either.
belief. But I ain't never said, don't believe in the Bible. And I have never tried to stray anybody on here the wrong way or my way, my thoughts.
And me, I said the Bible guided me because I see it like a map. Because at the end of the day, we all spoke one language at one time, and that's to compare it with City of Babylon and Atlantis to say that if everyone got all these myths, but the Bible called it Babylon, where everyone speaks the same language, that means we all connected. Because right after that, we separated. He said it in the Bible that all our language changed. That means our tradition, our culture changed over, and I was
But Sean
saying.
lied on me.
So I
Sean
was
lied
saying that
on
when
me.
you go outside the Bible, you'll find the connections of all the Bibles connecting, trying to get back to the book of knowledge that the Bible talks about.
But
Well,
Sean
And
just
I was
lied
using an
on me, though.
example, of the map showing that in Chicago, before it was called Chicago, it was called Ikanaki, showing that people still remember parts and it got lost. And so
Right.
somebody got lost as a lost tribe. It says in the Bible, the lost tribe.
And
look,
when you said that, I said what I said
And
because
I
of
said
what I
America's
know about the Bible. But Sean, he just said I was trying to deter people. He lied on me. It was
well, look,
false witness, Sean.
yeah.
Can you respond
listen,
to
listen.
that?
Cause
Can I
me and
say
him
this
was
real quick?
bonding. I felt you were more scaring us off because you kept telling us
Hold on.
forever.
I never,
No, when you
I
no, let
said,
me
what
explain
do
what I mean
people,
by that. When you
no,
said
I want to answer bottom right quick.
okay,
I said, because I heard you talk to Kev also, and it was the things that she was saying as if you was talking down. Whether you believe it or not, you was like, well, you read something that aligns with you and you believe it. Like, and I knew from the beginning when we had this conversation that you guys don't believe in it in its totality, and I called it out from the beginning. So I'm not. I said, what do people get out of? And I didn't just say you. I said, what do people get out of? Like you talk about black people coming together. What do
Right.
you get out of as far as identity? What do people get out of telling black people that that this book is maybe not real? You can believe in it if you want to. That's only all I'm saying is causing more division, if
Okay.
anything, if that's what you care about.
Okay. Hold on. Now, with that said, I said when you guys were talking, you and Eric was going back and forth about the Bible. I said, if you believe in the Bible, this is what it says. You agreed with me. Then I said, as far as my beliefs, this is what I believe. I'm not trying to, and the reason I said that is just to let you guys know that I know the Bible, but I'm not trying to cause division. This is just how I believe. This is my thoughts. I never try to push my thoughts on nobody. I said, this is why I believe this, that, and this. I never try to push my thoughts on nobody. When you and him were debating about it, I was
trying to
saying,
break you
well,
up.
if you believe in the Bible, well, this is what it is.
Yeah, and
So
I
look,
said I believe in the Bible, and I also believe it relate because every time I find myself, it connect back to the Bible from my own family DNA that's proven that
Nah, you don't
we
believe.
connected.
At
Then
bottom,
I
I
even
wasn't talking
show
about
how I
you.
live in. Then I even
But
show I live
Eric,
in
you don't, Eric,
Chicago.
Eric, you
Listen, let
don't
me
believe in
explain.
the Bible. You gotta quit saying that. You gotta quit saying you
Listen,
believe in the
listen. See,
Bible,
you ain't even
and
let
then
me
you go against
finish.
it.
You ain't even
Who
let
you
me finish
talking
how
to?
I'm explaining
I'm talking
myself.
to Eric. I'm talking to Eric. He keeps saying he
Oh,
believes
okay.
in the Bible,
I
but
do
then he
believe in the
goes
Bible,
against
and
it.
I was saying that how it's connected to Chicago, how Chicago is called, it could not before called Chicago, to showing that it could also be connected to family bloodlines.
I get that, Eric, and I want to ask this question to everybody on this panel, and I know Kev can answer this question too. So we can believe in the Bible, we can believe in all the words, all the different books that we go into. Maybe some people need to seek their knowledge elsewhere. But do we actually believe and trust in God? Because
Yes.
like, and that's the thing, is that
And God
everybody
took us on a
arguing
different quest.
about what man wrote. Yes, we do have to believe, just like we believe in some of the things our parents say. We don't believe in some of the things our parents
Right,
say.
right.
We were there when they were going through their things. So that at the end of the day, like Kev was talking about, and I always bring it back down to this, like at the end of the day, knowing what we know, whether we come from the tribe of Judah, the tribe of Israelites, the tribe of Edomites, or Levites, or whatever. How do we trust in God, and how do we believe in God, and how do we live our life now? What does that have to do with now?
I
And I
just
was,
feel
that's
Right.
why I was showing.
people's salvation is on their own studying, on their own beliefs. Your salvation matters to you. Study the Bible for yourself, because if you study it,
Exactly.
the more you study it, the more it might be revealed to you. So
And
it's
that's
a
what,
personal,
What?
it's a
So let
personal
me
relationship.
ask this then, since you said that.
Okay.
What are you studying for? What's your ultimate goal?
My ultimate goal, because I studied it for 7 years every day, and
What you get out of it?
my ultimate goal is I'm still searching. I'm still searching.
Yeah.
I don't
Yep.
have the truth like hold on. I don't have the truth like you guys do, which is a beautiful thing, but it's still I'm still searching. And ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well, look, no matter whatever your religious journey is, I would assume that none of us abandon God and the faith in God. So we'll just
I
get
I
right.
appreciate that, Bottom, because
Yeah.
I think a lot of us, even the Bible says, "Seeking you will find."
and
Right.
that's all I'm
Can I
doing.
be can I be lost to you guys? I'm trying to figure it out. And you know what? I'm loving learning all this different stuff, but I have to go what makes sense to me, which the Bible did. But I have to keep studying. I have to keep that's just me. But don't
And best believe, Bottom, there was a time that I wasn't even reading. There was a
And I
time where I wasn't even
And
seeking.
me, I'm not trying to judge nobody. I'm asking y'all a question best of my ability because at the end of the day, I was trying to find my family bloodline. Each time I do it, connect back to the Bible. When I look up Blackfoot, it goes back to the Bible. If I look up Native American, South Africa, New Orleans, where my grandma came from that side, it go back to the Bible because I
So,
found out more about my bloodline, which is Blackfoot. Then when I look up Blackfoot, it shows them in battle getting the horses. While at the same time I'm finding maps. Then I discover that this map also shows Chicago was a Anunnaki. And then I realized it was a parent. As I'm finding my family, I'm finding more about God out
so
that
Eric,
way through my
Let
family
me
blood.
ask you this then. Since you done found all that information out and looked up a bunch of things, now what you doing with it now? What's the purpose?
I'm still on my quest. And I also
Oh
led
my
to
gosh,
TikTok.
everybody.
Now listen,
no,
I
it don't
let
matter. He's on his quest.
Yeah, I'm on my
Let him
quest,
be
and
on
this is
his
how I say
quest.
it. Because before TikTok came to this, I used to make up a rap called Ticking Time Bomb. TikTok pop up. My job just cut my days down. I got on here. Right now, it building me up because telling me think about that check, that $73. I've now got my own platform, and I made $10 on it. While at the same time, I'm an artist, and all this AI stuff, it's in my realm. While at the same time, AI is in the Bible. And I said, oh, the devil trying to tell me what's going on. Because AI is in the Bible, computers coming with the chip in it, while at the same time, I'm an artist and I know how to make some money off this shit. And when I'm looking, and while I was on TikTok, I got information on how to make a lot of money off of NFTs and all that stuff. What if it happens? So all this money that everybody talking about black money for the disintegrate and everything go digital because everybody don't know that the money was made from colony where our slaves had worked for it. And so when
And
Bitcoin, so when,
that's what he do. That's what he believe in. And host, don't be mad at him. Try to understand. If you don't understand, don't push it on him.
So
Right.
I'm taking my question and led me
Hey,
to a
you know
lot of
what? Let me
knowledge.
say this then. Since you said that, right?
And to
You
Okay.
me,
said
this is a
try to under.
background.
How can I look? Let me ask this because that's all you like doing is rambling anyway.
I'm sorry. I'm
Oh,
So
sorry.
okay. Okay. Go ahead.
so
Ramble to
since you said
ramble to
since you said no, this for here because he just like continue. He like talking a lot. I noticed.
I
But
know I
I'm
love
gonna
to
say
learn.
this though. Oh yeah, that's cool. It's all right. Because
Go
like
ahead.
the thing is, this whole platform is to build understanding, right? We want to do things, right? And that's what everything. I'm always solution based.
Right.
So the thing is, that's why I ask these certain questions because, like you said, learn or what you told me. You told me to try to understand, right? I
Right.
can't understand a person that don't even understand themselves. That's the reason why I ask those questions.
But you're
So I'm
trying
gonna.
to build
That's
though.
what we're trying to build understanding amongst one another. I know some people they come on here right and they want to spit out how smart they is, how much knowledge they got, and they debate about it all day. But this ain't the type of room I do this. I really don't do that over here for the most
Right.
part. I let people do what they do, but for the most part, I'm always looking for a solution with
Right.
everything, right? Even
Right.
with my topics, I'd have topics up here for people to look within themselves, So I know that some of my questions can be make people uncomfortable sometimes because they don't never question themselves that way. Like,
Right.
what am I doing this for?
Right.
Have I been really working out? Am I really working strong towards what I really want to do? What is my ultimate goal? You know what I'm saying? Do I want to pass these to my kids? Is it a certain attitude I want to get out of it? I mean, it's so many different things. That's
Right.
why we should ask these questions amongst ourselves so we don't get caught off guard.
Right.
So there's a reason why it's not me hating or anything because I ain't got that in my body, but that's things I had to ask myself as I got older. Because I know there's a lot of things that I followed that the masses doing and all this other stuff, and just to come and find out, it was just ego and pride, just for me to flex on somebody like, hey, I know this and you don't. That's all that really
Loved one.
was.
Loved one.
But for the most part, if I sign to see if it's gonna help me build a better character, help me to treat other people, since we like to say our people and all this stuff, but our people need healing. Our people need to know how to forgive, which is in that good book that everybody want to sell. You don't have to do so much research when it's in that book.
Okay.
Forgiveness
Okay.
and
With
learning
that
how to
being said,
heal, learning
look.
how to be
With that being said,
learning how to conversate.
look. With that being said, you said I let people come on here say what they got to say. We gonna build. That's what you say. But then you say in the same sentence, you contradict yourself because you say everything you need to know is in this book. So why is you going that way? If you're here to build, let them say how they feel. And if you don't understand it, try to understand it, not with aggression, but try to learn because we all can learn from each other. But just because
I don't
you
think
have this
everybody trying to
belief,
learn.
just because you have this belief, you like, man, I don't understand it. I ain't trying to hear shit y'all trying to say. That's where your
That's
attitude
what you heard me. That's what you heard me say.
that's
That's what I'm
how
saying. You said we trying to build. I don't even think you even listening to me because out of all that
I
stuff I said,
just
I did.
said.
And I noticed this. Look. I noticed this. What you do, right? You pick out certain things that you heard that may have either triggered you or whatever it was, and you only answer from that point. I literally answered everything. You keep telling me everything I'm saying is contradicted. No, you're just that, and that's what it is. And that's how you do your studies. You try to study things based off of let me see if it's going to contradict. And you're doing that with me right now. I don't know if you know that's a
No,
bad habit or not, but you do that every time because I literally answered. I
okay,
answered
we about to
what you
build.
said, right? And you just
Yeah.
only listen to debate, either debate about something or to tell somebody that they're contradicting. You're contradicting to something like that. And you can't even name back what I've contradicted. All I did was I threw that in there at the last second just to throw that in there. And that still
Okay.
didn't contradict. I was just telling you that it was in the book. That's all I was telling you.
Okay,
Forgiveness.
we're
Forgiveness
about
is
to
not in the book.
debate it. Look, you said you
You
put
gotta do it
false
again.
witness out there, right? You said I am. You said I said you're contradicting, and the reason I said that is because you said we're trying to build, but when it doesn't go about your narrative, you're like, well, why y'all researching this and that? Because everything you need to know is in this place. No, that's not how it goes. If you're trying to build, you have to
Yeah,
listen to their
but
belief. Hold on. You have to listen to their belief, and then you can put your 2 cents in, and then we build from that. We can agree to disagree. But with you, it's like all in. And then when you talk about me saying,
where did I
"Oh,
say there
I'm
was a
picking and
problem? I
choosing,"
never
hold
told
on,
you it
hold
was
on,
a
hold on.
problem. That's you
When
projecting.
you said I'm picking and choosing, just like I said, I'm gonna say it again. I said I know about the Bible, so when he said something about it, I said, "Well, if you believe in the Bible, you're saying it the wrong way." And Sean was agreeing with me. I said, "If you're going by the book,
Well, and think about it
No,
too.
lovely. No, let me just man.
go ahead, homie."
My thing is, look, you flat out you just projected from this point, and I'm noticing that because
Okay.
I never said anything you did. I never said anything you was doing was wrong. All I asked you was a simple question. I said from this point, all this stuff that you're looking up, because I never said you was wrong. You was projecting on me. Why you keep thinking things are wrong, and why you keep? I never said anything you was wrong. I'm just saying. All I'm asking is, what are you doing with this information? You the one saying you lost. Just
You
like Eric
said
saying he
why
lost.
on here if you
Both of
don't.
y'all saying y'all lost. Y'all done did all this research and still lost.
I'm
So I
showing you my
don't project the
information
stuff
what I
on
learned.
me.
I'm showing
Oh
what I
my
learned.
gosh. And right, and it's still, and you still don't know what you're looking up. Because like
Okay,
every when I
okay.
asked you that question, I said it's cool that y'all don't know, but you can't tell me that I'm trying to down. I never
You
did
didn't
anything to
say
down
it's
what you did.
cool.
That's how
Y'all
you
don't
felt.
know.
I
You
never
didn't say that.
All right, so look, can we get to the prompt then?
Agree to
This is
disagree, and
this
we
is
can
Can
going to
I?
be a
get
yeah a
into
back
the
and forth.
subject.
Can
we
I
could we
Prompt
could do
says,
that though.
why
Hold
is it
Yeah.
always the
Let's just
patriarchy?
leave the Bible
on. Hey,
alone,
love
man.
you,
Let's
host.
go ahead
Love
and
Yeah,
do
you,
that.
host.
Yeah,
I
let's
Host,
was
do
it
it.
was
just
a
gonna.
good
I was just
argument.
gonna
Love you,
say that,
host.
and I
Let's
wanted
do
to
it.
ask you,
Oh
Kev,
yeah, for sure,
because
man. I love you too, man.
Kev,
Why is the
I want
patriarchy?
to
Why
ask.
is it always the patriarchy's fault? I don't think it's the patriarchy's fault at all.
I was actually going to ask a question based upon what Kevin and Bottom was speaking on too. If you were to take the Bible out of it, and this is what
Yeah, let's
Kevin
leave it alone. Let's leave it alone. We already just got
exactly.
off. We literally just got off.
If you were to take it out of it, how are you going to act? How are you going to behave? And how are you going to be human?
With that question being said, can I answer it, host, real quick?
No, I said we
all
literally leaving the Bible alone, and we going right back to it.
right, all right.
We just literally got a truce off of it, and we about to bring it right back up. It's crazy.
You right. You right about that. You right about that.
Yeah, we got a truce there. Go ahead, my brother Sayar.
It said, how can we, what that say?
How can we defeat?
We defeated.
Is his name Sire? That's crazy.
Hey, host, are you the picture in the top left? Is that you?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I've been on your platform
Read
a
that
couple of
first
times.
one.
You a
you probably
cool
been here a
ass
few times. Yeah, for
Negro.
sure.
You a cool ass Negro.
Yeah.
Uh, uh, uh. Down a little different. I was wondering because when he talking, I'm looking at the picture. I was like, "Ain't him? That's a different voice." Okay, my bad. My bad. Go ahead, though.
Y'all
That's because he's
crazy.
got like 10 accounts.
No, I gave him lots of props so many times. He's a good host.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I think I remember you though, man.
Yeah,
You know
I
it'd be like
respect
this every
Host
now
everybody.
and then.
tone. Yep.
I respect everybody. I know I see everything different. That's how I always been. So
That's how it works. That's how it works. And I know we talked about patriarchy, and if you go into it, it's like, how can we defeat it? If
Why
not,
would you want to defeat the
why
patriarchy?
waste your life talking about it?
Well,
Why
look
would you
how
want?
it
Why would you
divides
want to
us.
defeat the
Look
patriarchy?
how it divides us. Everybody has their own interpretation, right? But it divides us.
What the patriarchy?
No, I'm just saying when it comes to, and you know what? I could say religion, but how I feel, it's more of a way of how people are, their culture.
I just
Y'all
know
don't want to get off this religion wheel, huh?
I just know when I go to other people's platforms, they connect the dots on a higher level than I can, and I have trouble explaining why I saw and observed. And at the same time, I still believe in Atlantis. Because right now we on Atlantis. I tell people that right now we building the city of Babylon in Atlantis. We all that's where everybody speaks the same place. So if we gonna have an argument, just imagine all the other times they built it. And God said, "Skip, it. I'm gonna change y'all language. Y'all
All
want to
right,
deal
so
with."
I guess this is what we going to do. Skip the first question then, because I don't know how we got all the way over there. So let's
They won't leave it
do
alone. They won't leave the religion shit
how
alone.
are we?
I
How
mean,
it's like everything.
that's
No,
fine.
it's all right, it's all right. But let's see. Are we America? Okay, do you believe America would be better in the matriarchy? Why or why not?
No.
Nope.
Matriarchy.
Well,
Can you put
well,
that in dummy
we had a
terms for me?
conversation earlier between patriarchy and matriarchy.
Can you put that
There,
in
there,
dummy
there is
terms
no
for
such thing.
bottom vision?
There is
Nope.
no such thing as a matriarchy. There has never been a matriarchy, and I don't know
It's
why they
all
keep
an
assuming
illusion.
that there's a matriarchy. All right,
Put
there
it
is.
in dummy terms.
Let me explain. Let me explain to you what a matriarchy is. All right, a
Okay.
matriarchy is 100% dominated by the women. That's why you might hear the slang term hyena, because that is a true matriarchy, meaning the men in that realm are the subordinate. They don't hunt. They don't do anything. They stay home and they tend the children. The women are the dominant. That is what a matriarch is. So if we had a matriarch, that means the women would be doing the building, they would be doing the inventing, they'd be doing all the working, and the men would stay at home, like the seahorse. So there's never ever been a matriarchy, and I'll explain to you why. Because in order to hold any type of civilization, you have to be able to protect it. And if there was a matriarchy, it will be taken by some men who don't abide by that matriarchy. There will never, ever be a matriarchy. This is a trick, a ploy that they put on the black community to disrupt our households.
Common sense. Yep. You're right. I ain't got nothing to say about that. You're right.
Yeah, this whole talk about, well, the matriarch will be better, it will never happen. And if you look at our community, because our community is the most matriarchic community in the world right now, with all these broken homes, is it working out? Does it look like a good thing? No,
No.
it don't. The
And
cry
that's
is,
by design.
exactly, the cry is, why aren't the men in the home? Because men are designed to bring order. That's why we have buildings, because if the building isn't put together in an orderly fashion, it will fall down. All right. We are designed to think a specific type of way. We are designed to look at things analytically and focus on it logically so we can move forward. That's why we have everything that we are doing exactly right now. All
And the
right.
women's visit, or what is it?
It's not,
Feminists
no.
that helped with that.
Now, listen, I'm not saying women aren't smart. I'm not saying that they're not intuitive. I'm not saying that they have no purpose. I'm just
Right.
explaining to you the fact of the matter on the order of things. There has never, ever, or ever will be a matriarch.
Me, I think if it is, it's not gonna be in the United States because Queen Elizabeth is a good example of that. So if and then
No,
so let us know that far as the United States concerned, let's be honest, this is the dumbest country in the world. China got more high tech than us and all that. Every time we get something, we get it through another country instead of us building it ourselves. We too I ain't saying we lazy, but it led to our laziness. That's why I don't believe it's gonna happen because when we had the power, we mess up. When women had the power, they mess up. But other countries, they teaching their children things that parents don't want to teach them. They rather put them in a school instead of teaching their children logical sense. No offense, I have no kids, but my grandma did that to me. Told me, "Oh, you got some money. You don't need to work. You don't need to work. You don't want to lose that."
Well,
So if they did it to me, imagine the whole United States and what they doing.
let me
and
correct you real quick.
with that being said, since we're in the culture of YT, it's monogamy. But when you look at our culture and other people's culture, we had uh, we had
Polygamy.
wives. And when you think about it now, when you think about polygamy now, we had wives not to be perverted, but to populate and to build with family. But when you look at it now, you think, oh man, that's not cool. You're supposed to be with one woman. One, there's a reason why there's more women than men, but we're in a different culture, so we're we're kind of lost a little bit.
I just want to make a quick correction with the Queen Elizabeth. That was a monarchy, and monarchies are built off of patriarchies, which means she was born into that, and that's a king state. You know what I'm saying? A monarchy. That's the England. That's not a matriarch. That's still a patriarch because it's her son is now it's King Charles. You feel me? So a lot of people be like, well, Queen Elizabeth, that's a matriarch. No, just because you're the president and you happen to be a female does not make your society a matriarch. A matriarch means the women do all the work. I know you guys know any women who want to be some construction? Nope.
Exactly.
Nope.
And we had that conversation, so I heard.
I'm gonna lie, my
Well,
sister, my sister do construction. I ain't about to sit up here and make it seem like.
No, I need the whole construction team.
Oh,
All this time, I need her on the jackhammer. I need her in the hole with the sewer. You know what I'm saying? With the slugs. I need her, you know what I'm saying, ripping those pipes up.
Or get on top of the roof.
Exactly. I don't care about your whole signs. I can help
she
the signs.
she got video.
Man, look, I looked this up myself. Men, women didn't want men so much they create gladiators. Yes, look this up. What came before Rome? It'll tell you a culture of females that created gladiators before Rome. The show
Okay.
proved that they wanted that strength, and that's what we watch TV every day. That's the one thing they took from it. It's called gladiators. Gladiators, women made gladiators. It shows that if you look up what came from
They
Rome,
built what? Made what? What are they called?
gladiators, gladiators. You know the people that fight in those big
Gladiator.
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 the women.
Right,
I
gladiator.
looked up where it came from. It came from a bunch of women that ruled things, and they created gladiators. And then somehow, when Rome destroyed them, they took that culture and brought it here. That's why we're on TV every day.
But that's the thing. They helped create the gladiators. They weren't a gladiator.
Exactly. So
We were the slaves of other nations getting taken over.
listen, if there was a matriarch, it was very short-lived. In fact, I can tell you a matriarch. It was called the island of Lesbos. And what happened to them? They kept getting raided by the Spartans all the time, taking the women. You feel me? And then they just got crushed. You know what I mean? Let's look at the island of Lesbos. It's probably where we get the word.
Yep.
All right. So my point being is the problem was they couldn't defend themselves. That's why there can't be a matriarch. That's just how it works.
They ended up going back over there after they exiled
them knowing this. Hold on. Them knowing this, they even were smart enough to isolate themselves on an island to make it even more difficult or make it more better for themselves to defend. And they couldn't do it.
Right.
So that's the point. You feel me? There can never be a matriarch. Not the way this world is set up. Not the way man is designed. It's impossible.
Right.
And it's the same thing that I always say is that, like with women, and honesters agree with me on this when I say you can't ask for a man for protection and provision and then tell him how to do it. You might as well just do it for yourself.
You're not going to rule over a man.
When a man goes to a woman's father and asks for her hand in marriage, if he accepts, he's relinquishing you have to protect her now. You have to provide for her.
Authority over her to you. That's what it is. Yeah.
Exactly.
But see, you got to look at it from this perspective. Who overthrew kings? Other kings.
Right.
That's just how it works.
Right.
And even what's the king's biggest fear? To be overthrown by the man standing next to him. The man standing next to him. He's not worried about this.
Yep.
And that's why I connect dots to everything, because every time they do it, they take over not only the kingdom but the whole town, and they change the whole name every time. And that's why I connect the dots on every level, not just one-sided.
Yeah, okay. But my point being is that
if we go back to the question, would America be better in a matriarch society? Why or why not? We explained that it would not work.
I mean, just look at the single parent homes right now. All right, if it were,
think about the fact too that we've never had a woman president, even though we've had women run for president.
Nah, you know what? You can't listen.
Can I say one thing? Then I'm gonna mute back up. I know Kev didn't want us to go back to it, and I'm not. I'm just gonna say this and leave it alone.
it
Go ahead,
Hey,
Joe.
around.
he was
Hold on.
patient. Go
I had to
ahead.
switch
Go
it
ahead.
up.
Hey, in Psalms
Wow.
49 and 11, what
I
Eric
got
just
you.
said, you already know what Eric just said is once again what biblical text says, that what their inward thoughts is they would conquer lands and they would name it after their own names. That's biblical right there.
Yep.
Yep.
Psalm 49:11. Yes.
But go ahead. Go ahead though.
My, yeah, my point being is like the reason why they have us even arguing over this nonsense is just another disruption in our own households, in our own community. Just a way for our women to disavow their own sons and their own brothers and their own fathers, to think that they're above them and they don't need them, which, saying, which destroys our community. So I'm so tired. Like, and they give them these words that makes them feel better than what they are, like evolved. Well, we have evolved through the level. All you did was get a job. Like, we had that for a long time. You feel me? And then if you look at it at the end of the day, none of them really want to work that job. So they want to be high powered, they want to be high class, but at the same time, they want a man to take care of them. Well, then that means you don't need that job now, do you? You don't need
Well,
that.
we know the past about how we got broken up. Can you elaborate on how we can get it back together? Because
Yes,
we know that.
it starts with the children. All
And
right.
that's
Now
why I
listen.
said that everything repeats itself. When we're in Kelp, we're gonna repeat the same pattern, and we're
Nah,
gonna let
listen.
someone
This
else
is
conquer
all we
us. And
have to
that's why
do.
I related to the machines, because they let everything go over us except that they trying to put more machines in the world than people. So everyone gets a turn of power but us.
But
Think
who
about that
just
for a
spoke
minute.
on the children? Who just spoke on this?
I
Well,
did.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
All right. Listen.
Who
This is
just
what
spoke
we
on
are.
children? Because a lot of people we cannot discount the kids because
No,
that's
it has to start with the
most
children.
producing.
The only way we can get our community back is through the thought process of our children. We have to have understanding what they're influenced by and what they believe is a success route for them. So this is what I'm saying. We have to set up standards like the other communities already do. It might be triggering to a lot of them, but we have to, like, for our sons, have a pattern. For our
And
sons,
that's why I said we gotta learn from our
Hold on.
mistakes.
Hold on,
Cause
Eric.
for,
Hold on,
for,
Eric.
I'm sorry.
for our sons, we have to set up strict standards for them on picking a mate. And it's not just the way they look, it's their background. So, like,
Should
for
we
instance,
segregate? Should we segregate?
nah, not at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody's so mixed up, it really doesn't matter at this point. You're not going to get a true.
But hold on. But hold on. As far as me asking you that is because everybody segregates from us. That's why you have a Chinatown, you have Little Mexico, and all these places. You
Okay,
I
have
think
I get that.
I think we
But listen,
should. I think we should. I think
listen. I agree with you on that. But before we even get to that level, we have to get our community back together. Now, if you have stipulations on who, saying what race your son or daughter be with, that's your own personal preference. All right.
well,
So
we should separate the. I'm going to say, but
listen,
forget the
listen,
other
listen.
races
Before
of
we get to
people.
that, all right, listen. Now we can do it in picking your mate, but like I said, that's your own preference. But the bottom line will have to be, if you are looking for a mate, their background has to be a mother and father in the household. If you're a boy, you want to see how that daughter reacts with her father. If she has a respectful, attitude and understanding with the father, you can almost bet that that's how she's going to treat
but
her husband.
should we? That was my question. Should we?
Let
Listen,
me.
we 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 can't control our children's minds.
Nope.
All right.
Not
That's why I'm not
where I
even going
get
to try to
coming
put that
from.
out there. But we can give them an understanding of success. You feel me? So, like, for instance, if he wanted a little Latino, cute, whatever, such and such, because that's what he likes, I'm not going to be like, no. I'm just going to be like, listen,
Right.
does she, is she coming from a two-parent household? Yeah, dad. How's she with her dad? Her and her dad are real close. She, you know what I'm saying? That's his baby girl, this, that, the other. These are all things that I want them to have. And then now it's on yourself. Do you have do you have your own little apartment? Do you have your car? Have you been, holding that down for 5 years?
That's your job to teach them as they come up to
Exactly.
put that in their head.
These are the rules. And also, you can't be with a little girl that has a child already. That's somebody else's responsibility. I'm not going to put you behind the eight ball. You need to start and build your own family. Now, if everybody has this dynamic for our little daughters, they will
Uh-huh.
start they will start seeing that. Dudes aren't trying to talk to them because they were promiscuous and they had a child outside. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
But
and
you
and
say
that's the
So the
that.
thing
ones
that
who
you
see
guys
that,
are
hold on, let me
speaking
finish. So
on
the ones who
too.
see that will be more likely to be a lot more selective and also carry themselves in a better dignified manner because now they know that, you know what I'm saying, that's not going to be a way into a lifestyle that they might want to be down the line. You feel me? So like
But other cultures, when you look at it, other cultures practice that, and they flourish.
we used to do it too.
Well,
So
and
That's
yeah,
think,
why shouldn't we do it?
when I
well,
was
well,
younger.
well, think about what,
Obvious.
both of
Everybody
you
expect
guys
everybody
were
to stick
speaking
together
on,
with
though,
each other.
too, was respecting. You have to follow the rules, but you also respect that your child is going to make their own choices.
Yeah, but you don't have to support the choices if they're bad choices.
Right.
Right.
You feel me? And that's one thing that we do.
But is it is it bad to
We'll let our
instill
child
that in them?
feel there's a safety blanket no matter what choice. When they bring somebody home with two kids, we're like, oh, okay, well, we would not.
But
We
is it bad for us to instill that in our kids?
hmm?
The more you still into it, the more they're going to be renegades, depending on how you do it.
That's not
But
true.
hey,
But
I
that's
said,
not
depending on
true
how you. I said
because
how you do it. I said how
Right.
hey,
you do it.
yeah, because that can't be true because these other races they do that and they stick to it. They stick to a plan. Like for instance, when our kids get 18, we ready to kick them out the house. But with Arabs, they're like, yo, you staying here until you get married. We
Right.
all getting jobs. So
Exactly.
it's it's a certain kind of way you raise them up. And is that wrong? Because
No, it's
other
not.
And
nations
then
do it.
sometimes the parents will buy the kid a house. In some cultures, they'll buy the kid a house when they do get married. They
Whereas
don't
the
have to.
people, we
I'm
ain't
gonna
at that
be
level.
honest. I'm gonna be.
And that was the
I
same
don't think
question that
we
I've
should.
asked on multiple lives before. At what age does your child actually have a choice?
25.
Just because you black,
18.
I hold on. I believe we should separate. I don't want to be just because we black don't mean we shouldn't separate from each other. Also, I do believe that we got to separate the black people, the ones who still believe in commit crime to one another. We gotta separate from the ones who always want to play victim, that thinking that the YT man is superior and always bringing up the YT man system. I don't want to be with no group of people who have that weak mindset. I don't want to be just because we black don't mean we should all be in the same camp. One thing I've noticed with that, when Farrakhan had the Million Man March, nothing happened from that. You got a million black men together, and none of them had the same. Everybody had different religious beliefs. Everybody had different
Tell me
political
this,
beliefs.
Sean.
So it didn't
Sean,
prove nothing at all.
Okay,
Sean, tell me this, Sean. Tell me
hold on.
this.
Before you go,
And I
Bottom,
agree
let
with him.
Honest speak. Honest was ready to speak. She's been waiting patiently.
Okay.
Go ahead, Honest.
Sorry.
so I'm gonna say this. Y'all can hear me because I know my connection be wild.
Yeah, we can hear
Um,
you.
see, my thing is this. We ain't getting back to. I'm not sure where people got in their mind where we gonna have these white picket fences. Our kids gonna know how to.
You're
Everybody gonna be
muffled.
perfect. Hold on, I ain't
You're
cut
muffled.
nobody
You're
off. Hold
muffled.
on, I ain't cut
Yeah,
nobody
no,
off.
you're a little muffled. That's what he was saying. You're just a little muffled. You are a little bit I don't know if it's your earbuds or your sound, but you are a little muffled. It's kind of
Can y'all
hard.
hear me?
Yeah,
Take your earbuds
good.
out.
You're good.
I don't have earbuds.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
well, put.
whatever you got, my mama.
Well, this is an iPhone, but it's my connection in my home.
Okay,
Okay.
go
Um,
ahead, sweetie. Got you.
what was I saying? Oh, that's what I was saying. We ain't, we ain't, we're not people, right? See, the thing is about black people, we got too many strong-minded people around us, like in our community. Everybody is so strong-minded, from the men and the women. And the thing is, the men don't want to listen to other men for real, because in reality, you are a man, and you feel like at the end of the day, you're not my leader. I don't have to listen to you. This is why women also struggling, because the younger feeling like okay, the older men, they want to date me, but they don't want to be. I don't think a lot of men today they don't want to marry women because they feel like marriage is a scam. A lot of people sitting up here don't want to sit up here and create healthy households because your baby mama that you done chose, she put a bad taste in your mouth. Your baby daddy done put a bad taste in your mouth. So people trust issues is really messed up nowadays. Um, I think people are mentally not there for real to sit up here and think like, and I and it shows. It shows because you got people out here, you got men out here telling women that they're a leader. Why you even telling a person that? Why you even got to voice that? Because from my understanding, when we had like people like Malcolm X, Malcolm X wasn't walking around talking about I'm a leader, I'm a leader. Nah, Malcolm X said I'm a man that take action for my people.
Right. But
Nowadays, it's too much talking. It's too much talking, and it's like it's not enough action being put into it. It's like okay, people. I see. Don't get me wrong. I be seeing people around here like basically lower names like Kev, Sean. Like I see all y'all talking to like the men, the younger guys. I do see that, and I think the problem is women don't listen to the guys that they don't like, if that makes sense. You get what I'm
right.
saying? Like, if you try to tell a woman something and you're not her daddy, somebody that she have value to, this is why women tell men, oh, no, that's just you. You're that type of man. That's
Well,
not every man. And they say that because they, in their mind, they already have an ideal guy of what a man already is. And you're not it.
but
Because
who
if
do
you
you
was,
blame that on? Who do you blame it on, us, or do you blame it on society in our past?
Ooh, remember, honest, in my live earlier when I talked about fathers matter, how the fathers influence their children,
Right.
and it's like, who is it? Is
I
it
blame in society.
everybody? I think society and the family dynamics in the home, because
Yeah,
It's
you
because
have to teach
society.
them
it
how to
goes deeper.
co-create.
What she
This
said is true, but at the same time, it goes deeper. It goes all the way back to slavery, and after slavery, the Jim Crow, the it goes deep. It
yeah,
goes
go
way
really
like
deep.
deep.
like
You
this is
know
why, and I'm gonna say this real quick on the slavery thing because I just spoke about this. I literally told somebody I watched Kanye West. He said why is it that people don't realize you enslaved yourself? You
how come
enslaved
what?
yourself.
How
And,
come
Mm-hmm.
what?
and I had to sit back. At first, I thought he was talking crazy. I was like, hold on, what the hell is he talking about? And the thing is, he was absolutely right. People
Hold
will
on, hold on.
enslave
What did you
themselves
say?
because
No,
hold on.
slavery. Okay.
I
Hold on.
said
What did you
Kanye
say?
West. Bottom. You can hear me.
Vision, bottom vision. Yeah.
It's
Hold
three
on,
Yeah.
levels
wait,
of
So
slavery.
I just literally said
honest,
that
hold on.
I heard something that Kanye West said. That
Okay.
he said that people enslave themselves,
Right.
right? And at first I thought he was crazy, but then I actually kept on listening to him talk, and he actually makes sense. Cause it's like the people who sit up here, they gonna stay trapped forever because you sitting up here looking for some people who ain't even here no more to come and
Right.
change
Hold on, hold on,
what
hold
you
on.
It's
hold
three
on.
levels of
With you
slavery.
saying
Hold
that,
on,
hold on.
Hold
With
on,
you
can I
saying
land? Hold
that,
on, can I land? I
yes,
promise.
I'm
I
sorry.
promise I'm
I'm
gonna be
sorry.
brief.
I'm sorry.
But it's just like the people in our community who be like, oh well, it's the people from back then, our grandmamas and our grandfathers' fault. Like
Right.
how you gonna continue to you see that's an enslaved mindset because you can't move forward because you can't get past the shit that our grandparents did, and you got to understand they can't change what they did. You can't.
Well, look, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. You know how I don't like saying slaves, I like saying enslaved. How our people got unenslaved was because of us, because of the revolts.
But can I?
We did a lot of revolts in if what's his name? The president, the tall one, Lincoln. He said, if we can save the Union, I
We
would
really
keep
should have
them
been slavery.
enslaved.
Right.
Exactly.
He
But
said
listen,
that. Oh,
this is
go
the
ahead.
thing: we only got physically unenslaved. We are still
Mentally.
mentally enslaved. So
Yes,
this is the
Jim
point. Like,
Crow.
listen,
Like I
listen,
said,
hold on,
Jim
time out. Hold on,
Crow.
wait. Let me finish.
Taxes, when we pay taxes.
Well,
Listen. Everybody pays
that's
taxes.
where that post traumatic, a lot
This
of
is what
people
I'm
call it
saying. Let me say this real quick.
PTSD.
This is the
But
problem.
if you
All right,
look at,
we'll just pretend that we're boxers. All right, and I'm about to have a prize-winning fight. I'm getting into the game. All right, I get into the ring, and for some reason I get my ass whipped. All right, and then at the end, they be like, yo, what happened? And I tell them, you know what? Back, you know what I'm saying, in the day, my great 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 grandfather was a boxer and he used to get beat down all the time. And that
Right,
didn't mentally put, and that's what we do all the time. You feel
right.
me? It's a different time right now. The only thing that we have that's enslaving us is our mental capacity to think that we're still looking for a key, that a door that is unlocked.
Well,
That's
hold on, hold on. With that being said, hold
can I
on. With
say
that
something
being
let
on
me
said,
on
land my
that real
plane real
quick?
quick.
Completely
Let me land
unlocked
my
because of
let me
taxes.
let
Because
me finish
go
my
I
ahead,
plane.
guess
lovely.
where
Go
Hold
ahead,
on,
Let
hold
me
lovely.
on,
land
hold
my
on, hold
plane
on, hold
real
on, hold
quick.
on, hold on. Y'all getting out of hand because usually y'all know how we do in Cavs Live. We don't be doing all that. So one thing we about to do is we about to let who already was talking land their plane, and we're gonna move up from there.
Real
Cause we
shit.
got new people, we got people up here.
All
So
right.
if you're not talking, please mic up so everybody could get their little uh stuff off their chest. Sire, I think it was you talking with it.
It was. Thank you very much. All
Okay,
right.
go ahead,
This,
Sire. And
this is what
then
I'm saying.
we're gonna go to bottom and get the new people in there, and then we're gonna get Eric and everybody else.
All right. Well,
Okay,
so
okay.
this is what I'm saying. So, like, we are still mentally enslaved, and we can hear it because when we have these conversations, everybody always goes back to slavery. All right, but the fact at hand is we have a problem right now that nothing that we can change 400, 300 years ago is going to have a solution for us. Now, I'm looking at all these other people from different countries that look like us becoming very successful. Yes, everybody pays taxes. The only difference is they're coming from a poverty understanding and they're actually using the opportunities in the States. And we're sitting here like, yo, we need, you know, saying this and that. Yo, we can get everything that anybody else can get. Now, is it going to be the same strategy, the same technique? No. All right. It's going to be, you know what I'm saying, a little harder for one person than it is the next, but we act like that we can't do it. And that is our own mental hindrance in our society. And we give praise to everything that's negative instead of things that are positive. We value the single parent. We say she's strong and she's in it, blah, blah, blah. But no other community does that. You feel me? We point blame at different individuals in our community instead of coming together. No other community does that. We even have the nerve to be like, we can't set any standards because of X, Y, and Z. No other community does that. They all have standards for their kids. They all have standards for who they date. They all have standards for where they live at. They all have standards for where they go to school and what their grades are supposed to be. And that's what we need to fix instead of going back in the day to where it all started from. Okay, yeah, my great great grandfather got his ass whooped in the ring a couple times, and it was an unfair fight. But we have did a lot of progress to the point where we actually have a real chance. If you listen to everything in our society, it's us. The music, the commercials, the TV, the movie, it's us. It's our swag, our clothes. They even injected lips, butts. Everything is us. And we still act like we don't have an influence and we can't take control. That's
Let me
our
get it.
problem.
Let me get it. Let me get it. What you said is true. I agree with that, right? But at the same time, if after slavery, 50 years, 1920 comes, YT people, they're in the Great Depression, but we have our own communities thriving, right? And they infiltrate that. Then we have Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. They use people that look like us to infiltrate that. Jim Crow, they've been doing this to us for a long time. So after a certain time, and then they put crack and they put drugs in our community and guns, we are a lost people. But before that, we were trying. We were trying. So, yes, we can say, hey, we can look at what happened in the past and we can come together. But at the same time, you have to recognize that they mixed us up so bad, like the Willie Lynch letter. If you do this with your slaves, if you put the dark one against the light one, conquer and divide, division. They've been doing that to us forever. So now we have this generation, and when it come to music, oh, you can't get signed unless you talking about this, unless you talking about that. A lot of these record labels, they own prisons. How are we the smallest in population, but we're the biggest population in prison? There is something there that tells you something is not right.
Right, and I agree with you on bottom, and I would like to say something on this, but Mr.
Wait,
Stay Ready and Jelly
yeah, I was
Bean.
just about to say that, lovely. Get them in there.
Man, Grand Rising, Kev, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Everybody in the box, Grand Rising. Um, wow, there's a lot to unpack here. Personally, we live in a day and age now, it's an even playing field. We do too much talking to take us back 20 steps, right? When we need to be putting in action. This, what I mean by even playing field, this motherfucking internet that made it an even playing field. Quit crying over spilled milk. God damn it. This ain't about picking your bootstraps up. This is just about starting where you at right now and just making a complete difference. It's an even playing field now. An even fucking playing field. There's absolutely zero excuses. I'm not giving no melanated person no excuse when you got thumbs and a motherfucking phone. I'm not giving none of y'all no excuses. None of y'all. Nobody. Not even my own children. So you know, when we look at what's going on now as a people, we're choosing division.
Well, we were conditioned to be this way. There is a
Brother,
different
I've read the
Wait,
element.
hold
Willie
on, hold
Lynch.
on. Just let him finish. I can't take
Okay,
now
my
one more
bad.
speech.
My bad. My bad.
Man, I've read the Willie Lynch letters, nigga. I got them in the PDF if anybody want them.
Yeah,
Shit.
let Stay Ready finish. He let him land his plane, and because he's speaking some wisdom and some gems,
For
and
sure. For sure.
You know, because at this time in the game, it's 2024. We done did enough crying, enough motherfucking marching. We done did enough of that. If you ain't talking about picking up no pew pew, shut the fuck up. Because that's the only next step after everything we done did is that. Because can y'all name anything else that didn't work prior since then? Right. You can hear a rat piss on cotton. So, you know, when we get to talking about, you know, the past or whatnot, I think it don't do nothing but set us back even further. Did it happen? Yes, it fucking happened. Did it exist? Yes, it exists. Right. But at this point in time in the game, talking about it on the level that we do does us no motherfucking good. Right. I'm not saying not talk about it in terms of it don't exist, because I'm not
Right.
saying that, not in the most remote fashion. I'm saying that it's an even playing field now, and we can't talk about what didn't already happen. We got to talk about what hasn't happened.
You right. You right. I ain't got no quarrel
thank you.
with
And
that.
before
You
you
right.
go, bottom, I want to give Jelly Bean a chance to respond to that, because that was a lot
I
of
land my
gems.
plane on that.
Mr. Stay Ready, you always come ready. I know you do.
It's Antoine.
Hey, I know it is. I know it is. I love you, Antoine. And Miss Jellybean, what you got to say on that? Because Antoine just spoke a lot of gems on that. What you got, my sister? Are you there?
When y'all say Antoine, I think y'all talking about me. My name Bottom Vision, but that's my name. I'm like, what you talking about?
Backup
we got
page.
we got two Antoines in here, and because Jelly Bean didn't respond to that, and I know I can expand on like what Antoine was saying.
Yeah.
It's Jelly Bean
When
turn
when
though.
you guys were talking about, if you look at PTSD, a lot of times, a lot of us are comparing the trauma that we went through, whether we're white, black, Mexican,
Right.
Asian, it doesn't matter. We're comparing trauma, and then you look at PTSD, which is post-traumatic slavery syndrome, which is different. So if you look at, you got to read that book, Dr. Joy McGraw, I think it is McGraw. She spoke on that post-traumatic slavery syndrome. So what was coming out of that, which came from trauma. So a lot of us are out here saying, well, you went through this and I went through this, and because you went through this, I'm going to treat you like this. When at the end of the day, look, I didn't want to go through what Antoine went through. I don't want to go through what
Right.
Kevin went through, and you probably don't want to go through what I went through. So
Right.
why am I comparing it?
No, he's right. I'm right, and he's also right because at this time, what he's talking about is true. Because the only thing is division is poor and rich.
Yeah.
Because white tea people,
Right.
they have their own casualties of war, and when it comes down to it, it's about poor and rich. So I can understand what he's saying.
And that's why.
Okay, thank you. And hold on before you go, Eric, because I'm gonna drop back up to the top of the panel, but I want to get Fly in here because Fly was here,
Hold
and
on,
then go back up to Eric. Oh, Jelly Bean, you're back. And then after Jelly Bean goes, and then we'll get Fly in, and we'll go back up to Eric,
And
if
real
that
fast,
works.
the only reason why I'm saying that is because commerce has enslaved all of us.
Exactly.
Right.
Commerce
Thank
has
you,
been
Antoine.
enslaved every last one of us. I don't care if you black, white, purple, green, or
Yes,
hot
sir.
motherfucking pink.
Man, I wish you were
You
on my
got a
live
birth
earlier,
certificate.
Antoine.
Every
Oh, I
motherfucking
wish you were
person
on
has
my
been
live
enslaved.
earlier.
And when that realization hit me, I'm like, shit, you ain't no more fucked up than I am, goddammit.
Amen.
Exactly.
He has
Okay,
a
go
Amen.
ahead.
he has a
Let
point.
Jelly Bean speak real quick because Antoine was speak. Antoine, you should have been in my live earlier. Damn it. Jelly Bean, where you at, my mama?
I'm jealous.
what's going on, y'all? So,
No, hold
I
on
think
one
a
sec.
mix of
Bottom,
two
can you
things.
mute up here real quick? Can you mute up?
Yeah.
Not you, Jelly Bean. Bottom. Can you
Yep.
mute up
Yep.
real quick and
Are you
let
good?
Jelly Bean speak? Thank you.
I think the truth is that our grandparents were oppressed and we are domesticated. And I can tell that we are domesticated because we believe that it is an honor to be educated through them, an honor to be fed through them, an honor to be working at their job. We don't move past the oppression. We're done being oppressed. We fell for it. It's over with. We have accepted being oppressed and we have moved to something worse, domestication. And the Black American is the blueprint. The reason that capitalism, the reason that we're in late stage capitalism right now, especially if you look at some of our scholars, the reason that we're in late stage capitalism is because the Black American is the blueprint for how to domesticate people using consumerism. So yes, the reason that everybody's on the same playing field now is because they saw how it worked on us, and now it's time to move it towards working on other people.
Well, the even playing field wasn't addressed towards that. I was addressing it
Mhm.
towards the internet and
Mhm.
I understand what you were saying.
right,
I'm
right,
taking
right,
what
right.
you're saying and I'm
Okay.
moving it to something else.
Yeah, and I think
But
what
make no
Jelly
mistake,
Bean.
I do agree with you
Hold
though,
on,
Jelly
before
Bean.
I got to go to Fly Inc. After this, because I think what Stay Ready or Antoine is speaking on, and Jelly Bean is speaking on. Remember when we talk about all the isms, we talk about capitalism, racism, all these social movements. It was meant for a divide. It was meant for a divide. It
Here's
was
the thing. I
that's
am a capitalist.
an
I'm a
ism
capitalist
is
by
a
nature.
social movement. Yeah. So
I'm a
go ahead, Fly
capitalist by
Inc. Go ahead, my
I'm a
brother. What you
capitalist by
got?
nature. And if you think about it, we all are capitalists.
Right.
Exactly,
We
exactly,
all are
Antoine.
capitalists at the end of the day because everybody wants to be financially free at some point in time in their life or be comfortable. You understand what I'm saying? So everybody
Exactly,
is, if you think about it.
exactly. What you got, Fly, on that? I know because you came into a heated But actually, this is what I love about Kev's lives. Is like we can keep it cordial, and now everybody's gonna agree to disagree. Everybody keep tapping the lives, keep sharing the live. You know, there's a lot of good wisdom and a lot of good knowledge that comes in, and whether we bring up history, spiritual, all the isms, we can bring that up too. So go ahead, Fly. Go ahead, my brother.
Appreciate
Oh, thank you, Lovely. Thank you for having me up too as well. I saw you was on. Lovely, Lovely's my home girl. I know when you're on a panel, it's a good topic. So, I'm glad I got to listen in on this morning. What I want to say is this here: we are enslaved right now to what they want us to believe. Right? That's the only thing is what black people are enslaved at, what they want us to believe. We, you know, and here's an example. Sean was up, and I heard him talking, and he was talking about the Million Man March, right? And that nothing came out of that, right? That was something that he believed. Nothing came out of the Million Man
I
March.
mean, not a motherfucking thing.
But that's not true. That's not true. I'm gonna tell you because here's three things I can name just off the top of my head. 1.5 million black men registered to vote that day.
Oh my God.
African Americans started adopting more of their children because of that. The Black Lives Movement started and took pieces and bits of how that was put together to create the Black Lives Matter later on in life. So people that didn't have anything to gain, like if you didn't have a business and you didn't make friends or you didn't make contacts, you might have thought maybe nothing came out of that. But people did connect and people did do things, and we were able to register. Instead of always looking for what didn't come out, we need to start looking for what did we accomplish, and then start to build on that, right? And, because right now, when we go back and we say, slavery, yes, slavery hampered us, right? We didn't get a fair head start, right? Foreigners come to our country, yeah, they excel, because they didn't have to pull the bootstraps up without the boots, right? The government does give them some assistance to help them get past some things, but that's okay. We're here in America, right? And we have the opportunity. What we don't value, we value everything like music, clothes, and fashion, but we don't value our children's education, right?
Bro, hold on.
And so,
Foreigners is
hold on one
coming in
second.
as second
Hold on
class citizens.
before you interrupt me and ask me questions. Let me just finish.
All right.
We have the ability to do whatever we want. They don't want us to know these things because, one, they always say, if you want to keep something from black people, put it in a book, right? We created the phone system. We created the telephone transmitter. We created the cellular phone. We created guitars. We created the motor. We created the furnace. We created the ice cream truck with the refrigerator. We created electrical cutoff. We created programmable remotes. We created the algorithm for Instagram. We created everything in America that is worth something that they use today was created by black people. And so when we keep trying to compare ourselves to the white man, you're lowering your bar because we're so much greater than them. And I'll land my plane with that.
I do think that we do ourselves a disservice when we keep talking about how they imitating our entertainment, because that's just like immaturity. But I do also think that realistically, we a lot of those this is the thing. Atrocity brings innovation. Okay, it just that's just naturally what the world happens, how it happens in the world. Atrocity will always bring invention. That's why Black Americans have so many inventions compared to other countries. Well, other groups of Black people. But I mean, we do need to really stop talking about this entertainment and how they're copying the way that we dress. That's not important, okay? And
And
they're copying it because they deem it as being rebellious, not because they even deem it as being valuable. Because when we're looking at style awards, when we're looking at New York Fashion Week, when we're looking at things that whole way, you know, they're pushing us in one category. They're not. It's not that good. But
and,
innovation does come with atrocity. Those two things just are aligned.
and I want to give Antoine a chance to speak on that because I think he had some things to say on that, and then we're gonna go back up to Eric and then back to Sayar because I think Antoine really was gonna respond to that, and then Eric, we're back to you, and then back to Sayar.
When it came to I was just gonna respond to the foreigners, and he had made that comment. The foreigners they come here automatically as second class citizens. At least now they did. Collectively with all the help they was getting was over $100,000 a year, right? Per foreigner, right? So uh what they were coming in getting, people wasn't getting that remotely on a everyday basis, right? So they come in with the boots and the straps. The government give them the boots and the straps. They ain't got to pull the motherfucking thing up and they ain't got to lace nothing up. They give them to them, right? So that's a whole different dynamic when it comes to having the autonomy to move forward. You know what I'm saying? People get handed in that goddamn thing. When people out here, they've been working their entire lives. I'm pretty sure did anybody hear about the food truck lady, the black lady, the food truck black lady? I'm pretty sure some of y'all seen her video.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? That's a prime example of that. Lady been a great citizen, went to the military, credit score high or whatnot, and still can't get the loans here. But you get a foreigner to come over here, guess what they get? They get everything handed to them. So I'm not even finna compare myself to no motherfucker like that. Shit. For one, y'all ain't even part of the soil. You know. So y'all listen here.
Thank you, and
We ain't
go.
gonna we're ain't there's not a panel of white folks that's gonna give us a motherfucking thing. You got to go take that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You do also got to stop opening so many restaurants. Restaurants are a high risk investment, and more than 90% of them close within the first year. You are
Absolutely.
not going to get loans, and it's an oversaturated market. You are not going to get loans in the food business unless you are in farming, and even that's kind of finicky.
Well, and
We
a
have
lot
to
of
be a
people
little
don't.
bit more business savvy when we making some of these decisions.
A lot of people don't understand the difference between America and the United States of incorporation of America. So you have to understand that there's a business side between the land side, and the land side actually they kind of work they coincide together. Is like what mortgages come from, what the banks come from. Where we had this conversation earlier, but I want to give Eric a chance to speak before we go back down to Sire, and then we'll go back to Jelly Bean and work our way back around.
Okay, I think the problem is this. Y'all all right, but unfortunately, y'all all ain't thinking of the bigger picture. That's the difference between a war and a battle. Y'all fighting battles every day, not focus on the war. That's why the government so got the Constitution divided in different ways. While at the same time, the Bible is connected to it, because people forget the religion people in the politics too. They all intertwine. While at the same time, the common denominator is this. That doesn't matter however you might look at it. This is an opportunity. Ask yourself this: we all arguing about our population, but then think about the biggest slavery of all, taxes. The Boston Tea Party was a lie. We still paying taxes to today. You can go on some people pop on, they'll tell you, some politicians say the Boston Tea Party is still in part play. That means our tax money is going to the robots, so we so busy finding and scale the robot, we built it ourselves through our taxpayer money. So we built it, why now we can't build our own land, our own water? And like that's when I said earlier, we need to take all our brains together. Is this a spiritual warfare? In the Bible called 3 dimension, and we could call this a World War III of physical warfare. That means every realm from the past, the present, and the future need to come together. That means all y'all old timers that know how to barbecue, people like me that got creative imagination spiritually and know how to draw, and the young children that are running wild, we need to come together. That way, we can be prepared for every outcome, because everything is not going to be what we remember. You think the world going to be the same by 2081? I'll be 100 years old. That means that everybody that know how to barbecue is fading away. These kids can't cook, so that means you got to teach them how to survive
How to
in
cook.
nature, not government. That way, when the government fall, we right back on top. It's
So
that
Yep.
there's
simple.
another element that none of us mentioned that is just as it's frightening, and it's frightening. It's cool. It's so much, so many verbs wrapped up in one, right? And that's artificial intelligence. It's
Yeah.
changing everybody's lives, even while you fucking sleeping. You don't even realize.
Yes. And
Mm-hmm.
we gotta
AI is
yeah.
shaping,
So
it's
only
shaping our
problem,
world even as we speak right now.
yeah, the only
It's
problem is
reshaping it. Let me put it like that, reshaping it.
Well, like
yeah.
Eric said, is like
And that's why I say this
why
the
did we
hard part about it.
why did we
This the
start
part
paying for
about it
water?
this the worst part about it of all. That even the Bible said it's gonna happen. And yet we don't realize these people, even we don't believe in the Bible, they are trying to bring the Bible to reality. They
Mm.
are
Yeah, called
doing it,
predictive
not us.
programming. Called predictive
Ooh.
programming.
Yep.
So listen,
Well, they say even with the media, they tell the truth through deception.
Like, how many heard about the Pope and what he doing? How many people think about the AI? How many think about the chip? I ain't trying to scare nobody. All I'm saying is they level the field like you said. They told us what they're gonna do. What we gonna do next? We gonna sit
Mm.
around talking about the Bible don't exist, or we gonna use that same book against them?
What you got, Sayar, on that? Because I know me, you, and Antoine, and
And
everybody
that's
on
just
this
my
panel,
idea of it,
we,
because
we,
all right.
we can
before
go
there was
hand
a
in hand on
telephone,
this.
So
because
this is
before
what
it
I
was a
think.
telephone, I remember phone numbers. So if I already hear before the telephone, I know the outcome of a telephone. I'm preparing for the outcome of a robot. And to prove that theory, I'm going back fishing. I'm going back doing other stuff. Same time, I got knowledge about the whole new technology that's on its way, and I'm gonna find a way to make some money off of it. Old school and new school combined together.
Okay,
And right
okay.
now, I call that the Babylon. Right now, we on TikTok. This is the city of Babylon. What are we going to do with that knowledge? Repeat our ancestors and let it collapse, or take advantage of all the knowledge in one location?
Well, if you look at Babylon and Revelation 17, it'll speak on it. So,
Or Atlantis. Or
um,
Atlantis. It's all
Saya,
the same.
Saya, what you got to say, my brother?
All right. So basically, this is how I look at it. My dad told me something a long time ago. When you in too deep, the only way out is through. So we're looking at the battle from old school battle tactics. All right. And if you look at the mess that we're in, we have to take one understanding on why we're getting beat every time.
Mm,
We need to have an understanding of we are being sold our own culture back to us. And this is what we lose. All right. So like for instance, I hear a lot of us, you know what I'm saying, in the melanated community talking about they want to open up a store or they want to do this, that, the other for the black community. And that thought process is what puts us at a disadvantage. All right. So this is what I mean about the thought process. The fact that you want to open up a store, cool. You want to start your own business, cool. You want to sell just to black people, that's where you go wrong. All right.
Yeah.
We only make 14% of this
hold on,
so
Eric. Hold on, Eric.
all right. What we need to do is start understanding is like when we want to get back into this game, all right, we need to get into the game to sell to everybody. All right. It might be our culture, but everybody wants it. And everybody understands how this society works is off the dollar. And the dollar gives you control. If you are going to try to limit yourself, you know what I'm saying, just to a small demographic, you're going to lose every time. So like, for instance, if there was two martial arts school, one was ran by, you know what I'm saying, a non-melanated person, one was ran by an Asian dude, which one do you think is going to be, you think is better? You're
Mm.
going to think the Asian dude is better, right? Now, the fact of the matter is, or may be, that the white T dude might be 1,000 times better, but because we understand that the karate stuff comes from that culture, we're going to pick it. You feel me? And we need to start doing the same thing. We need to start doing the things that are in our culture. We let them to sell back to us. Like, for instance, something as simple as the do rag. We invented the do rag because we the only one to have that type of do for the do rag. But how is it that they're selling it to us?
Exactly. You know, you reminded me, Sire, and I've spoken a lot about this because I'm a sports fanatic and I grew up an athlete, and I noticed like exploitation when it comes to NFL, when it comes to NBA, when it comes to the exploitation that actually comes from that. Like just like how you broke it down. Are you going to choose the YT man or the Asian man only because you assume that he's
Exactly.
better at what
I'm
he
gonna,
does?
I'm gonna give you just
Yeah,
on
so
that. So check it
hold
out.
on.
Check it
I
out.
want to
Let me
hold on,
finish
hold on, hold on, Eric, hold on, because I gotta let everybody else talk because I let Sarah, and then we basically just came up here because I want to go back to Antoine. Go ahead, and then I want to let basically speak, and then
I
go
didn't.
back to up to
I didn't get
Fly.
to.
No, basically was before me. He
Oh,
can go.
I'm sorry, Sire. Were you done? I'm
No.
sorry, my
Look.
brother.
So what I was saying is what we do is we always are trying to fight the system instead of absorbing the system and starting to control it to our benefit. You feel me? We know everybody knows that our cooking is better than everybody else's cooking. That's what they believe. All right. But yet and still all the cooking shows are ran by them. We don't have our you
Yep.
feel me?
I
We
always
don't.
I call it infiltrating the system.
But
You
nah, what
gotta.
we need to do is start exploiting ourselves and our culture because they will pay money for it. And once they pay
Right.
money for it, that's
Yes,
when we can
sir.
control. And I'm gonna say this real quick. There was a guy back in the day. All right, this is like back in the 20s. It was an African American man or melanated man, whatever you want to call it. He was a barber. But back then, saying white tea people wanted to get their hair cut by a black person. So he opened up a barber shop. All right. This black man opened up a barber shop and he will only cut YT people. It sounds discriminated. It almost sounds Uncle Tomish. You feel me? But he understood that if they're going to pay for it, then I would just cut them. And he charged them top dollar. That barber became a millionaire. This was an African American man. You feel me? Off the assumptions of what they want, we don't exploit our own culture so we can benefit from it. We explore all the negatives from our culture, and then we get ripped down for it. We need to start doing this. Like, listen, remember, everybody knows black people could dance, but none of y'all got dance ballers teaching these people how to dance like that. Now they have utilized TikTok, stealing the dances, and then they'll do it and they'll get paid commercially for it. You feel me? Like, we need to stop trying to fight the system and start trying to absorb and control the
And they're
system.
horrible doing it.
Go ahead, Antoine, and then I want to let basically speak. Go ahead, Antoine.
No, basically he can go. No. He can definitely go. He been
Are
patient.
you sure, my brother? Are you sure? And then
Now,
and then go back to you, and then go back up to Fly, and then back to Eric. Okay, go ahead. Basically, what you got to say based upon what you've heard so far. Oh, believe me, it's been some topics tonight, basically.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing really good.
Good. As you should. As you should.
So, I wanted to speak first to the concept of patriarchy, and then I'm going to talk about what the brothers were talking about.
Okay.
All right. So, patriarchy is natural and normal, and it's not going anywhere ever. Patriarchy is the idea that men consolidate power to themselves. Now, the patriarchy through a feminist mindset is that men consolidate power to themselves and deprive others of power, right? And they deprive power from others. They consolidate power to themselves, and then they use that. They use it to oppress other people and only to benefit men. Now, we know that's not true, right? Because men go on the front lines. If we didn't care about women, we would put y'all on the front line. We just add more of you there. If we didn't care about women, it wouldn't be these concepts of chivalry that were alive until feminism came around, where women were treated as special citizens, right? Where the expectation was that every man was in the service of any woman that was in his purview, and that it was a social duty to make any woman around you more, put her in the most comfortable position possible. So you're on a bus, a woman's standing, you give up your seat. She's walking through a door, get the door for her. You see her carrying something, if it looks like it even possibly could be heavy, even if she's handling it well, you take it from her. You carry it to her car. Right? These are the social expectations that are placed on men. Now, whether or not all guys kept those social expectations is one thing, but those were the social expectations that were placed on men. So, patriarchy is a naturally occurring phenomenon, and it's never going to go anywhere because women desire patriarchy. Women desire patriarchy because in their dating and mating practices, they choose men who are bigger, better, stronger, smarter, faster, more productive, more competent. They want a man that they can look up to. And so if you got 100 women and you got 100 men, and the majority of the women only want a man that they can look up to, then that means that any man that can't outperform the women is not going to be able to reproduce and put his genes into the next generation of people. So the standard that for a man to put his genes into the next generation of people, that comes from a woman's desire to have a man who is better than her. Men are not repulsed by women who don't work as hard as them. We don't care. Women are repulsed by lazy men. So patriarchy is never going anywhere until women feel comfortable to protect and provide for men, which they shouldn't, and they will never want to do. They're never going to want to have the babies, bend over and have a guy go into town on them, and then get up and go to work and provide for a man who stays at home. Women as a group are never going to make that social shift. Neither should they. And because women desire men who are above them, men will always strive to be above them. And there is no greater motivator in the history of mankind than access to women and children. So you take the single greatest motivator that there could possibly be for a man, where he is biologically designed to desire a woman, he is biologically designed to want children. Do you know the greatest release of the hormone vasopressin, which is the love chemical for men, is when a man plays with his own children?
Yes, I wish you were on my live last night. I did my Father's Matter live last night, and it spoke a lot about that. It spoke so much on how our fathers influence our children. Do you know how happy a man looks when his child is running up to him and saying, "Hey, Dad, you're home.
It's
You're
everything.
home."
It's everything.
It's everything to you
It's
guys, and
everything.
this is why I give men a platform to do this. And I love that you just spoke on that, because it reminds me of, you got a lot of women out here, because I know basically, and I know everybody on this panel has been on lives where, well, like, but the man did this, but the man did that. But then they'll say, well, I allow my man to see my kid this amount of times a week. Do you not know that hurts that man? Like, you're using the system. We talk about money, we talk about currency and all that stuff. Like, when you take a man away from his child, do you know how hurtful that is?
Oh,
You
they
know
know
how
that. That's it. That's why
beautiful
they're
it
doing
is. You can't ask for a man to protect and provide for you and then tell him how to do it.
Yeah. So now I'm going to feed into the point that you folks were talking about before I came on, because I know I kind of derailed the conversation by going back to the
No,
topic.
you're good, and we'll go back to stay ready. We'll go back to
You
Antoine.
didn't derail it because I wanted to speak on something you said, but go ahead, please
Yeah,
finish.
go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
So the basic building block of a community is a family. Okay. The basic building block of a community is a family. All right. Because nothing ties you to a community more than the family that you have that's a part of it, that you're committed to delete yourself for, and if the need to do neither arises, to work your life away for, in silent sacrifice, because that's what we do as men. We silently sacrifice our entire lives to provide for people who will never truly understand everything that we've given. They're not there with us when we get up in the morning. They're not there with us when we come home at night. They're not there with us while we're at work, and we're doing it with them in mind, right? That's what justifies the guys who storm the beach at Normandy to certain death. And that's what motivates the guy that's a garbage man that gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning so he can start picking up people's trash. That's what motivates the guy who's underneath the streets dealing with sewage, or the man that's in a windstorm at the top of a power line. That's what motivates us. It's our families. And I know that because I'm a father. I have 3 children. And my daughter, who's 11, we have something where at the door it's called guaranteed pickup. And the moment I walk through the door, she can run to me and I'll pick her up. And she's 11 now. So she's still at the door for her guaranteed pickup from her dad. So that when I get off of work, she's there at the door waiting for me. And it makes everything that I endured during the day, no matter what it was, it
That's
makes
funny.
it.
I don't want to be
I
bothered.
agree with that because
Yeah, because she's gonna run into another man's arms one day.
And I agree with that because that's the one thing that we noticed that happened when the first shutdown happened with the so-called virus. It told us stay away from my grandma's, and since I stayed with my grandma, she got sicker and sicker.
Yeah.
My mom too.
No,
So
I'm
when we
gonna.
say divide, that means they know what they're doing. They know how to divide families, including through fear, and fear. And fear is all that's linked. And that's why I said, y'all don't realize while we arguing, they changing the money. They changing all of that to put more fear and more stuff in our way. If our ancestors was here, they would have told us that. They said, no, we
And
work towards that. So because,
before we get off topic, Eric, I wanted to go back to Antoine because I know he had a lot to say
I'm
on
sorry.
what
I'm sorry.
basically was talking about.
And
No,
I
I
was
was just
going to
agreeing
connect
with you.
this.
Go
I
ahead, my
wanted
brother.
to, yeah, I wanted to connect this community thing to what I believe Antoine was saying. So in the Jewish community, okay, there's a story. Now I live in a community of people that is primarily Jewish. Here's the story. Okay. You have a young man who has a father. The father owns a tool shop. Okay. Every day they have dinner together, the father and his family. Okay. And the father gets sick one day and he can't open his tool shop for the day. So they every day at dinner they have bread with their dinner, and the father buys the bread from a baker on his way home from work every day, and that's the loaf of bread that's on the table that they eat with their dinner. So this one day the father is sick, and he says, "Son, go to the bakery. Here's the money. Go get the bread." The son goes, sees the bakery, but he passes another bakery on the way there. He sees that the bread is cheaper. So he goes in and he buys the bread and he brings the bread home and he says, "Dad, look, I got this bread, right? It's cheaper. It's the same quality. We're even getting more bread." And he gives his father the change. The sick father takes the bread, packs it up, throws it in the trash. He walks to the bakery. He buys the bread from the baker that he designated. He comes back with the bread. The son is flabbergasted. He said, "Dad, I can't believe you did that. I don't understand." The father looks at the son and he says, "Son, that baker, whenever his ovens go down, he buys his nuts and bolts and screws from us." This is something Jewish people understand that Black people do not. This is something Jewish people understand that Black people do not. The basis of your businesses is community. The basis of family is the basis of a community is a family. When we
Oh,
talk,
I missed what you were saying. I was trying to listen toughly. You saying, I guess the moral story was the Jew wanted him to spend the money with his own people.
right, correct. He's going to
Say
spend
that.
money
Okay,
with his
okay. I'm
own
gonna make
people
sure I heard that right.
because
Okay.
I'm
It kind of
willing.
reminds me of bartering,
Yeah,
like a barter.
they're still under the idea. I live in Michigan. Michigan has the largest Arab population
Yeah, I
of
got some
any
relatives
state
out there.
in any state in the country. Okay, the Arabs They become real estate agents. They do business with their people. They become loan officers. They do business with their people. They become car salesmen. They do business with their people. No matter what, if they're lawyers, they refer within. They do business with one another. They go into business with one another and they do business with one another. So they are guaranteed to be at least as successful as the size of their own family. And that's the building block that nobody can take from you when you have family. When you have a family, nobody can take from you that your business should be as successful as your family can make it because they should all be using your service. This is a primary concept in other communities that Black people don't get. And coincidentally, which is not coincidental, we are the worst at making families of any other community of people. Our ladies are telling the world and their men, I'm single, I'm independent, I don't need a man. Marriage is not a flex. I want a man, I don't need a man. A baby is not a baby in the body, it's a fetus, and it's a parasite. Like the rhetoric around marriage, children, husbands, family, relationship from our women specifically is anti-marriage, anti-family, anti-children, anti how can you pass wealth down? So let's say that the idea you had with the business you were talking about blew up. What difference does it make? Who do you pass it to if you
I
have
actually
no
sent it.
family?
Right. What you
I
got
actually
on the
sent that.
Antoine, and then go back up to Fly, and then back up to Eric. What you got on the Antoine? Antoine, you there, my brother?
Go ahead. I'm finna jump in the car right fast. Go ahead.
Okay, no worries. Fly, what you got on that? Basically, what he was speaking on too. Man, so many gems dropped, quickly.
Yeah, that is true. As he said about the story with the Jewish community, you can use that same story, right, in the Asian community. Um, Asians support their own. They go to Asian grocery stores, they go to Asian hair care places and things like that. They don't always just spend their money in outside of their circle, so their dollar can be recycled in their community multiple times, where ours, as soon as we almost get it, it goes out of our community and never goes back into another Black business or so forth. We're giving it to um, a white tea business or an Asian business, but it doesn't always cycle in our community multiple times. That's that's a problem, right? But uh, what I would say too, what Basic said, I when he said it, I felt what he was saying about his daughter. When no matter what he went through at work, right? I have good days, I have bad days, man. Some days are truly hard. And when I come home, it was a point when I came home and my daughter hear me putting my keys in the door, and I open that door and I heard "Daddy," and she runs to me, man, that melts my heart, right? And no matter, like you said, whatever I had going on, seeing my daughter smile and her eyes light up that I'm home made the difference in the world for me, right? And it made me feel like I can take on anything to be able to come home and see my daughter say "Daddy." You know what I mean? That was huge for me. Um, but the last thing,
Spoke on that, Fly, and that you called Basic out on that, because when I had my father's matter live last night, and I wish most of you men were here because I'm the only female up here, by the way, if anybody didn't notice. Where how do our fathers influence our children? And just that, just hearing what Basic spoke on and what you speak on too, is like, man, your eyes light up when your child's when your child is happy that you're home. You're
hmm
happy that they're happy you made it home.
hmm
That's
yeah,
it.
yeah.
So I want to go back up to Eric. Go ahead, my brother, speaking on what Fly spoke on and what basically spoke on, so we can go back to Sayar
I can
and
relate to
keep
all
working
that.
our
I
way
grew
back
up.
around because this is why I'm doing the Fathers Alliance podcast, and I hope all of you men follow me because this is the platform that I create, and Kevin, he'll probably get mad. He was like, "Why are you promoting your stuff on my stuff?" But Kev's probably asleep or gaming, so
Why you
Well, I
promoting
can.
your stuff on my son? No, son.
Well, I can
he
relate
probably,
to.
I call it flaming. He's sleeping and gaming at the same time. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead, my
I
brother. I had
totally
to add
agree.
some laughter
I
into
totally
that.
agree with that because I seen all that in real time. Like I got my own the boss in my job. She was unalive and somebody else bought it, but unfortunately, it's still by a black person. Then I used to go to Dominick's. It used to be owned by a black person before, and the family had some kind of battle. 'Cause I knew somebody that worked up there. Then my grandma, she took me from my mama who basically never told her father about him and never from the South. So my last name is all over the place because I got my father's name, but I don't have his name. But because of that, I got this, and that's why I say I'm a lost tribe. Because by blood, I'm not where I supposed to be. Unfortunately, God, and that's why I kind of have to believe in God because everything happened for a reason. That didn't happen. I had three sisters. So, yes, my mom had three baby daddies, had 5 kids, while at the same time, I was born out of it. So sometimes good things happen for good reason. Sometimes bad things happen. But at the same time, the manipulation is this that I learned from their mistakes to make sure I try not to repeat it. That's why I notice that everything that's going on in social media is mimicking what they did to our ancestors of confusion. And that's why I said they taking the money out because I did deep inside money and realized it had to do with the continent. And if they take that out that, while at the same time, how we going to have money as money changes and everybody don't have access to the new money? So that means if we sit back and argue, by the time they change stuff, we're going to be just like 1981, where they said, what happened? What happened with all these drug babies and all that? It happened so fast, like a blink of an eye. So we was too blind to see the truth. The truth is this.
Well,
So time don't wait for nobody, and sometimes time repeats. Right now, we in a realm where all three opinions matter, and that means it's a realm where we can learn from the past, the present, to prepare for a better future. But if we don't agree on that, we in trouble.
I agree, and I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to ask that before I go to Sire and then go back to basic. Is it's like, and Kev and I we talk about this and in all of his lives is like, look, we understand the history, we understand the trauma that we've all been through, whether it was slavery, whether it was trauma, whether it was abuse, whether it was all this stuff. But we don't want to tie our emotions to everything. What do we do in the present that we have now so that we're preparing for the future? So I want to ask Simon that. What you got, my brother?
That was a great question. And yeah, you know what? We all can't be wallowing in the past. And like the brother said, his last name is all over us, all over the place. And that's many of us. So, we have to start concentrating on breaking the chains of the immediate past and mistakes that, what I'm saying, our grandmother and mother and great grandparents have made and start, what I'm saying, realigning our situation to a better community. So, the fact that we and this is a problem with our community because we have so many of us that comes from a single parent home. It is instilled in us indirectly or directly that that's okay. You feel me? So it should still continue like that. That's all right. Like that's the norm, and it's not the norm. We have to have an understanding of the norm is two parents in the household raising kids, understanding the battle of life, and trying to traverse that together to progress their legacy. Some of us, the legacy is going to have to start with you. You're going to be the one who sets the standard for your bloodline that goes down the next generation. Now you have to keep in mind your past might not have been the best of past. And a lot of us don't have a great past, but we have to have an understanding on where we need to align it back and get it to a better circumstance so we can all thrive together. So if we don't have that understanding and we don't understand that it starts with the family dynamic, because I heard every man in here say how their hearts melted when they see their children. And I'm a parent of 5 myself. So I also feel that all the time, every day. So we need to start being a lot louder than the people who don't have a beneficial culture like we do. So what I mean by louder is all we hear is about single parent, single parent, single parent. All we hear is about man bad, bad, woman bad, bad. We need to start being loud about our dynamic and how things are supposed to be so we can inspire these children that there's another path instead of just this one of destruction that we're on.
Basic, I want to let you speak on that because I got some stuff to say on that because he just dropped some gems on there and it had a lot to do. What you got, Basic? What you got, my brother? Are you there, Basic?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to find
What you got, my brother?
Yeah, I think that family is everything, and that there's a natural order to human beings, how we're supposed to function. And I think that men are supposed to lead. Now, not every man is a leader, right? It's up to us to become one because having a pickle doesn't make you a leader, right? There's a lot of responsibility that comes with being a leader because of two things. The most basic dynamic of leading is being able to lead by example. So people who say, do as I say and not as I do, that is a lie from the pit of hell. You need to be able to walk and talk what you're asking the people that you want authority from to give to you. You need to be able to walk and talk the example. So that's one humongous responsibility is it calls you to be a better person because you need to lead by example. And the second aspect of being able or leading is that the buck stops with you. So that means consequence, criticism. These things are yours. When things don't work out, you can't blame somebody else. It's on you. So if you're going to be a man and step into the responsibility of consequence, step into the responsibility of authority by elevating yourself to lead by example, you're going to allow other people to hitch their trailers to you so you can drive forward. That's a big deal. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't think men ought to do that with people that are not going to give you the authority necessary to direct the situation. If you don't have the authority necessary to meet the obligation of the responsibilities you are taking on, then I think you're setting yourself up with a bad team. And so this is why what the brother was just saying is so important. If you're not going to deal with if you're a man and you think you need authority to lead in your home, then marrying a woman who is repulsed by the word submission or is repulsed by the word obey, this is foolish. It is foolish for you to deal with a woman
at the shop.
and allow you to. One more second, Mr. Gray.
Hold on one sec. Let
I think he's just
finish.
yeah. So it starts with men getting right, and we get on this app and we talk about women. And the truth of the matter is that if you're right, you're going to deal with the right type of woman. You're going to build the right foundation. You're going to come home and be that example to your children. You're going to be that rock for your lady. And then your house will be in order. And when your house is in order, then you can expand that. So what the ladies are doing or not doing, fellas, we only need to talk about it so we can recognize and avoid it. We don't need to talk about it to fix it, because I'm going to tell you a secret. A lot of these ladies, especially the ladies that you hear screaming about patriarchy and all that stuff online, they hate you and they're not listening to you and they don't want your advice. And it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to fix your tone and say it in the right way. And the compromise that they're offering isn't a compromise. It's one compromise after another until you're submitted and you're under their heel, because they aren't looking for equity, because it's all being driven by hatred. A lot of these ladies have been let down and hurt in ways that you cannot possibly imagine. And the only way that you will be able to help them is by being the house on the hill. And being the house on the hill means showing that there are good men that can make the commitment, keep the commitment, follow through, and show up. And then they can see that and say, you know what is it going to take from me to get something like that? But in terms of arguing with them and beating them in a conversation, I've debated and debated and debated. And if any of you guys have heard me on this app, you know that I haven't lost a single debate to anybody about anything that I've talked to them about ever.
I already know that.
Yeah. So I am telling you, there is no victory in victory.
Right.
There is no victory in victory. There's only victory in self-mastery. So focus on yourself, guys, and make
that's
sure.
one thing that Kev always talks about, basic. And I know the lives that you go on, the lives that I've been on, it always boils back down to self.
Yep. Stop blaming these women. Stop blaming these women. Get your own house in order. If you have children and you're not taking care of them, get with those kids. If you have women that are keeping you from those children, get into couples therapy with them. Get into therapy with them. Do what you need to do so that the sickness doesn't get passed on to your lineage and your children. And step up and be the man that you're supposed to be, because I am telling you, there is no argument you are ever going to beat a woman in that's going to get her to take accountability.
And thank you, Basic. And but before we go, I want to let Fly speak, but I know Mountain was in here earlier. But Fly, go ahead and speak, and then Mountain, you're next. And I got you, Eric. You're next after that, and back down around the panel. But Basic just spoke on a lot of facts about, and Kev talks about, like, because we were in Basic before you came up. We talked a lot about historical stuff. We were bringing up maps. We were bringing up historical stuff, whether it was African, American, this and this and this. But like, one thing that Kev and I always agree on is, at the end of the day, with all the knowledge that we know, what do we do now? What do we do now? So go ahead, Fly. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say is that us as men, we have to open our eyes to our culture. Black women, you too have to open your eyes to our culture, right? Our culture should be nourishing to us. Your culture is what builds you, right? That building block, that community, as Basic was talking about. But we have to individually open our eyes to what had happened. And me being a black man, growing up in the 80s and the 90s, I didn't realize at that particular time that there was something going on that was brainwashing me, right, in the media, whether it was through the music or whether it was through the TV. But I was being brainwashed, right? And what I thought was good and fun and just funny was actually brainwashing a lot of our people, right? When we started listening to music like Too Short and the Two Live Crew, and they're calling women B's and H's in these songs, we laughed about it a little bit because we were young and naive, right? To what the message was actually being sent to us, to not value our women the way we should be valuing them, right? We got brainwashed. And then we grew up saying these things and calling these women this on an everyday basis, when we didn't say that. That didn't happen in the 70s. We didn't call women B's and H's, and women didn't call each other B's and H's in a friendly way, right? We were being brainwashed. And so what I want to say is that now that I'm older and I realize that, those words don't come out of my mouth. They haven't came out of my mouth in years, right? And I'm hoping that women hear what I'm saying, because that was then in the 80s and the 90s. We got tricked a little bit growing up. You are now being the target. Women are now being the target. When you got Nicki Minaj and you got the other lady, all these women are now talking that same thing the Basics talked about. The independent woman. I don't need no man. I just want your money. If you ain't got no money, you're being brainwashed to dissolve the family value. You're being brainwashed just like the men were brainwashed in the 90s and 80s. You have an opportunity to realize that and start holding these artists accountable because they're causing our culture to not work for us, right? And the second thing I want to say, which I'm gonna end with, is that if TikTok goes away in January, the one thing everybody should take away is this. TikTok is actually showing people of color how to come together. Because I've been on many panels with great minded men and women. And I'm coming on these panels where Black hosts are hosting this environment, this wholesome environment, right? And we are piggybacking off of each other. We're listening. We're not just talking, we're listening to understand in most cases. Sometimes it's hectic, sometimes it's not, right? But what we are doing is coming together and we're supporting each other. You know, when I come on these TikToks and I support the person who's running it, I'm supporting him by giving him gifts and giving them those. So if you learn anything, if TikTok goes away, there we have the ability to support each other and give each other back when we are in their space. And I'll end my plane with that.
Thank you, Fly. And Mountain, I know you got something to say on that because I know Basic spoke, Fly spoke, a lot of good gems. This is where I love men's wisdom. I love men's wisdom. I swear, I wish I could have all of you all on my podcast. It would be so great. It would be so great because there's so much beautiful intelligence that actually comes from I guess a disciplined side of you, a logical side of you, where we're not emotional, nobody's arguing, nobody's fighting. But go ahead, Mountain. Go ahead, my brother. What you got? Mountain, are you there? Okay, Eric, you got anything to say, my
Yes,
brother?
I do. And that's why I'm telling everybody we need to work together because I know why all y'all was arguing about girl men. I've been doing my own research about this AI stuff and robots, and they also saying that they got robots that have other people baby. They messing up the family again. They got these AI girlfriends, and what man's gonna allow a robot to determine their pound like that's many wars too. So a lot of people don't want to believe me. Look it up. It'll pop up right on Google and all the other stuff. And they already said what they expect by 2025. So why men and women are arguing about they don't want to have kids and that they making stuff where you can make it without the man and the woman, and they can also use the app to determine your the sex of the baby. They got the technology already. They just sneaking it in with this AI stuff, and people don't see it because they don't realize they trying to eliminate everything at once because they try a little bit by a little bit. So they're gonna attack in every realm. Everybody's opinion is gonna be attacked at once. And if you don't believe me, look it up. Because at the end of the day, they already know the outcome by 2050. Women, they losing jobs since the virus all the way up. I even got a map on that showing how many women, the odds of women losing jobs since the virus all the way up to 2025. That means people are losing their power. While at the same time, it making me aware and say, oh, now I see what you're doing. Because
Well, and I think you
they
brought it.
got these churches. That's why they saying, oh, let's get these kids the Bible. Just like they gave the Bible to us on the boat, right? So that means they repeating the same pattern of let's downgrade the parents while we teach the kids what we want. So while we having all these disagreements, they doing what they did when they brought the Bible to the United States.
Let me tell you a word that you brought up because I want Sayar to speak and then go back to basic. Because you brought up a really powerful word. You talked about awareness.
And that's
Awareness.
what I got right now. I might be wrong, but I got parts of the facts.
Yeah,
I
we're
just told the
aware.
pictures.
We're aware. So I want Sayar, go ahead, my brother, and then basic. Please go back into it.
I'm just speaking on what the gentleman was talking about, replacing the woman with the technology and this, that, and the other. And he's right about that. But I think is what people don't understand is why they're doing this. And it seems like they want to just get rid of us and this, that, and the other. That's the last thing they want to do. They never ever want to get rid of us completely because we hold the gems of creativity. That's something that they don't have. But the reason why they're doing all this technology and producing things of that nature is for their own dynamic. I'm going to ask you guys a question. You don't have to answer it. I'm going to give you the answer, but I want you to think about it before I give you the answer. What do you think the world population of the non-melanated man is? Percentage
We
wise.
de-secret, we dying off. I hate to say it, but I already look up the odds of men versus women. There's more women in the world than men. It's
No.
a,
That's not what I said.
Eric.
What I said
oh,
was
my
the
bad, my bad.
world population of the non-melanated man.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
What do you think it is, real quick, before you?
Well, I just want to get to understand the non-melanated. So non-melanated means Asian,
How's
Indian.
that? Caucasian. The
Go ahead.
Caucasian.
Okay, Caucasian. All right. Well,
The European.
yeah. Okay. So there's about 45 million black people in America.
I didn't ask you that. Just what do you think the world population, as percentage wise?
Let's see, about
70%,
3 billion.
30%, 20%. That's all I'm asking.
All right. I would say maybe about 15%.
15%. Anybody else has any other guesses?
I say between 30%, but with technology,
All right, 30%. We'll leave it at that just before you go, because this is important so you have an understanding of the question.
So
All right.
if,
The
if
truth
the
of the matter.
Europeans came, right? They came.
Stop. The truth of the matter is, when I was younger, they were at 10%. I'm 51 years old. They are at 7 to 8%. They are slowly dying off. When they didn't understand, you know what I'm saying, how that's why there was the separation, because if you put one Caucasian with any other color, they're no longer Caucasian. You feel me? So now they're at 7%, and they're having a fraternal problem. They can't reproduce. That's always been their problem. So now they're at the level where technologies came around. They need us because we have the strongest genetics. We are the original. All right. So it's not about wiping us out. It's about keeping them here. That's everything they were doing right now is about their survival. We're just caught up in the fire because we were a part of their existence. You feel me? So like, even if I'm not, go ahead.
and that's why the immigrant women running over here. Because I heard somewhere that they trying to get all the black men. They paying them to come to their land to have their baby, and most
Because
of them
they're
women
dying
trying to,
out.
yeah.
And they need the genes. Even if you
And
went
that's
to the
why I
hospital.
said black women need to represent that game because us men got more
Listen.
choices.
No. They need to cover. Listen, hold on, time out. They need to cover all bases. They need to cover technology. They need to cover natural, incubation, which means it will be the black woman because she has the strongest genes. This is a scientific fact. So in order to get access to her, you need to separate her from her man. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Like, everything that we're going through is about their survival. It's not necessarily because they hate you, this, that, or the other, which might be the case, might not be the case. But the bottom line is they went from 10% in 50 years to 7 to 8%. Now, in
And I
another
got a
50 years,
question for
you
you.
think they're going to be at 3 to 4.
And I got a question for you. Now, since
Yeah.
we know this and look in the past, what do most battles always be about? The Trojan horse or about a woman? Most battles are about a woman and a man. You don't think that a man who have common sense is gonna let a robot, which is like the city of AI, use that example, gonna let a woman determine their ex life? That means it's gonna be battles and wars, and a lot of people don't want to face that reality that that's what World War III is: a spiritual warfare, a mental warfare, just for entertainment purpose only. And a sexual warfare. That means all realms is crossing over in real time. Now we have to pick which side we're gonna be or be left behind.
But listen, the
The
spiritual,
future is in the book of Revelations.
the spiritual warfare, the
Father,
spiritual
Son, and
warfare
Holy Ghost. What do you think Holy
is
Ghost
innate.
is? A man and a woman making out.
Yeah, but this is the point, though.
How many people can actually afford that robot? So you
It's
have
not
to
for you.
understand it.
Yeah, it's not for
Huh?
you. It's not for
I
us.
know.
It will be.
No.
Listen, our
How we
technology
afford a
becomes
cell
cheaper
phone?
as
Think
they
about
perfect it.
that. A cell phone.
That's what I'm saying. Technology becomes cheaper.
Exactly.
As we go
Eric,
down.
I think you guys are missing Mr. Sayer's point. Mr. Sayer
I
is
think
talking
you're,
about the
you're missing
composition.
I
Cyrus
was
point.
Yeah,
just
he's talking about the
seeing the
one
outcome
second,
of the
Eric.
future. That's all. I ain't
Yeah,
saying
I
white
got
people
it.
Let
not coming
basic
I
from.
got it,
let
Eric.
basic
But the
speak
point,
real quick because I think we're missing Sire's point. You
yeah,
know, because I saw his point,
I
and
said
yeah,
that's why I
that
was
too.
trying to bring that up. So thank you, basic. Go ahead, step in,
yeah.
my brother.
Yeah, so you're making a different point, Eric, and you're presenting it as a counterpoint to what Mr. Sayer is saying, and they aren't counterpoints, they're concurrent. Okay, so the point that Mr. Sayer is talking about is the composition of the human beings on the planet is showing that there is a deterioration of the amount of white people on the planet, and that is factual, right? They're not out, they're not at replacement rate in over 28 states here in America. Okay, white supremacy isn't about white people hating black people. It's about the preservation of the white race, period.
Exactly.
Because if white people mate with Asians, then you get an Asian baby. If they mate with
Exactly.
Indians, you get an Indian baby. And if anything mates with black, you get black.
Now
Yep.
let me
Thing that a
explain how
white person
crazy it's gonna
can,
come out.
I think this is, I don't want this to go
No, I
by
ain't
you.
going away. I'm just using one
Yeah.
more example. We
Hold
said
on, Eric.
No,
Can you
and don't, I don't, I
let basic
appreciate that,
finish
but
his point
yeah,
real
I
quick?
appreciate it, but I don't need your help in making the point. The thing I'm saying to you is you guys kind of step by what Mr. Sayer is saying. And this is something I've been trying to say to black people for a very long time. People think that white people hate you. They don't. It's not that they hate you. It's that the existence of you as the most dominant being on the planet. And the reason you're the most dominant being on the planet is because you got the most money. It isn't because you're the most creative. It's because you're the original human being. It's
Mm-hmm.
because you contain the most dominant genes on the planet. And when you mix yourself with anything, then it becomes you. And for them,
Exactly.
they are the opposite. And so they
Exactly.
are when people see movies in the future where you got aliens and space travel and light travel, faster than speed, light travel, and all of this stuff. The most unrealistic thing about the movies is not the aliens or anything like that. It's the white people. The
Yep.
idea that there will be white people in 150 or 200 years is
A
is
fantasy.
insane. It's not realistic. So they are in a fight for their very existence at all. And that's the point Mr. Sayer is saying. Am I correct, Mr. Sayer?
And I agree. I was just saying that they, with technology and stuff, and if they start cloning things, that means our genes gonna change something, and that also showing that they so called by 2050 gonna take brains and put inside robots to go out of space and farther away. Point is, we're nothing but experiments to them. Point is that we'll not take advantage of the new opportunities when before the shutdown, because after all, don't we have copycats in our bloodline where women want to mimic other women hair and all that? We got mimickers. We mimic things. We mimic the wrong thing, we gonna repeat slavery all over again. That's why I said we gotta learn from that.
All right,
Try not to mimic
I
what they say.
understand all of that, but I think Mr. Sayer is making a completely different point. Uh,
I was just saying
in
the
that
mimic part that we gotta be careful
I know,
not
but to
mimicking.
interrupt the idea that he's saying, so you can talk about mimicry, kind of it dilutes him being able to make the point he's making, which is a relevant, important point. Let's let what he had to say be said, understand it, and then if you have something different, let's go to that after. But to interrupt his idea with a different idea while he's saying something relevant and important for Black people to understand, I think I
No,
just
because
like
I was saying they
it.
one and the same. I
Well,
was just looking at the bigger picture
well,
clearly.
and
So
I
that's my
just
bad.
want to say this, Eric, because I think basic is proving a good point. Is that sometimes we just have to sit back and hit the mute button, and
Yeah.
we need to sit and understand other people. Your ideas are courageous, and they're presented and they're welcomed. The same thing with Sayar. Is we have to hear everybody's
Sorry
point of
about
view.
that. I wasn't trying to do that.
Yeah, no, I don't think you were trying to do it. I think, but we're trying to keep it organized. And thank you, Basic, for kind of stepping in on that because Sayar was really speaking on some really good proven points on what he was saying about the white population and how it's being depleted. Like a lot of people don't even understand the power that comes within that because I'm YT supposedly. I'm a German girl that my biological grandparents came from Germany with green eyes, and I get dark in the summer. So do I have melanin? So you have to understand that there are other people in these constructs that actually like like what Sire is talking about is like the white population is being depleted, but it's because of like what Black was talking about is like there's a creativity that comes in within that. There's an understanding that comes within that. There's a spirit that comes within that. There's a melanin that comes within that. We have to hear everybody's side of view and point of view, so before we interrupt. So I'm just trying to speak on that. So
Yeah, Sayer, did you get to finish your point, and did I misrepresent your idea?
No, you spoke it very eloquently and exactly what I was trying to say. And when they figured it out, it was back when the Moors occupied, saying Southern Europe. And then that's how you get the Spanish and Italians, saying they're darker, a little bit darker melanated than the other Europeans. They weren't always like that. But that you have to understand the Moors had that for 800 years, built that empire, and they seen the dilapidation of their people. That's why they kicked them out. And then when they moved them over, when they came over and colonized the states, it was the same thing. You were saying there was a lot of men, there wasn't a lot of women, but when they start bringing women over, they were choosing outside of the European class. That's why they created racism and the laws. It was about the women. You feel me?
exactly,
Exactly. So
exactly.
once they start understanding, black man, white woman, black baby, white man, black woman, black baby, this was a problem. So now they had to put these laws in to, to help hold their lineage. You feel me? And over the years, of course, the law become weakened. And you can see it now. There's a lot of mixed children, and you don't consider them white. You consider them black or whatever nationality they come from. So this is the root of the problem. It's not necessarily, we don't like you because of skin. No, your skin actually destroys ours, period. And now if they would have came a different route, it probably would be different, but they didn't. It's all based off of fear of being wiped out of existence. Like I said, when I was younger, it was 10%. I was shocked when I heard now that it's 7 to 8, which means within 50 years they dropped 2 to 3% of it. You feel me? Globally. In another 50 years, they will probably drop 2 to 3, if not faster, because now there's a lot more mixing. So by the turn of the century, like the gentleman said about the space movies, yes, the most unrealistic part about it is that there are white people out in space. And then they're the main characters. You might see a sprinkle of a black person or maybe an Indian person, but most likely it won't be like that at all. You feel me? So we have to take an understanding of their perspective on the fight as well as ours, so we can have a better understanding on how to, get together and rectify things. So like people think it's all about hate. It's not necessarily about hate. And a lot of them don't even know. You feel me? Like a lot of your average white person think they make up about 50, if not 60% of the global population. If you ask them, like, and then when you tell them 7 to 8%, they'll be like, "What? No, you're lying. But it's impossible. All these people, yeah, that's what you see because you have control. You feel me? You're on the media, and you have to do that. You have to do that for survival, if you think about it, because if they weren't seen, they would have been wiped out a long time ago. So they have to have some type of semblance of control just to survive. Now, I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying this is the dynamics of what we're in right now.
You just proved a good point, too, Sayar, is about survival, and I think this is one thing that Eric had touched on earlier, because we were bringing up maps earlier, because you just spoke on it, Sayar, when you talk about the people who traveled over here, the ones who came from Italy. Where do we get New York, Italy? Where do we get French? Is Florida. Spain is Mexico, like all the way the people that already traveled here, there were people that were already living here. There were indigenous people. There were like what Eric was talking about earlier. Like you had different Indian tribes. You had the different tribal tribes. We can go into the tribes of the biblical. You can go into the 12 tribes of Israel. You can go into everything. It's like we were all enmeshed. We were all enmeshed, and racism, like what Black said, is like and like what Sayar said, is like we were divided. We were divided based on racism, socialism, democratic-ism or republicanism. All these different things that said, let me divide you So it takes you away from yourself, which takes you away from the higher power, the hierarchy, which we were talking about, the patriarchy, and which what I love that who was it that who brought up the hierarchy, and then you have the patriarchy, and then you have the matriarchy, and then you have the children.
I think he left.
Yeah, yeah. So you see how it like it kind of flows, like it just flows. Go ahead, Black. I know you got something to say on that.
Yeah, I don't. So for me, I'm a follower of Christ. All right. For me, Christ is King, and He is my pastor. He is my King, right? And so when I look at what we're supposed to be doing, I know that everybody is supposed to be reconciled under Christ. But one of the things a lot of people don't understand, even though Jesus pushed for us all to be one family, he wanted everybody to still appreciate their own identity.
Yep.
And so you're not supposed to get rid of different cultures and different people. You're not supposed to give up your culture and give up your. He still wanted everybody to keep their culture. He just said, look, the God you worship, and that's not the God. This is God, right? This is what you're supposed to be here on this planet. This is how you're supposed to move. This is how we're supposed to love each other. But the foods you have, right? The language you speak, the culture that you are from, you don't have to give that up, right? He wanted many people underneath one God, underneath one spirit, but he didn't want you to give up your culture. And so I think it's okay for white people to be white. I think it's okay for black people to be black, right? And all the diaspora that make up black people, all of this stuff, the cultural, the traditions that we have, as long as they aren't in reverence to other gods, I'm all on board with it. The problem I think that we have culturally, right? Because culture isn't just about food. It's about a narrative that's being passed down about where your people come from and why certain things are important, what your history is, and what your people have survived. So when you begin to look at culture through that definition and you ask yourself, what is Black culture? And we step past the food. Now we're looking at what type of traditions do we pass down and what's the narrative and the story that we're telling each other about where we came from. I think that narrative and that story has been shaped by people who don't have our best interest in mind. They don't have our best interest in mind when they tell you that the most important thing about your history is Martin Luther King and slavery. Because there's a lot more that Black people have contributed to the human story, the history of humanity, than Martin Luther King and slavery.
And I think that what you talk about, basically, remember what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about comparing trauma, comparing the trauma, and then comparing. If you look at the PTSD or you look at post-traumatic slavery syndrome, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. A lot of people are out here trying to compare trauma that they're not trying to when do we start comparing love? When do we start comparing compassion? When do we start comparing kindness? When do we start doing that? When do we start unifying on that? Instead of saying, well, you did this and you did that and you went through this and I went through this, and getting away from, well, like we know our history. We know our history. Well, at least many of us do. But how do we take that history and say, I know what I've been through, I know what I got, but now I've got discernment, so now I got to make choices now.
Well, there's a truth about who it is that we are as people. And I'm not just talking about Black people, but I'm talking about human beings. And the foundation of what our purpose comes from is in the definition of a human being. Let me say that again. The foundation of what your purpose is comes from the definition of a human being. And so the question is, and this is, one of the most important idea a person is ever going to have, is who they think they are. And
Exactly.
so, who are you and as a human being, and what defines you? And so, some people most people they come up with their own definitions. They call themselves goddesses and kings and queens and all of this stuff. They exalt themselves to the highest
Mm-hmm.
possible concept that they can imagine, which is being a god or being a king. And the reason they do that is because they're trying to call upon the value of that concept and make it
Mm-hmm.
self-concept. And by calling upon the value of the concept of a king or a god, and this is my heritage, and this is who I am, and this is what I am, they're exalting themselves. Now the problem with self-exaltation, exalting yourself, is typically it just brings you towards narcissism and
Yeah.
delusion. And so there is
Well.
a definition of who and what you are. And I use the
Mm-hmm.
Bible because I believe the Bible is a revelation of the truth. I use the Bible to understand what my definition is as a human being. And
And
the
there's that.
definition the Bible gives me has allowed me to find humility and be generous and find virtuous behavior and respect myself and respect other people.
And there's that saying too, Black. Mountain. I want to let you speak real quick, but Black spoke on something too. There's a saying that if you don't know your identity, you don't know your purpose. A lot of people are out here giving other people their purpose before they know who they are with God, with the Most High first. Like, sometimes we bow down to God when we're in desperation, but do we bow down to God when we're being blessed? You know. So go ahead, Mountain. I'm sorry. I just wanted to speak on what Black was saying because he just made me he hit my spirit right now. So,
You know, that
go
is
ahead, my
wonderful.
brother.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead because I know you've been waiting patiently.
Good morning. I'm at my job anyway, so I'm in and out. I work at a methadone clinic here in California, Southern California,
Oh, I'm
and
in SoCal too. Okay, my brother.
good. I like what Basic Black is saying, and I follow him somewhat here and there, and he has some good knowledge. But I've never heard someone's say, if I'm correct, there's no racism, because I feel that there is, and the reason why there is because of the distinction of the white tea person or the family. Yeah, and the reason why that is the white tea family is can't reproduce. I somewhat agree with that. Yet I know that there's another aspect to it. Hold on, go ahead if you want to answer that.
I just want to ask you real quick before I go to Basic because I know Basic can answer that question. But isn't it ironic that you work at a methadone clinic in Southern California? And do you know what is the percentage of white tea people that are in there?
The percentage, I would say 3%
And all the rest are of other.
Spanish.
Oh, there we go.
You know, the whole culture here in Fullerton, it's Spanish.
Oh,
Everything
you're in
is
Orange County. Okay, I used to live there. I got you. I'm like an hour away, so I got you.
so it's sort of different. I've never been around so many Spanish people in my life, but I'm learning to adapt. You know, um, when the Israelites were coming out of, let's go back a little further, when the father of faith, Abram, before his name was changed, tend to live in a pagan society, and so what my God in my beliefs was saying, hey, get away from them because you can be easily tarnished or taken, or your mind can be manipulated. And that's what I see when I see the different cultures around me. So we must, I think, for myself, is that we must be able to distinguish right and wrong. And I believe that other cultures see that people who have a stronger melanated DNA have the possibility of reproducing and staying on Earth, even though we're not in control. And I believe that information is being distributed properly, but it has some corruption to it. And so if one person is being able to control the narrative throughout history um, by eliminating leaders such as Malcolm X, MLK, and others who have something positive to say, will cause us to eliminate ourselves through the music, through the food, and through all these other types of avenues that tend to, you know, be distributed throughout the nation here in the U.S. Not to say it's not being distributed to other nations, but that's why I feel, again, I'm speaking for myself, there is a sense of racism in our land.
Go ahead. Whoever else wants to speak, because I love what Mountain was speaking on. I think that was either to Basic or Sayar.
Right. Who said that racism doesn't exist? Mountain.
Yeah, because I was wondering that.
I was a little flabbergasted about that. Who
I,
said that?
I I thought you had mentioned it. You know how we tease each other, and it's we're just brother kindred love. But I thought you had mentioned there wasn't any racism. I'm sorry if I did.
Okay. No, I think what
Misunderstanding you.
racism is, I think that people find all different manner of ways to separate themselves from one another. And they find all different manner of ways to use those separations as a basis to abuse and misuse one another. So I think that racism exists. I think that racism exists. I think that that there are men who use our divine edict as leaders, and they misabuse and misuse other people because of that. I think that human beings, no matter who they are, black, white, Arab, Asian, Indian, find reasons to separate themselves, place themselves above one another, and then some of the people who are in positions of power turn around and misabuse and harm others. I think in this country, we have some things that are institutionally baked into how our country functions that misabuse Black people. And I think that the solution to that, believe it or not, is not to fight racism, it's to fix ourselves. Because I think that a lot of the ways that we're being harmed is because of ways that we put ourselves in positions to be harmed. So let me ask you this question, Mr. Mountain. Have you ever met a girl that you thought was beautiful and she's with a bad guy and you thought to yourself, what a waste. Man, girl, what are you doing with him? Have you ever seen that before?
Yes, I've seen that quite a few times.
I have too. I've before I came to Christ, I've gone to strip clubs before where I've seen girls where I thought to myself, what in the hell are you doing here? How can a woman this beautiful? I know there's somebody who is willing to pay all this woman's bills. I know some men right now that'll pay all her bills and take her home and will take her out of this place. You've seen that too, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So if you want to help the girl who's the stripper, is the way you do that by getting rid of every strip club? Is the way you help the girl who is with the man that misabuses her to get that man to treat her right? Or is the way you help the girl to get her to see the value in herself, invest in herself, lift herself up so that she doesn't go to places and involve herself in stuff like that? What is the best way to help the girl to get rid of all the strip clubs and hope she doesn't find another way to platform the sexualization, objectification of herself? Or do we teach her the value of herself so that she doesn't put herself in that position anymore? What's the best way to help that girl, Mr. Mountain?
I first would like to say that that's an excellent, excellent question, and the best way to do that is to find value in anything is to empty yourself, and by that I mean find yourself in Christ Jesus. Um, 1 second, I have to check in a kind.
4511. Well, let me push back on that for a second then. In my understanding of your circumstance, I would say there is no best way to help that girl. You can't. She has to help herself. You feel me? So no, you do not get rid of all the strip clubs because that's not going to work. And you do not try to tell that. I mean, you can try to tell them, you know what I'm saying, to help herself and all this other stuff. But she made everything that led her to that strip club was decisions that she made in her life. You're supposed to be in the world, not of the world. All you can do is separate yourself from that situation, and she has to find her own path. You should be looking for the woman who can consider the strip club as a scenario. So that's my point. If you're in a strip club and you see somebody beautiful and ask yourself, how did she get here? We all do. You know what I'm saying? But however she got there was her decision, and she's not made or qualified to be a wife or, you know what I'm saying, somebody that you would consider as a long-term relationship.
Oh, you and I agree on all of those points except me. This is where you and I disagree. Because for me, like I said, I believe the Bible is a revelation of the truth.
Right.
So I use the Bible as a standard to try to figure out what's right and wrong. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And then specifically, I use what Jesus says about what is right and what is wrong. So I use the New Testament to inform me about what is right and what is wrong and how I should behave and act.
Right.
And I don't do too good a job at it. Okay, I'm gonna admit that to you up front. Okay. Yeah. But I'm trying.
You're human. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm trying. Okay. All right. So the standard that the Bible says is that we're supposed to go out and tell people the good news. Okay. And so the basis of that principle is that we are supposed to minister to one another. Now, the Bible also tells you to shake the dust off, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if people aren't listening to you, shake the dust off and walk away, move on to the next town, right? The Bible also tells you not to cast your pearls before a swine.
Okay, let's stick with that one.
So, well, hold on. You don't. Well, let me.
I cast your pearls before.
I'll let you go. I'll let you go. But there's a reason I said both of those things, and I didn't give you that reason.
Okay, go ahead, bro. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's all right. All right. So, because the way that it's supposed to work, and what Paul lays out, okay, Paul lays out that when you offer somebody correction, first you offer it to them in private, then you do it in front of a group of peers, then you do it in front of the church body if there is one. Right. And then if they reject all three of that, then don't cast your pearls before swine, shake the dust off. So you don't start with don't cast your pearls before swine. You try first.
Happy birthday again.
And then afterwards you say, okay, you're not ready for this message right now. Right. And that's okay. I wish you the best.
Now, my whole thing with cast your pearls before swine. All right, everybody has their own interpretation. They pretty much line up, you know what I'm saying, to be the same thing. But as I take it as the ones who are going to seek the word will find you. Everybody else that you're putting out, you know what I'm saying, the word to them, that's the swine. So, like for instance, the girl in the strip club. Okay. Now, of course, in my mind, I'm like, yo, this is a beautiful woman and she could be so much more. But at this point right now, she is swine. Because if she wasn't, she wouldn't be in the strip club. Now, I'm not going to sit here and waste my time trying to tell her all the reasons why why she's not in the strip club. I'll wait for her to figure that out, and then she finds the path that needs to be. Now I'm gonna give her these pearls. That's my point. Like a lot of us try to find the people while they're wallowing with the rest of the swine in the mud and be like, "Hey, man, that's mud." They know it's mud. They know it's mud.
I understand your point. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Did Jesus go to the people who were saved and save them, or did he preach amongst I mean, that's kind of what he got in trouble for, if you know his story, right? Was that
But
he
we
was
also have to
talking to
look. We
he was
also have to
talking.
look at
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
We also have to look at it who we're speaking about. Jesus, who is the perfect of men. You know what I'm saying? He is the son of the Savior. He is the Savior, the Son of God. So what he does not necessarily mean it's attuned to the average man. So my point being is, even though he is the greatest of all of us, you see what happened at the end of the day.
I know, but I get it, but that is kind of the point.
Now, listen. Now, this is my point. Now, if those swines come to you, you feel me, to congregate you to get out of the mud, that's a different story. That's not going to the swine to pull them out of the mud. You feel me?
I understand what you're saying. I'm going to side with what the Bible instructs.
Okay.
And what the Bible instructs is pretty clear. It's not what you're saying, though. First off, we're called to use Jesus as an example. So the fact that he's perfect just is that we're not ever going to reach it, but we're supposed to try.
All right, so let me ask you this.
Well, allow me to finish the
Real
idea.
quick, 'cause I think what you and Jesus are speaking up, or basic is speaking on, is the same thing. Is it, Christ? He showed strangers love. He showed strippers love. He showed prostitutes love. He showed homeless people love. He came from a construct of like maybe we were in those positions at once.
I see that. But this is my point. I'm not saying that you shouldn't put forth, you know what I'm saying, the light. What I'm saying is the timing. That's all I'm saying. So all right, so let me use this example. Let me use this example. All right. We'll have a guy who's in a gang or a schmang, and he's hustling and he's doing everything that he ain't supposed to be doing. All right. You see this guy in the corner. Now, would it be more advantage for you to approach this man on the corner while he's doing his business? Or would it be more advantage to approach the same man that decides, you know what, let me go to church today?
I think that maybe you'd have a bigger success if you approached him while he's trying to find Jesus. But then the work is already done. So
that's my point, because who led him to that? God, not me.
Because I understand, but that's just not the instructions the Bible gives us. That's all. The instructions the Bible gives us is pretty clear. It tells us that we're supposed to evangelize. It tells us that we're supposed to witness. It tells us we're supposed to spread the gospel. And it says that we're supposed to be generous with this information with the least of us. So I understand what you're saying and the point you're making, but it is your own understanding. It is not the biblical standard. It's not what the Bible's saying. And so because there is such a difference between what you're saying a person should do and what Jesus says a person is supposed to do, I understand you. I'm going to go with what Jesus is saying.
And even like basically, if you look at it, Sayar too, even what Basic is saying, look at the disciples that were around Jesus. Look at the ones who turned on him.
Yeah. Okay. My point.
They turned on him, but then they ended up witnessing for him and martyring for him.
Exactly.
I understand that, but that's putting yourself at the same level with Jesus. I
disagree with that. I'm just following what he asked me to do.
Everybody has. I'm not going to discount you on that. I accept your answer on that. What I'm saying, Jesus said, "Be in the world, not of the world." All right. In the world and not of the world. So then that's what I'm saying. If I'm not of the world, I'm not going to be around the swine. But when
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but Jesus tells you. Have you ever heard of the parable of the goat and the sheep?
No.
That one off the top of your. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. So the parable.
Elaborate on it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I brought it up. So the goat and the sheep, Jesus says he tells a story, and in the story he talks about how he's going to separate people from goats to sheep, and the sheep will be at his right hand, right, which is in his favor, and the sheep are the people where he describes it this way. He says, "When I was hungry, you fed me. When I was imprisoned, you came to visit me. When I was imprisoned, you came to visit me." That means you visit the prisoners. That means you go to there's people you're referring to as swine. I don't think Jesus would refer to them as swine. He says, "When I was homeless, you fed me. When I had no clothes, you clothed me. When I was hungry, you invited me in." Okay, so and he said, anybody who does these things, I say that you do them. You did them for me when you do them for the least of us. And he said to the goats, he said, "You turned me away when I was hungry. You turned me. You didn't come visit me when I was locked up. When I was down and when I needed you, you didn't do it." And I say to all the people that you didn't do this for, that you turned away, you turned me away. And so the way that Jesus talks about it, believe it or not, that your relationship with God is not based off of how much you pray. It's not based off of how much you tithe. It's not based off of how active you are in a church. Your relationship with God is made manifest in how you treat the least of us, the people that you're calling swine.
I like that. Can I add,
Yes, sir.
when they said Christ was born, he didn't go to the kings. He went to the shepherds, and we miss that. We miss that Christ's ministry started off at a wedding feast. He wasn't invited. His mother invited him. See, we have to invite him into our lives. And when we invite him into our lives, things start to change. There's going to be difficulties, just like when they struck the good man. When they struck Jesus, all the sheep left. Peter did what he did. John went into hiding somewhat. Matthew did what he did, went back to fishing, or excuse me, he was a tax collector. I don't think he went back to that, but they did what they normally would do. But he said, "Hey, I'm coming back," and so you have to check yourself because he didn't go to the healthy. He went to the sick and the lost. And that's the key to the scriptures is to understand that he came to find those who are seeking, who are lost, not the ones who feel that they're well. And bring it back to the point of the people who have all the money. They think they're well. They're not well.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Mountain, because that reminds me of, I think it's Psalms. I want to say Psalms 117. I don't have my Bible right in front of me, but when it talks about endurance, and I was having this conversation earlier with, how they talk about no weapon formed against me shall prosper. It doesn't mean that there's no weapons. We're still gonna face adversity. We're still gonna have to face strangers. We're still gonna have to still keep loving people, keep being kind to people. Still, like why do we tear more people down than we build them up?
I like to
That's
answer
not what
that.
Jesus did.
Okay.
Yeah. So the point I wanted to make to you, Mr. Sayar, is I've experienced your intelligence before, and I think that you're a very smart man, and you seem to have a really
Thank you.
good understanding
We have two
of the
patients
world.
coming from Costa Mesa.
And
That's their number. Dale
I
Thomas
would
again
say
is
to you,
calling. No,
Mountain,
their sister
mute up
clinic.
for us really
So
quick, brother.
honestly, we should have a
Brother, would you
paperwork and
mind
then have
muting
a
up
plan.
Mountain for us really
But
quick?
I don't have it. So the manager admitted the patient. Just
Okay.
admit them. It's not my fault. They were admitted by the manager in Costa Mesa. So I did the verbal order. They're
Yeah.
Mountain,
together. They're sister
Mountain,
clinic.
Lovely, can you
Mountain.
mute him for
So
us?
we're
Yeah,
talking
let me
about the
mute him.
biller.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Go
so,
ahead, my
Mr.
brother,
Sayer,
basic. Go
yeah,
ahead, my brother.
sure. So, Mr. Sayer, so when Jesus, his ministry was like based around the idea that everybody was going to come together and that he is like the king of this upside down kingdom. And in the upside down kingdom, the way you rule is through serving. And the people that you serve are the least of us, the people who need the most help. And the people who need the most help are not just the people asking for it, because some people can be told the truth and they'll respond to it. There's another parable. I'm going to go over it really quickly. There's 39 parables that Jesus used to explain his ministry, the kingdom of God, what he thought we should be doing with our lives, how we should treat ourselves, how we should treat one another. There's 39 parables in the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And the 40th parable was his life, his death and crucifixion. 40. You'll see that number keep coming up over and over and over again in the Bible. 40 days and 40 nights of fasting, 40 years in the desert after they escaped to Egypt, right? You'll see 40, 40, 40 come up over and over again. It's a number of transformation. It's a biblical number of transformation, just like 7 is the biblical number for completion. So there are 39 parables. So this parable by Jesus is called the sower of the seeds. And a lot of people have heard this parable before. And it talks about when you sow your seeds, right, which is telling people the gospel, right, telling people the good news that, hey, the person everybody was waiting on has come. And the kingdom of God is open to everybody, not just Jews. And God is inviting you into a relationship with him, right? He says that when you spread this message, think of it like seeds. And some of those seeds are going to fall on dry land and birds are going to come and take them away, right? Some of the seeds are going to fall onto shallow ground that is fertile and it's going to grow up, but the roots aren't deep. And then the sun comes out and it burns away what has grown, right? Some of the seeds are going to fall onto thorns and thistles, right? And so they're never going to get deep enough to take root. But some of the seeds are going to fall into the right type of land and they'll grow and produce multitudes. And so what Jesus is saying is that even with him being the Son of God here on earth, that only 20% of the people he's talking to are going to take his message and 80% of the people are going to tell him to kick rocks while open toe socks. But he's still going to tell them. He's still going to tell them, right? Because for the people that the seed takes root, it will produce multitudes. So I understand what you're saying, Brother Sayer. Okay, I do. But your message about how to deal with people who don't know the truth, who haven't accepted Jesus, is different than what Jesus is asking me to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do what Jesus asked me to do.
Mm-hmm. And that goes, and I love that you spoke on that, basic, because not everybody is in the same seeking, and you will find the same way that we sought and we found, you know. So you have to come with people
Me
with
until 3 years
compassion
ago.
and
Yeah,
with kindness.
I wasn't a follower of Christ till 3 years ago.
Uh,
So
uh,
that's why I'm so patient with people
Hey,
with
I
their
grew up in
journey.
the church, and I was supposedly a follower of Christ. But and that's why I say, you know, a lot of people don't like that I don't call myself a Christian. I say I'm in Christ. I walk with a model. I walk with a model because I wasn't modeled that same. The only model that I have is my higher source. That's where my discernment comes in. That's where my spirit comes in. So, it makes me treat people different. It makes me treat people like, man, because there's a lot of mercy and grace that comes within what God did for Christ. Can you imagine what God can do for me if I try to follow Christ, the commandments, you know, the law, the Torah? Everybody wants to tear out, like break down the book and everything. It's like put the book together. You know, whether you read outside the book or you read inside the book, you're finding something within yourself that is telling you that this is what God tells me to do. not what my husband tells me to do, not what my dog tells me to do, not what my sister tells me to do. What does God want me to do? A lot of
See,
people want to give more power to the flesh than they do the source.
I agree with that, but there's order. There's always order, sweetie, and I don't mean to offend you. Um, Order comes through headship. If God gave headship to the man, then the lady should follow. I understand that, it's hard for women to follow some instructions, just like Eve. She didn't want to follow Adam's instructions. And when it comes down to that, we are held accountable. Even if you don't follow, we are still held accountable to a certain extent. When God comes to you and you're not married, it is good that you do and follow him. But
Oh,
when
I'm married, and I've had this conversation, and Black can and actually speak on this because I've been on these lives for a long time, even on Kev's live, and I've always told women, because I speak to a lot of women, but I hold a lot of men's panels because I think men need to speak on like what you're speaking on, what Black is speaking on, what Sire is speaking on. Is that how can I be ask for a man of God if I'm not a woman of God? I have to be a woman of God so that I know how that hierarchy or that patriarchy goes. I listen to my husband before I listen to anybody, you know,
amen.
so, and then, but I also have to know that there are times that I gotta pray to God to say, I hope my husband makes it home safe, you know? So I also have to be a woman of God too. I can't just pray for a man of God and not be a woman of God. So
And there,
I see where you're coming from.
there's a question in the comments from my man Mac Number,
Hmm.
and he's pointing out a scripture where Jesus tells you to hate your mother and your father, and to even hate your own children. Um, and this is a translation issue. So hate in the context of that scripture, Mac Numbers, just means to love less. So to put
Read that.
me, Jesus, in the priority above your mother, your father, your children, because the teachings that he has may bring you into conflict with them, right? And so he's saying if it brings you into a state of conflict, then love me more because I'm salvation. I'm the one that's going to bring you to God, and your example will bring them to God. Jesus loved his mother very, very, very much. Their relationship is part of one of the important narratives of the gospel. So
I let
Jesus
him.
isn't
I
telling you to
let him
hate your
outside.
children or to hate your mother or to hate your father. He's telling you to prioritize your relationship with him above those relationships.
I let him
So
outside.
in the Bible it said he says himself that only God is good. Right now, in the spot in the Bible where Jesus says, let the man who has not sinned throw the first stone, right? Well, a while back, I told people I believe that when Jesus had the stone in his hand and he said, let the man that has not sinned throw the first stone, that means that him himself has also sinned, right? And there's also a scripture that says only God is good. Right. So I believe the reason why Jesus didn't throw the stone is because he has also sinned, not because he was saying we shouldn't stone this person. It's because he said, well, let the person who has not sinned stone this person because I have sinned. Right. And I'm just saying, with that scripture you just were talking about, when it comes down to it, I feel what you're saying, and they explained it as
What
how you explained it, right? As in, I don't want, it's not that he wants you to hate your mother and father. It's just that if there's a disagreement where against your mother and father, he wants you to choose him, right? But I'm just saying, but the words that was used was a little sketchy. That's all.
Brother,
Sure,
my
but I
brother.
mean, now that you have clarity on it, that's good. The second thing is you think that he's saying that he had sin. Why is it important to you to ignore all the other parts of the Bible that says he's sinless to come up with an instance in which he is saying that he has sinned that is a complete interpretation of your own understanding? Why would you take your own understanding to go against all the other scriptures that says he was sinless, all the prophecies that said that the person that was going to be sacrificed would be a lamb, a perfect lamb, a perfect sacrifice. Since why go against all of those scriptures and place your belief on an inference that you made up yourself?
Because Jesus, it's not nothing I made up myself. Jesus also said that only God is good. And in Matthew,
You're inferring these things. That's all I'm saying.
no, I'm saying in Matthew 10:18, Jesus says himself, only God is good.
I
This is
understand, but
Jesus' words.
I know,
Correct.
but God, so you don't accept that Jesus was God on earth, correct?
No, I don't accept that Jesus was God on earth. No, I
Okay,
don't.
so that's why that scripture, because Matthew believed Jesus was God on earth. Jesus said he was God on earth. So you're reading something while discounting the context of the belief of the people who wrote it. And so because of that, you're not going to understand their meaning. Because if he says only God is good and he is a manifestation of the Father on earth, then he is also saying that he is good. But if you don't believe that, despite that's what the person who wrote it believed, the person who he was writing about believed, then you're going to misunderstand that, obviously, right?
But honestly, people don't know that Matthew actually written this book. No one knows who wrote the scriptures of the book. People believe
Well,
that
you use it
these
as a
people was,
basis for
hold on,
reference.
people believe that these people was mentioned a lot, and that's why these Bibles was named after them. So there's no proof that Matthew wrote the Bible or
No,
this
that,
So,
portion.
let,
so
let me
that's
ask let me ask him a question real quick. So, do you think if you were to write a book right now, would you want people to believe you?
Like I said, there's no proof of him actually writing the Bible. His name was mentioned a lot, so they thought that they assumed he wrote the Bible based off of the fact that his name was mentioned a lot. And that's how the majority of these scriptures were, they were saying that this person wrote this Bible based off of the fact that their name was mentioned more.
But
That's my understanding of how they did that.
what about the red lettering? So we can go back into the Old Testament, we can go into the New Testament. What about the red lettering? The people who actually walked with Jesus, those people. Do their
Well,
words
the red lettering, I thought the red lettering, I'm not sure about the red lettering.
Can I make a point?
Go
And
ahead, my brother. Go ahead, my brother.
okay, my point is, you have mixed up. Christ never picked up a stone when the lady brought the lady to him in adultery. He said, "Let them who have not slept with this woman. Let's bring it into context. Who have not sinned, cast the first stone." See, all of those guys who brought this lady to him had been with her, and someone down the line had got upset. So we have to clarify that. On the other hand, when Christ speaks, he speaks in triuneness, the Trinity. We know that Christ does not sin. We know when through the virgin birth there was no sin coming through him. As we sleep with our wives or potential wives or whatever, how we ever create someone, we tend to create the sinful nature. When Christ came into the world, he did not have a sinful nature in our land.
Yeah. So the idea, but Mac, are you still here?
Yes, and also I was wondering, why did Jesus say, "I did not come to bring people together. I came to bring division"? In Leviticus,
He's getting another call.
Leviticus 12,
Yeah.
51, 53, Jesus says that I'm not here to bring people together. I'm here to bring confusion. And that might be the same, I guess, similar to him saying, the people that don't believe in my message, I'm here to bring confusion to them, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But
No,
that's just some things I just wanted
so
some questions. I had some questions about. That's all. I'm not
yeah,
against
it's no
God or
problem.
Jesus or anything like that, but I'm finding things that's
We got
troubling
you,
and I'm
brother.
asking questions.
You're in a
Well, I
good
mean,
space.
I don't.
You're in a good space. Go ahead, Black.
Yeah,
You're in a good space.
yeah. It's
Matt.
okay that you have these questions. Jesus knew that his ministry was, especially since the beginning of his ministry, was almost specifically to Jewish people, right? He knew that there were people who were going to believe and people who didn't, and that would cause division. You know, Jesus speaks in a lot of hyperbole in his parables, right? Like he says that a man is guilty of adultery if he even looks at a woman with desire. Now, he says that if you have anger in your heart for your brother, then you are the same as a unaliver. You know, he was trying to be provocative in his ministry because he needed people to challenge things that they had accepted outright. And he knew that that would cause division. I think that the biggest issue you might have in trying to understand the Bible is I think the first thing that you should do is you should read it to understand it and accept it on the basis of the premises it lays out. And then you can question the premises after you accept the premises as right and true. Now, you accept them as right and true, and then you say, okay, I'll go to disprove this. But if you go in saying, well, I'm going to read this to disprove it, then everything becomes proof against it. Everything that
Basically,
you're
you know
reading
that
Jesus's
the thing
words
is,
himself.
basically,
Go ahead.
I don't know where you're from, but I think there's a
Yes, sir.
different belief system in the South. We don't believe that Jesus is God in the South. That is something on the internet that's new to that I'm hearing on TikTok. But I was at the I
Hold on.
was
You
at a
say
place.
what? What's
I was at a place with an older woman. Right? She was like in her 60s. She's
Wait.
also.
I want
Hold on,
basic.
ma'am. Hold on. She's also
Let him. It's okay. Let him
she's
finish. Yeah, you
also
said she's in her 60s, and what did she tell you?
she so I asked her about this. Do you believe that Jesus is also God? She said no. Right? So the belief that a lot of y'all on
Well, that
TikTok
settles
are
it.
coming with, so what I'm saying is there's a disagreement amongst us. The
No,
people
there
that I'm
isn't.
talking to in the South, we don't believe that Jesus is God.
All
But
right, I
basic
understand
never
that.
said that.
Yeah, I don't. I'm
I
gonna
thought you
say
did
this
say
to
that
you.
Jesus was God.
No, he never said that.
No, 100% Jesus is God.
All right, he did say
Period.
that. So
Yes,
listen
I
up,
did
man.
say
You're not
that.
listening.
100%. Yes, Jesus is God in human form. The Holy Spirit is God.
So why did
Okay.
Jesus said that God said that I am not the author of confusion, but Jesus yet said that I'm here to bring confusion. So how can you be God when God said that I'm not the author of confusion, but yet Jesus is saying I come to bring confusion? How can
Because
these two
you're.
people be saying
I
different
I did
things?
not
understand.
know. I did not
That's
know
okay.
that. My
No,
apologies
that's okay.
for
That's okay.
misunderstanding that.
Yeah, that's okay. Any questions you guys have, I'll answer to the best of my ability. And if they're outside of my knowledge, then I'll say that that's outside of my knowledge. All right. So God doesn't come to bring confusion because, so
He says
it
he's not
sounds like,
the author of confusion.
I got it. I got it. So it sounds like you don't understand the Trinity. Or do you feel like you understand it and you just reject it?
Like I said, like I'm saying, bro,
But that's like
God said that
saying
I am not the
Jesus.
author of confusion, right? God said I'm not the author of
That's
confusion.
not what I
Jesus
just
said I
asked you,
come to
Matt.
bring confusion. So these two people saying different things.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, and basic. I didn't know that you were like, because if you talk about Trinitarian, so are you saying Jesus is God or Jesus is of God?
No, Jesus, 100% Jesus is God.
Oh.
So you guys don't believe in the Trinity, or correct?
I
I
don't.
believe that
Don't be
we
afraid,
need
sister. You
all.
don't believe in it. Don't be afraid. You do not believe in it.
I know. I believe in that I believe in the higher source. So the Trinity is like a pyramid. I believe in that higher. I believe that there is a God because if Jesus, he would not have been able to be risen if it wasn't for the Spirit. If it wasn't for the Spirit, and who raised that Spirit was God. So, but it doesn't mean that Jesus is God. It
No,
means that
Jesus was
was but a
really
man.
Jesus was pretty clear about the fact that he was God. So
Why did he call himself the Son of Man then?
because
you're the Son of
it's
Man.
a well, I can answer, all right, because it is a reference to Isaiah. So the Bible split up between the Old and the New Testament. The Old Testament has 15 prophets. Of the 15 prophets, there's 3 prophets that tell of the coming Christ directly and describe it in detail, of one of which is Isaiah. And Isaiah refers to the Messiah as the Son of Man. And so Jesus commonly refers to himself as the Son of Man. He doesn't refer to himself most as the Christ, but he does refer to himself as the Christ. He doesn't refer to himself mostly as the Messiah, even though he does refer to himself as the Messiah. What he calls himself more than anything else is the Son of Man. And the reason why was because the people that he was preaching to during the period of time that he was on earth understood that directly as I am the one who's come to bring the Gentiles into love with the Father, bring him into a relationship with the Father, to reconcile all sin and to conquer the world as king. And so the term that was used in Isaiah is Son of Man. And this is kind of what I'm saying. Like, Mac, you don't have the context to use the things you're saying to disqualify. But it's great that you're asking these questions. So that was the first answer.
So, all right, basically,
so that's why
from my
you Son of Man.
understanding,
Now, I
let me just say
want to
this.
talk to you about. I
All
want to
right.
talk to you about. 1 second, Mac. I want to talk to you about the Trinity so you understand how it works, because it sounds like you're rejecting an idea you don't understand. It'd be different if you understood it and said, "Okay, I understand what the Trinity is, and I reject it." But based off what you're saying, you don't understand what it is and you reject it.
All right. Well, I have little understanding of the
That's
Trinity. Yes, I do.
okay. Hey, bro, let me tell you something. Mac, like I said, man, until about 3-4 years ago, man, I wasn't a Christian. So I'm not here to judge you for whatever information you don't have and how different your belief may look. So I'm glad we're here talking together. Okay. All right. So
I'm just saying. So what you're saying is you're talking about the Trinity, right? But I want to know that
yeah.
these words are said that the Trinity means this isn't, and it's not assumed that the Trinity means this, right? So I don't want you to
What do
do
you
well.
mean?
The Trinity says this. Well, this actually means this, right? I wanted to actually say, well, this is what the Trinity means.
Yeah. Okay. So the Trinity are different manifestations of the Father. Okay. And so for you to get that, let's first just start with a really simple concept. So the God of the Bible created the heavens and the earths, right?
Yes,
Mac?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay, cool. All right. So if he created the heavens and he created the earth, where was he before he created heaven?
That's not talked about. They don't talk about where God was at before he created heaven in the Bible. That's not even talked about for anyone to have an opinion of it.
Okay, all right, right. But he obviously was somewhere, wasn't he?
Yes, but we can't assume where he was. That's where
Right.
that's where it's
I got no
assumptions.
problem.
That's where it's assumptions and
I
there's no
got no
facts in
problem
it.
with that. Yep, I got no problem with that, Mac. I'm just establishing that God the Father exists beyond a place and state that even is heaven. And so the God the Father that created the heavens and the earth, what he is in heaven is not 100% of what he is, because what he is exists beyond heaven because he had to create heaven. Now you got the heavenly realm, and God has a projection of himself that exists there. And so now he projects himself into the earthly realm, into a physical body.
But
And
basically, you're explaining how he could be more than one person, right? But you're not explaining the words that say he is more than one person. You're just saying that yes, you understand that he cannot. You're saying
I
that.
understand, Mac. I told you that I wanted to discuss the Trinity with you, and you want to go to a specific scripture you're taking out of context and comparing to a sermon given by Jesus and using a scripture that is Mosaic and Old Testament, and you're comparing that to a sermon that was given by Jesus, and then you're using, or a parable that was given by Jesus, and you're
But
using those to cancel one another. And I'm telling you that your primary issue.
But this is not a
right,
parable.
well,
The parables Jesus give is clear. These are clear words of Jesus saying that yes, God is not the author of confusion, but I came to bring confusion. Right?
No,
Jesus said that I came to.
He said to bring division.
Yeah, he came to bring division. Right? So this is not the same person. He's doing, from what I'm understanding, I'm here to do God's work. God is not here to create confusion, but I am. In the name of the word, in the name of God, I'm here to create confusion in His name. They're not the same.
Can I interject
Yeah.
real quick?
So I think I was trying to explain something to you, Matt.
And
So you
also, why would
understand
the devil tempt? Why would the devil
you're
tempt God
jumping to
Himself?
another thing,
How
Matt.
can the devil tempt God Himself and tell God, "I will give you all these kingdoms," if God already owns these kingdoms?
All right. So Mac, you're jumping to another idea before we finished any of
All
the
right,
other.
I'll just mute up until you get your whole thought out. My bad, bro.
Well, it's not about me getting my whole thought out. So check this out. To share understanding with one another, we don't have to agree, right? So let me explain to you what I mean. Dragons don't exist, but you could explain to me what a dragon is. I can understand your explanation, and then I can tell you I don't think dragons exist.
But at the same
The,
time, you can say
what the
Madison.
issue is we're having is that I'm not able to tell you what I think for you to agree or disagree with it because you're questioning it without trying to understand it and then jumping to other topics in the middle of the explanation. So just
Okay, all right. You were at the part where you were saying that God existed before heaven, right? So
yeah,
I
okay.
apologize. You can
That's no
continue at that
problem.
part.
I appreciate you. And Sayer, I want to invite you into the conversation too, but just let me finish this concept of the Trinity first,
Go ahead,
and
bro.
then we can go wherever you guys want to go. Okay?
Thank
All
you.
right. Yeah. So 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 God the Father, right, that we see in heaven is a projection of a being that exists beyond heaven. And God the Father that we see on earth as Jesus is a projection of a being that is in heaven. All three of these beings are the same being. So think of it this way. Mac, do you play video games?
Yes,
All right. And have you ever designed your own character in a video game?
correct.
Okay. So the character that you design has the limitations of the rules that you made for the video game. Even though there are some things you may allow that character to break or bend in terms of rules, but based off of how you coded the video game, right? The character has certain limitations when you use him to walk around. Now, you don't stop being who you are while you play the game, okay? You still are that character controlling that being, okay? So, in the same way, you can have God in heaven and Jesus on earth, and they be the same being, right? Sharing some of the power with the Father within the construct of the game, right? While, hey, baby, sharing some power with the Father within the construct of the game, but being a separate entity that's motivated by the same consciousness and will. Do you understand?
I understand that you're breaking
Okay.
down. I understand that you're breaking down that your belief of these concepts and stuff like that. But that's not what the Bible is saying. The Bible is not saying
Well, that is
this has been
exactly
done.
what the Bible is saying.
Which
But
scripture?
you
Well,
just don't
can you
agree
tell me
with
the
it.
scripture? No, can you tell me the scripture that says that Jesus is God and that
Okay,
through these spirits?
I'll find that for you. It's in John. I just don't know it off the top of my head. Give me one moment.
Let me push back a little bit. Yeah.
But I'm just saying the majority of Christians do not believe that Jesus is God. And there's no, in my opinion, I haven't seen proof that Jesus is God. I've just heard people do like Jesus just did, explain that there was a God before the Bible and stuff like that. Of course, there was God before the Bible, but where's the proof that that actually means that Jesus is God, though?
Well, the thing I don't have an agreement with is the way he described it. Makes it as if God is a physical being. I believe it's more than that. You feel me? So like the way he described it with the video game, and I understand the concept, you know what I'm saying? If I play a video game like Grand Theft Auto, that character in the video game is me, but it's in a world that has been constructed for it to play as me in this video game. But all, you know what I'm saying, for the reality of it, that character isn't me. You feel me? So the way he had described it was almost like we're all puppets being moved by, you know what I'm saying, another entity in the world that they constructed. If that was the case, then there is no need to look for, you know what I'm saying, once you pass, you go to heaven, because you can never be out of the video game. That character's done. You feel me? There is no afterlife or anything of that matter. So like the description to me is kind of, I mean, I can understand how it could make sense, but it's very limited if you're looking at the aspect of what we call this God entity that's supposed to be everywhere at the same time, knows everything. So therefore, I can't put that particular entity in a bottle of a physical form. You feel me? Or, you know, it's outside. Now, I understand even if it's outside the box. Okay, we're going back to the video game analogy. Anything that happens in that video game, there's nothing that God can do about it. If you get hit by the car driving down the street, because it's outside the game, all it can do is control the character. And if the character has free will, there's no hands-on anything. The separation is finite. You can't be at two places at one time. Just by your own admission, you're saying like, if he constructed such and such and then he dilutes himself into a character into the video game, and he has to adhere to the rules of the characters of the video game, then that's not God now, is it? That has to be a separate entity, because even when that character is finished, there's no return. It's designed specifically for that particular role in that game. There could be multiple games that he has set up, that he has different little characters, but at the same time, he can't truly interact. I can't talk with the other characters in Grand Theft Auto. I can't tell them what to do. Some of them non-playable characters. That's all by design. The cars that drive past this, that, and the other, and all the monotony that happens, I have no control over. So at that point, what's the purpose? That I'm just looking at the, you know what I'm saying, the description and comparisons of what you used. Like the way they have set it up for Mac is saying, Jesus is speaking as God, is, you know what I'm saying, its own, you know what I'm saying, he's not thick, it's like third person, it's like I'm doing his work. This is what he wants me to do. So that's a separation in itself. So your description of the Trinity doesn't match up. And I'm just going by, you know what I'm saying, the argument that we have at hand, like you use dinosaurs or dragons, you know what I'm saying? If I say dragons or this, that, and the other, are they real? But we do know that there were dinosaurs. We so-called have these bones. So dragon is a word that they've been using for thousands of years. Dinosaurs only been around for about 120 years. So like, you could have an argument about that. Like, yeah, dragons did exist. Here's the bones to them. They show you a T-Rex. It might not be the ones drawn by somebody's imagination, but here's the giant bones that they used to call dragons.
All right. So really quick here. I'm sorry to hop in on you, Sire, but so Mac, 90+% of Christians, people who are followers of Christ, believe in the Trinity. They believe that Jesus was God, and they believe in the Trinity. So the idea that this is a TikTok thing is not true. It's false.
I'm telling you, bro, that's not true what you just said. And
No,
if you think it's true,
So you and I.
all
you and
right.
I
Let me
both
just say this:
disagree.
if you,
Well, let me finish.
let me just say this: if you think that's true, can you tell me where you get that why you feel that way?
Because I just looked up the data on it, and so I'd be happy to share it with you. Okay, but of total Christians worldwide, there's about 2.4 billion, right? 50% of them are Catholics, 37% Christians, Protestant Christians, right? 12% are Eastern Orthodox, and then other Christians like Jehovah's Witness and all of that, they make up about 1%, which is about 25 million. Okay, for Catholics, 95% of them believe in the Trinity. For Protestants, 96% of them believe in the Trinity. For Eastern Orthodox, 95% of them believe in a Trinity. And then other Christian groups like Jehovah's Witness and all of them, none of them believe.
Information I'm getting says the information I just looked up says the opposite.
I
That they believe that he's the
know
Son of God. That's what my information says.
I got it. Allow me to finish. I don't expect you to agree, so you don't have to interrupt with disagreement, because I know you're not agreeing, but I'm just telling you what my position is. Okay, so just allow me to finish. Okay, so that's number one. And then the second question you had was, where does Jesus claim to be God? John 10:30, he says, I and the Father are one. John 8:58, or 8, verse 58, truly, truly, I say to you, before Abraham was, I am. And I am is a title specifically for God the Father. And this is Jesus talking. In John 14:9, he says, whoever has seen me has seen the Father. Jesus accepts worship. Jesus, like all of these different things, it's very clear throughout the 4 Gospels that Jesus believed that he was God on earth.
Now wait a minute.
Well, hold on.
Let me
We
what
can
you're
wait a
saying.
minute in a moment. Just let me finish saying what I'm saying. Okay. So you guys may not believe that Jesus was divine or that he was God on earth. That is your choice. Okay. But Jesus was a real person that did exist, and he might have been absolutely nuts. Okay. But he himself thought he was God on earth based off of the historical accounts of people who were in his presence that wrote and detailed his story in his life.
All right. So look, I'm not saying that I believe or didn't believe. All I am saying is the conversation at hand. Now, it could be looked at different perspectives. Like for instance, when he said, you said the scriptures and me and God are as one. This could also be interpreted as if I sent my son to take care of some business and they was on some old, yo, where's your dad at? And then he says, don't worry about that because what I say is what my dad says. You feel me? I have full control and authority to tell you what to do under the presence of my father's authority. Now, everything that you said can be interpreted just as that. You feel me? If I send,
But you have to interpret it.
let me finish.
You'd have to interpret it, Sire, because what he said is one thing, and your interpretation would be something different or
Let me
extra.
finish, so allow me to finish. All I am saying is, this is a common thing it is a common nomenclature of the time at whole. You feel me? A lot of times when people sent the authority, they sent their son as a recognition of what he says is the word that I have given. So this is standard talk back in the day. So my point being is, it is the same language to be used as, listen, I'm telling you what my dad is sending me to do. Don't worry about any outside messenger because me and him is the same word. That's all I'm saying. All right. You're interpreted as, saying they are the same person. Also can be interpreted as that this is a messenger and the authority is given to him just as if the person of the authority was there. So like if I send my son down to rectify the books on my business and they're like, well, your father, and he says, I have complete total authority over this. Don't worry about that. Now, if that man decides to pick up the phone and I'm like, why are you talking to me? Because I sent my son down there. You're fired. You feel me? So that's the understanding of, the authority being passed down, even though the person on the throne is not there. I am the messenger and what I say goes. So even it's known as hand of the king. So this is like standard talk back in the day. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that that person and the other person is the same person, because if that was the case for the multiple scriptures, he talks to as God as being an outside entity that he is coming to straighten out. That's the purpose of all of the so-called prophets. And I don't say so-called lightly. I'm just saying because everybody has different beliefs. But each prophet is sent down because it gotten to the point where the word has been so corrupted and misused that a messenger has to be sent to straighten it out. Now, for the Jews, they have Moses. That's what it is. Their Moses stops at our Old Testament. For the Christians, they have Christ or Jesus Christ. All right, that's the last prophet. For the Muslim, it's Muhammad. But the bottom line is each one of these prophets are sent to straighten out the law that has been corrupted and misused. So each one of them were prophets in some people's eyes. One of them is God in itself in a state that he had to come down personally, in the flesh to rectify the situation and set a new order. And the other one is, he came and spoke to this man through God, and he had brought the new book to reevaluate what has been corrupted. So you have the Torah, you have the Bible, you have the Quran. But the bottom line is the fight being a fight about, well, he says this in the book, this, that, and the other. That's always going to be into interpretation.
I'm gonna tell you
understand both sides. I do understand both sides of the interpretation because
it's not Sire.
hold on, let me finish it. Let me finish
Yeah.
real quick. Even though I said that, the law has been sent, the order has been sent down through the Son. The caveat is God is not a physical entity, and that's how they speak about it, as if it's a physical entity. You feel me? The Father is always an attribute as a physical flesh, an outside world. But I'm just saying, it's always up to interpretation. But so for somebody to say yes, because of the statements and the ones that you read, that's easily interpreted as I'm sent the messenger from the Father. Don't worry about it. What I say is law.
Except for the fact that he didn't say that. So I get what you're saying, but it's an interpretation.
Read what you said just
or go ahead.
Read what you said, what you just before, the 3 passages.
All right, let's see here. Let's see here.
Father or one?
Let's see here. Give me one moment. All right. So John 10:30. I and the Father are one.
Right.
That's you have to interpret that is him not saying that he is God on earth. So that's your interpretation.
No.
Doesn't it also say that when a man and a woman marry, they're going to become one? So they're not, when in the Bible, when they're talking about people becoming one, they're not necessarily meaning that they're the same person.
Mac,
in the Bible, they say that two people could become one.
All right, I got that. I got it, Mac. But you taking unrelated scriptures out of context so that you can disprove other scriptures, you ought to stop doing that. But I'm going to go ahead and finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
So John 8:58.
Finish the parable you was reading. I and the Father are one. Finish that.
What do you mean? I just pulled up the scripture. That's the
There's more to
the scripture. You're saying where's the rest of it?
Yeah, where's the rest of it?
All right. So let's see. The context is this describes Jesus. He was pulling out from a hostile environment, right? It follows events where he declared his unity with the Father, which led to an attempt by the Jews to stone him for blasphemy. This was him in Jerusalem, and the Pharisees themselves were trying to stone him because he started preaching right in front of the temple in Jerusalem. Are you guys familiar with this story?
Yeah, just read it.
From what I saw, he was allowed to preach in the temple.
Yeah, I know, but see, and this is kind of what I mean with you,
right, so
Matt.
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, read it. I want you to read it.
Yeah. So hold on, I'm gonna.
But but at the same time, like Jesus doesn't say that in the Bible. You put that part in there. You're not reading the scripture. You're summarizing.
No, I'm not. I am not. I just told you the context for the scripture, and I read the line of John 10:40. All right, so he went away again across the Jordan to the place where John had been baptized at first, and there he remained. And many came to him, and they said, John did no sign, but everything that John said about this man was true, and many believed in him. So, hold on. Hold on. All right, just give me one moment.
And also, I just want to note that Jesus speaks of parables multiple times in the Bible. And also, I'm just saying, it says that a man and a woman can become one. So I believe that that's a parable Jesus is speaking.
I understand, Mac, but it seems, and this is why people need a lot of. This is why you have to be guided through the Bible. I don't know that based off what your understanding that you have a command enough of the biblical story to be able to put in context the scriptures
But
that
you're
you're
saying
reading.
that based off of someone disagreeing with you, and that's not
No,
cool.
no, no. I'm not saying it based off of somebody. It's not that you're disagreeing with me. Okay,
Bro, you said 8 years ago you wasn't even Christian. I've been Christian my whole life.
I understand that too. Okay, but the point I'm saying to you is that I'm not pushing back. I didn't say that because you and I disagree. I'm saying that because you're doing something called wrenching from context. So you're
And
taking
that's based
different.
off of us disagreeing.
No, that's not based off of us disagreeing. You're doing that whether I agree with you or not. So let's say I agreed with you. You're still wrenching us. You're pulling out a scripture from the context that doesn't have to do with what we're talking, what the other scripture is talking about, and you're placing them together against one another, independent of the context of either scripture.
No, what I'm
So,
doing is saying that it's used as a parable in the Bible that two
all
people
right,
can become one. But in the parable that we all know about, that they say people can become one, they don't actually become one person.
I
That's
know, but
not
they're
me.
talking
That's
about
not me
marriage.
using. That's not me using a different part of the Bible to do anything. That's me explaining that in the Bible they use the term one as a parable, and that's proof of it.
All right, so yeah, I get what it is that you're saying, but one is talking about marriage, and the other one is talking about Jesus's relationship with God, and you ignoring that distinction so that you can make a point is called wrenching from
But you're
context.
ignoring this distinction that they use this term and they don't actually mean that they become one person, though. You're ignoring that fact that they actually use this and say that, hey, these two people are one, but they're not actually one person. You're ignoring that.
All right, no, I'm not ignoring that. I just don't qualify it as a strong enough premise to make the
That's
assertion you're
ignoring it. That's ignoring it.
No. I'm not ignoring it. Ignoring it would mean that I'm like refusing to recognize what you're doing. I do recognize what you're doing. I just don't think that is a strong enough premise to make to assert what you're asserting. Okay.
Well,
So
that's
every
different.
time
Well,
that
I feel like
one second, like, every time that the Bible says that to become one is not the same as saying I am one with the Father, and you using a instance in which the Bible does that and says, well, hey, well, this is the same language, so obviously they're talking about the same thing. That is wrenching from context.
so. What's the proof that they're not It's not the. What's
I
the
don't.
proof that that's not the case?
Yeah. So I don't have to prove a false positive.
It's not a
So
false positive if they use this word in
no.
this
So check.
manner before if they're using this word in this manner in the Bible, then that is proof that they use this word and they don't actually mean one person. That's
All
proof.
right. No. It is proof to you, but your standard for proof does not obey the rules of logic. It's
That's your
just.
opinion.
Okay, I understand. I understand that is my opinion. In my opinion and assessment, the proof you have provided does not obey the rules of logic.
Well, bro, you can't disqualify someone's proof
Well, I
or
can't
knowledge of the
prove.
Bible
We
based
don't.
off of the fact that you're disagreeing with them. And hey, you're
Right,
just
but I'm
since you
not.
don't agree with me and you don't
Go
see the
ahead.
Bible the way I see the Bible, you
Yeah.
have to be a false prophet and you have to be wrong because you're not agreeing with what I view and what I see in the Bible, even though I've only been practicing the Bible for 8 years. And this person who's talking to me was in Bible study as a kid.
All right, I understand, but I know a lot of folks, and since I've started studying the Bible, I know a lot of people where when we start to dig into the Bible, the understanding that they have is very different than what it is that the Bible is saying. But I get what you're saying, Mac. Okay, I just disagree with it because it doesn't meet my standard for logic. Okay,
All right, I
but I still
understand that you might
understand.
call yourself Black Jesus, but you're not Jesus. So that means
I
it's
know.
open for all of our interpretation.
That's
Can I
fine too.
inject?
But I'm just talking about what we were speaking on, and my name on the app, which is silly, right? It's a silly name for me to take for myself, has nothing to do with what we're speaking on. What we're speaking on is just that what you presented for the premise you put forward. I don't. To me, it's not qualified as logical enough as a basis for the premise. and you and I disagree on that, and I'm okay with that.
Can
And
you
I'm
tell me
okay
why
with
it
that.
doesn't qualify them?
Hold on, and Mac, and I'm okay with that without trying to find a way to insult you. I wish you would do the same, so we could just keep the conversation on the topic instead of you trying.
I didn't disqualify your information. You said that my information is not logical enough. I didn't say anything about your information not being logical enough. You threw the insult.
No, so saying that your information is not logical is an assessment of your information. It's not an insult
Correct.
to
And it could be
you.
viewed as an insult.
Okay, well, if you are insulted by people who don't agree with you, then that is a you problem.
No, I'm insulted by the fact that you said that I'm not logical. Not that you
No,
don't.
I said that you're.
You said that I'm not logical. That's
Okay.
an insult to a
I'm
logical thinking man.
so
Yeah, how would you know his
Matt.
assessment wasn't logical in the first place, though? I thought his assessment had logic to it. That's why I'm just playing, you know, what I'm saying, the pushback.
Yeah, and so you agree with him. So I should be able to disagree without insulting you. And if the standard of my disagreement is that I don't think it is logical, me stating that is not an insult. Me saying you are an illogical person is an insult. Me saying something you said I don't think meets the standard of logic. If that to you is an insult, then I would argue that you're just looking for an argument.
No, he's not saying that. He's saying the fact that you're saying that his argument had no logic to it. That is, you know, what I'm saying, an insult because it does.
Well, you see you
You're
feel
acting
that
as
it
if you,
does, but
no,
am I
listen,
allowed to
that makes sense.
disagree with his argument? Let's start there. Hold on.
He's not saying that. He's not saying he was
Hold on.
he was
One
offended by the
second.
disagreement. He is
I got
saying
it.
that you're saying his disagreement didn't have any logic to it, as if it was based off some type of where out the scope factors. What he
All
was
right.
saying
So,
was very much logical.
Sayer, am I allowed to disagree with him? Yes or no?
That's not what we're saying.
I know that. Am I allowed to
But
disagree with him?
yes, you're
Yes or no?
allowed to disagree with his
All right.
logic.
Hold on. Sayer, am I allowed to disagree with him if I think his point is illogical?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
But what I'm saying,
hold on, Sayer. Hold on. I heard what you said, and I didn't interrupt you. I'm just taking you through why it is not an insult to disagree with things that you don't think are illogical, that you don't think are logical. And apparently, it seems that both of you believe that if somebody thinks that something that is said is not logical, and you believe it is, to say that I don't think that meets the standard of logic is an insult. Now we're in a conversation about an inferred insult from me by qualifying a statement he said as illogical, as opposed to a direct passive aggressive attack where he's talking about how long I've been in the faith and he's talking about my name. And I think that one second, brother. And I think that is petty, especially when what we were discussing is scripture. So if we're talking about scripture and what it means, then a conversation should be there, but it's not there. It's on personal attacks because he wanted to one up me that I personally attacked him more because I don't agree with the logic of his statement. And you're seconding that.
no,
And that's
I'm
you
not
guys'
seconding that.
choice.
What I am saying, when he made the statement about, you know, saying how long you've been and he's been in all his life, that was a logical extraction because he was just stating that the experience and the perception he may have had more than you have. You have come across a lane of the path within the past 3 years. That's something that he's been on a path for his entire life. So the perspective he's trying to say is maybe you should look at it from a different perspective because I've been here for a little bit longer and I've crossed these paths before. Now, I'm not saying your path is correct and I'm not saying his is correct. I'm just showing you the, you know, saying the strategy of the debate. Now, both of you had logical points. All right. I'm not saying both of you are wrong or both of you are on some old, you know, saying Harry Potter stuff. All I'm saying is both of you are having an intellectual, you know, saying debate, and you are both coming from a logical standpoint. That's what makes the debate interesting. But for you to be on some old that's not logical, when you know he does have a logical stance on the matter, is sort of like, all right, come on now. You know what I'm saying? Now you're just trying to make it seem like I'm talking out of my side of my face. That's all I'm saying. This is what I'm pointing out. Go ahead, y'all.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. It's like what I said was very logical, and you saw the logical in it. You just didn't like the logic, so you can't say it didn't have logic. That's all.
All right. Well, so look, I'm perfectly capable of speaking for myself. Okay. And because I am perfectly capable of speaking for myself, you believing that you can see my heart and what I don't like and what I do like, and then disregard what I am saying, and then instead qualify what you think I mean based off your secret knowledge of what is going on in my heart about what I like and do not like, I think all of that is ridiculous. I think you should take me at my word that even though you think you're making enough sense, I don't. And that isn't a personal attack on you. It's just I don't think you're making enough sense. And I think it would be better if we made those types of assumptions about one another so that the conversation can move forward instead of us
Well, the
being
thing is, if
derailed
two people don't
by
think they're making,
insults.
if you don't think that I'm
Now
making
let
sense,
me
and I don't
finish
think
this
that you're making
statement.
sense, that's why there's a debate, because both of us, none of us think that
We
the other
don't have
person is making sense. That's why we're debating with each other.
Mac,
So
let me ask
you
you a
don't have
question.
to,
Mac,
all right, go ahead.
Mac, I was still talking while you were talking. So just let me finish the idea. I was quiet just then and then you can go ahead and respond. We don't have to agree. We just have to understand one another. And the best way to understand each other isn't to assume we know each other's hearts and minds and make up emotions and feelings as a basis for what we're saying and what we're not saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm still stuck on the fact that God said that He's the author of confusion, right? And Jesus said that. No, I'm gonna say Jesus, God said that I'm not the author of confusion, and Jesus said that I'm here to bring division. I'm here to, in division is confusion, right? So how can He be the same person when God's mission statement is that I'm not the author of confusion, but yet God came here to bring confusion? I'm gonna say yet Jesus came here to bring confusion.
Yeah, he didn't come to bring confusion. He said division, but those two words, I guess that's not a meaningful distinction to you when you're trying to make your point, right? That those are two different words. You think that confusion and division are the same thing, and they aren't. Confusion is to not understand something, and division is to separate something. But you make no distinction between those two things because they prove your point.
You know what? You're right about that, and I'll prove that when I know I'm wrong, I can show everyone. You know what? I'm wrong about that, right? So I'm man enough to do that. So you're right about that. On that specific part, you're right. Those are two different words, and they have different meanings. And I understand it better now.
I came up because Black Jesus, I like your debate, and I agree that people a lot of time will reference different parts of the Bible because of similarities, but don't understand the context. I see it a lot in churches, and I just don't understand why people are so.
Well, can you attack the argument on how I actually did that and not talk about those people you saw do that and actually engage in this conversation? Because we're not talking about those conversations where you've seen that before. So if you're going to make the statement that that's being done, hold on. If you're going to make the statement that that's being
Hold
done,
on. You can't talk over me and then tell me to hold on. I'm not going to
prove that
do
that's
it.
actually
That
been done
makes
first.
no sense to me. But again, Black Jesus, I do understand what you're saying as far as the cross references of the Bible to mean different things than the actual intent or what the actual scripture says. And I just don't get it. Go ahead, Mac.
All right. So on this, I don't know how long you've been here, right? But on what I'm saying is, right. Jesus said that me and God are one, right? And in the Bible, it also says that when a man and a woman marry, they shall become one, right? So what I'm saying it's common in the Bible that they use the word one to mean two people, right? To be on the same thought process and the same mission, and they call those people one in the Bible, right? And the proof of that is when a man and a woman marry, they shall become one. So how do we have to make a different distinction when Jesus is saying, I am one with God? Why is the distinction different? And
Because
Right.
the
what
context of the scriptures at the point where they're being, hold on just a second, sir, please. At the
the context of the scripture. When man and woman are made one, they're made one in flesh. Read the entire scripture. Don't just stop at half of it. Read the entirety of it and get
All
the
right, but how
context.
does that change
And
anything?
when
It doesn't.
and
It doesn't
and it
change
does,
anything.
it does, sir. You really are rude. I don't understand you. And when God said, when Jesus says that he is one with God, he's not meaning that he's becoming with God. He means that they are actually one. He didn't have to do anything. He didn't have to team up with God to become one.
So what proves what I'm saying is right in the Bible, they use it as a symbolism to say that two people are one. What says that we have to distinguish these two things differently, other than the fact that you want to say that he meant that they are the same person, right? So what
Yeah, I can
says
get
that that these are different instances when they're using the same words?
Because God is not a person. When
All
you
right,
say
hold on, hold
Jesus
on,
was
hold on.
God in person form, but the God that he represents is not a person, neither is the
All
Holy
right,
Spirit. So it's not two people are becoming one. Adam and Eve, when they were married, they became one, and it was two
okay,
different people.
I got you.
There's a distinction.
Bro, no one is saying that two people are becoming
All
one.
right,
So what I'm
You
saying is
literally,
what's going the thing is listen. These the same word, right? What lets us know to use these words in different contexts at this specific moment?
the context and the understanding, sir.
all right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. You guys had asked me earlier to read the rest of John 10:40, where Jesus says, "I and the Father are one." Here is the rest of the scripture. Okay. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. I give them eternal life, and they will never perish, and no one will snatch them out of my hand. My Father, who has given them to me, is greater than all, and no one is able to snatch them out of my Father's hand. I and the Father are one. The Jews picked up stones again to stone him.
You just proved
Jesus
my point
answered
just now.
them. Quiet, no, stop. Here's the rest of the scripture. Listen to the rest of it. The Jews picked up stones again to stone him. Jesus answered them, I have shown you many good works from the Father. For which of them are you going to stone me? The Jews answered, it is not for good work that we are going to stone you, but for blasphemy, because you, being a man, make yourself God. So, Mac, the Jews that were trying to stone him are not confused about what he was saying. They understood that what he was saying was that he was God on earth. So
Okay, so
the people he said this to, hold on. The people he said this to were going to stone him because he was saying he was God on earth. So you're the one who doesn't think. You're the one who's saying that no, he didn't mean that. He means we're one the same way that married couples become one. They didn't take it that way. They wanted to delete him on the spot because he was saying what I'm saying he's saying, what 90+% of Christians believe that he was saying, which was that he was God on earth. That's why they wanted to stone him in that moment. That's what I just read to you.
okay, can I
That is
reply?
John.
I heard what you said. All right, so in the
Okay.
scripture, right? In the scripture, we're going off of the words and leaving the interpretation out of it, right? The scripture says God controls the sheep and he gives them to me, right? So he was saying in the basis of God has the power and he's giving me the power. This is what makes me one with God, right? He's basically saying the fact that God controls the people and he gives the power to me, that makes me one with God and basically like God, right? But that's where they became offended at, is because he alluded to the fact that he's like God. But he's not saying I am God. He's literally saying God has the power and God gives me the power. And that's what makes me like God, right? So the scripture itself basically proved what I said. It's saying that God has the power and God's giving me the power, and that's what gives me the right to say I am like God, but not the fact that we are one and the same. It's not saying that we are one and the same. It's clearly saying since he's given me the authority, I am like God because I have the
No,
same authority as him. That's what the
no,
scripture literally just said.
no. Yeah, you have to interpret it. What it's saying for you to get what you just got, you have to interpret it. If you read the scripture,
No, I didn't, bro. It's literally I'm
just
basically,
allow me to Mac, bro. Listen, I have a lot of respect for you, and I like you. I do, but you have a problem with cutting people off that you disagree with. You don't let them finish, and that's something that I'd like to draw your attention to, because it would help a lot if you wouldn't do that while we talk this time, okay? All right,
my bad, bro. Go ahead.
it's okay, man. It's okay. This conversation gets heated. I want to show you respect, and I want us to be able to have the conversation, because just because we disagree doesn't mean we don't like each other. I like you. You know what I mean? But we don't have to agree on everything either to like one another. And we don't have to insult one another either if we don't agree. All right. So the point I'm making to you, brother, is there are people, there's you don't think it's 90%. That's okay. Right. I can show you where I got that information from, make it available to you. But 90% of Christians believe that Jesus was very, very clear about the fact that he thought he was God on earth. Okay. And the Pharisees that petitioned to have him unalived, one of the charges that they levied against him was that he presented himself as the Messiah. And Isaiah and Ezekiel and Jeremiah all talk about the coming of the Christ, and they're not confused that he is a manifestation of God on earth. So the Bible itself, the kind of the whole premise of the Jesus movement based off the Bible itself is that Jesus was God on earth. Now, you don't have to accept that. Like, I wish you would, right? But I think the scripture substantiates it. And if you believe the scripture, then you can believe that. But, whether Christ was divine or not, anybody has to take on faith, right? Because none of us were there. But I do take it on faith because of the 300 fulfilled prophecies, because of the historicity of the Bible, because of a number of different things. I take it on faith that Jesus was divine and that Jesus was God on earth. And Jesus is very clear about him being God on earth. And that's why they tried to stone him in that scripture I just read you from John.
Okay, so Black, let me ask you this. So if I tell you, all right, this is my father's store, right? And you're coming into the store and you're asking for free things. Your children are hungry and stuff like that. Y'all need some bread and meat. And I'm telling you, hey, I'm giving you this food because my father allows me to give you this food, right? And so I am like my father because I'm also providing this that you need, right? And by the authority of my father, I give you this, right? So you can come to me just as well as you can come to him. So we're similar. And that's basically what he was saying in the Bible, that we're similar based off of the power that he's given me. So am I wrong when I'm saying that, right? Making that distinction.
Yeah, because that distinction isn't being made by Jesus.
So, all right. So this is what I want you to do. Can you read again the part where he says, where he says that my father commands the sheep and he give it to me? Can you read that part again?
Sure, I'll do that. All right. So my sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. I give them eternal life. They will never perish, and no one can snatch them from my hand. My Father, who has given them to me, is greater than all, and no one is able to snatch them out of my Father's hand. I and the Father are one.
Okay, so he said, they are given to me by my father's hand, and no one can snatch them from my father's hand. I and my father are one, right? He's now speaking of the power that he holds over the people. My father has the power. My father has given me the power. We are one in this instant of having the power over man. That's what he's saying.
Okay, well, I wish you were there to explain that to the Pharisees who tried to stone him on the spot, because they did not take that from what he was
I
saying to
agree.
them.
They did not take
What
that
they
as that.
took from it, what they took from it
was that he was saying he was God on earth. And what all the other Pharisees took from the other statements he made and the other things that he said was that he was saying he was God on earth. So all these people who directly experienced him, who did not believe that he was God, they weren't stoning him because they were confused. They were stoning him because they knew what he was saying and didn't like it. So they weren't.
Can't prove that they wasn't confused though.
You can argue that they were. You can argue
I'm
that
just
they
saying
were.
that's the thing. So if we could understand that maybe they were confused, and also you have to realize they were looking for a reason. You have to also realize, right? Because you notice, I know you notice, they were looking for a reason to put him on the cross. Because not only that, he was performing miracles on the Sabbath days, right? He was going into the places and flipping over the tables when they were making profit off of the word of God. They were looking for all type of reasons to stone him. So it's safe to assume that they could have understand he wasn't saying he was God, but they just was looking for a reason to stone him, because the Bible says the Pharisees were looking for a reason to stone him. So with the understanding that they said by looking for a reason to stone him, you can't now say, well, they thought that he believed he was God and that's why they stoned him. When the Bible is telling you they were looking for any reason to stone him.
Well, a lot of people, I guess, were confused about this because he definitely was saying it, right? That isn't the only instance in which he makes no distinction between him and God the Father on earth, right? And the Trinity points at it, the Ruach, which is the Holy Spirit on earth, which is God's will being manifested on earth, right? Jesus, the Son, and then God the Father, the source and creator. So I get what you're saying, and you can maybe this stuff until you're blue in the face. In my opinion, I think that they're all pretty clear on what they believe, and you have to come up with maybe ideas to refute what they believe. And if you're going to base your faith and the maybes you have come up with instead of the scripture, that'll be up to you, man.
But basically, I'm not basing it on maybe when I'm saying that in the Bible, it's saying that they were looking for any reason to stone him. That's a difference. Now, if I said maybe they were looking for any reason to stone him, that would be different. But I'm clearly saying in the Bible, they're saying that they wanted to stone him for any reason. So now to base the fact that you think they believed he was saying he was God and that's why they stoned him is not a safe assumption when you understand they were looking for any reason to stone him. So they could have fully understood what he was saying and just wanted to stone him anyway, based off the fact that the Bible is saying that they wanted to stone him for no reason, based off of the fact that he did many things that they didn't agree with.
Well, it wasn't for no reason, but I understand that they did want to stone him, and I do understand that they would have accepted any reason. But they had plenty of things that he did that were stonable offenses under Mosaic law, which one of them was him saying that he was the Messiah. Another one was him saying he was God. They didn't have to make up reasons, like his own people recorded him saying these things and doing these things that were punishable by death under the Mosaic covenant. So in the 613 laws that were laid out in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. So I understand what it is that you're saying, Mac. I just don't agree with it because the scriptures are really clear.
But you can't say it's really clear, but then say, well, hey, I agree that they did want to stone him for no reason, but yet since they stoned him for this reason, I agree with the reason that they stoned him for.
No,
I'm just saying you can't do that though. You can't say I agree that
it was for no reason.
Well, let me just reiterate that then. You
Yes,
can't
sir.
say that they want. I agree that they wanted to stone him for the littlest reason, and they were looking for any reason to stone him, right? Or not any reason, but a valid reason to stone him if he goes against the Mosaic laws or breaks the Sabbath day, right? They were looking for any reason they can find to stone him. So
did Jesus know he was going to get stoned?
yes, he did know. Yes, he knew he was going to. Yes, he did. But at the same time, right? That's why some people believe that he was fulfilling the prophecy. He did things to get stoned because the Mosaic law said that this would happen. His
All right.
whole life was planned before he even came out in the Bible. It says that a Messiah will come. It says that the Messiah will be placed on the cross. It says that the Messiah will rise after 3 days before Jesus even came into the picture. He knew that this had to happen. He orchestrated this to happen. He did things to make them want to put him on the cross because he knew this is the destiny of Jesus. That's just my belief.
May I ask, why does your belief supersede what the Bible says?
That's my thing.
All right, so based off of what I just said, what does the Bible say that supersedes what I just said? Because you're making assumptions, painting a picture as if before you even make a statement, you're right, and now you're getting into the trial and the persecution, right? So what did I say that went against the Bible and was not mentioned in the Bible?
All right. So hold on. Before we go there, I just want to give you this too. So I told you that Isaiah, he's one of the primary prophets that tells of the coming of Jesus right 1,000 years before the birth of Christ. Okay. And this is in Isaiah 9:6. For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulders, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. So Isaiah seemed to think that the Messiah is God on earth, right? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son and shall call him Emmanuel. And the name Emmanuel means God with us. So that Isaiah was not confused that the Messiah was going to be the living God. In Micah 5:2, but you, O Bethlehem, who are too little to be among the clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to be the ruler of Israel, whose coming forth is from of old, from ancient days. Forever. Yeah, I'm sorry. That I don't think that's a good one. Let me see here.
Can you read that first one you said one more
Yeah,
time?
absolutely.
When he said Isaiah said God, called him God.
Yeah, mighty God, everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. So for to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and government shall be upon his shoulders, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. So Isaiah was not confused.
Hold on. So after he said the word Prince of Peace, what words are after that?
That's it. That's the end of scripture.
That's the end, but there's more to it. There's a sentence after that you're not reading.
Okay, let me pull up the rest of it.
Right, because that can clarify that and change the meaning of him saying Almighty God and Prince. Right, he can then say we call on you to make this happen. Right, so he can speak of God and then he can be talking about Jesus, right, and then start to talk about God, and then you're not reading the rest of that sentence where it clarifies that he's now talking about a different entity.
Oh, I understand what you think is going on. Okay, let me read the rest of it so that you can hear the rest of it. Okay, let's see here. All right, so it ends with a Prince of Peace, and then it goes on to say, of the increase of his government and of peace, there will be no end on the throne of David and over his kingdom, to establish it and to uphold it with justice and with righteousness from this time and forevermore. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this. So it doesn't discount or ask or do what you thought it could do. It just goes on to say that, hey, the Prince of Peace is going to go on to establish a kingdom that lasts forevermore. So
when it comes out of that one, I can't really.
It's okay. But the point that I'm making to you is that Jesus referred to himself as God. Okay. And in addition to that, Isaiah, who told of Jesus' coming 1,000 years before he came, refers to Jesus as God. So the people that prophesy the coming of the Messiah were not confused that he was going to be God on earth, and he himself claimed to be God on earth. And for you to take the position you are taking, you have to infer something that is not being said and wrench together different scriptures to try to discount something that is being said. And I don't think the way you should set up your faith, if you are a person of faith, I don't know. It seems like you're well versed in that you were in it for a long time. That's what you said. But if you still are a person of faith, I wouldn't place my understanding on, or my faith on understanding of things that I have wrenched out of the faith. I would take the scriptures at their word instead of thinking that you are going to interpret it better than what it's actually telling you. That would be my
See, the thing
advice.
is, now
Unsolicited advice is the worst type of advice, right?
see
You
the
get
thing
mad
is,
for my advice.
the thing
Right.
is, when it comes down to it, the scriptures that you mentioned were easily debatable. But the last scripture that you just mentioned, I don't really have any rebuttals for that. So I would advise you, if you're talking about this, to bring up that scripture first, because it's not debatable. But the other scriptures you brought up were very much debatable. That's why they were constantly debated, right? So him in that scripture, calling the person that's coming God, it's more harder to debate that unless I go and look up that actual scripture and I find discrepancies, or I look up other things but at the end of the day, well, all
Well,
right,
I'm sure
well,
you're
I
gonna
can
check,
you
brother. I said I'm sure you're gonna check, man. So you check it out, and maybe you come up with something else that's a hole in it, and we can discuss that too.
all right, but when also I'm just kind of still wondering when it comes down to the Bible saying that Jesus was tempted by the devil, and Jesus told, I'm gonna say the devil told Jesus to jump from this mountain, and surely God will send angels to protect your feet from hitting a rock, right? And God told him, if you follow me, right, I will give you the kingdom. Look, he led Jesus to the top of a mountain peak and told Jesus, hey, look at these kingdoms. God has given me these kingdoms on earth, and I can give you these kingdoms, right? So why is the devil telling him, why is the devil telling God, right, that God gave me these kingdoms and I can give you these kingdoms, right? And the devil also told him, I can give you food now that you're hungry. And God said that, Jesus said that God told us that we cannot live off of food alone, right? So why is the devil tempting God, telling him, God gave me these kingdoms and I can give them to you? I'm just trying to see, how does that work? How does someone tempt someone saying, jump off this cliff because God will surely send angels to protect your feet from hitting a rock, right?
Right, I understand. So you're talking about the temptation of Jesus during his 40 days and 40 nights of fasting. And Satan offers three different things to him. Not offers, but tries to tempt him in three different ways. So one of the temptations you brought up that I think is worth us responding to is he offered him all the kingdoms, right? So Babylon is a kingdom where they, during that period of time, they worshiped many gods, but one of them was Baal, another one was Molech. These were gods that desired child sacrifice. So do you think that a kingdom that sacrifices children to Molech is a kingdom of God, or a kingdom that is being manipulated by the devil?
Now you're adding things to the scripture. So I'm still on the scripture when it says that Jesus was told to jump from the cliff, and God will surely send angels to protect your feet from hitting the rocks. Right.
I know.
So in
It's
the
one of
Bible, it's saying that
three different temptations.
so what I'm saying is, how can you tempt God and say that God gave me these kingdoms and I can give them to you? And how can you tempt God and say that if you jump from these rocks, God will send angels to protect you? In this
Right.
instance, it's saying that Satan believed that Jesus was not God.
Okay, I understand. So this is again why I tried to start our conversation when we first started having it with the trying to get you to understand what the Trinity is and how it works. Because the question that you have is really a question about how the Trinity works. It's not really a question about the devil. And I tried to start out
So
with,
you don't have a response for it. Just say I don't have a response for that. Just like when I didn't have a response for your information, I yielded and I said, you know what? I don't have a response for that, and you're not doing the same in this instant. You're trying to refer back to the Trinity, but you're not referring to the incident that I'm talking about when it comes down to God being
So,
tempted by the devil. How does
real
that
quick,
make sense?
real quick,
That
I
the
just want to
devil will
add.
tell God, hold on.
Let
How
him
does it
finish
make
You
sense
wanted to
talking.
that the
answer.
devil? How
Let him
does it make
finish
sense?
talking. Go ahead.
How can God tempt? I'm gonna say, how can the devil tempt Jesus and say that if you jump from this cliff, God will send angels to protect you? And how can the devil tempt Jesus and say, look at these kingdoms, God has gave me these kingdoms and I can give you these kingdoms? In this instance, it's saying that the devil did not believe that Jesus was God. That's why he tried to tempt Jesus, so that he can get what God loved the most.
All right. So did you?
The
So
simplest answer is that the devil is a liar. The devil lies, so he can say whatever.
How can
But
he
he
lie to
holds,
God though?
but
How
he
why would
holds,
he lie to
but
God
he
though? That doesn't
we're
make
holds,
about to go
sense.
but
totally
he
off
But
holds
topic.
why
no
would he lie to
power.
God?
But he
Why would he
holds
lie
no
to
power,
someone that knows
brother.
he's lying though?
Brother, why is it that everybody is quiet for you,
How
but you
can he
feel like
lie
you
to
can
someone
talk
that knows they're
over
lying? That
everybody? Why
So
is
the
it
thing
that
is, he
everybody's
had to
quiet for you,
know.
but you feel like you can just talk over everybody? That's rude as all outdoors. The devil is a liar and he can say whatever, but he doesn't have the power to do the things he said. He told Eve if she ate of the fruit that they would be just like God. She ate of the fruit. They ate of the fruit. Did they become just like God? No. So, I mean, he's a liar and he does what he can to steal, kill, and destroy. So, how can he do it? By opening his mouth and talking.
but
Right, but
why would
he's
he
but
lie
the
to
point
God?
that
Why
yeah
would he
the
lie to
point.
God though? That's my
All right,
point.
so let's come back to order really quick. All right, so the point that Mac is making is that if it's written that the devil tried to tempt Jesus, why would he try to tempt God if he knows that Jesus is God? That's your that's your question, and then you laid this out with the three different things that the temptations. One of the temptations was that he offered him the kingdoms of the earth. So how can he offer him something that isn't his? Well, the Babel, I would argue that these kingdoms did belong to the devil because they were underneath the rule of people who claimed to be divine themselves, right? That worship themselves as gods. These kings did, and they worshiped gods themselves that required child sacrifice and all manner of different things that I think we today would definitely call satanic. So offering satanic kingdoms to Jesus, what that makes sense. That's one. Two, he didn't offer him food. He asked him to turn the stones into bread, and he was saying, Jesus, you can do this yourself. You can turn stones into bread. Okay, because he knows that he's talking to the living God. So that's why he asked him to turn stones into bread so that he could satiate his physical hunger in his physical body. And he also said that if you were to jump off this cliff, right, then angels would come and sweep you up because it would be against the prophecy. And so he knows that it would activate the host of heaven to come and to save him from certain death because there's an appointed time that he was supposed to die. Those are the answers to your question, Mac.
So, bro, that still doesn't prove anything though, because if you're the person that's going to save yourself, right? God doesn't need angels to come and sweep him off his feet to protect him from a fall.
Okay, well, that's what you come up with. But the Trinity, if you understand the
In my
Trinity,
belief, hold on,
well,
I
let me
wasn't finished.
finish what I was saying, Mac.
I'm
Then
just saying,
I
in my
got
belief,
I
right?
know, but I was
He
talking
understood that. He
for your
understood if
belief.
Jesus
So I
jumped from
want
that
you to
cliff.
not finish your idea because you already said your idea. You don't know my idea.
I just want
And
to
so
finish this
while
last
I'm
little piece and
speaking
I'm be
to
quiet.
this,
I just got two
well, no,
seconds.
I
2
was
seconds.
talking when you started. And I already understand your idea. You don't need to interrupt me to restate your own idea that you've already restated 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times now. So I got what you said. You're saying why is it that he needs to be saved by himself, be saved from him own self? If he's God, then he doesn't need to save himself, and that's something you've put together. And the reason you've put that together, well, he wouldn't need to do this. That's you reasoning. He wouldn't need
No,
to.
I said he wouldn't need to
Yeah,
use
hold
angels to
on.
save himself.
I know. I got it. I got it. You think that you know how it should work over what the biblical narrative is, and you think you know how it should work over the biblical narrative while not understanding the Trinity. And so that's why we're going to keep going. Well, let's not talk at the same time, brother.
But at the same
That's
time,
I
the thing
just
is,
no.
it's not saying what you're
You're
saying
not going to
about
let
these
me. You're not
kingdoms.
going to let me
The
finish.
Bible doesn't say that though. You're making that part up. You're adding to the
Okay.
scripture when you get to my argument.
I'm not doing that, Mac. I am not making anything up. The Bible describes so that people can understand what the Trinity is. You don't have that understanding. So when you see things where Jesus refers to the Father, to you, that means that you think he's referring to a separate entity and that he himself cannot be the Father on earth while he is also in heaven running everything, and that his consciousness and mind will be divided into two different spaces where one knows all things and the other one is limited to the experience that he's having on earth and whatever knowledge that he's being given by the greater consciousness. You don't understand the Trinity. So when you hear stuff that refers to God or Jesus speaking to himself or dealing with the Father, all of that comes out as confusion to you. And that's why when we first started the conversation, I tried to make sure you understood what the Trinity was so that we could avoid these types of missteps in the conversation. And you didn't make sure we understood the Trinity before we moved on. And you ended up asking questions about something else. And I said, Mac, you're moving the conversation to something else before you understand the Trinity. And the basis of your entire argument is a lack of understanding of the Trinity. Now, if you understood it and you rejected it, that would be one thing. But to not understand something and to argue against something you cannot describe because you don't understand, that's foolish. That's a foolish way to go about an argument. If I can't disqualify something I don't understand because I don't understand it well enough to know whether or not it is right or wrong. So how can you tell me a concept that you don't know is right or wrong? You can't, because you don't know the concept. That's why I tried to give it to you first. And then you pushed back against that knowledge while it was being given to you, citing scriptures where that one that has to do with marriage and another one where he's talking where he's getting stoned. And then afterward, when we read the rest of the scripture, your entire argument hung on that. And then we completely obliterated that by reading the whole scripture, and it hasn't changed your mind by even an iota. You conceded
Didn't
the
read that whole scripture.
argument. No, I did end up reading the whole scripture, and then you conceded
Not about him holding a stone
about
in his hand. You just
no,
said you just mentioned him holding a stone in his hand just
that's
now,
not
and
what I
then
was
said that was
referring
the issue.
to. That wasn't what I was referring to when I said I read the whole scripture to you. So so you saying that back is a waste because that wasn't even what I was referring to. And a lot of this conversation is being had under the confusion or under the cover of confusion because you have something more to say than you have to understand. So what is the message you have for all of us then? You teach us what you want us to know. As instead of acting like you want us to defend points that you're not even going to listen to the answers to. Just tell us what you think
Bro,
he said. We'll learn from that.
you're painting an assumption of what's going on here, and that's not actually what's being happening, right? So when you brought up the information about the prophet talking about Jesus, I yielded to that, right? But all the other discussions we had, you didn't look the whole time. You only proved one point throughout this whole argument. And I'm an intelligent enough person to realize, all right, I've been debunked. And I agreed with you when I realized I've been debunked. But when it comes down to you agreeing you're being debunked in this moment, when the devil is speaking to Jesus, you said that I don't understand when Jesus is speaking to himself. In this instance, the devil is speaking to Jesus. And I'm talking about this instance when he's offering the kingdoms, right? So in that scripture where he's offering the kingdoms, it doesn't then explain it the way that you're trying to explain it. So that means you're adding to the scripture because it simply just says that he was tempted by the devil, right? It doesn't say that this actually means that it was wicked kingdoms and da-da-da. You're making that part up. So can you agree to that?
No, I'm not making that up. That is true. I just understand the context. Mike, hold on. I just understand the context where the scripture was occurring. So before Jesus started his ministry and was baptized by John the baptizer or John the Baptist, he went and fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. During that period of time, Jerusalem was under the rule of Rome. Okay, so I understand the context of when all of these things are occurring. And me bringing up that context helps you to understand the scripture. Not knowing that context and ignoring it completely, and then holding on to a scripture that you are looking at outside of context is the source of your confusion. And me bringing up that context isn't because I can't admit that I'm wrong. It's just that I know the rest of the story and you don't.
Lean not on your own understanding. Do not add to the scripture. So the scripture does not say that. So you cannot lean on your own understanding and tell me
Okay.
I understand the time period and you don't understand the time period. We're going strictly off of what it says in the Bible. And what you're alluding to is not in the Bible. That means we have to lean on your understanding, right? So when it comes down to it, it doesn't say the information that you're saying. You're adding to that, right? And you can, the Bible says you cannot add to the scripture. Take the scripture for what it is and what it actually says. So what I'm saying is actually in the Bible. What you're adding to it is not in the Bible, and that's the problem.
Okay, so you believe that I'm adding to the conversation that the kingdoms that he's talking about are kingdoms that were not Christian kingdoms or
That's not what
kingdoms
I
that were.
said. That's not what I
Okay, so
said.
then what kingdoms is Lucifer referring to?
The argument is not about what kingdoms he's referring to. The argument is that why would you tell who you believe to be God that God gave me these kingdoms and I can give you these kingdoms? That's the argument. You're changing the
No, hold
argument to
on, hold
what you
on.
want it to be.
Hold on. So you're saying the scripture says that God gave Lucifer these kingdoms.
The scripture says that Lucifer told Jesus that God has given me these kingdoms and I can give them to you. That's what the scripture says.
Yeah, the world belongs to Lucifer.
Yeah, the world definitely belongs to Lucifer.
That's what he's
And
talking
so
about in the scriptures,
yeah.
because it was given
And
because man had lost the world, and now it's Lucifer's domain. And then when he spoke with Jesus on the mountain, that was his plea. I can give you all the riches of the world because God gave me these. I have the ability to give them to you. So that's what the third person is. It was given to me by your Father, all this, and I can give you the power because this is my domain.
You mind if I step in real quick and so we can clarify, his question, of what he really trying to get to when he was trying
oh,
to
we
say,
understand his question. We
huh?
understand his question.
No, no,
We
no,
understand
no,
his
no.
question.
Listen, basically, hold on. Basically, I
Yeah,
came up
sure.
here to actually to
Yeah.
defend what you were saying, but
No.
I was
I'm
coming
just saying
with
we can
scripture.
defend this. Yeah, go ahead. But I'm just saying we definitely understand his question. But go ahead.
He
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted you. Go ahead.
Okay, Hebrews 2:9 explains to you, that Christ was actually made lower than the angels, which means that he actually became a man. So we are all men, right? All men are tempted, right? Christ himself felt every pain, suffering. I'm talking about sickness, everything when he took up on flesh. You know what I mean? That's the reason, then that was the only reason why he could tempt Jesus at that point in time. That's the only reason.
All right. So the discussion is right. Black believes that Jesus is God, right? And I'm
Yeah,
telling
yeah,
him I don't
he is.
believe that Jesus is
Yeah,
God.
he is. He is.
So
He is.
I don't believe that
Because the
Jesus is
scripture
God. So
tells
what?
you.
Or
Hold
what proves that to you?
on.
Because he's
Okay.
already given me. He gave me a scripture of the prophet Isaiah, I think, and that made a lot of sense, and
Okay.
I yielded to that. So what else do you have that proves that other than that?
I had listed a lot of scriptures in the comments. I can't remember. I had to go back, stroll back up, and give them to you. But I will say this. Okay, he is a part of the Godhead. You know what I mean. And the scripture also tells you. It said that the word was God, right? And the word was with God, and the word came down into flesh. That word is Jesus Christ. You understand?
Yes, but
Right?
they're talking about a
Hold
word.
up,
They're
hold
not
up,
talking
hold up, hold
about
up. Wait
God
a minute.
Himself.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Also, I want to say is Hebrews 9:4, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken. I don't know. I might be mistaken. You know what I'm saying? Please don't quote me on that. But I can go back and get it. But it also said that Jesus is on the right hand side of the Father, right? If you look up The right hand side of the Father, that means power, right? And he told them, and when Christ was on earth, he told them that
Bro, you
God gave
proving
him
my
all
point.
power.
You
So
actually
what?
proving my point. You can't be on the right hand of someone and be that person.
No. Jesus is God, isn't it? He is, bro. He is.
You just proved my
He
point.
is.
How can you be on the right hand side of somebody but then be the same
He is.
person?
He is a part of the
And then you
Godhead,
said
man.
that it
He a
means
part of the
power.
Godhead.
And then you said it means power. Also, just like the scripture basically talked about with the sheep and stuff like that, he says that God has the power and God has given me the power, right? So that further proves my point that when he's saying that he's the Father, he's speaking of the power that the Father gives him.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Can your right hand do everything your left hand do?
No, the majority of Americans are right-handed, and they can only write with their right-handed, and they can't even write with their left-handed. Actually,
Okay, so now you just, you know what? I'm gonna go back and comments, man. You really just proved my point.
how and
You
what?
really just proved my point. And he ain't even listening. Hey, basically, hey, bro, you can take it from here. You
No,
got it.
let me know how I
You
proved
got
your
it,
point.
basically. You got it. You
No,
just
let me
made my
know,
point.
bro. Let me know, cause
You
I'm
just made my
confused.
point.
I'm confused. Let me know.
Mm. Hey, basically, you
So,
got it from here, brother.
yeah, Mac, I got a question for you, Mac. Will you explain to me what I'm saying the Trinity is?
When it comes down to the Trinity, I have to do more work on the Trinity, but I'm just coming with the information that I have outside of the Trinity, right? So maybe the thing is, I'm just saying when it comes down to the Trinity, I have to do get more information on the Trinity because it's not nothing I ever put my works into. So yeah, I had to do more work on that.
All right. Well, then, if you don't, if by your own admission you don't understand it, why have you settled already to argue against it and on the position that you don't believe it?
Because even though it might be a thing, right, the rest of the Bible, right, are saying different things. The rest of the Bible is saying that he is the Son of Man, right? Why do they call Jesus the Son of Man? Because you can directly trace his bloodline down to Adam, right, which is the Son of God, right? But at the same time, they rephrase God. I'm gonna say they rephrase to Jesus as the Son of Man multiple times. So that in the Bible, it's not just it's not saying to me, in my opinion, right, that so it's not saying that he is God, but if you read the Bible, it's saying that he's God's son and he's also the Son of Man. But when you talk about the Holy Trinity, you're combining things from this Bible, and then you combine things from the Old Testament, and then you combine this, right? So you're combining things from different books to form this Trinity in the first place. Whereas I'm talking about one complete book, right? Where multiple times he's been calling himself the Son of Man.
I understand. Do you understand that the Son of Man isn't a description; it's a title?
Right, but do you understand that he has a direct bloodline to Adam, and that's why he will be called the Son of Man? What's
No,
his name? Joseph, and also Mary have bloodline ties that are connected to Adam. I think.
I understand, but the reason that he calls himself the Son of Man isn't because he's the son of Adam. You know that, right?
What I'm saying is people teach differently because I'm watching documentaries and they listed the fact that they listed every person that led down to Adam. They listed Isaiah, all type of people who basically was the bloodline of Mary and also the bloodline of Joseph, right? So they explained why he would be called the Son of Man, basing it off the fact that he would be a close bloodline to Adam. So what information do you have that will say that they call him the Son of Man for another reason?
All right. So in the book of Daniel, uh, Daniel says, I saw in the night vision, and behold, no, Daniel's a prophet from the Old Testament, and he's talking about the coming of the Messiah. Okay. I saw in the night visions, and behold, with the clouds of heaven, there came one like a son of man, and he came to the Ancient of Days and was presented before him. And to him was given dominion and glory and a kingdom that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away. So, Son of Man is a title, and Jesus is claiming that title, and that's why he refers to himself as the Son of Man. The reason you gave is because he's the descendant of Adam. Everybody's a descendant of Adam because Adam was the first human being. So that's why what you're saying, I don't think it's right. I think it's something you're
Right. I
coming up
thought
with.
when I heard that too, I thought the same thing, right? But I think maybe they're emphasizing that is because it's easily traceable. That's why I kept on saying easily traceable. And also there's a belief in the Bible where they're saying that there were other beings that made children with humans and stuff like that. I don't know if you subscribe to that or not, but there's they do say that other beings made children with humans also, that God sent down to protect people. And I don't know if that's from like the Dead Sea Scrolls. So maybe everyone don't subscribe to that.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the Nephilim and all of that stuff, and
Correct.
that's a lot of that is written about. And it's not in just in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's in the Bible itself. It's in Genesis, and it's also in the Book of Enoch, which was written in the 400-year gap between the Old Testament and the New Testament. But that's not relevant to why Jesus himself refers to himself as the Son of Man. He did that because it is a moniker that says he is the Christ and he is the Messiah. And he
Okay, so
knew who
why
he
would
was talking
God
to would
but
know
why would
that,
God
and
refer to
that's why he
himself?
uses it. One second. The answer to your question of why does God refer to himself and this, that, and the other is in the understanding of the Trinity. But when I go to talk about that, you think I'm deflecting.
But the thing is, you're
So
saying the Trinity explains why God is Jesus, right? So how does that explain why God will call himself the Son of Man? That doesn't make sense. Now the Trinity,
because
let me say
God,
it again. Because you're saying the Trinity means that makes God Jesus, right? And they are the one and the same, right? But why would God come down to the level of Jesus, who would be a man, right, and say that I am the Son of Man?
So you would have
So
to
you would have to,
understand,
yeah.
honestly, what the purpose of Jesus coming down, of God putting himself in man form, firstly. You would have to understand the purpose of that. So the purpose of him coming down is to be able to resonate with the people that he's.
Scripture only, please. Scripture only. No, I don't. If you
Well, I
could
mean,
quote scripture.
honestly, I'm just speaking on the point because you gave a lot of your opinion and was not scripture based. So I'm just speaking on the
Everything
point.
that I'm saying is
And
scripture.
no, you verbatimly said that I'm speaking from my opinion. So I'm just making a point, and then I can go into scripture. So do not cut me off just to tell me what you want me to say. I would appreciate that. Okay. So what I was saying, that's why he's saying that to resonate with men, calling himself Son of Man. Y'all went all over the place too, by the way. So I don't know if you're wanting like a Bible understanding class or something, because you keep going to different points and you're not sticking with one thing. So I know you guys started off with talking about Jesus being tempted, right? Y'all were talking about Jesus being tempted and things like that. You were saying that means he doesn't know that he's the Son of God. But if he were to be fully tempted like he was trying to be, because the devil is a tempter, that would have shown that he wasn't the Son of Man. So in that, let me see that one part that he said. I'm trying to go back to the actual scripture of that discussion. Hold on. Okay, so it's saying that then Jesus was led up by the Spirit. Okay, so Jesus was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. So the devil didn't bring him up there. It says Jesus, since we're going by scripture, Matthew 4:1-10, you can read along. Then Jesus was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, afterward he was hungry. Now when the tempter came to him, he said, "If you are the Son of God, Now, mind you, the prophets in the Bible were like, I think like 93 times is mentioned, God is mentioned, the prophets being the son of God or the son of man. So that's why they're referring to him as that, to be able to relate to them being the son of man, because many people were the son of man in that time. But he's also the son of God, which is where everybody has a problem with, right? So if you are the son of God, command that these stones become bread. But he answered and said, it is written. He's telling him the word. He's feeding the word back to him because he is the word. He's feeding the word back to him. He doesn't have to be tempted like man is, right? So he's also man and God. This is where he stands in as God. Man shall not live by bread alone, but every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Then the devil took him up into this holy city, set him aside on the pinnacle of the temple, and said to him, if you're the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, he shall give his angels charge over you, and in their hands they shall bear you up, let you dash your foot against a stone. Jesus came to him as written, you shall not tempt the Lord your God. Okay? You shall not tempt the Lord your God. Again, the devil took him up and exceeded his high mountains and showed him the kingdoms, right? But that part too, where he was talking about the foot against the stone, he was trying, because the devil knows the word too, right? So he was referring to Psalms 91, 11 through 12, where it says, for he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. So he's trying to see, is this really the Son of Man? Just like we do as people right now, just like you're doing. Is asking questions. See, are you really? Could you really be what you're saying that you are? Show him that. He wanted him. He didn't break. He didn't break to say that he was anything but what he said he's been always. So he can't.
Can I ask you a question?
Can you? I want to know if you understood what I said first.
Can I ask you a question? I understand. I have great understanding. Can I ask you a question? This
I
is a
didn't ask you
conversation.
that. Go
This is not.
ahead.
All right. So when it comes down to it, right? So Jesus said you should not tempt the Lord, right? So you should not do things to get the Lord to come in your defense. You should not tempt the Lord, right? So in this instance, he's admitting that himself, he's not the Lord.
No, he
And
didn't say
I'm not
that.
going to do it.
Where did he
Yes,
say that? Where did he say
you
that? Where
just
did he
said
say
that.
that? No, where did
You
he
just
say that?
read that.
Where
You
did
just
he
read
say?
that.
No, 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 no. Listen
You
to
just
me.
read that.
You said you're
No,
intelligent. No,
hold on. Let
no,
me finish. You're
no,
interrupting
no,
me.
no. I'm interrupting me because you asked me a question. You literally just said he said what he just said, right? Where did he say he was not God? Tell me with that. Go ahead. Unmute.
On the part where he says that if you throw yourself off of this cliff, right? The angels shall sweep themselves to protect your feet from hitting the rock, right? And Jesus replied and said that you should not tempt God, right? You should not tempt the Lord, right? So in this instance, he's saying that you should not do things to make the Lord come in your defense and things of that nature. You should not tempt the Lord to do things or prove himself to you. So in this instance, he's saying, I'm not going to throw myself off the cliff because I know I should not tempt the Lord to do things to protect me
Okay,
when I
now
don't even have to put
where in
myself in that
scripture? Where
situation.
in scripture is that saying that? Because you just made all that up. So where did that
I
say
didn't,
that?
ma'am, hold on,
You
listen, listen,
you just
listen.
you just made that part up. Where
No,
did
I
it say?
didn't. Listen, what
You
I'm
just
saying,
told me.
listen,
Okay, tell
listen.
me
And the
scripture.
part,
Tell
hold
me
on.
scripturally where it just
Why?
said what you just
What
said.
I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
is, you said that
No,
he
I'm going
should
off
not
what you
tempt.
said,
He
Matt.
should not tempt the Lord, right?
Hmm.
The Bible says you should not tempt the Lord, right?
Test. You should not test the Lord.
You should not test the Lord, right? Correct? Excuse me, hello? Correct? Are we in agreement with that?
I'm not. I can't even answer you because you won't even tell me where you got the other part that you said. So you're
No,
not gonna
I'm
lie.
about to, look. I'm gonna show you how I got there. So that's why I'm
No, I
asking you this
need you to show me
question.
by scripture, not by your opinion, like you just
No,
told
no, no.
me. So I
I'm
need you
asking
to
you questions.
keep
So
what you're
no, I'm
saying
trying to
because
ask
you're
you.
making that up.
I'm trying to ask you questions
You made that up
so
by
you can
saying what you meant.
understand where
No,
I
that's
get
not
this
what.
logic from. But you don't want to answer the question. That's fine.
No, because you just told me that it needs to be scripturally based, and you just assumed that that's what it said. So tell me
No, I
scripturally
didn't.
That is in the scriptures, ma'am. That is in the scriptures.
what
When
part is the part that he
when
said what God was saying, what he meant by that.
when Jesus and the devil were conversating and he
No,
was
I know
testing.
that part. I'm not saying that part, friend. I'm talking about the part that
Okay.
he extended on.
No, what he said, you know what I'm saying? If you throw yourself over this cliff, will God not come test or come sweep
Right. I'm not
that
talking
rock?
about that part,
Touch you?
friend.
All right. And then Jesus is like, you don't test the Lord, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
No, I
Meaning,
agree with that part. No, it's right. I'm talking about the part that he added to that.